I am the fated villain. Chapter 700 to Chapter 746. Hell's last palace was finally breached. Shouts and murderous cries shook the sky, and the battle spread far and wide. Every galaxy was boiling. Powerful cultivators were like trees in a forest, charging and killing. The laws fell like rain. Even supreme beings were quickly drowned in such a battle. The legends of powerful cultivators were easily crushed in such a grand battle. There were no weaklings among all the powerful cultivators. They came from various powerful races, and only quasi-emperors could survive and not be killed by the aftershocks. All the assassins in hell were roaring and using all kinds of methods. They did not care even if they had to die together. However, the armies of the various orthodoxies were too large. They stretched out endlessly, and since ancient times, they had attacked from the ships. This world was too big. Even with the true palm-sized world continuously fusing and interfering with the laws of heaven and earth, it could not change the outcome. For many years, there had never been a large-scale battle like this. Even the immortal war between some orthodoxies was not as tragic as this. Human lives were cheaper than grass. Groups of powerful cultivators fell, and blood dyed the world red. This was a doomsday scene. Everyone went crazy. Even those who had achieved the Tao went crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they would not stop until they killed their opponents. Boom, however, at that moment, endless runes ignited between heaven and earth. They gushed out endless brilliance and red light that pierced through the sky. It was as if all the laws were linked together. This energy was as vast as a sea of smoke, endless and boundless. It swept over from the deepest part of hell. All the cultivators and living beings could not help but tremble. Their spirits were terrified. What is this aura? Could it be that the Lord of Hell has revived? Many of those who had achieved the Tao immediately felt that something was wrong. Their spirits were swaying. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became extremely solemn as they stared at the deepest part of hell. Fog surged there, as if the chaotic aura that had shrouded it for billions of years had suddenly erupted. An unparalleled aura filled the universe and shattered all the galaxies. An extremely blurry figure slowly appeared. Dong, in his palm, there was an endless amount of crimson light intertwining. It was an ancient divine nation that bloomed with billions of rays of light. Compared to when it was in the third hall master's hand, it was tens of millions of times more dazzling. It was like a scorching sun. Terrifying natural laws pervaded the air. Everyone was trembling, about to kneel down under this type of aura. Could it be that the Lord of Hell has been born? This aura is not right. We are definitely not his match. The laws of heaven and earth in this world have changed even more. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to escape. Fear and disbelief surfaced on the faces of the Tao achievers from all over the place. They had never thought that the most mysterious Lord of Hell would be hidden in the deepest part of the Hall of Hell. Seeing this, the experts of Hell couldn't help but cheer, their faces filled with excitement. All despair and defeat were swept away, and it was as if a new life had been ushered in. Is this really the Lord of Hell? However, there were still many people who were secretly suspicious. If the Lord of Hell was still around, how could he only choose to intervene after seeing Hell in such a state? Where did he go? Wasn't he very interested in the mysterious Lord of Hell? Instead, it was Bai Lianer who noticed that Guchanga was missing from the ancient warship. Ada, who was usually like a shadow, stood there like a dark iron tower at this moment. This made her doubt the true identity of the Lord of Hell. Kill. Because of the appearance of the Lord of Hell, everyone on the battlefield was momentarily dazed. But soon, everyone was once again caught up in the battle. Rumble, the sky was shaking, the stars were trembling, and the whole world was collapsing. Extreme divine power bloomed, and endless auspicious colors gushed out. The bronze bell that contained the remnant immortal god of hell was awakening. It pressed down on the end of the sky, pouring down endless splendor and chaotic energy. Each wisp of splendor was extremely heavy and contained power that surpassed that of the Tao achievers. Everyone retreated. Anyone who stood in the way could only die. Under the pressure of this power, even the sub-emperors could only explode and turn into a bloody pulp, unable to withstand a single blow. Wherever the remnant immortal artifact went, no one was a match for it. Buzz. Ancient warships collapsed one after another. Many Dao achievers standing on them couldn't withstand this kind of aura. Blood trickled out from the corners of their mouths. The remnant immortal artifact is under someone's control. It's not awakening on its own like before. The person behind the remnant immortal artifact is definitely not an ordinary Dao achiever. He might really be the Lord of Hell. A female Dao achiever from Purple Cloud Valley looked solemn. She turned around and looked at the space barrier of the lower realm. She felt that the situation was getting worse. If the Lord of Hell hadn't shown up, she still had a chance to lead everyone away. But now, even the space barrier had healed. There was a vast and supreme power lingering there. The Dao achievers from the other orthodoxies were also very uneasy. It was rumored that the Lord of Hell was one of the oldest existences in the upper realm. No one could say for sure how terrifying his methods were. In fact, the orthodoxies behind them were also trying to find out whether the Lord of Hell was still alive or not. Kill. However, at this moment, the Lord of Hell appeared. Everyone in Hell seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They were fearless and even braver than they were before. At the end of Hell, the figure standing tall in the thick fog was cold and emotionless. He raised his huge palm and slowly pushed it forward. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have become a thing in his palm. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had appeared between heaven and earth, pressing down on the endless army in front of him. Rumble, this was an unparalleled and terrifying power. It was vast and endless. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Chaos surged. Even the Dao achievers felt like they were ants at this moment. It was difficult for them to resist. However, they reacted quickly. They understood that this was the work of the will of heaven and earth. Since the Lord of Hell controlled the divine nation and merged it with this world, he was definitely the owner of this world. In that case, he was definitely the master of this world, and his will was the will of this world. Everyone who resisted the Lord of Hell was defying the will of heaven and earth. They would be suppressed by it. The sky, which was already full of holes, trembled continuously. All the Dao achievers looked serious. They flew forward. Dao principles burned brightly like Wangyang. They wanted to resist this power together. When the remaining Dao achievers of Hell saw this, they also rushed forward and fought with them. An unimaginable battle broke out here. Huge stars were crushed into dust. Ancient warships were destroyed and quickly disintegrated. The divine nation merged with this world. The will of heaven and earth was controlled by the Lord of Hell. He was like the only god in this world. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He stood at the end of the world and swept through everything. His huge palm was boundless. It was as if a huge continent was crashing down. All the rebels were crushed and exploded. A rain of blood filled the sky. Corpses were piled up like 540 mountains. The tragic scene was enough to frighten ordinary cultivators. This war to destroy Hell lasted for a few days. In the end, the Dao achievers of various clans were also exhausted. They had no choice but to use their trump cards. Fortunately, they found that the terrifying figure of the Lord of Hell did not exist. It was as if it was just a Dharma body left behind here. The energy it contained was fading quickly. As long as they could hold on until the end, they could leave this place alive. During this time, they tried to contact the orthodoxies behind them. However, they found out in despair that the world barrier was so strong that it was as if it was made of immortal gold. The news that they were in a desperate situation could not be spread, and the outside world could not know about it. In other words, even if they could kill everyone in Hell, they could only be buried here with Hell in the end. This result was unacceptable to them. I can't accept this. Why did it end up like this? Some of the Dao achievers roared. They were extremely unwilling. They could not hold on any longer. They were already at the end of their rope. Their bodies finally collapsed. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. It was like a bloody rain that swept across the entire universe. It was a terrifying scene. Some of the Dao achievers in the distance also cried out in despair. They exploded one after another. They did not hold on until the last moment. There were not many of the mighty army left. There were only a few ancient warships floating in the sky. However, they were also extremely damaged. this war finally came to an end. Hell was almost uprooted. However, all the orthodoxies that came to encircle Hell suffered heavy losses. They were almost completely wiped out. There was nothing left. It could be said that they had lost everything. This news shook the entire upper realm. It had been passed down for countless years. It once controlled the Dark Nation and caused countless orthodoxies to fall into fear. Today, it was finally destroyed. Endless flames of war swept across the land. Everything was in ruins. The entire world was collapsing and decaying. Far too many cultivators and creatures died in this great battle, their bones buried here. Some even had their souls scattered, body and soul erased, nothing left behind. All of the palaces had been destroyed, all of them in ruins. There wasn't the slightest trace of a cultivator to be seen. Hell's remaining cultivators who had attained the Tao had all perished. Not a single one of them survived. In the sky, only a few ancient warships were left. They were stained with blood and looked extremely broken. The survivors looked at all of this in silence. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. From their point of view, if it wasn't for the fact that the final figure left behind by the Lord of Hell couldn't hold on any longer, all of them would have perished here and become part of Hell. The true palm world has been destroyed. All the orthodoxies have paid their due price. At this moment, the surviving cultivators all felt a lingering fear. This battle was truly too terrifying. Just the number of people who had died was already more than 7 or 8. Moreover, they were all ancestors of various imperishable sects. Although they had destroyed Hell, the price they had to pay was simply too great. Many orthodoxies who didn't participate in the final battle rejoiced. They didn't suffer any major losses. On the contrary, they found a lot of precious things when they plundered Hell's realms. There were Taoist books, ancient scriptures, divine materials, immortal medicines, and the wealth that Hell had accumulated over the years. In addition, the ancient realms that Hell occupied were also extremely rare treasures. They were engraved with imperial runes and emperor runes. Their offensive power was monstrous. They could be used to protect the mountains. In the following days, many orthodoxies came to plunder the ruins. They dug 3 feet into the ground and dug out the foundations. Some people found the corpses of their ancestors. Some people also found broken weapons that had the aura of their ancestors. In short, the war had finally come to an end. However, the aftermath of the war didn't stop. In the next half a month, a large number of cultivators appeared outside of the 100 Realms battlefield. Ancient warships streaked across the sky one after another, rumbling as they crushed over, not letting go of a single corner of Hell. The details of the battle were quickly spread to every corner of the upper realm under the discussion of many cultivators. The destruction of Hell was naturally a joyous occasion. However, many orthodoxies were alarmed by this. In this battle, Xianxia's influence was incomparably far-reaching and terrifying. If it weren't for Xianxia, it would have been impossible for the various powers to destroy Hell. Moreover, Xianxia seemed to have known for a long time that Hell still had a trump card, the Lord of Hell, that it had yet to use. In the final battle, if they retreated early, the loss would be so small that it could be described as negligible. Back then, it was Xianxia who first discovered the Hell's hiding realm, and in the end, it was also him who withdrew first. No one knew why Xianxia did this. Could it be that he had planted spies in Hell, so he knew every move of Hell? Of course, because of this battle, many people became vigilant towards another assassin organization that rose rapidly in recent years, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Many orthodoxies even felt that the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was actually supported by Xianxia. The upper realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, once again became turbulent because of the destruction of Hell. Many older cultivators felt that in the near future, the upper realm would be in complete chaos, and endless blood and fire would sweep over. And with the destruction of Hell, another ancient assassin organization, Futu, also showed signs of trouble during this time. It was difficult for them to maintain their peace of mind like before. The various orthodoxies were also looking for clues related to Buddha. They planned to destroy Buddha completely, just like how they destroyed Hell. Annihilation. Xianxia didn't care much about Futu, because all of this was within his expectations and calculations. After settling the matters in Hell, he returned to the Longevity Gu family and began to look for suitable ancient realms to cast his net in advance. As for the first palace master of Hell, Qing Luo, and the third palace master, Gu Chang'e didn't kill them. After planting the slave mark and controlling their life and death, he threw all the management tasks to Yin Mei and Bai Lianer. Gu Chang'e had not told anyone about the Dark Celestial Court. However, after experiencing the destruction of Hell, the originally peaceful environment in the upper realm changed greatly, causing many cultivators to feel uneasy and pray day and night. Those with a strong cultivation base could sense the existence of the Dark Celestial Court. Although they had not completely given up their faith, the thoughts in their hearts were already wavering. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, after the chaos in the upper realm, he could gather more faith and believers. Soon, half a month passed. The date of his wedding with Yu Mingkong was getting closer and closer. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's usually calm state of mind couldn't help but have some ripples. He sighed softly and put down the jade scroll in his hand. He walked out of the palace and arrived at the peak of a mountain. As far as the eye could see, there were countless islands in the Longevity Gu family, divine mountains, and ancient peaks. The territory was vast, and everywhere was shining with divine light and shrouded in celestial fog. It was an immortal paradise. Standing at the peak of the upper realm, overlooking billions of living beings, controlling fate, life, and death, immortal and indestructible. And he had almost reached this step, where he could easily destroy billions of miles of mountains and rivers with a word. System, Gu Chang'e's mood was a little uneasy. His eyes gradually deepened, and he called out the system that had been silent for a long time. It was not that he was worried that something would happen to his wedding with Yu Mingkong. But he suddenly felt that for so long, although he seemed to have endless glory, in fact, he was secretly scheming. It was really difficult for him to feel at ease. He knew that he was once the Devil Lord, and that he was hiding many shocking secrets, including the origin of the system and his identity as a transmigrator. Behind these layers of fog, there were actually too many unsolved mysteries. It was just that he rarely took the initiative to think about these. Now that the wedding date was approaching, even Gu Chang'e felt great waves in his heart and couldn't help but think about these things. He had experienced the most beautiful scenery, but also experienced sleepless nights. Is this to cleanse my Taoist heart? Gu Chang'e laughed slightly self-deprecatingly. Where did his Taoist heart come from? When had he ever relied on these things along the way? Then, his gaze fell on the familiar interface that appeared in front of him again. The system's origin had always been mysterious. He had once wondered whether it was the work of the Devil Lord, but this idea was later rejected. If there was one thing that was related to the Devil Lord, it was probably his reincarnation and the Devil's heart. On the contrary, the system and his transmigrator memory were more like an anomaly in this unseen world. It's been a long time since I met a child of destiny that was really useful to me. Even the system hasn't notified me for a long time. What is the relationship between the child of destiny and the system? Gu Chang'e couldn't help but shake his head lightly, his thoughts in turmoil. However, he had a feeling in his heart that he would figure this out one day. There must be something waiting for him in the celestial realm. In the end, I've been scheming along the way. I'm a little tired. A faint smile appeared on Gu Chang'e's face. It wasn't that he was denying his actions. He was just surprised that he would have such thoughts. Although his comprehension of the Tao had surpassed that of many who had achieved the Tao, he still hadn't reached the step of immortality. However, even if he was an immortal, it should be difficult for him to escape such introspection. Thinking of this, he sighed softly and no longer restrained the thoughts in his heart. He closed his eyes slightly and quietly rested here. In the Longevity Gu clan's territory, he was not worried that any accidents would happen. At this time, outside the Longevity Gu clan's outer island, a divine rainbow was crossing over, flitting past the islands and mountains, passing between the teleportation arrays. When the clansmen saw this person, their expressions couldn't help but change slightly. Then, they became incomparably respectful and bowed in unison, not daring to be disrespectful. This was the little princess of the Longevity Gu clan, who had an identity that no one could compare to. Whether it was in the outside world or in the clan, no one dared to underestimate or provoke her. Moreover, because of some secrets back then, the current patriarch and many clan elders felt especially guilty towards this person. Of course, a big reason was that this little princess's talent was truly terrifying. In terms of peers, she was second only to young Master Xianxia. Many patriarchs also paid special attention to her, and even personally taught her and bestowed many treasures and abilities. Some time ago, this little princess disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where she went, causing many clansmen to be a little worried. Now that they saw her return safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Is Xianxia in the clan? Xianxia had a slender figure and a beautiful face. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she exuded a cold and arrogant arrogance. Even if she was asking the clansmen at this moment, she still had the air of an immortal. Although she appeared extremely delicate in front of Xianxia, it didn't mean that she was stupid. In terms of talent, she definitely surpassed countless girls of the same generation in the upper realm. Young master has been in the clan all this time. The clansman who reported felt his heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly replied. In the entire Longevity Gu clan, she was probably the only one who dared to call Xianxia by his name. Now, even the patriarchs who came out of the depths of the clan were polite to Xianxia, and didn't dare to treat him as a junior. Is he still there? Xianxia nodded, and a trace of pain and complexity flashed across her face, but she quickly regained her calm. In fact, on the way back to the Longevity Gu clan from the outer realm Divine Island, she heard a lot of news about Xianxia, including the date of his wedding with Kong. Then he went to the 100 Realms battlefield, destroyed hell, almost everything. Originally, she was very skeptical about the scene she saw in the rebirth pool, and even didn't dare to believe it. But on the way here, she kept thinking about what Xianxia had done all these years, and she couldn't help but think in that direction. She was actually very pained in her heart, and she was unwilling to accept the scene in the rebirth pool. But even Big Red was certain that the scene reflected by a divine object like the rebirth pool couldn't be fake. Of course, it could only be a fragment of the future, or a possibility of the future, or an ending. In fact, she wasn't the only one who saw the scene in the rebirth pool. She even saw the rest of the people. Xianxia didn't just see her end. She also saw the day of Xianxia and Kong's wedding, but on the night of the cave, blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia killed his wife with his own hands, cold and ruthless, as if he didn't have the slightest emotion. None of this has happened yet, and it can still be changed. Xianxia wouldn't be like this. At that time, he must have been controlled by the demon heart, I knew it. All this time, the problem of his demon heart has never been solved. Xianxia slightly gritted her teeth, and looked at the distant island and mountain range. Her eyes were sparkling, as if they were glistening with water. Disturb. The mountain range was serene and peaceful. Celestial mist was faintly discernible, the spirit spring gurgled, and the silver waterfall fell. Many auspicious beasts and birds chirped, drinking the clouds and inhaling the air. Their feathers reflected the divine chains, shining brilliantly. It was like a fairy's backyard in the myths. Xianxia passed through many islands and arrived at the divine island where Xianxia usually rested. The guards in charge of guarding the island did not dare to stop her when they saw her arrival, nor did they report it. Xianxia was the only exception in the Longevity Gu family. She did not need Xianxia's permission to come and go freely on this divine island. The other exception was Qingyi. Xianxia is not in the palace? Xianxia came all the way to the palace where Xianxia was cultivating in seclusion, but she didn't see him here. She was slightly stunned. She walked around in a circle, but could not figure out where Xianxia had gone. Could it be that he had secretly left the Longevity Gu family behind everyone's back, and was now planning something big somewhere? As she guessed, Xianxia's expression suddenly became gloomy. On the way here, she had already planned to find Xianxia and how to speak to him. Because it required a lot of courage to say those words. But now, even Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. She could only hide the words she wanted to say in her heart. The next time she saw Xianxia, she did not know if she would have the courage to say those words to him. If in the near future, Xianxia really brings disaster to the upper realm, what should I do? She thought of the many scenes of the future she saw in the rebirth pond. Xianxia shuddered and felt uneasy. She could not believe that in the near future, Xianxia would cause the entire upper realm to fall into a dark era. All living things lived in his fear and shadow. At least, the Xianxia she knew would never do such a thing. It was more like the Guchanga who had been controlled by the devil's heart when he was a child and was filled with terrifying demonic nature. This made her heart both painful and conflicted. The pond of rebirth allowed her to know the future of the entire upper realm in advance. What was the meaning of this? Do you want me to stop this? Xianxia couldn't help but murmur. Her crystal-clear eyes were filled with sadness. Even now, she still remembered that scene in Peach Village. The Peach Demon told her about Guchanga's demon heart and explained that Guchanga had an innate demon heart. Guchanga needed to suppress his demonic nature in order to stay awake, just like how he had to dig out her great Dao bone. Although it was led by the demonic nature, many things were actually done subconsciously by Guchanga. Back in the Longevity Gu clan's Nirvana Pond, Guchanga had been unable to suppress his demonic nature because he had returned the Grand Dao Bone to her, which had nearly led to a disaster. But at that time, Guchanga would rather destroy his own arms than hurt her in the slightest. These scenes were still vivid in Xianxia's mind. When she insisted on digging out the Nirvana Immortal Bone in Peach Village to help Guchanga suppress his demonic nature, Guchanga had revealed an unprecedented gloominess and ruthlessness. He had threatened her not to do so and that she had to take good care of the immortal bone. Otherwise, she would understand what it meant to be worse than death. Xianxia understood that Guchanga's words were not true. His original intention was to not let her do such a foolish thing. At that time, he even said that he would rather die than let me get hurt like this. Xianxia whispered to herself. 4. A moment, a faint glow appeared on her delicate, fair face. Her heart was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Unknowingly, she left the hall and headed in the direction of the mountain peak. Clouds rolled over there, as if hidden in the deepest part of the clouds. It was vast and could overlook the Longevity Gu family's myriad of sights. Guchanga, suddenly, Xianxia was stunned. Beside a green rock on the mountain peak, she saw a familiar figure. Black robes, black hair, handsome features, even more so than an immortal. Guchanga's eyes were slightly closed. He leaned against the green rock and fell asleep. Such tranquility, without a speck of dust. How did he fall asleep, and why is he here? Xianxia looked at Guchanga quietly. She did not make a sound to disturb Guchanga. Guchanga's appearance was very rare. She could not bear to disturb this tranquility. The last time when they were fighting in the 8 Desolates and 10 Regions, it seemed to be the same. Guchanga fought against several Dao masters and suffered heavy injuries. And when she went to visit Guchanga, he also fell asleep like this. He even leaned on her shoulder. That clear and steady breathing sound, Xianxia could still remember. He's tasted all the splendor in the world. He must be tired every day. At this moment, Xianxia could not help but feel pity for him. In front of others, Guchanga's glory was limitless. He suppressed the ages and was extremely dazzling. Who had the right to see this side of Guchanga? For a moment, the scenes in the Lake of Rebirth appeared in her mind. Although her ending was very tragic, Guchanga should have been unable to control himself at that time, right? If I dig out the immortal bone and give it to him, will I be able to suppress his demonic nature and prevent everything in the future? This thought floated uncontrollably in Xianxia's mind. She looked at Guchanga in a daze. For a moment, she did not know what to do. If her immortal bone could really rewrite the future, then wouldn't that be a fortunate thing? When she was young, her immortal bone was dug out. She was able to survive. Now, what was an immortal bone? What's wrong? Xianxia, why are you looking at me like that? Just as Xianxia was in a daze, an unhurried voice sounded in front of her. Guchanga opened his eyes, looked at her, and asked with a faint smile. Although he had rested for a while, it did not mean that he had sealed off his 5 senses. So the moment Xianxia stepped onto the mountain peak, he had already sensed and woken up. Did I disturb your rest? Xianxia did not expect Guchanga to wake up at this time. Her eyes showed some panic, and she hurriedly looked to the side. She seemed to feel guilty that she had been staring at Guchanga and had been discovered by him. Then do I look good? Since you've been staring at me for so long, how could I not sense it? Guchanga got up and walked towards her with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Who stared at you for so long? Xianxia was a little flustered. Her face was flushed, and she was flustered because Guchanga had exposed her. She hurriedly denied it. She had a lot of things she wanted to say. But after being teased by Guchanga, she could not say anything. Maybe I saw wrongly. Guchanga smiled and looked her up and down. He saw that her cultivation was much more profound than the last time he saw her. It was obvious that she had encountered a lot of opportunities and improved a lot. Among the younger generation today, there were probably not many who could be her match. You must have seen wrongly. You're confused from sleeping. Gu Xian'er snorted. Guchanga did not care about her little thoughts. He smiled and said, "Oh right, where have you been all this time? If you hadn't come back, I'm afraid I would have sent someone to track you down." Although he was joking, he was indeed a little curious about what Gu Xian'er had encountered. Why did she look at him with such a complicated expression after returning to the Gu family? Why do you care where I went? I can't compare to you who destroyed hell. Gu Xian'er would not mention the Lake of Rebirth. Her expression returned to its usual coldness, and she did not want to talk to Guchanga. She had not thought of how to explain it to Guchanga. Although the scene in the Lake of Rebirth predicted that Guchanga would become the enemy of the entire world in the future. He would even be framed as the inheritor of the demonic art, and would be suppressed by various forces. However, that would not be able to do anything to Guchanga. On the contrary, the various forces would pay a heavy price because of this. In the future, the entire upper realm would be shrouded in Guchanga's terrifying shadow. Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. I'm too lazy to force you. Since you're back, I'll be going to Peach Village in a few days. With you around, it'll be much more convenient. Guchanga smiled and did not continue asking. Coincidentally, he planned to go to Peach Village before the wedding to ask the Peach Demon some things. At the same time, he took a look at his cheap little disciple, Yao Yao, who he brought up from the lower realm. Of course, Guchanga still remembered that in the Immortal Academy, there was Old Shur, who was also a contemporary of the Peach Demon, Chan Hongi, and the Devil Lord. You're back in Peach Village? When Gu Xian'er heard this, her eyes dimmed. She thought of the future she saw in the Lake of Rebirth. In order to avenge her, her teachers were all brutally killed by Guchanga in the end. Even her sister, the Peach Demon, was only left with a burnt peach tree stump, standing at the desolate entrance of the village. The thoughts in her heart were shaken again. If the images that appeared in the rebirth pool were all real, then, in the near future, not only her, but even Guchanga's fiancé, Yu Ming, her teachers, and relatives. Too many people would face a tragic fate. Peach Village was located in the depths of the forsaken immortal land. There was a section of wilderness in the middle, where many terrifying beasts lived since ancient times. Especially in recent years, there had been a great change in the upper realm. Many ancient Tao masters had been revived. The danger level of that wilderness had increased by more than 1,000 times. In the past, the strength of a great saint could cross it. However, now, even a great saint was afraid and did not dare to step in. It was very quiet here, as if it was isolated from the rest of the world. There were specks of light, and fog lingered. There was a small emerald-like lake, green grass was lush, and many spirit deer were looking for food with their heads lowered. A group of children were playing at the entrance of the village. A few old men gathered together and smoked tobacco, looking very relaxed. An extremely lush and dazzling peach tree bloomed at the entrance of the village. Peach blossoms bloomed one after another, carrying a rouge-like luster. It was beautiful and moving. One could see strands of divine light cascading down, and there was chaotic energy hidden within. It was divine and alluring. When some ferocious beasts with extremely terrifying auras passed by the entrance of the village, they could not help but cast fearful and respectful gazes at this small village. Except for that terrifying and unfathomable peach tree. Many of the old people in the village had cultivation bases that were difficult to guess. It was definitely not a problem for them to kill a great saint. Today, in the sky above the village entrance, a divine light descended. Two figures, a man and a woman, slowly descended. It's Sister Xian'er. Sister Xian'er is back. Peach Village was not big. The children playing at the entrance of the village saw Guchanga and Gu Xian'er at first glance. They cheered in surprise and quickly ran over to welcome Xianxia. Although Xianxia had only been here once, they were not unfamiliar with Xianxia. The last time Xianxia came to Peach Village, he gave them many toys and spiritual fruits to help them cultivate. Therefore, they had a good impression of this young man who was like a banished immortal. Little flower, little tiger, you've all grown taller. After Xianxia returned to the Peach Village, she no longer looked as cold as before. With a smile on her face, she greeted the children. The villagers at the entrance of the village also walked over. They were very surprised and greeted Xianxia. It had been a long time since Xianxia returned to Peach Village. They also missed Xianxia very much. Xianxia, this little girl still knows to come back and see us old men. The few old men all gathered around with kind smiles. Their eyes were full of ambiguity. They kept looking at Xianxia and Xianxia. This made Xianxia feel somewhat embarrassed and angry. He rolled his eyes at them. Greetings, young Master Gu. However, they also knew Xianxia's identity and did not dare to be too presumptuous. They bowed slightly to him. Everyone is Xianxia's family. There's no need to be so polite. Xianxia did not seem to care about this. He had a slight smile on his face. Soon, Xianxia's masters appeared from within the village. They were still as mysterious as before. Some were crippled, some were blind, and all of them had different injuries. In fact, at this level, it was easy for powerful cultivators to be reborn from a drop of blood. Only some extremely serious Dao injuries would cause the injury to remain, making it difficult to regrow a severed limb. However, Xianxia's teachers all had their own experiences and stories. They were unwilling to let their broken limbs and lame legs heal just like that. Grandmaster, Second Grandmaster, Third Grandmaster. Xianxia has returned to see all of you. Xianxia obediently greeted each of the masters one by one, completely different from the arrogant and cold appearance she had in front of Xianxia. Xianxia, your cultivation has improved quite a bit, looks like I've had quite a few fortuitous encounters recently. Several of the honored masters looked at Xianxia from head to toe with admiration. They were very satisfied when they confirmed that she had not slacked in her cultivation during this period of time. As for Xianxia, in their opinion, he had already reached the point where they couldn't see through him and needed to be wary of him. When Xianxia first came to the Peach Village, his cultivation had yet to reach the supremacy realm. However, in just a few short years, he was already standing at the peak of the upper realm. Even those who had achieved the Dao were no match for him. This made them feel very incredulous. Even though they had seen many prodigies, they had never seen a prodigy like Xianxia. Greetings, seniors. Xianxia, on the other hand, behaved very naturally. She cupped her hands slightly to Xianxia's several masters, and then began to look at the village seriously again. Compared to the last time he was here. Now, he could clearly sense the strength of Xianxia's teachers. Almost all of them had achieved the Dao. Among them, the village chief, Xianxia's honored master, had the most terrifying strength. Compared to the 4 palace masters of hell, Yama, air, he was not inferior. He was a figure of the same generation as the great elder of the heavenly palace of immortals. If the environment allowed, he would definitely be able to take that final step. The many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the outside world probably would not have imagined that such a terrifying village was hidden in the deepest part of the forsaken immortal land. Not to mention, there was a beautiful and mysterious peach tree at the entrance of the village. Honored Master. Honored Master, at this moment, in the Peach Village, a little girl wearing a small flower-colored jacket ran over in surprise. Her facial features were as exquisite as a painting, her skin was as white as porcelain, and her hair was combed into a ponytail. Her pair of black and sparkling eyes revealed a sense of delicacy, which made her look even more obedient. She was the disciple that Xianxia took in the lower realm, Yao Yao. After he brought Yao Yao to the upper realm, he placed her in the Peach Village and did not care about her after that. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Yao Yao and the Peach Demon at the entrance of the village were of the same origin. The two of them were like sisters, and to Yao Yao, living together here was a peaceful and happy thing. Looking at Yao Yao running toward him, she did not look much older than before. Xianxia showed a gentle expression on his face. He squatted down and patted her head gently. Yao Yao, I haven't had time to visit Yao Yao, you don't blame me, do you? No, Yao Yao doesn't blame you, honored master. Although Yao Yao misses you, I know that you're very busy and don't have time to visit Yao Yao. Yao Yao is doing very well in the Peach Village. The uncles and aunts in the village are very kind to me. Moreover, Yao Yao has a sister here, so I'm very happy every day. The little girl's face was still as obedient and sensible as usual. She had a happy smile on her face as she said this, which made one feel sorry for her. It's good that Yao Yao likes it here. Look at what I brought for you. Guchanga smiled gently. As he spoke, a light flashed in his hand. In an instant, there were many small toys and accessories that could only be found in the mortal world, as well as all kinds of delicious pastries and spirit fruits. Looking at these things, Yao Yao's eyes suddenly brightened. She was so happy that she curved into a crescent moon shape. Thank you, honored master. She was not interested in cultivation. Her only pursuit was to live a carefree life. Therefore, Guchanga did not bring her many things related to cultivation. After that, the little girl shared with Guchanga many of the joys of life in the Peach Village in recent years. At the same time, she also shared the various small things that Guchanga brought for her with the many children in the Peach Village. Guchanga could see that she was indeed very happy in the Peach Village. Everyone was very kind to her. During this time, the Peach Demon even brought her to the lower realm where she lived before, and found the mother-in-law who adopted her. Unfortunately, Yao Yao's mother-in-law did not want to come to the upper realm. Back then, her relatives were all killed by her enemies. After taking revenge, she guarded the graves of her relatives. Because of the arrival of Guchanga and Xianxia, the Peach Village became very lively. Many elders and aunties took out their own treasures and wine to treat the two of them. Although the forsaken immortal land was desolate, there was no lack of all kinds of ferocious beast meat outside. Although Guchanga and Xianxia were already used to all kinds of delicacies, immortal and divine dishes. But in the Peach Village, when they tasted meat cooked with other methods, there was a different flavor. The peach trees at the entrance of the village swayed. The petals were sparkling and beautiful. When the breeze blew, strands of immortal silk fell. Night fell. The bonfire was still burning. Even Xianxia had drunk a lot of wine. She showed a delicate expression. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white and tender arms. She tore at the ferocious beast meat. There was no trace of her usual cold and fairy-like appearance in front of the world. Her big eyes seemed to be shimmering with water, reflecting the bonfire and Guchanga's face. She seemed to be staring blankly at Guchanga. As if she thought of something, there was an unconcealable blush on her small face. Guchanga, you're not allowed to bully me in the future, her words were unclear, as if she was mumbling in a low voice. When the surrounding villagers heard this, they could not help but laugh. Even Xianxia's master smiled. Because of the tragic experience in her childhood, they doted on Xianxia very much. Last time, when Guchanga returned to Peach Village with her, they were worried that Xianxia might be threatened by Guchanga. Guchanga was the culprit who dug out her bone of Dao when she was young and almost killed her. She did not seem to care about this at all. Instead, she was very close to Guchanga. Later, they found out from the Peach Demon that Guchanga had an innate demon heart. What he did when he was young was actually not controlled by him. But they were still wary of Guchanga. They were very worried. Are you drunk? Looking at Xianxia leaning towards him, Guchanga shook his head speechlessly. I'm not drunk. Xianxia glared at him. She seemed to be very dissatisfied with Guchanga's disdain for her. Guchanga sighed. He took out a clean handkerchief and gently wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth. I'm warning you, don't bully me in the future, she mumbled with her eyes slightly closed and found a comfortable position to lean against Guchanga. That's hard to say. Don't provoke me. Guchanga smiled. However, Xianxia did not pay attention to him, and soon let out a light and steady breathing sound. In his hand was a piece of oily vicious beast's thigh. Then, without caring about anything else, he grabbed at Guchanga's sleeve and smeared the oil on it. The people of Peach Village watched this scene with trepidation. Begging for fresh flowers although they had never been to the outside world, They would occasionally encounter some rogue cultivators while hunting and obtain some information about the outside world from them. How terrifying was Guchanga's power now? Even those who had achieved the Tao would tremble and feel uneasy in front of him. Who dared to be as presumptuous as Gu Xian'er? However, Guchanga seemed to be used to this, and drank his wine calmly. The night was getting darker, and the moon was hazy, making Peach Village even more quiet and peaceful. The bonfire dispersed, and the villagers returned to their homes one after another. Gu Xian'er was taken to rest by a few ants. She was still in a deep sleep. After returning to Peach Village, she was completely at peace. There was nothing to worry about. It was rare that she could have a good rest. Don't you want to come out and meet me? Guchanga did not rest. Instead, he held a wine cup in one hand and a wine pot in the other, and walked unhurriedly to the entrance of the village. Then, ignoring the surprised looks of Gu Xian'er's masters, he sat down on a rock nearby. He seemed to be talking to himself, but in fact, he was talking to the peach monster. Whoosh! Under the blowing of the breeze, the leaves fluttered lightly, making a wave-like sound. The peach tree became more and more crystalline, and every petal of the peach blossoms was faintly filled with chaotic chi. Fog appeared here, and quickly enveloped the surroundings. The old monsters of Peach Village could not see the scene here clearly. They tactfully retracted their gazes, and did not look back. The peach monster's cultivation was even more unfathomable. As the guardian of Peach Village, she was not someone they could pry into. Usually, even the village chief treated the peach monster with great respect. A blurry figure of peerless beauty slowly appeared from the peach tree. Her figure was slender, and there seemed to be 3,000 divine kingdoms around her. She was hazy and divine, and also had a demonic feeling. Long time no see. How have you been? The peach monster appeared. Her long black hair flowed with light, and the light was so bright that it could reflect people. Her glass-like eyes looked at Guchanga, revealing a complicated expression. Guchanga felt that there seemed to be another meaning in her words. The words "I hope you've been well since we last met" caused many images to flash through his mind at lightning speed. To be precise, it was not an image, but a figure. This was not a person, but a demon. She hugged her knees and sat in the boundless wilderness. Behind her was a withered peach tree. She was very beautiful. Her long black hair was like a mirror, and it was so bright that it could reflect people. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance, and her eyes reflected the clear sky and mountains. However, her expression was lonely, as if she was waiting for someone. Guchanga knew that this figure was the peach monster in front of him. She was a rare friend of Xianxia. Xianxia had once brought her back to the mountain where the Devil Lord lived, and planted her beside a blue stone. Before the Forbidden Era, because she blocked a blow from the Devil Lord for Xianxia, she was severely injured and almost died. After that, various coincidences led to her becoming the guardian of Peach Village. Perhaps it was because of Yao Yao, but compared to the last time Guchanga saw her, the peach monster seemed to have remembered many things. However, unlike Xianxia, the peach monster did not seem to have deep hatred for the Devil Lord. Aren't you going to meet your old friend? Guchanga calmly poured himself a glass of wine and drank it without a care. The peach monster looked at him with a complicated expression. She knew that the old friend Guchanga was talking about was Xianxia, who had escaped from the demon burial abyss. Until now, she did not know Guchanga's identity. Was he the reincarnation of the Devil Lord, or what, if he was really the Devil Lord? Then why would the Devil Lord, who had destroyed everything and buried an entire era in darkness, be reincarnated in the end? One had to know that when she was still an incomparably weak little demon, she was still an extremely weak little demon. The Devil Lord stood at the peak of the entire world. His cultivation was unfathomable and hard to describe. Even after she became an immortal and went further in this realm, she still felt that she was as small as a speck of dust in front of the Devil Lord. In fact, if the Devil Lord really wanted to kill Xianxia, he did not need to spend much effort. With her strength, it was impossible for her to block a blow from the Devil Lord. How many secrets were hidden? The peach monster really wanted to ask Guchanga all this personally. But now, she did not know what identity Guchanga was using to talk to her. She could reach this step only because of the Devil Lord's guidance back then. Otherwise, she would not have been able to reach the immortal realm and go so far in this realm as an ordinary peach monster without much talent. 2. At the entrance of Peach Village, white fog surged, blurring everything. The peach demon revealed her true form, her dress fluttering in the wind, her hair black, and her beauty unmatched. It's the same whether she sees me or not. If she wants to see me, she will come. She was a little dazed, then she recovered and shook her head. She had naturally heard of Xianxia escaping from the demon burial abyss, slaughtering everyone, and establishing the demon mountain. However, she had always been lazy and had long been used to this small place like Peach Village. She did not even want to take half a step out of the forsaken immortal land. How many eras and years had passed since the Forbidden Era, she had almost forgotten Peach Demon. She was once an old friend, but was she still the same person? Moreover, Xianxia should be able to sense her aura and understand that she had not fallen. If she really wanted to see her, there were not many people in the upper realm who could stop her. Is that so? Xianxia raised his cup and drank, smiling faintly. She's busy taking revenge on me now, so she naturally has no time to look for you. What happened in the past? Why? Hearing this, the peach demon fell silent for a moment, then looked at Xianxia and could not help but ask softly. In the end, she asked the question that had been in her heart. This was something she had always been puzzled about. For Xianxia was the person she respected and admired the most. He was both a teacher and a father. Although Xianxia was strict with her, she had never let her suffer any grievances. The peach demon did not know why Xianxia, who had once loved Xianxia, would choose to turn her weapon on him in the end. That battle was too terrifying after all. Even with her realm back then, she was deeply frightened and as lowly as an ant. The heavenly Tao collapsed, the myriad tribulations descended, and even the long river of time collapsed and became chaotic. All the eras were destroyed, and the eternal immortal palace was destroyed. Many eras were buried and destroyed. Later generations were terrified when talking about it, and could only call it a taboo. If I say I can't remember now, would you believe me? Hearing this question, Xianxia did not seem surprised and asked with a smile. I believe you. If it was you back then, you wouldn't have spoken to me like that. When the peach demon heard this, she also smiled gently. Her already peerless figure became even more extraordinary. In the past, when she was still a little peach tree, she had talked to Xianxia like this night. It was just that at that time, he was like the lonely moon, the unfathomable wind, and she was just a tiny speck of dust that could only silently look up at him. It seems that something unimaginable must have happened in the end for this to happen. The peach demon shook his head and sighed lightly, and he felt slightly regretful and emotional about this. After she woke up, she had to pay a huge price to slowly regain her memory. If it wasn't for Yao Yao, she would probably still be in a hazy state. Xianxia was once an unspeakable and inconceivable existence. If he wanted to recover, the price would be even more unimaginable. The upper realm is about to be in chaos, and I will leave soon. Maybe the immortal region and the upper realm will merge, or maybe a greater opportunity will come. Xianxia took another sip of wine and said leisurely. At first, he thought that the peach demon could sense something, even if it was some fragments of the future. However, judging from her reaction now, she did not seem to want to care about the matters of the outside world, and did not even want to leave Peach Village. You didn't come to me just to catch up and talk about the past, right? How could the peach demon not understand Xianxia's meaning? After a moment of silence, she asked. Xianxia smiled approvingly and said, actually, it's not a big deal, I just want you to do me a favor. What is it that you need my help with? The peach demon was somewhat interested in this, although her current cultivation had indeed surpassed the shackles of this world. However, it did not mean that she could exert power beyond the immortal realm. Xianxia's current methods were definitely more terrifying than hers. If even he could not solve the problem, how could she help? I want you to protect something for me. To be exact, I want you to protect an ancient realm, Xianxia said slowly. An ancient realm? The peach demon was even more shocked when she heard that. With her current strength, she could even protect an imperishable sect or supreme sage orthodoxy, let alone an ancient realm. Moreover, why would Xianxia ask her to do that, Was there anyone in this world who dared to go against him and attack the ancient realm that he wanted to protect? Xianxia was not surprised by the peach demon's reaction. He nodded and said, "I've thought about it for a long time, and I think your identity is the most suitable." In fact, he had been planning to scheme against the entire upper realm for a long time. The thing that he wanted the peach demon to protect was none other than the epic Dao fruit. In terms of time, the epic Dao fruit would ripen in a few days. Xianxia planned to use the epic Dao fruit as bait to attract the strongest forces of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help him take the final step. The plan was not complicated, but he had to be careful about keeping it a secret from everyone. Especially those old monsters who had cultivated for more than 10 million years, or even those who had been hiding since a few epochs ago. They were the strongest forces of various orthodoxies. Although they could not achieve the immortal realm, they could still fight against an immortal realm cultivator. In their own era, they were also stunning talents, unmatched throughout the ages, existences that no one could compare to. Not only were they terrifyingly strong, but they were also extraordinarily intelligent. They would notice anything that was not right, and they would even deduce the flaws. Therefore, Xianxia had to be careful in order to pass off the false as the truth. Not only did he need to find an extremely ancient realm, but he also needed to nurture the epic Dao fruit in it so that he could spread the news and lure those big fish into the trap. Among them, the peach demon's role was to reassure those peerless old freaks. After all, how could the epic Dao fruit not have a guardian? The peach demon was a figure from the taboo era. The aura on her body represented unpredictability. Who could deduce her origins? On the other hand, the epic Dao fruit had disappeared in the upper realm for countless years. The upper realm had been conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions for many epochs because they thought the epic Dao fruit was lost there. Unfortunately, after conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme factions of the upper realm had searched through the 8 desolates and 10 regions, but they could not find anything related to the epic Dao fruit. Now, there was a lot of news about the immortal path, including the news about the epic Dao fruit. Would those peerless old evildoers and the most powerful ancient existences in the upper realm still be able to sit still? I understand. The peach demon remained silent. She did not ask Xianxia why he was doing this. Even if she did not agree, she knew Xianxia would definitely have ways to make her agree. Be it in the past or now, Xianxia was not a soft-hearted person. He would not show any mercy on account of their past friendship. Don't worry, I'm just lending you a Dharma body. Of course, if you want to go with your real body, it's fine too, Xianxia smiled casually. He had not found a suitable ancient realm yet. Therefore, he still had to make a trip to the royal court of Ultimatine to retrieve the Ultimatine origin. What happened after that was even simpler. Xianxia only needed to completely refine and merge the suitable ancient realm with the true palm-sized world he had obtained from hell, turning it into the devil's kingdom in his palm. Even those who had achieved the Tao, or even the broken immortal, would fall into eternal oblivion once they set foot in it. Were the orthodoxies in the upper realm not secretly plotting against him? In that case, Xianxia had prepared such a huge surprise for them in advance. For the next few days, Xianxia stayed in Peach Village. He would either bicker with Xianxia, take Xiaoyao around, or chat with the peach demon at the entrance of the village about matters related to the Forbidden Era. Xianxia's many masters were quite familiar with him. Sometimes, when they talked about some cultivation issues, they would even argue for a long time. In some ways, Xianxia's words made them feel as if the clouds had cleared and they deeply admired him. At this moment, they no longer believed that Xianxia would hurt Xianxia. Instead, they began to guess Xianxia's true identity. If he was really just a young person, they would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Which young person's understanding and control of Tao techniques would shock them, make them feel awe and respect him. On the contrary, they believed that Xianxia was the reincarnation of some unbelievably strong person. His cultivation base at his peak was unpredictable and indescribable. He was the king of immortals, the emperor of immortals, and even the ancestor of immortals. While Xianxia stayed in Peach Village for a few days, the upper realm was also changing and undercurrents were surging. News about hell, Buddha slaughter, and the recently rising spring breeze Jasper Tower quickly swept through the upper realm under the spreading of intentional people. Every day, cultivators and living beings could be seen in various ancient cities discussing this matter, causing everyone to be anxious. Actually, Hell and Buddha Slaughter are in big trouble because they are blocking the rise of Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Many people are saying that young Master Xianxia is actually the master behind Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. He is secretly supporting this assassin organization. That's why he attacked Hell and Buddha Slaughter. In the restaurant, many young heavenly prides gathered. Everyone was shrouded in divine light and had powerful auras. They were also talking about this matter. They were all in high spirits and were very concerned about Xianxia. Judging from all the signs, Xianxia definitely had a deep relationship with Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Therefore, there were also orthodoxies calling for everyone to find the headquarters of Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Just like how they destroyed Hell, they should completely destroy it to get rid of future troubles. They did not want it to develop into a second Hell. Of course, there were also cultivators and living beings who maintained a skeptical attitude. If Xianxia really wanted the Spring Breeze Azure Jade Pavilion to be the sole dominant force, then why didn't he continue to make a move on the other side of the assassin nation, Fu too? Many people felt that Xianxia must have some kind of unresolvable hatred with Hell. However, under the intentional suppression of various orthodoxies, this kind of talk was very weak and did not cause much of a stir. Actually, this is just a small matter. Spring Breeze Jasper Tower only emerged in the last few thousand years. It's still too early for them to grow to be comparable to Hell. Instead, there's another matter that is more important to me. In the pavilion, a skypride shook his head and softly analyzed. He was tall and had golden eyes with traces of the cross Tao maxim flowing around them. His aura was mysterious and did not seem like someone from this era. The rest of the people were extremely respectful to him. They could not help but look at him in shock when they heard this. "Brother Jin Yun, why do you say so?" A skypride girl asked with a strange look in her eyes. The man in front of her was an outlawed skypride from ancient times. He had just broken out of the celestial source in this era and came from the imperishable sect Purple Cloud Valley. His strength was extremely terrifying and was comparable to Six Crown King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others. He was a giant among the younger generation except for Xianxia. Naturally, his words were more convincing. Actually, you've all overlooked a very important point. However, I believe that the forces behind you should have told you. The outlawed skypride named Jin Yun raised his wine cup and gently shook his head. A strange look flashed across his eyes as he recalled Purple Cloud Valley's instructions. He spoke unhurriedly. Although he had not personally interacted with Xianxia. However, he had heard rumors about him almost every day. His ears were getting calluses from hearing so much. He was proud and believed that he was invincible. He had waited until this era to be born. In fact, it was also to train himself so that he could come into contact with the legendary immortal realm. However, Xianxia's existence made him doubt himself. "Brother Jin Yun, are you referring to?" Young Master Xianxia is actually the true inheritor of the demonic art. Hearing Jin Yun's words, the pavilion fell silent for a moment. Everyone's expression became unnatural. In fact, they were not the only ones. Now, there were rumors everywhere saying that Xianxia was actually Zero. Two of the true inheritor of the demonic art. However, he hid it so well that he did not reveal any flaws. Otherwise, how could he have reached such an unbelievable level at such a young age? One should know that even ancient books would not dare to record it like this. However, many of the skyprides present were not stupid. They would not blindly follow the news. They also had their own thoughts. In fact, from the perspective of the younger generation, they really could not see how Xianxia was related to the inheritor of the demonic art. On the contrary, it had always been Xianxia who was fighting against the mysterious inheritor of the demonic art, saving many skyprides from this disaster. Actually, this is inevitable. The tables have turned. This doesn't require any evidence. It's nothing more than a pretext. Young Master Xianxia has grown to the point where everyone is afraid of him. The upper realm needs such a reason to attack him. There was a moment of silence in the pavilion. Some of the more straightforward young skyprides sighed with emotion in their eyes. Jin Yun shook his head disapprovingly and did not say anything else. He was just following Purple Cloud Valley's instructions and conveying this message. Everyone fell silent once more. Although they felt a little sad for the loss of their kind, they still felt relieved in their hearts. The pressure that Xianxia brought to everyone was too terrifying. It was almost suffocating. If young Master Xianxia falls, it's actually a blessing for us. Come, let's drink. This matter has nothing to do with us. We're not qualified to be involved. Then, a sky pride broke the silence. He smiled bitterly and began to ask everyone to drink, not wanting to think too much. In fact, there was no need for anyone to push it. During this period of time, the upper realm was also surging with undercurrents. Ever since Hell was destroyed, many orthodoxies were searching for clues about the other assassin nation, Futu. Many of the secrets of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pagoda were revealed under the investigation of various orthodoxies. Many ancient figures with profound attainments in the Tao of divination began to deduce, trying to trace the origin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pagoda. Of course, Xianxia had anticipated this. That was why he had instructed Bai Lianer to have Bai Hua and Bai Kuan conceal the heavenly secrets of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pagoda long ago. This was not a long-term plan, and Xianxia did not expect to conceal it forever. He only wanted to buy some time. In the upper realm, the rumor that Xianxia was the inheritor of the demonic arts spread like wildfire, and it was inevitable that it would spread like wildfire. At first, it was only circulating among the major orthodoxies. Later on, the rumors became more and more intense. Not only were the disciples and elders of the major orthodoxies discussing it, but even the ordinary cultivators and itinerant cultivators were also discussing it. As long as this continues, I believe that Xianxia will not be able to resist the urge to refute the rumors. That will be a good opportunity for us to make our move. He will definitely not allow such black water to be splashed on him, in the deepest part of the ancestral lands of the many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. Many terrifying figures shrouded in chaotic mist looked at the horizon and couldn't help but sneer. All of this was within their expectations. In fact, it was only because of their incitement and push that it caused such a huge impact. In the end, it was because Xianxia was too dazzling. Everyone was afraid of him, so they had no choice but to do this. Of course, such things were not rare since ancient times. Many outstanding heavenly prides had more or less collapsed on their path of cultivation due to various reasons. They were not truly invincible. In their opinion, Xianxia's fate was already decided. No matter how dazzling he was now, it was destined to be a short-lived firework or a shooting star that passed by in a flash. In the long river of history, he could only make a small splash at most, and it would be gone in the blink of an eye. Are all the orthodoxies planning to attack my Gu clan? Could it be that you want to kill until the heavens collapse and the ages are overturned? Meanwhile, in the Longevity Gu clan, there was an extremely grand palace. Many elders who received the news gathered here. Their expressions were heavy, and there was even coldness and murderous intent. Many figures with terrifying auras stood in the depths of the hall. Every single one of them seemed to have come from the outer world. Their eyes were extremely cold, and many terrifying scenes were occurring within them. The moon fell, the stars were destroyed, the universe collapsed, all living beings wailed, and all Daos collapsed. They were all figures at the level of the Longevity Gu clan's old ancestors. They had been revived in this world for the sake of seizing the opportunity to become immortals. To them, Xianxia wasn't just a simple junior. He was the hope of the Longevity Gu clan for countless eras. How could they allow the orthodoxies of the upper realm to plot against them like this? How could Xianxia be related to the inheritor of the demonic arts? It's nothing more than the saying, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. All they want is a reasonable excuse. As for evidence, that's not necessary. An elder said with a sour expression. Naturally, he knew what the orthodoxies were planning. They saw that Xianxia's brilliance was too dazzling. They were worried that if he grew even more, he would destroy the balance that the upper realm had maintained for countless years. Of course, the biggest reason was that they couldn't bear to see a young man grow up so quickly, to the point where they trembled in fear. The destruction of Hell was the best example. In the end, Xianxia was too high profile. He didn't even let us do anything. He destroyed Hell on his own. That's why they're afraid and deeply uneasy. They want to eliminate this threat in advance. An elder in the depths of the palace sighed. Although he had just awakened, he had already figured out the cause and effect of everything. The eyes of an ancestor beside him were unusually cold as he spoke slowly. I didn't expect that after so many years, so many orthodoxies would forget about us. Do they really think that the Gu family is something they can bully? It seems that we've been silent for too long. If the immortal gate opens today, so what if the immortal realm clans come to receive us? Even if the upper realm collapses, so what? Another elder also spoke, his voice filled with murderous intent and anger. The Longevity Gu family had existed for so long that it could be traced back to before the taboo era. Later on, due to the collapse of the great path of heaven and earth, many cultivation rules were destroyed. The immortal realm and the upper realm were separated by the heavens and earth, and were difficult to connect. Most of the powerful clans had no choice but to leave their home and rebuild their lives in the immortal realm. For countless years, the Longevity Gu family and the immortal realm had a very deep relationship. They were not afraid of any orthodoxies in the upper realm. This time, if the orthodoxies really dared to make a move on Xianxia, they would naturally make them pay a heavy price. With the elder's words, Lindian can rest assured. Xianxia hasn't been in the family during this time. As his father, I don't know what he's planning. However, Xianxia has been smart and calm since young. I'm sure he's already thought of a countermeasure before he destroyed hell. We don't need to worry too much. The person who spoke was Xianxia's father, Gu Lindian. He nodded with a somewhat serious expression. As the head of the Longevity Gu family, in terms of cultivation base, he was far inferior to Xianxia. However, he still had a lot of say in many matters, big and small. Soon, a large army began to gather on the many divine islands and mountains of the Longevity Gu family. In some of the small worlds, dazzling light portals appeared one after another. Many riders walked out, their murderous auras filling the sky. Billowing blood mist shook the sky. In the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Taichu divine sect, and many other imperishable forces. Many ancient existences also began to discuss countermeasures because of the news circulating in the heavens of the upper realm. The Taichu divine sect was the most reliable ally of the Longevity Gu family. There were even rumors that the Taichu divine sect was actually a branch of the Longevity Gu family many years ago. Of course, no one knew whether this rumor was true or not. In short, if the immortal war and the imperishable tribulation happened in the upper realm, the Longevity Gu family and the Taichu divine sect would definitely be in cahoots. There was no doubt about this. As for the unparalleled immortal dynasty, because of the marriage between the current Mingkong Empress and Xianxia, they had a close relationship with Xianxia. When the time came, she would definitely stand on the side of the Longevity Gu family. Apart from that, there were many hidden forces and orthodoxies in the upper realm that were inextricably linked to the Longevity Gu family and Xianxia. This turbulent undercurrent was quietly sweeping through the entire upper realm. Many cultivators and living beings felt like the calm before the storm. They were deeply uneasy and did not want to be involved. Meanwhile, all the orthodoxies were staring at Xianxia's figure, wanting to know his actions and reactions. However, to many people's disappointment, after destroying hell, Xianxia seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. Even the many elders of the Longevity Gu family did not know where he was. Many cultivators guessed that Xianxia had a premonition that there would be a great tribulation targeting him, so he deliberately found a place to lie low. Of course, many people felt that this was impossible. With Xianxia's personality, he was not the kind of person who would hide from the world. At this moment, Xianxia, as a person of the current era, had quietly left Peach Village. According to the token given to him by Princess Jia Nan of the Imperial Court of Juyin, he planned to go to the Imperial Court of Juyin. In Peach Village, Xianxia was about to explode when she realized that he had left without saying goodbye. She felt wronged and resentful. For the past few days, she had been thinking about how to speak to Xianxia and prevent the future calamity. However, Xianxia had secretly left Peach Village behind her back. She did not even know where Xianxia had gone. Damn it, Xianxia could not calm down. She was extremely resentful of Xianxia's actions. The Imperial Court of Juyin was located in the deepest part of Juyin Heaven. It was the most mysterious place. Juin heaven did not belong to any of the heavens in the upper realm. However, basically all the living beings and cultivators in the upper realm knew about Juin heaven. They were shocked and fearful of it. That was because Juin heaven was too terrifying. It contained unimaginable dangers. Many orthodoxies were swallowed up by Juin heaven. They disappeared and no longer existed. A few years ago, many of the orthodoxies in the upper realm worked together to establish a true immortal academy. It was all to cultivate a true immortal in this generation to stop the calamity of Juin heaven. The Ren ancestor of the Ren ancestor hall also took it as his mission to destroy Juin heaven. When Juin heaven was mentioned, there was no cultivator who did not feel fear. Today, Guchanga was holding Jiannan's keepsake in his hand and standing on an extremely mysterious land. The land was dark and there was no vegetation. There was no end in sight, and no life could be seen. There were only piles of corpses of various colors. The blood even dyed the land black. Fog shrouded the endless territory. Even the heaven and earth were black. There was no end in sight. Beside Guchanga stood the Juin spirit who came to receive him. It was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to a human. Normally, only Juin spirits who had the bloodline of the Juin royal family would look like a human. "Greetings, sir. My name is Jia Ming. I am the servant of the eldest princess. She ordered me to come here to receive you," the middle-aged man said respectfully. He knew Guchanga's identity. Juin heaven was extremely mysterious. Almost no living beings from the outside world had ever set foot here. "Where's Jianan? Why didn't she come to see me personally?" Guchanga casually glanced at the person in front of him and was a little surprised. "The eldest princess is busy with the ancestral worship and can't leave. She can't come to receive you personally. I hope you won't blame her." The middle-aged man's expression became slightly solemn. He was afraid that Guchanga would be angry, so he hurriedly explained. "Ancestral worship?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows. Actually, it was his first time coming to the Juin spirit nation. It was also his first time hearing about the ancestral worship. "Yes, sir. It's the ancestral worship. It's related to the creation of the reincarnation platform. In recent years, the number of Juin spirits has been decreasing. Even if they're buried in the deepest part of the clan for tens of millions of years, it's very difficult to produce a pure Juin spirit." The middle-aged man saw that Guchanga was a little confused and hurriedly explained. This was because the eldest princess Jianan had already told him before that he could reveal anything about the reincarnation platform to Guchanga. Pure Juin spirit? Hearing this, Guchanga was even more surprised. Could it be that the Juin tribe's living beings were divided into pure and impure ones? Was there a difference between the two? "Sir, actually, the Juin tribe is not like what the outside world thinks. It's actually very difficult to be born. 547 The living beings in the outside world that are contaminated by the Juin spirit only contain a trace of the Juin spirit aura. They're not true Juin spirits. Even in our world, they can only live at the lowest level. They're like slaves, and it's difficult for them to advance. As for true Juin spirits, they can only be born in the deepest part of the clan, or they can be born from Juin spirits with extremely pure bloodlines." The middle-aged man continued to explaining the difference between Juin spirits to Guchanga. When the Juin sky erupted and swept through the upper realm, the Juin spirit aura that spread out would turn many living beings into Juin spirits. However, such Juin spirits were not pure and could not be called Juin spirits. This was because their intelligence was incomplete, and they were only left with a violent and murderous nature. The deepest part of the clan? Hearing this explanation, Guchanga fell into deep thought. The Juin origin source that he needed might come from the deepest part of the clan. The reincarnation platform that Princess Jianan of the Juin royal court wanted him to create should be related to the birth of Juin spirits. If that's the case, will it involve the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord? Back in the immortal ancient continent, I felt that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had left behind many backup plans and inheritances. He shouldn't be someone who died so easily. The reincarnation path is extremely special. It involves the mysteries of life and death. If he keeps hiding in the various worlds, no one will be able to detect him. Then what is he plotting? Guchanga suddenly felt that something unexpected might happen in this trip to the Juyin royal court. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. He had experienced the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's work in the immortal ancient continent. Apart from the dragon clan, the rest of the immortal ancient clans were all plotted against by him. If Guchanga hadn't interfered, the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord would have inherited everything and stood at the peak of the upper world. After all, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was a true immortal realm existence. He was also proficient in the reincarnation path and controlled the power of time. It was not impossible for him to see a fragment of the future. Thinking of this, Guchanga's expression became thought-provoking. Soon, the middle-aged man led him through the dark and desolate land and arrived outside the dark and deathly still barrier. The Juyin sky was isolated from the outside world and contained great danger and danger. It was difficult for ordinary people to reach here, let alone pass through the barrier outside. Greetings, my lord. There were already Juyin spirits waiting respectfully here. They stood beside an extremely grand black jade carriage, waiting for Guchanga's arrival. The extreme sky was a mysterious place. Since ancient times, there had been a barrier outside that isolated everything. Even those who had attained the Tao did not dare to enter rashly as they were afraid of being contaminated by the extreme qi. Now, a group of extreme qi beings stood respectfully here, waiting for Guchanga's arrival. Sir, please. Her Highness the eldest princess has instructed us to come here. Now, she is waiting for your arrival in the imperial court. The old coachman in charge of driving said respectfully. He looked no different from a human, but his aura was as deep as the sea and extremely terrifying. Without a doubt, he was the same as Jia Ming, who came to receive Guchanga. He also had the bloodline of the extreme royal court. Guchanga nodded slightly. He glanced at the group of extreme qi beings before slowly walking onto the carriage. Although it was his first time coming to the extreme sky, he did not feel uncomfortable at all. The extreme qi here was extremely dense. If a normal cultivator was here, they would quickly be contaminated and fall into the extreme sky, losing their mind. The old man in charge of driving looked at Guchanga calmly, but he was full of praise in his heart. Although he was only in charge of driving, his own strength was not to be underestimated. As a human, Guchanga was actually not affected by the aura here at all. His expression was calm as if he was a true extreme qi being. This was not as simple as his cultivation being terrifying. It was more likely that Guchanga himself was not afraid of the extreme qi. Soon, the black jade carriage rose into the air and turned into a black divine rainbow, heading straight into the depths of the extreme sky. The fog was heavy, and a dark gray sun hung in the sky, bringing with it a deathly light. The land was full of potholes and many terrifying rifts. Gray fog spewed out from them, covering the sky and sun. It was extremely terrifying. The entire extreme sky was like a deathly silent burial ground, buried with many corpses and incomplete items. Strands of gray fog floated over from unknown places, brushing across this barren land. Guchanga almost did not see any traces of living beings here, not even ferocious beasts. It was extremely silent. It was as if a terrifying battle had once taken place here. Countless living beings died tragically here, forming an ancient battlefield. When were all of you born? Within the carriage, Guchanga looked at Jia Ming and asked with interest. When Jia Ming heard this, he couldn't help but reveal a difficult expression. However, in the face of Guchanga, he still did not dare to refuse and could only reply, reporting to my lord, we started from the day we walked out from the deepest part of the clan's land. Our memories before that are actually blank. In fact, this already involved some kind of secret of the absolute sky. The birth of an absolute spirit not only required the nurturing of the clan's land, but also required a long period of transformation. Sometimes, even they themselves were at a loss. Who exactly were they? Could it be that someone's corpse had transformed into a new race after death, or could it be that the original person had their memories erased after being buried in the clan's soil, and thus obtained a new life? However, it was undeniable that the source of their birth and the greatest secret were hidden in the depths of the absolute sky. And this secret might only be known by the most mysterious master of the absolute sky. the origin of the absolute spirit is related to death and life. Could all of this be related to reincarnation? Hearing Jia Ming's words, Guchanga was somewhat thoughtful. Speaking of which, the absolute source was an extremely cold energy. It could devour all matter around it, including rules, order, and even space. This source did not seem to be something that could appear in the upper realm. It was more like it was brought here by an unknown existence from a strange and mysterious place to achieve a certain goal. The central area of the absolute sky was a group of majestic palaces and many city towers. It looked quite prosperous. Compared to the desolation and silence of the border area, there were many living beings here. People came and went. Although it was not very lively, there was quite a lot of vitality. The black jade carriage sped all the way across the sky, passing through the city towers and all the way into the depths. The absolute imperial court was located within. The majestic imperial city revealed an ancient and boundless aura, as well as an aura that had been eroded by time. Strands of gray mist lingered in the surroundings, making the world look extremely gray and desolate. Can we really trust him about the reincarnation platform? In a palace deep in the absolute imperial court, several figures stood there, and they were also surrounded by a gray fog. Their faces could not be seen clearly, only their eyes revealed endless vicissitudes and a decaying aura. They seemed to be communicating, but also seemed to be whispering softly. Their gazes penetrated the entire palace and looked outside the city. Reporting to the ancient ancestor, Guchanga killed the true successor of the ancient Lord of Reincarnation and took his inheritance for himself. Now, in the upper realm, perhaps only he has a way. We have to trust him. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. Below these figures, the imperial court's Princess Jianan respectfully stood with her hands by her side and replied. Killed the true successor of the ancient Lord of Reincarnation? What a ruthless method. Isn't he afraid of incurring great karma? A figure shrouded in gray fog gently shook his head. His eyes revealed his thoughts, clearly not believing it. Who was the ancient Lord of Reincarnation? In the most ancient times, he had come to the absolute sky and made a prophecy. He said that he saw a day in the future when gray fog covered the earth and the true absolute sky would descend. Such a figure was proficient in the path of reincarnation. He could even travel through the river of time and influence the present world in ancient times. If he really was the successor chosen by him, how could he be killed so easily? That's not necessarily the case. There is a general trend in the unseen world. The general trend is irreversible, but it doesn't mean it can't be reversed. Hearing this, another ancient ancestor shrouded in gray fog shook his head and said, as long as we can create the reincarnation platform and attract the aura of that latitude, we can break free from the shackles and achieve transcendence. The well water in the clan's territory is about to dry up. Another ancient ancestor sighed. Their auras were extremely peerless. Although they were only standing in this palace, they seemed to be suppressing the heavens. Without a doubt, if they stepped out of here and appeared in the upper realm, it would definitely cause boundless waves. The laws of heaven and earth in absolute sky were completely different from the upper realm. Their strength was also not something that ordinary incomplete immortals could compare to. The well water is about to dry up? Jianan's eyes widened when he heard the ancient ancestor's words. He didn't dare to believe it. In fact, the birth of all living beings in absolute sky couldn't be separated from the well water in the depths of the clan's territory. To be precise, it was the 3 extremely mysterious ancient wells. Those 3 ancient wells created the huge absolute royal court and were also the source of the absolute origin. They were the origin of the entire absolute sky. Now, she actually heard the news that the well water was about to dry up from the ancient ancestor. Didn't that mean that absolute sky was about to collapse and be destroyed? When that time came, where would all the living beings in absolute sky go? No wonder even you ancient ancestors were alarmed. Jianan's heart was hazy. Absolute sky was actually not as peaceful as the outside world thought. It was facing the danger of destruction at any time. If the reincarnation platform can't be built, then our entire absolute tribe can only think of another way out. As the eldest princess of the absolute royal court, she suddenly felt that the responsibility on her shoulders was much heavier. Go and receive that Guchanga first. If there's anything else, I'll tell you later. You'll be in charge of the ancestral worship first. When all the materials are gathered, I'll open the ancestral well and receive everything." The ancient ancestors in the hall withdrew their gazes from outside the city. Soon, this place became deathly silent again. The ancestral worship was actually related to the reincarnation platform. If the reincarnation platform was successfully built, the success rate of receiving would greatly increase. This was not only related to their transcendence, but also the survival of Absolute Xianxia. Many years ago, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord left behind a prophecy and saw a corner of Absolute Xianxia's future. That was why he told them that the reincarnation platform would be built in the future to stabilize the laws of life and death here. Unfortunately, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had disappeared in this world. No one knew where to find him. Therefore, they could only send Jianan to find the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and try to find out the whereabouts of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord from him. Now, there was no news of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. They could only place their hopes on his successor. However, this successor was not legitimate. Instead, he killed the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and took everything for himself. This made them not know what to say. At this moment, in the Absolute royal court, as the black jade carriage landed, many members of the royal family led by Jiao Luo came forward to greet it. Before this, after receiving Gu Chang'a's message, the eldest princess Jianan had ordered everything to be arranged. She was the leader of the current Juyin royal court. Greetings to young Master Chang'e. After parting at the great Yu celestial dynasty, young Master Chang'e, how have you been? Jiao Luo had a respectful expression as he smiled and gestured for Gu Chang'e to enter the hall. The many members of the royal family behind him were also looking at Gu Chang'e with awe and respect. Even in the Absolute royal court, they had long heard many rumors about Gu Chang'e. Whether it was his identity or cultivation, he was already standing at the peak of the upper realm, and they had to look up to him. Brother Jiao Luo, long time no see. Gu Chang'e returned the greeting with a smile and followed Jiao Luo into the hall. Royal sister has already ordered people to prepare a banquet to welcome young Master Chang'e. Jiao Luo gestured slightly. A banquet had already been set up in the hall. Many spirit fruits and wine were glowing, and a group of beautiful singers slowly danced. Their singing was very moving. Many ministers of the Absolute royal court had already been waiting here, and they were secretly sizing up Gu Chang'e. Many royal daughters also looked at him with a strange light in their eyes, and their imaginations ran wild. To put it bluntly, in the current upper realm, no matter where it was, those who knew Gu Chang'e had a curious or admiring attitude towards him. Even if they were the royal daughters of the Absolute royal court, they were no exception. Soon, Gu Chang'e sat down with a calm expression. He looked at the many delicacies and wine in front of him and began to taste them. It was very natural. The spirit fruits in the Absolute sky were more or less contaminated with Absolute Qi compared to the outside world. For ordinary cultivators, this was a highly toxic poison that could corrode their cultivation and soul. But for Gu Chang'e, it had no effect at all. Is royal sister not here yet? Jiao Luo asked the maid beside him while pouring wine for Gu Chang'e. In the current Absolute royal court, Jianan was highly valued by several ancient ancestors. He was also fully responsible for receiving Gu Chang'e. Reporting to Prince Jiao Luo, the eldest princess is rushing to the ancestral hall and should be on her way back now. The maid replied respectfully, not daring to hide anything. Ancestral hall? Jiao Luo raised his eyebrows slightly. The ancestral hall was usually the place where the ancient ancestors cultivated in seclusion. Without their permission, no one was allowed to disturb them. Jianan was suddenly summoned over. It was obvious that the ancient ancestors had something to tell her. Thinking of this, Jiao Luo glanced at Gu Chang'e without leaving a trace. He actually knew about the creation of the reincarnation platform. Moreover, he knew very well that Gu Chang'e was not the true successor of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Gu Chang'e controlled the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, and it just so happened that the Absolute royal court needed his help. The two had a tacit understanding. Along the way, the scene of the Absolute sky is far from what I imagined. At this time, Jiao Luo's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Guchanga, who was chuckling. His expression changed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. He explained with a smile, since ancient times, my absolute sky has been like this. There have never been any changes. It's just that almost no outsiders have set foot here, so they know very little about it. Guchanga put down his wine cup and smiled faintly. It seems that I've worried too much. On the way here, he had already carefully sized up the absolute sky of today. To be honest, although it contained a lot of absolute chi, it was far from what he expected. From a certain point of view, Guchanga even felt that the absolute sky was now drying up, and could not really pose a threat to the upper realm at all. Previously, he asked the first Princess Jianan to get the absolute origin for him. The other party refused in every way possible, and even delayed for a long time before finally giving him a little. At that time, Guchanga suspected that some kind of drastic change had happened to the absolute sky. The explanation that Jianan gave him was that there was internal strife in the absolute royal court. She needed to quell the chaos. In any case, she could not spare the time to find the absolute origin for him. However, judging from the situation today, it was not that Jianan did not have the time to find the absolute origin. It was just that the absolute origin had become extremely rare, and it was already very difficult to find it, let alone use it to make a deal with Guchanga. If that's the case, this so-called ancestral worship should become extremely interesting. Guchanga smiled meaningfully, and his gaze suddenly looked outside the hall, landing somewhere. On the way, he felt that a few eyes were spying on him, with some kind of examination and sizing up. However, he had other plans, and did not want to alert the enemy, so he pretended not to know. Now, it seemed that there were a few big guys hiding in the absolute sky. The fog was heavy, and wisps of it shrouded the ground like ghosts that could never be removed. To the outside world, there was nothing special about the extremely mysterious absolute day other than the lingering absolute mist. In Guchanga's opinion, at least the laws of heaven and earth here were not much different from those of the outside world. Palaces and towers were located, separated by mountains and rivers. The ground was full of traces of ancient battlefields, and it was a scene of devastation. Almost all the cultivators and living beings in the upper realm feared the day. However, what they feared was not only the mist, but also that strange and mysterious substance. After arriving at the day, Guchanga had a premonition. As long as he came into contact with the origin of the day, he was confident that he could kill the entire upper realm. The day origin was the most important thing in his plan. Greetings, young Master Changa. Jianan, who had arrived late, stepped into the palace and saw Guchanga at the head of the table. She could not help but smile and cupped her hands. Princess Jianan, how have you been? Guchanga looked up at her and nodded slightly. The day is not like the outside world. I hope young Master Changa will not be offended if I have not received you well. Jianan smiled. There were many powerhouses behind her. Everyone's aura was extremely old. They had cultivated in the day for many years and were at least paragons and boundary emperors in the outside world. Along with Canaan's arrival, practically everyone in the hall turned their gazes over. Before this, everyone knew that Guchanga had the inheritance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. And this time, he personally went to the day of extinction to fulfill the promise he made to the eldest princess. The reincarnation platform was of great importance, and it affected the heartstrings of almost all beings. After the eldest princess appears, she should be discussing the matter of forging the reincarnation platform with young Master Changa, right? Many ministers of the day royal court guessed in their hearts. In order to forge the reincarnation platform, the day royal court had waited for thousands of years, and most of the materials had been found. The only thing they lacked was someone who was proficient in controlling the path of reincarnation. Princess Canaan, you worry too much. Guchanga waved his hand and smiled faintly when he heard this, and then he glanced at the experts behind Jianan. The foundation of absolute sky was not here. They did not even have a single person who had achieved the Tao. However, the Juyin imperial court didn't need to be so cautious. After all, since ancient times, there had never been any records of a cultivator from the outside world stepping foot into this place. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble young Master Chang'e then. A smile appeared on Jianan's face when he heard those words. He then sat down next to Gu Chang'e, took the wine jug from Jiao Luo's hand, and poured some wine for him. As the current ruler of the imperial court of Juyin on the surface, her actions showed that she had given Gu Chang'e enough respect. According to our agreement, I will help you build the reincarnation platform when the time comes. However, I hope you won't go back on your word about the things I need. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at her with interest and said. A slight unnaturalness flashed across Jianan's face. However, she quickly recovered and squeezed out a smile. Of course. Back then, the two of us made a great Dao oath. Naturally, I wouldn't dare to go back on my words. She didn't know if Gu Chang'e saw anything. All along, only the ancient well in the deepest part of the clan could obtain the Enend origin source. However, now, the 3 ancient wells of origin were on the verge of drying up. She didn't know how much Enend origin source was left. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, but he didn't expose Jianan. In this world, no one dared to take advantage of him without risking anything. Now, he wanted to know what happened in the Juyin sky. Why did it cause the Juyin sky to dry up? Very soon, the welcoming banquet came to an end, and the dancers and the ministers all left. Only the royal family of the Juyin imperial court and Gu Chang'e were left in the main hall. It was very quiet. Gu Chang'e didn't want to waste time, so he went straight to the point and asked Jianan to take him to the place where the reincarnation platform was being built. Young Master Chang'e, it's getting late. Why don't you rest for the night? Tomorrow, when everything is ready, I'll ask you to take action? However, when she heard Gu Chang'e's request, Jianan had a troubled expression. Do I have to wait until tomorrow? Gu Chang'e smiled in surprise. His tone was calm and indifferent, making people feel like they were bathed in the spring breeze. However, he wasn't surprised. There must be something hidden in the deepest part of the Juyin imperial court. Otherwise, Jianan wouldn't be stalling like this. After all, wouldn't it be better for the Juyin sky to build the reincarnation platform as soon as possible? Young Master Chang'e, you must be tired from the journey. The process of building the reincarnation platform consumes a lot of energy, so in order to prevent any accidents, I want to help young Master Chang'e when you're in peak condition. Jianan seemed to be afraid that Gu Chang'e would think too much and couldn't help but explain. Since that's the case, then I'll listen to eldest princess's arrangements. Gu Chang'e revealed a strange expression and smiled, but he didn't say anything. After all, his current identity was only a guest. Since this master wanted him to wait for one more night, so what if he waited for one more night? He could go to the depths of the so-called Juyin sky tonight to investigate. Little 9, at this moment, Jianan's gaze suddenly swept over with dignity. In the end, it landed on a young girl who was at the back of the group of Juyin imperial court disciples. The young girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. She was petite and exquisite, and her skin was white and sparkling like snow porcelain. Her silver hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were slightly bloodshot. Her face was expressionless, giving off an extremely cold and unapproachable appearance. At this moment, when she heard Jianan call out to her, the young girl frowned slightly, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes as she looked over. Sister, she didn't respect Jianan as much as the other disciples of the imperial family, so she only asked in confusion. Young Master Chang'e has come from afar to build the reincarnation platform for my Juyin imperial court. You're in charge of serving young Master Chang'e tonight. Jianan's expression didn't change as she looked at her meaningfully. Her words were unquestionable. Hearing this, the other disciples of the Juyin imperial court couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They seemed to be in disbelief. A few of the imperial daughters even revealed envious gazes at the silver-haired girl. Gu Chang'e also raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at Jianan with interest. Eldest princess, why do you have to be like this? Jianan shook her head slightly and looked at him. Young Master Chang'e has come from afar to solve the problem of my Juyin sky. How can there be no one to serve him even when he's sleeping? If news of this spreads, wouldn't it damage the hospitality of my Juyin imperial court? Her explanation made the other imperial family disciples come to a realization and feel that what she said was very right. However, Gu Chang'e's smile suddenly became thought-provoking. He didn't say anything else and looked at the silver-haired girl who didn't seem to have reacted yet. Imperial sister, the silver-haired girl seemed to be stunned by these words. The expression on her face suddenly became extremely shocked. After a while, she reacted and almost suspected that she had misheard. Although to the imperial daughters of the Juyin imperial court, this kind of opportunity to get close to Xianxia was extremely rare, and it was too late to be envious and jealous. However, she was really an exception. She didn't want to get such an opportunity at all and only wanted to stay away. Little Nine, you don't even listen to your imperial sister? It's your honor to serve young Master Xianxia. How many people want it but can't? The silver-haired girl fell silent and didn't speak. Jianan looked at her with a slightly gloomy expression. There was an inexplicable meaning in her eyes, as if she was warning her. The silver-haired girl looked at Jianan's expression and her tightly knitted brows could only relax. In the end, she sighed in her heart, knowing that she had no room to refuse. Although Jianan was her sister, it didn't mean that she could go against Jianan's will. However, with her understanding of her sister, why would she suddenly make such an arrangement and let her sister serve Xianxia? Was there a deeper meaning to this? Yes, imperial sister. The silver-haired girl called Little Nine regained her previous expressionless face and nodded in response. Jianan nodded in relief and then cupped her hands to bid farewell to Xianxia. She went to prepare for tomorrow's ancestral worship and the forging of the reincarnation platform. She knew that with Little Nine's intelligence, she would definitely understand her meaning. Before the reincarnation platform was completed, she definitely couldn't let Xianxia know about the current state of Yingju sky. Otherwise, it would cause unimaginable terrifying consequences. So before this, she had to find a reliable person to follow Xianxia and know his movements. At the same time, it was also to prevent Xianxia from finding the deepest part of the clan during this time. What's your name? After the silver-haired girl left the hall, Xianxia, on the other hand, smiled with interest and casually greeted him. The silver-haired girl's face was still as serious as ever. Hearing this, she said in a very respectful tone, reporting to young Master Xianxia, "My name is Jia Jiu'er." Until now, she had actually guessed her sister's intention. It was not for her to curry favor with Xianxia. Instead, she placed her by Xianxia's side and watched his movements to prevent unnecessary accidents. Among the many members of the royal family, she was the strongest. Jia Jiu'er? Oh, then what's your relationship with Jianan? Xianxia still looked interested. She's my sister. Jia Jiu'er replied. Hearing this, Xianxia didn't continue to ask. He had already guessed Jianan's intention. It was just that Jianan seemed to have overestimated her sister. Seeing that Xianxia didn't continue to ask, Jia Jiu'er was a little puzzled in her heart. Of course, she was more anxious and uneasy. If Xianxia really wanted her to sleep with him, then could she refuse? What should she do? The palace was magnificent, located in the northwest of the imperial court of Juyin. This was the temporary residence that Jianan had specially arranged for Xianxia. After arriving here, Xianxia looked at Jia Jiu'er, who was standing at the entrance of the palace with a struggling and anxious expression on her face. He suddenly waved his hand and smiled. I'm not that kind of delicate person who needs someone to serve me even when I sleep. You should go back. Tell your sister that I asked you to go back. Speaking of this, there was a flash of playfulness in his tone. However, hearing this, Jia Jiu'er, who was still struggling, suddenly seemed to have reacted. Her originally serious little face also squeezed out a smile. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, I hope young Master Xianxia won't chase me away." If she was chased away, then wouldn't the arrangement of her royal sister Jianan fail? How would she explain it to her royal sister? Although Jia Jiu'er looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. But in terms of the lifespan of the Juyin royal family, her real age had long exceeded 100 years. Therefore, Xianxia did not treat her as an ordinary girl at all. Not to mention that she was a spy sent by Jianan. Since you don't want to leave, then guard the entrance of the palace tonight. Hearing this, Xianxia's expression became a little playful. Then, without waiting for Jia Jiu'er's answer, he walked straight into the palace. Young Master Xianxia, Jia Jiu'er saw Xianxia's figure disappear, and she could no longer hide the anxiety on her face. She couldn't help but shout. Although she had been quiet since she was young, it didn't mean that she didn't know what was important. This time, the Day of Juin encountered an unprecedented test. In the past, no matter how big the event was, the ancient ancestors wouldn't awaken. This time, the 6 ancient ancestors had all revived. As long as one wasn't stupid, one could guess that something big was going to happen in the Day of Juin. Jianan had also emphasized the importance of the reincarnation platform more than once. At this time, if Guchunga noticed something in advance, she would become the Day of Juin. At that time, she would be a sinner of the entire Juin royal family, and even death would not be enough to redeem her. Now, she was very regretful in her heart. Why did she show her unwillingness to struggle just now? However, just as Jia Jiao gritted her teeth and was about to step into the palace, a terrifying pressure suddenly filled the air, as if a demonic mountain was standing in front of her, with a monstrous murderous aura. Master has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb his rest. A tall and sturdy figure wearing a nether iron armor appeared and looked at her with cold eyes. Jia Jiao's face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly flowed down from her forehead. She didn't dare to act rashly. She felt a terrifying divine sense shrouding her. If she dared to take a step forward, the burly figure in front of her would definitely mercilessly slap her and destroy her body and soul. This was a genuine Tao enlightened one. Even in the upper realm, where Tao enlightened ones frequently appeared, it was enough to be invincible and difficult to find an opponent. Yes, when Jia Jiao saw this, she couldn't help but retreat with a trembling voice, not daring to provoke a supreme being who had achieved the Tao. She did not expect that when Guchunga came to the Day, he would actually have such a subordinate by his side. Moreover, this person was actually not afraid of the terminating aura in the terminating sky at all. Ada coldly stood at the entrance of the palace, watching Jia Ji retreat step by step. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was looking at a lowly ant. Jia Jiao's expression changed. There was fear, unwillingness, and regret. In the end, it was because she had pretended to be noble and virtuous. She had thought that she didn't need to bow and scrape like the other disciples of the royal family did when facing someone like Guchunga. But in the end, in Guchunga's eyes, she was no different from an ordinary ant. I hope there won't be any accidents tonight. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Jia Jiao simply stood at the entrance of the palace. When the time came, she could only explain to her sister that it was Guchunga who didn't want her to take half a step into the palace. She didn't dare to anger Guchunga, fearing that she would bring about a fatal disaster. With Guchunga's strength, if he wanted to leave the palace and go somewhere without her knowing, he wouldn't need to spend any effort at all. He did this because he wanted to give Jianan an explanation when the time came. In the palace, Guchunga ignored the many changes in Jia Jiao's expression. She was just a little girl. Did she really think that he would take her seriously? In the depths of the terminating royal court, there is always a wisp of grey fog lingering. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and waves of deep light spread out from between his eyebrows. A palace that seemed to be at the peak of reincarnation slowly appeared. The terrifying Tao laws intertwined, causing the void in front of him to begin to collapse. It was as if it could not contain the aura of this soul palace and was about to be crushed into ashes. Buzz, in the next moment, the door of the soul palace opened, and a small person who looked exactly like Guchunga walked out. His eyes were deep and emotionless, as if he had annihilated all emotions in the world. The small person's eyes were cold and revealed a cold and terrifying aura. Even if someone who had attained the Tao saw it, they would be terrified and kneel on the ground. Go. Guchunga looked at his primordial spirit and said faintly. Buzz, the small person's eyes were cold and emotionless. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, instantly tearing apart the space in front of him, and his figure quickly disappeared. In the depths of the terminating royal court, there was a deathly silent place shrouded in fog. The world was gloomy and dark, and there was an ominous aura. All the light and laws here seemed to be broken, and there seemed to be an invisible substance in the middle that swallowed everything, leaving only eternal darkness and coldness. Every wisp of fog seemed to be extremely heavy, and it was unknown what kind of force blew it, but it lingered here without dissipating. After receiving for countless years, if there is really someone on the other end, why hasn't he come to us yet? An extremely rotten existence sat there cross-legged. His entire body looked tattered, as if he was pieced together by different living beings. He spoke with a calm and emotionless tone, and his emotions would not be affected by external things. Bring out the Tao platform and light a bonfire. This is the only thing we can do now. Another existence spoke. His eyes were cold and ancient, and as he moved, it was as if there were large stars rumbling and rotating, releasing a terrifying aura that made the surrounding laws about to explode. As the 6 ancient ancestors of the interminating sky, they had existed for too long. It could even be said that they came before the interminating sky. The origin of the interminating sky was extremely mysterious. When the disaster swept through the upper realm, no powerhouse could find any traces or records related to it. It came suddenly without any warning, as if it had floated down from a mysterious and unknown latitude, corroding the entire upper realm and thousands of ancient worlds. This was an unpredictable and terrifying power, and even those who had attained the Tao did not dare to touch it. The ancestral well is about to dry up. If we still can't find that place, I'm afraid we will also be silent forever. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord to do what he promised us. They spoke softly as they gazed into the depths of the clan's land. Their eyes were filled with worry, as well as reluctance, but even more unwillingness and regret. The lifespan of all beings in the world would eventually come to an end, and even immortals were no exception. However, they relied on the 3 ancestral wells to survive one epoch after another, living for countless years. Even if it was difficult for them to improve their cultivation, it did not affect their immortality in the slightest. They had been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to transcend or break free from this shackle had been waiting since the birth of the Enan sky until now. Unfortunately, even when the 3 ancestral wells were about to dry up, they still didn't see the day Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had predicted. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch The reincarnation altar contains life and death Upanishad. It can reverse the remaining power of this world and help us ignite the last flame. If we still can't illuminate that place, then we can only choose eternal silence. The 6 great ancient ancestors spoke, their voices calm and without emotion. Now, even they were about to enter eternal slumber. So what if the entire heaven's burial ground collapsed? Once, they were contaminated by a wisp of gray fog that leaked out of nowhere and accidentally entered a strange and unpredictable place. There, their souls and bodies experienced thousands of collapses and reunions, and they experienced the most terrifying torture in the world. Because of the uniqueness of that strange place, they did not die even under such circumstances and had always retained their consciousness and consciousness. It was also there that they found the 3 ancient wells, which were the 3 ancestral wells of the Enan sky today. Perhaps all the orthodoxies in the upper world would never have thought that the calamity of the Enan sky that everyone feared originated from the 3 ancient wells. Over the years, the 6 great ancient ancestors had tried every method to find that strange place again and enter it again, but there was no way at all. 0 That strange land represented inauspiciousness and great terror. Back then, they had only entered the outermost layer by mistake and obtained a near-immortal life there. Although they had to pay a heavy and unimaginable price for such an achievement. Why do I feel like someone is spying on us? At this moment, one of the ancient ancestors suddenly frowned and looked outside the clan's territory. He felt that there seemed to be a gaze there that was spying on this matter. To them, although they could not improve their cultivation base in the slightest over the years, they had cultivated for a long time. It was simply unimaginable how vast the mind power that they had accumulated and honed was. Even if they were facing a true immortal, they were not afraid at all. Who has come to our clan's territory? How dare you? The other ancient ancestors also spoke, and their gazes became extremely deep. Someone's vast mind power swept over as if the universe was pressing down, suppressing the Tao laws and causing them to explode. The entire clan's territory was cracking open, and the momentum was shocking as fog rushed into the sky. Their senses were very sharp, and they were almost certain that someone had appeared there just now. It could not be their illusion. However, he had already disappeared without a trace as if he did not exist. It seems that young man surnamed Gu is a little restless after all. One of the ancient ancestors spoke with a cold and emotionless voice. Since he's here, he must be suspicious of our Enet sky. The matter of forging the reincarnation platform is very important, so let him be for now. If the forging of the platform fails, it will be difficult for him to escape this place and he will die with us. There's no need to care too much. The other ancient ancestors also slowly fell silent and did not continue to attack. In terms of cultivation base, they could only reach the peak of the Tao attainment at most, and were not even comparable to a remnant immortal. However, in the field of mind power and Tao laws, they were certain that even if all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were to attack together, no one would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Therefore, although Guchunga's strength was terrifying, they did not care and were confident that they could easily suppress him. After all, there were 6 of them, and behind them were the 3 ancestral wells that could cleanse all corruption and obtain immortality. 2. In the deepest part of the imperial court of Extreme. The fog was heavy, and strands of grey fog floated, casting a thick shadow. It was like a gloomy ghost world. It was difficult to bury the world here. The laws had collapsed, and it was dark. Other than that, no other colors could be seen. The 6 ancient ancestors of Extreme Sky guarded the 3 mysterious ancestral wells. They stood at the highest point of the clan and looked down coldly. It was as if they had existed since the beginning of time. They were cold and ancient, and their bodies were shrouded in grey fog. Their eyes were either cold, emotionless, or empty. They were all grey. Only on the arms that extended out of the fog could one see many traces of decay and livor mortis. All the living beings in Extreme Sky felt a sense of submission at this moment. They wanted to kneel down and worship the deepest part of the clan. The 6 ancient ancestors created the entire Extreme Sky, and at the same time, they nurtured and created all the living beings of Extreme. In the past eras, even if Absolute Heaven underwent some kind of great change, only one ancient ancestor would appear in this world. It was definitely the first time that all 6 ancient ancestors appeared together since the creation of Extreme Sky. Ordinary living beings of Extreme couldn't understand what this meant at all. Only those with purer bloodlines and higher cultivation could sense something from this. At this time, in a palace of Extreme royal court, Princess Jianan was frowning as she dealt with some matters. Suddenly, she sensed a huge commotion in the depths of the clan. She couldn't help but stand up and look in that direction. She was shocked and uneasy. Only a few people in the royal court know about the appearance of the ancient ancestors. Why did the 6 ancient ancestors appear together? What on earth has alarmed them? Jianan frowned and quickly put down the things in her hands. She turned into a divine rainbow and rushed in the direction of the clan. At the same time, she sent a message to the other experts of Extreme royal court, telling them to hurry over. Apart from the 6 ancient ancestors, there were still many ancient existences in Extreme royal court. Although their strength was far inferior to the 6 ancient ancestors, they were still true Daos and could oversee a region. Did something happen on Little Nine's side? Did Guchunga sneak into the clan? Jianan felt uneasy, worried that Guchunga would notice something at this moment. Soon, she passed through the layers of restrictions and stepped into a desolate land. Braving the thick and dispersing grey fog, he found the 6 ancient ancestors in the clan's territory. Ancient ancestor, what happened here? Jianan couldn't help but ask with a respectful expression. It's not a big deal. It should be that the junior surnamed Gu came all the way to the clan's territory. After being detected by us, he quickly retreated. An ancient ancestor glanced at her and said with a calm tone. As expected, Guchunga still can't hold himself back. Jianan's expression darkened slightly. She had already told Jia Jiu'er to keep a close eye on Guchunga's movements, but in the end, Guchunga still secretly infiltrated the clan's territory. He shouldn't have noticed anything. When he first snuck into this place, he was already detected by us. Another ancient ancestor said. He didn't think that Guchunga could discover anything in such a short time. However, they didn't have the slightest evidence to prove that the abnormality they detected earlier was Guchunga. Jianan also understood after hearing this. Guchunga should have been detected by the 6 ancient ancestors as soon as he stepped into the clan's territory. After all, the 6 ancient ancestors had lived for countless years and had astonishing perception, especially with the clan's territory and the ancestral well behind them. In this place, they were almost immortal gods with vast and unimaginable power. They were omnipotent. If that's the case, then I'm relieved. Then, Jianan let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't continue to disturb the 6 ancient ancestors and quietly retreated. In her opinion, since Guchanga knew about the 6 ancient ancestors, he shouldn't dare to act recklessly in the next few days. In a way, this was also a great deterrent. So 6 old guys were hiding here, but this aura is too decaying. At this moment, in the palace, Guchanga also slowly got up. At the center of his eyebrows, a vast wave appeared. The tiny primordial spirit flew through the void and quickly disappeared. In fact, what he saw just now was a little beyond Guchanga's expectations. He had long known that the Yinan Qi in the Yinan heaven was declining. However, he didn't expect the Yinan Qi to contain 6 old monsters who had been at death's door for who knew how long. The stench of decay and vicissitudes of life was like a corpse that had been rotting in a coffin for epochs. Of course, what surprised him the most was that these people's mental strength was extremely vast, far beyond the level of a Tao-enlightened cultivator. The aura flowing in their bodies created the current Yinan heaven, or the so-called origin artifact that created everything? Guchanga fell into deep thought. He had a feeling that there seemed to be someone scheming and calculating all of this. Why would the Yinan heaven do everything possible to create the reincarnation platform? Before coming to the Yinan heaven, Guchanga had never thought of creating the reincarnation platform for it. He just wanted to take the Yinan origin and leave. However, looking at the current situation, the reincarnation platform had to be created. Guchanga wasn't worried that the Yinan royal court would suddenly attack him. Before the reincarnation platform was completed, even if they had complaints in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to say anything. Tonight was destined to be a restless night for the entire Yinan heaven. The 6 ancient ancestors appeared and stood in the depths of the clan. Their figures were incomparably large, and they were shrouded in endless gray fog. It made people tremble and couldn't help but want to kneel down. Apart from Jianan, no one knew what happened in the Yinan heaven and why it alarmed the 6 ancient ancestors. Almost all of the Yin extreme creatures were greatly shocked by this, bowing down in that direction, many of them even more so becoming alarmed and uneasy. Why did the ancient ancestors wake up together? An extremely powerful Yinan living being whispered. Jia Jiaoer's heart also throbbed. She couldn't help but bow respectfully in the direction of the clan. Then, she looked at the quiet palace. Ada was still standing there like a terrifying demonic mountain, exuding a coldness and killing intent that prevented people from getting close. She didn't dare to go forward. Even though she guessed that the 6 ancient ancestors were alarmed because of Guchanga, she didn't dare to verify it. The next day, in the huge square in the center of the Yinan royal court, pieces of black crystals engraved with strange patterns and characters were piled up here. These black crystals were extremely neat. No one knew where they came from, and they were surrounded by a kind of faintly discernible death intent. Even the Yinan living beings felt like their divine souls were frozen when they got close. On the other side, there were a large number of white crystals with strange patterns and words carved on them. Unlike the black crystals, these white crystals were full of vitality, and threads of vitality lingered around them. The square had been cleaned up. Apart from Jianan and the other Yinan living beings couldn't get close. They couldn't even watch from afar. Are these the materials used to create the reincarnation platform? Lifestone and Deathstone? Guchanga appeared and walked over. Behind him was the silent Ada and the uneasy Jia Jiaoer. These are the Lifestone and Deathstone our race has found over the countless years. It should be enough to create the reincarnation platform, Jianan replied. She looked at Jia Jiaoer with a meaningful gaze, but Jia Jiaoer only shook her head and avoided her gaze. Seeing this, Jianan knew that the matter of Jia Jiaoer keeping an eye on Guchanga last night had definitely failed. She actually didn't have much hope for this. Lifestone and Deathstone are hard to find. Only the yellow spring that's related to Yin Deathland can have a chance to see them. I didn't expect the Yinan royal court to have collected so many. Guchanga seemed to sigh as if he didn't know what had happened last night. After all, it's a big matter that involves the reincarnation platform. No matter how hard it is, our race will do everything to find it. Jianan smiled and replied. She wanted to tell Guchanga that the creation of the reincarnation platform was extremely important to the Yinan sky. It was so important that they could give up everything. On the one hand, she was worried that Guchanga would do something to it. Even the other 6 ancient ancestors didn't know anything about the path of reincarnation. Since the materials are all here, let's begin. Oh, right, I wonder if Princess Jianan has prepared the things I want. Guchanga smiled faintly. In the end, his tone changed as he looked at Jianan. Of course. This is what you want, young Master Chang'e. As for the remaining part, I will definitely give it to you after the reincarnation platform is completed. Jianan wasn't surprised when he heard this. He passed a black jar to Guchanga from the maid behind him. She knew that Guchanga was the kind of person who wouldn't act until he saw a rabbit. Although the current Yinan sky was already drying up, the Yinan origin was extremely precious, she could still take out part of it to appease Guchanga. Princess Jianan is a straightforward person. Guchanga was still smiling. He wasn't surprised. He just waved his hand and put away the black jar. He didn't even look at it, as if he didn't care how much Yinan origin it contained. He won't dare to play any tricks unless he doesn't want to leave the Yinan sky. In the deepest part of the Yinan sky, 6 cold and emotionless eyes were staring at Guchanga's every move. Their immortal will surged. In the next few days, this place was enveloped by a mysterious black and white color. Large amounts of divine fire burned and melted the living stones and dead stones, then formed with a certain order. Laws collapsed and time appeared. An unpredictable energy was flowing. In a trance, everyone saw a yellow spring that flowed endlessly, emerging from an unknown latitude, carrying an immeasurable amount of souls and corpses. There was a platform floating in the yellow spring. It was surrounded by black and white colors. Yin and Yang were connected and life and death were connected. This aura can't be wrong. 2 really can't be wrong. It's really the reincarnation platform that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord said. It can reflect that place. At this moment, even the 6 ancient ancestors, who were as calm as the Dead Sea, couldn't help but be surprised. Joy and excitement flashed in their eyes. At the same time, in a mysterious and distant space, a Taoist, who was sitting cross-legged in the void and shrouded in misty Tao Qi, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. This fluctuation. Who lit up the coordinates? Oh, there it is. Looks like it's time to reap the harvest. His eyes were clear and bright, but they seemed to be incomparably turbid and vicissitudes of life. Sometimes, they were cold and deep, without any emotion. In just an instant, his eyes seemed to have penetrated time and years, washing a certain era. But in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something. The Taoist, who looked like an ancient god, laughed coldly. Ignorant ants, you never had the slightest chance of winning this game. As he spoke, layers of ripples appeared in the void in front of him. Then, an image appeared. It was an ancient and boundless world. Large universes collapsed one after another, and the laws and order were broken. Shouts shook the sky, and fighting spirits soared into the sky. Many supreme experts, whose blood and chi tore through the sky, let out desperate roars. They were fighting with an indescribable figure in an unknown dimension. Large numbers of figures collapsed, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. This battle was extremely tragic. The entire universe was collapsing, turning into an ancient battlefield. Large stars shattered into ashes one after another. In the surrounding broken star fields, too many corpses could be seen. Kill this monster. Kill. Don't let all the efforts of our predecessors go to waste. This is our last chance this time. Under this tattered sky, all the powerhouses and living beings were roaring angrily. Their bodies were burning, surrounded by light. They illuminated the entire sky, fighting against the figure standing in an unknown latitude. However, that figure was too huge. Its entire body seemed to be made of immortal gold, standing at the end of the world. The golden light was shining, and its face was blurry. Its facial features could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of cold and emotionless eyes could be seen, emitting a coldness that looked at all living things as if they were dogs. It looked very similar to a human, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head was different. They looked like dragons and phoenixes. Their 6 arms were long, and they held all kinds of heavenly weapons. They had long hair of all kinds of colors, which made one's heart tremble. With just a single sweep, the entire universe was collapsing, and shattering into pieces. Countless powerhouses roared as they exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Even so, there were still people who charged forward without a care for their lives. Even if they only caused a little damage to this terrifying monster, they did not hesitate. It was as if they only had the thought of destroying this terrifying monster in their hearts. This was a crazy and shocking scene. Kill. Too many experts were charging fearlessly at the terrifying monster like moths to a flame. Then, they exploded one after another in the void, along with their souls, vanishing into thin air. The terrifying monster seemed to be emotionless. Its 6 arms could tear this universe apart. Boom, in the next moment, it reached out and grabbed downward. Its sharp claws were like blades, easily cutting through all the rules and order. It grabbed the few people with the most powerful auras in this group of living beings, and then crushed them with a poof. Their bodies collapsed, and white bones were everywhere. A bloody mist drifted in the sky, accompanied by the rain of laws of shattering 17%, fluttering down. These few existences with the most powerful auras, even their weapons exploded. The gods among them let out a sorrowful cry and followed their master. Even Emperor Wushuang and Emperor Hengyu have fallen. Ah! I'll fight this monster to the death. Seeing this, the remaining living beings began to scream in fear. Their faces were full of despair. Some people couldn't take this huge blow. They screamed and fainted. This scene was too horrifying, making everyone tremble in fear. Their entire bodies were cold to the extreme, and they were stupefied in place. Even the invincible kings and emperors among them were crushed to death by this monster. Bloody mist exploded, filling the sky with scarlet. Everyone felt a sense of despair and helplessness. There was nothing they could do. It was as if all of this had always been a dream and was destined to happen. No matter what price they paid, it was impossible to stop all of this. Becoming an immortal has always been a scam. There is no such thing as an immortal in this world. There is only this monster behind the gate of immortality. Everyone who has stepped onto the path of immortality has been eaten by it. Everyone is its nourishment. When it is full, it will eat this world. Just like what is recorded in the ancient records, it is a world-destroying beast. It wants to destroy this world and then return to the cycle of reincarnation. An old man was lamenting. His eyes were bleeding, and his body exploded. It was extremely miserable. For countless years, they had been trying to solve the mystery of becoming an immortal. They wanted to enter the gate of immortality. For this, countless sages and seniors had paid a heavy price to find the gate of immortality. Unfortunately, no more information was sent out. It disappeared without a trace, like a small stone sinking into the sea. Even the ancient emperors, who had been invincible since time immemorial, had never returned. Some said that they had become immortals and gone to another world. Some said that they were trapped in the gate of immortality, unable to return. However, the real situation was that on the other side of the gate of immortality was a broken universe, where an incomparably terrifying monster lived. For countless years, the powerhouses who had stepped onto that gate of immortality had all become food for that terrifying monster. They were devoured by it, and their corpses had almost filled that part of the universe. Countless latecomers understood all of this by deciphering the many clues left behind by those who had come before them. Becoming an immortal was just a scam. In other words, the gate of immortality that they had been bitterly searching for did not exist at all. For countless years, everyone had been deceived by this monumental lie. They had been searching for it one after another, but in the end, they had only become food for that terrifying monster. Who is the one who set up this big lie? Why did you lie to us for countless years and tell us that everything was a lie in the end? That the world is just a cage, and that we are just food for a monster that someone raised here? Some people were angrily cursing the unfairness of the world. Their eyes were filled with tears, and their bodies were trembling. They were in extreme despair. Even more people were roaring and charging over, wanting to fight that terrifying monster. However, as that figure's 6 arms fell, endless light and rule power exploded. The world was dark. Divine light rushed into the sky, and the rule power shattered. Countless shouts of killing were drowned out. The universe was collapsing. It was as if the stars in the sky were trembling and were about to fall. We have planned for so many years, and we have finally brought our troops here. Are we going to be wiped out today and become an illusion? I'm really unwilling. Why did it turn out like this in the end? Have you opened your eyes, heaven and earth? An emperor with a terrifying aura roared angrily. The emperor weapon in his hand released endless light, and boundless rule power divine chains fell, protecting the army behind him. However, in the next moment, a halberd light slashed out from the terrifying monster's hand, and with a poof, it hit the emperor between his eyebrows. Immediately, his head exploded, and his soul fire instantly dimmed and extinguished. The emperor weapon in his hand also let out a mournful cry, and then it shattered with a crack. In the world behind them, they were invincible emperors and emperors. They had once been invincible for an era, ruling the heavens above and the earth below. However, in the hands of this terrifying monster, they were as fragile as a piece of paper, easily torn apart. Many of them had hibernated for several eras, waiting for such a day. However, when this day really came, they realized in despair that they had no other choice. It turned out that everything was already destined. The gap was like a natural chasm, and they had no chance at all. Boom, a rain of blood fell from the sky, and wails filled the air. In this broken universe, the army that followed these emperors and emperors all exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The devastated land was drowned by a sea of corpses, and the scene was incomparably terrifying. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy. The terrifying monster's 3 heads turned slightly, and it let out an ancient divine sound. Those eyes were cold and emotionless, standing at the end of the world, as if they were specially waiting here. Then, its 6 large hands stretched across this world, and began to grab the corpses below and devour them, letting out chilling chewing sounds. At the end of this broken universe was an extremely majestic door, surrounded by immortal intent, and it looked abnormally divine. However, this door was slowly closing, pushed by a supreme and vast power, and then it began to close. It was as if the 2 universes outside and inside the door were isolated and sealed. At this moment, in a distant and unknown latitude, the Taoist sitting cross-legged in the void shook his hand, and the scene in front of him was erased. The ancient Crimson Nether realm, there was someone like the Crimson Nether heavenly lord in the past, but now he can't even deal with a Taoist body at the level of a remnant immortal. But becoming an immortal? How dare a bunch of ants dream of becoming immortals? Achieving my immortal king realm is the best place for all of you. He let out a cold laugh, and there was indifference in the depths of his eyes, not moved by the scene just now. Over the endless years, he had traveled the heavens and the myriad worlds. Similar arrangements could be found in countless vast and mysterious ancient worlds. Although those ancient worlds were far inferior to the upper realm, the foundation that they had accumulated since the creation of the world was not to be underestimated. If given enough time, it was not impossible for them to grow to a level that was close to the upper realm. Since the Forbidden Era, the real immortal realm and the upper realm were cut off. The immortal path collapsed, and the Tao principles were cracked. Even the great Tao had disappeared, and no one could become an immortal. Those ancient worlds that were far away from the upper realm did not know much about this, and still wanted to become an immortal through the immortal path. Therefore, this gave the Taoist a good opportunity to use the immortal path as bait to lure those powerful people from the ancient worlds to their graves. To me, this is the best opportunity to verify my status as an immortal king. When the real immortal path descends into the world, my thousands of clones will return to one, and I can touch the unreachable realm. The Taoist stood up, and there was an unconcealable ambition in his deep eyes. He was originally a figure from the immortal ancient era, and his peak cultivation had long surpassed the immortal realm. He even controlled the power of reincarnation, and even the most powerful people in the immortal realm could not do anything to him. However, the path of reincarnation was the most mysterious and vast, and it involved time. Even if he studied it for endless years, it was difficult for him to make much progress. Not to mention becoming an immortal king through the path of reincarnation. Originally, he was already on the verge of despair, feeling like he would never be able to gain a foothold in that realm. However, he never expected that in the Forbidden Era, heaven and earth collapsed, and the long river of time buried that era, separating immortals and mortals forever. He unexpectedly encountered 6 strange creatures who were contaminated by an unknown gray fog, and whose primordial spirits and physical bodies had been reconstructed and reincarnated countless times. Those 6 creatures were clearly not powerful, but they had a type of undying and indestructible characteristic. From them, the Taoist learned about a place full of mysterious gray fog. That place contained the secrets of immortality. Meanwhile, those 6 creatures were only contaminated with a trace of aura, and it was enough to ensure that their primordial spirits and physical bodies were indestructible, existing with heaven and earth. Although that gray fog represented immortality and decay, and during this process, one would suffer unimaginable pain and torture. However, compared to immortality, what was this? Back then, not long after the laws of heaven and earth were severed, the Taoist's cultivation was weakened greatly, and it was difficult for him to return to his peak. That was why when he knew that the 6 of them hid a great secret, he did not take action to interrogate them, and instead left behind many schemes for later investigation. At that time, the 6 of them also gave him a bowl of well water, saying that it was taken from that strange and mysterious place. It was also thanks to that bowl of well water that I understood the true meaning of life and death, understood the true Taoist techniques, and gave me a chance to touch the immortal king realm. I have a feeling that the true immortal sect will appear in this era, and the day when I reach the peak again is not far away. The Taoist's eyes were bright and deep, but at this moment, they were cold and emotionless. He looked at a certain space in the distance and muttered softly. Although his plans were spread all over the ancient universes, it did not mean that he could now unleash power that surpassed the immortal realm. In order to be able to hide behind the heavens more quietly like a shadow, to avoid the exhaustion of his lifespan and the interference of 550 laws and order. He even did not hesitate to split the original Tao fruit into thousands of pieces, and used the existence of the Tao body to guard the various ancient worlds. Those ancient worlds were carefully selected by him to be his backyard garden and farm. After such a long time, those 6 fellows should still be alive. It seems that the coordinates left behind at that time are useful. A cold smile appeared on the Taoist's face. He tore open the universe in front of him with his bare hands, took a step, and quickly disappeared. The upper realm was extremely far from here. Even with his cultivation, it would not take long for him to rush over. However, the Taoist did not care. To him, what he lacked the most was time. Because in the immortal ancient era, he had a name, Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord. Enan Sky. At the center of the Imperial Quartz Plaza. Rich black and white colors interweaved here. Large amounts of life and death stones collapsed and melted under Guchanga's great power. Then, it was reconstructed in a special order into the appearance of a Tao platform. Every inch and corner outlined mysterious and complex Tao patterns. Life and death revolved, and reincarnation alternated. Even an ordinary cultivator would be able to sense that this Tao platform was anything but simple. Wisps of reincarnation fell from the 4 corners of the Tao platform, enveloping it like a waterfall. A mysterious and unfathomable power quietly flowed on the Tao platform, making people feel reverence. They could not help but want to kneel down and comprehend the power of reincarnation. This aura can't be wrong. It is indeed the reincarnation Tao platform, although it is only in its embryonic form. In the depths of Enand Imperial Court, the 6 great ancient ancestors stared fixedly at the Tao platform, their emotions fluctuating greatly. They had waited for this day for too long. According to the words left behind by the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord, as long as the Reincarnation Tao platform was successfully constructed. Once the Reincarnation Tao platform was created, the guiding fire would be ignited on it, and that mysterious place would be illuminated. Although they had mistakenly entered that place, they had long regarded themselves as creatures of that mysterious place and wanted to return there at all times. All these years, they had often used various methods to try to contact that place, wanting the existence there to guide them back. Now, Guchanga had constructed the Reincarnation Tao platform, causing great hope to rise in their hearts once again. Kacha, however, at this moment, a crisp cracking sound suddenly came from the center of the plaza. The joy and hope on the faces of the 6 great ancestors suddenly froze, as if they were dumbfounded. The expressions of Jianan and the others also froze, and the smiles on their faces disappeared. Oh, why did it suddenly split open? Guchanga, who was using his mind to connect with this Tao platform, seemed to have just noticed this scene. He could not help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise. Crack. Extremely fine and obvious cracks appeared on the samsara platform. They were incomparably clear. These cracks grew bigger and quickly spread to the entire reincarnation platform. Dazzling golden light gushed out from within. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded into pieces. What? This scene caused the people of the Juyin royal court to be stunned. The joyous expression on his face instantly disappeared. It shattered? Jiannan's eyes widened as she looked at the cracks in disbelief. She wondered if she had seen wrongly. How is this possible? Why did the embryonic form of the reincarnation stage suddenly shatter and explode into a sky full of ashes? She wasn't the only one who couldn't believe it. Even the 6 ancient ancestors, who were watching everything from within the clan, found it difficult to maintain their calm. Their emotions were fluctuating greatly. If it weren't for the fact that they had too many misgivings, they would have personally come to investigate how the reincarnation platform shattered. Was this just an accident, or was this Guchunga's intention? If he's playing tricks, an ancient ancestor's expression was ugly, gloomy to the extreme. The other 5 ancient ancestors also had ugly expressions as they looked at Guchunga unkindly. What went wrong? Why did it suddenly shatter? It seems that these life stones and death stones are going to be wasted and we have to start over again. At this moment, Guchunga also looked like she didn't know. She gently shook her head and said regretfully. Judging from his expression, no one knew that he had said that on purpose. Or did the shattering of the reincarnation platform have nothing to do with him? Then we can only trouble young Master Chunga again. Although Jiannan really wanted to ask Guchunga why the reincarnation altar had shattered, she didn't know what to do. But at this time, she took a deep breath to calm herself down and tried to keep her tone as calm as possible. In fact, she also suspected that Guchunga did it on purpose. But why would Guchunga do that? It's fine. It's just a pity for these life stones and death stones. Guchunga shook his head as if he still felt that it was a pity. Jiannan glanced deeply at him, nodded, and didn't speak any further. The 6 ancient ancestors didn't say anything, so she didn't dare to make the decision. As for the other Enend life spirits, they didn't dare to say anything. However, their gazes were filled with worry. For the next few days, this place was once again shrouded in black and white. Guchunga's eyes were calm, as if he had entered a meditative state. Using the same method as the first time, he once again condensed the life stone and the death stone and constructed a new reincarnation stage. The reason why the previous reincarnation platform had shattered was naturally because he had tampered with it. He just wanted to test the attitude of the 6 old monsters, but he didn't expect them to be so tolerant. From this aspect, Guchunga could also see that the reincarnation stage was extremely important to them. This seems to be just a set of coordinates. It doesn't contain the profound meaning of the 9 underworlds reincarnation. Could it be that they want to bring someone here? Guchunga was a little surprised. The muddy waters hidden in absolute sky were definitely deeper than what he had seen now. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. After figuring this out, he glanced at the deepest part of absolute sky and smiled faintly. Buzz. Very soon. Around this square, wisps of reincarnation intent alternated. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotated. The 4 seasons of the year were rolling in the mortal world, and all kinds of life appeared. Compared to the first time when the reincarnation stage was created. This time, the aura was even denser. Many of the living beings around him felt like they were going to enter the reincarnation cycle. In the end, the entire absolute sky was affected by this aura. A misty brilliance soared into the sky, illuminating the originally gloomy dome of the sky. The depths of the clan, which was originally shrouded in grey fog, were also affected by this aura. Everyone could see clearly that there were 6 terrifying and blurry figures standing there. As if they had already existed since the beginning of the world, they emitted a majestic and boundless aura that was enough to crush all rules. It's the 6 ancient ancestors. They have indeed revived. When many absolute living beings saw this scene, they couldn't help but kneel down in that direction. The 6 ancient ancestors didn't expect that Guchunga would actually use the reincarnation stage to reflect their figures. But at this moment, they had nothing to hide. He just stood there quietly. His cold eyes fell on them, emitting a suffocating pressure. As the origin of Absolute Sky, it was because of them that the Absolute living beings were born and built and created all of this. Without a doubt, they were the supreme gods in the hearts of all Absolute living beings. Buzz. At this moment, under the illumination of the reincarnation aura, the surrounding void and rules became blurry. It was as if they couldn't bear their revived aura and were about to collapse. Junior Gu, did you deliberately reflect us? An ancient ancestor stepped out from the clan. His entire body was wrapped in grey fog, and his eyes fell on Xianxia. His voice was cold and emotionless, and it was as vast as a bell that swept through the sky, shaking the universe. From the beginning to the end, they had no intention of showing themselves. Even that night, when Xianxia went to the deepest part of the clan to spy and was detected by them, they didn't chase after him. But today, Xianxia reflected them in front of all the Absolute living beings, making them feel humiliated. At this time, if they didn't say anything, they would be looked down upon by Xianxia. In front of the Absolute tribe, they would lose all face. Boom! A terrifying pressure poured down like a heavenly river bursting a dam. The rules and order around them collapsed, and the void was destroyed. All light and energy were disappearing. Not good. The ancient ancestors are angry. All the Absolute living beings trembled uneasily and knelt on the ground in fear. An aura akin to the might of the heavens pressed down on everyone's heads. The ancient ancestors are really angry. The situation is developing in a direction that is difficult to control. Jianan and the others' expressions changed, and their scalps tightened. They felt like their hearts were being strangled, and they were about to suffocate. Since ancient times, the depths of the Absolute Sky had been deathly silent. It was rare for an ancient ancestor to appear, let alone an ancient ancestor who was angry. For all the living beings in the Absolute Sky, this was no different from a fantasy story. It was the first time in the ancient records. You can't hold it in anymore? But at this time, facing the anger of an ancient ancestor of the Absolute Sky, Xianxia still had a calm expression on his face, and then he slowly moved his hand away from the prototype of the reincarnation platform, as if he wasn't surprised at all. Now that things had come to this, he did deliberately reflect all of them, and he planned to do it in front of all the Absolute living beings. Didn't the 6 ancient ancestors like to watch all of this in the dark? Then Xianxia wouldn't let them do as they wished. And he wanted them to know that the initiative was in his hands. When he first came to the Absolute Sky, he didn't know the foundation of this place, and he didn't know the intentions of these 6 old monsters, so he didn't choose to alert them. Now, he already knew the importance of the reincarnation platform to the Absolute Sky. And the strength of these 6 old monsters. Xianxia naturally didn't need to worry too much. Forget it, as long as you finish forging the reincarnation platform, we swear by the great Tao that we will never make things difficult for you. At this time, one of the 5 ancient ancestors seemed to have seen through Xianxia's intentions, and his emotionless voice sounded. Hearing this, the ancient ancestor, who had already stepped out of the deepest part of the clan, also stopped. Before the reincarnation platform was completed, they didn't want to have too much conflict with Xianxia. This action just now was just to intimidate Xianxia, so that he wouldn't play any tricks. If they really wanted to make a move, there definitely wouldn't be only one ancient ancestor who stepped out of the deepest part of the clan. The other 4 ancient ancestors were still as cold as demonic mountains, standing at the end of the clan without saying a word, giving people a terrifying deterrent force that made it difficult to breathe. Make things difficult for me? But, do you have the ability to do so? Hearing this, Xianxia still smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. He was extremely casual. When he said this, not only did the expressions of Jianan and the others change. All the surrounding Absolute living beings were shocked to the extreme, and they felt their scalps go numb in disbelief. The ancient ancestors were the supreme existences who created the Absolute Sky, and they were almost like gods. Who in this world dared to go against them? In their eyes, such an action could only be described as crazy and unbelievable. Junior with the surname Gu, are you provoking us? Hearing this, the ancient ancestor, who had just stepped out of the clan's territory, had a cold expression on his face. He really didn't expect Xianxia to mock and provoke them in front of all the Absolute living beings. It was not as simple as not putting them in his eyes. Boom, in the next moment, a terrifying gray fog flooded out from the deepest part of the clan like a wave. It covered the sky and earth, and it surged endlessly, as if it was going to swallow everything in this world. It had to be said that Guchunga's words had really angered them. In their long immortal lives, this was the first time someone dared to provoke them like this. Especially when Guchunga was still a junior. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out, and the ground cracked and the void collapsed. The depths of the absolute sky seemed to have fallen into eternal silence. All the absolute living beings trembled, and their divine souls were terrified, and they wanted to kneel on the ground. Today, I'll let you understand what fear is. The ancient ancestor's eyes were cold. He reached out a large hand covered in gray hair and grabbed at Guchunga. The other ancient ancestor who had just spoken also made a move at this moment. Chains of order as thick as mountains appeared behind him. Then, they pierced through heaven and earth, tearing apart all Tao arts, and were going to pierce through Guchunga like arrows. They didn't want to kill him. This was just a show of strength to let Guchunga know who was the ruler of the absolute sky. After all, they still wanted to keep Guchunga to create the reincarnation platform for them, so they wouldn't kill him at this time. In the depths of the absolute sky that had been silent for eternity, the 6 ancient ancestors appeared together. 2 of them even spoke and said that they wanted to teach Guchunga a lesson. This scene shocked all the absolute living beings. After all, that was an ancient ancestor. He was the supreme existence who created and nurtured the entire absolute sky. He was immortal and existed with time. I want to say this to you. After all, the absolute sky is on the verge of drying up. I think you old guys won't live for long. Guchunga didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and directly exposed the truth that the 6 ancient ancestors wanted to hide. He wasn't talking nonsense. In the past few days, he had also found out the source of the absolute aura in the absolute sky. It was that mysterious land. The reason why these 6 old guys woke up from their long sleep was definitely because this matter had endangered their lives. That was why they valued it so much. While Guchunga was speaking, a hazy shadow of an ancient world appeared behind him. It contained an infinite amount of pressure and directly blocked all the attacks in front of it. What? Hearing Guchunga's words, many absolute living beings were shocked. They widened their eyes in disbelief. The ancient ancestors couldn't live for long? Junior, don't talk nonsense. We have existed since ancient times. Heaven and earth can't bury us. We exist with the long river of time. How can we grow old? The other ancient ancestors who hadn't moved in the clan's territory also had cold expressions at this moment. They didn't know how Guchunga judged all of this. However, they wouldn't allow the secret deep in the clan's territory to be known by others. As long as the well water in the ancestral well didn't run out, they wouldn't die of old age. No matter how serious their injuries were, their lifespans were exhausted, or their bodies and souls were destroyed. As long as they were watered by the well water, they could be rebuilt and restored to their original state. This was what they relied on to become immortal. It seems that I was right. The origin of heaven is indeed hidden in the clan's territory. It is also that thing that created you. Guchunga's smile was somewhat meaningful. At this moment, he didn't hide his purpose of coming. Before coming to heaven, he didn't have the intention to help create the reincarnation platform. Since there was the origin of heaven, why would he give up what was near and seek what was far away? What do you mean? The ancient ancestor who had stepped out of the clan's territory frowned. He suddenly had a feeling that something was wrong. They seemed to have underestimated Guchunga's courage and intentions. You have really aroused my interest. Now, I really want to know what is hidden in the depths of the clan's territory. Guchunga said indifferently. The smile on his face disappeared. He directly walked forward, and a terrifying aura filled the air. The entire universe where the absolute sky was located rumbled, and the surrounding stars cracked. All the surrounding experts of heaven couldn't withstand this aura. They coughed out blood and exploded. Is he going to attack the ancient ancestors? Jianan looked at this scene and was incomparably shocked. She couldn't believe it. Although she wasn't old, she had a deep understanding of the 6 ancient ancestors. She knew that they were truly immortal and indestructible. Guchunga's strength was unfathomable and unimaginable. But facing the 6 ancient ancestors, even if he could defeat them, he would die of exhaustion in the end. This was an unchangeable fact. Junior, what do you want to do? The 6 ancient ancestors' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect that Guchunga would really dare to attack them. Boom. In the clan's territory in the deepest part of Een Heaven, Guchunga stretched out a hand to tear apart the grey fog in front of him. That place immediately collapsed. At this moment, Guchunga didn't hide his aura at all. He stretched out his palm and chopped down. The surrounding Tao laws collapsed, and the rules were obliterated. Even the ground was torn apart. The grey fog disappeared into nothingness, causing all Een Heaven beings to be terrified to the extreme. Boom. In the depths of absolute Een sky, grey fog filled the sky. The laws and order collapsed, and vast energy surged. I want to see what you 6 old ghosts are capable of. Guchunga stepped forward and killed his way in. He was domineering and fierce, and his eyes were cold. He didn't care that this was the territory of absolute Een sky. He slapped his hand across the sky like a shocking wave, enough to drown everything. That place had been silent for thousands of years, and there was reddish-gray land everywhere. But now, it had all collapsed and cracked open. A huge rift valley stretched across it, and it was as if the world was about to be pierced through. The grey fog was completely torn apart. The dark lightning seemed to have penetrated the universe, illuminating the deeper darkness there. No light could penetrate it. Junior, how dare you? Do you really think that you are invincible in the outside world and can still do whatever you want in our territory? Today, we will make you pay a huge price and let you understand that the world is far bigger than you can imagine. The expression of the ancient ancestor who stepped out of the territory of absolute Een sky was extremely cold. At the same time, he was extremely angry. In his opinion, Guchunga's action of breaking into the depths of the territory was already a slap in the face in front of all the absolute Een tribe. As the ancient ancestor of absolute Een sky, how could they tolerate this? Suppress and take him down. Another ancient ancestor spoke. He was also cold and emotionless, and the killing intent in the depths of his eyes was difficult to hide. The 6 of them didn't attack together. No matter what, as the ancient ancestors of absolute Een sky, they didn't want to attack together to suppress a junior like Guchunga at this time. Moreover, in their subconsciousness, Guchunga wasn't strong enough to need the 6 of them to attack together. Boom, 3 of the ancient ancestors attacked, but they didn't use any profound and vast Tao laws. They just revealed their true bodies and wanted to walk out of the territory of the tribe. However, this universe seemed to be unable to withstand the aura they revealed and was about to collapse. Their cheekbones, in particular, were glowing brilliantly. Boundless spiritual power surged forth like a heavenly river that had burst its banks. Everyone was about to suffocate under this aura. Their bodies were about to explode, and their Tao arts were about to dissipate. So your spiritual power has already entered the immortal realm? Your physical body is rotten, but your spiritual power is extraordinary. It seems that this is the source of your confidence. Guchunga raised his eyebrows as he felt a majestic spiritual aura pressing down on him from the clan's territory. In the next moment, a hazy radiance pervaded his body. A Tao diagram with black and white intertwined like the yin-yang diagram appeared. Boundless primordial chi spun, as if it could divide the chaos and evolve into primordial desolation. This was the Taisheng Tao diagram that the Taisheng Grotto Heaven had left behind when they were conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions. It contained supreme defensive power. This map was obtained by Guchunga at the shore of the Boundary Monument. However, he rarely used it because there were very few cultivators who could threaten him. The mental strength of these 6 ancestors was enough to crush everyone in the upper realm. Even remnant immortals were far inferior. Guchunga did not want to fail miserably, so he chose to be more cautious. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he didn't want to reveal them to others unless he destroyed the entire Een sky. In addition, he had a feeling that there was someone watching every move of the Een sky. That reincarnation platform was clearly a coordinate left behind by someone. Perhaps this is a trap set up by the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Bang! After returning to his senses, Guchunga's expression became even colder. He stepped in and killed his way into the depths of the Yinan sky. The Taisheng Dao diagram floated above his head, and his body was filled with five-colored immortal light. As he punched, the surging power of blood seemed to be mixed with endless chaotic energy. Vast power surged and pierced through the sky. It was so powerful that it was a mess. "Junior, you will regret it," the ancestor who attacked first said coldly. His eyes were cold, and a terrifying beam of light shot out like a heavenly sword that could split the universe. At the same time, a vast amount of mental strength evolved at his cheekbones, as if it was opening up the chaos, and an ancient world was about to appear. The sound of worship rang out, vast and boundless. 3,000 lifelike Buddhas appeared, as if they were condensed from laws. They were happy, sad, angry, and angry as they suppressed Guchanga. However, under Guchanga's punch, the vast chaotic chi and blood were abundant, crushing everything in front of him. Bang! The 3,000 Buddhas began to collapse, and terrifying cracks appeared. Then, they all exploded with a crack and turned into ashes. Turning void into reality, but it's still far from true reality. Guchanga understood all of this. Although in terms of aura, the 3,000 Buddhas had reached the level of Tao attainment. However, that was all he had. His physical body was as weak as a piece of paper. On the other side, another ancestor's killing move had also arrived. His body was shrouded in gray fog, and only a decaying but sharp claw that was like a heavenly blade reached out. It easily cut through all the laws in front of him and tore all matter, and was about to collide with Guchanga's fist. Bang! However, in the next moment, there was a crisp sound of bones cracking, and an unconcealable groan. This green claw was splashed with black blood, and white bone fragments splattered everywhere. It was directly smashed into a bloody mist by Guchanga's punch and broke in the fog. When the other ancestors saw this scene, their expressions changed, and they were no longer as calm as before. "We have underestimated you." Another ancestor appeared. They felt that Guchanga's strength was a little beyond their imagination. Guchanga said lightly, "I overestimated your ability." Such a level of physical strength was far from the strength of the Yama king that he subdued when he annihilated hell. Soon, the most terrifying battle since the birth of Yinju sky erupted in front of the terrified eyes of all Yinju beings. It was accompanied by a heart-trembling roar and a beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Several blurry figures shrouded in the fog let out earth-shattering roars as if they were going to shatter this universe. A space barrier was torn apart, and large patches of Tao patterns were obliterated. The gray fog dispersed, and some terrifying scenes appeared in front of everyone. How is this possible? He's facing 3 ancient ancestors by himself. Even the experts of the Juyin royal family were trembling in fear. They wanted to kneel on the ground, unable to control themselves. Jianan, Jia Jiao and the others were terrified to the extreme and couldn't control themselves. From their vision, they could see endless rules gushing out. 3 towering figures were fighting with Guchanga, and every move they made was accompanied by endless divine light and Tao laws. The boundless spiritual power evaporated everything in the surroundings. Even the void was melted, turning into nothingness. This kind of great battle was too horrifying and terrifying. The surrounding small and desolate worlds all exploded. Guchanga was too strong. Sword light filled his body, and endless immortal light appeared. It didn't seem like the 3 ancestors were fighting him. On the contrary, he was still calm and relaxed while suppressing the 3 ancestors. "If we don't do something, I'm afraid there will be an accident." The 3 ancestors who hadn't made a move all this time looked more solemn at this time. They didn't expect that the 3 ancestors wouldn't be able to take down Guchanga even if they joined forces. Instead, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. The black-white Tao diagram was really mysterious and strange. It had evolved into the beginning of yin and yang and could neutralize many attacks. Guchanga stood there, surrounded by endless silver divine light. It could evaporate all the attacks coming at him, including the mental power. It was as if nothing could hurt him. Just as the other 3 ancestors were about to make a move, a terrifying light of the Tao suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was like a heavenly blade formed by the laws. It shone brightly and tore through the sky, shaking the river of time, and slashed at the head of one of the ancestors. All of this was too fast, and there were no signs. It suddenly appeared out of thin air. Poof, blood splattered everywhere, and a rotten head with all kinds of livor mortis spots was instantly thrown away. What was left of his body shattered into pieces, exploding into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The ancestor is dead, how is this possible? Seeing this sudden scene, all the Een beings widened their eyes in horror and felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. Many people stood rooted to the ground, as if they had been struck dumb. How could the undying and indestructible ancient ancestor have his head cut off by someone today? Even his body exploded into a bloody mist. The other ancestors of Een Sky also didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly use such a method, and their expressions changed. However, they didn't show too much worry, as if they weren't worried that their companions would die. There's something wrong with that gourd. It can destroy our souls in one strike. We have to be careful, although we are immortal, it would be ridiculous if our bodies were destroyed because of such a small trick. An ancestor stared at the immortal slaying gourd in Xianxia's hand. The other 4 ancestors nodded. After knowing Xianxia's method, they didn't look down on him as they did at the beginning. After all, every time their bodies were rebuilt, it was a painful torture for them. Their bodies and souls had to be rebuilt and rebuilt. Although they were already used to such pain, they still didn't want to experience it again. The origin has been scattered, and the soul has been obliterated. Even the traces have been eliminated, he's still not dead after his body and soul are destroyed? Xianxia paid attention to the expressions of the remaining 5 ancestors. He was even more interested in the secrets hidden in the depths of the clan's territory. He didn't wait for the 5 to attack together. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. This attack was even more terrifying. The torrential divine fire burned, illuminating the 3,000 great worlds and directly burning all the grey mist in the surroundings. The depths of the clan's territory, which was already extremely blurry, became even more barren. Everyone saw the dilapidation and loneliness there. The ground had collapsed and was full of cracks. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was fragmented. Boom! This time, the battle was even more tragic. The 5 ancestors attacked together. Although they weren't true immortals, their mental power was terrifying. Even immortals wouldn't dare to face the attacks they created. However, Xianxia used the most high Dao diagram to protect himself. The Great Een and Great Yang circulated, and life and death intertwined, evolving the universe chaos. It was unfathomable and vast, and it could dissolve all attacks. This made the 5 ancestors extremely gloomy. They couldn't hurt Xianxia. They weren't sure if Xianxia still had many tricks up his sleeve and hadn't shown his true strength. Because Xianxia's expression looked too relaxed. They even began to wonder if they had been decaying for too long. The level of the most high Dao diagram itself isn't as simple as an ordinary Dao attainment artifact or immortal artifact. Xianxia indeed hadn't shown his true strength. It wasn't difficult for him to destroy the 6 ancestors, but the secret of resurrection was difficult to see through. Soon, there was another explosion. Bloody mist filled the sky. With a poof, an ancestor exploded. He wasn't beheaded by the immortal slaying gourd, but was forcibly blown up by Xianxia. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene caused the other 4 ancient ancestors to feel fear. Whether Xianxia was fighting the 3 of them or the 5 of them, he was calm and composed. There wasn't much difference. Moreover, he still had the time to kill the others. All the Een terminating beings were shocked speechless by all this. Their scalps were numb, and they felt cold all over. Buzz. Just as this ancestor's body and soul were destroyed, a hazy radiance suddenly gushed out from the depths of the Een terminating sky. It was like a mist from an unknown place. It was heavy and majestic, and it suppressed everyone's mind and made them tremble. It was almost suffocating. That place suddenly became incomparably dark, and then 3 hazy ancient wells appeared. They were resplendent and seemed to reflect the world. There was a strange black substance floating at the mouth of the wells. The ancestor that Xianxia had killed with the immortal slaying gourd was now sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the well. His body was extremely blurry, and wisps of black substance seeped into his body, helping him to reconstruct his body. This scene shocked all the Een terminating beings. They didn't dare to imagine. Is this the ancestral well? The secret of the ancient ancestors' eternal life is in the ancestral well? Some terminating beings opened their eyes wide and muttered to themselves. This was the first time they witnessed the ancient ancestors reconstructing their bodies. So this is the reason why the ancient ancestors are eternal. No matter how many times they are destroyed, they can be reconstructed in the ancestral well? Jianan also stared at all this and discovered the secret that the ancient ancestors had been hiding all this time. If Guchanga hadn't dispersed the fog around the terminating sky, they probably wouldn't have been able to see the scene clearly for the rest of their lives. It's actually 3 wells? Is this the ancestral artifact of the terminating sky? Guchanga's gaze also landed there. He felt a very familiar aura. He knew that it was the smell of the terminating origin. Boom. However, at this moment, the incomplete reincarnation platform at the center of the terminating royal court suddenly trembled violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the reincarnation platform started to disintegrate on its own. Mysterious runes appeared one after another. They soared into the sky and illuminated the void. An incomparably mysterious and profound path appeared in a distant place under the illumination of those runes. This path was incomparably clear. It was filled with golden fog and extended all the way from a distant place. Everyone was stunned by the scene. They didn't expect that the incomplete reincarnation platform would trigger such a terrifying change. It seems that my guess was right. These are the coordinates left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Guchanga's eyes flashed with a strange look. His mind raced, but he wasn't surprised. He had guessed that someone had left behind a backup plan in the sky. After thinking about it, the only possibility left was the Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. Back then, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara must have come to the sky. Otherwise, Jianan and the others wouldn't have searched everywhere for the descendant of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara to help him build the reincarnation platform. Now, it seemed that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had planned it all out. He had left his coordinates on the reincarnation platform in order to descend here one day. As for his purpose, in Guchanga's opinion, it was very likely that it was related to the origin ancestral artifact of the sky. Speaking of which, the true descendant of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had been killed by him. The many inheritances left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had fallen into his hands. If the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara really appeared, it was hard to say whether he would be an enemy or a friend. What's going on? The reincarnation platform hasn't been completed yet. Why is it suddenly like this? Is someone going to descend? The golden path to heaven pierced through the darkening sky of absolute darkness and extended all of a sudden. This made many sky creatures widen their eyes in shock. This path, isn't this the path we want to illuminate? Who is this to descend? Could it be that we have all been deceived? At this moment, the ancient ancestors also reacted, and their expressions were incomparably ugly. The reincarnation platform was used to help them illuminate that mysterious and strange place. However, it had been ignited in advance and turned into a lighthouse to guide someone to the coordinates of this realm. They wouldn't believe that there was no problem here. After all, the reincarnation platform hadn't been completed yet. It was only a prototype and couldn't reach the level they wanted at all. Could it be this Junior Gu's doing? An ancient ancestor glared at Guchanga, his voice cold. Although 2 ancient ancestors had died at Guchanga's hands, the existence of the ancestral well allowed them to reconstruct their bodies. Therefore, they had not yet developed any thoughts of extreme danger in their hearts. It's not him. It might be something left behind by the reincarnation ancient celestial. Another ancient ancestor spoke, his tone confident, not doubting him at all. In fact, the other ancestors also reacted at this time. It was the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign who had left them the method to forge the Samsara platform. Then, he told them that through the reincarnation platform, they could see that the mysterious land was also the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. If the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara played any tricks, there was nothing they could do. We were tricked by him. An ancient ancestor's expression quickly turned ugly. Reincarnation ancient heavenly deity was an unmatched existence from the immortal ancient era, grasping the natural laws of reincarnation, able to step into the great river of time. If such a person was determined to scheme against them, it would be difficult for them to detect anything. Moreover, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had used a great Tao oath to make a deal with them. Who would have thought that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara would actually dare to violate a great Tao oath? It seems that you guys aren't stupid, finally understanding. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Guchanga laughed faintly. Seeing the expressions of the Yin and Heaven's ancient ancestors, he knew that they had already understood. Damn it, in the end, it was all for nothing, I hate it. In the depths of Yin and Heaven, terrifying fog swept over again. It was accompanied by heart-palpitating black lightning that cut through the sky dome, as if it was going to split the universe. After the ancient ancestors thought through all of this, their emotions fluctuated greatly. There was anger, regret, and even more despair. The ancestral well was about to dry up. If they could not find that mysterious land, they would soon be devoured. In that case, it wouldn't be long before they too would be eaten away by the decay, truly dying with their bodies and Tao erased. It would be impossible for them to be reborn. At this moment, all of the Yin and creatures felt the despair of the ancient ancestors. They could not help but kneel on the ground, trembling incessantly. They did not know why the ancient ancestors became so desperate, nor did they understand. Boom. Meanwhile, at this moment, there seemed to be some kind of terrifying fluctuation spreading in the distant sky. The dazzling golden path continued to extend. There was divine light descending, like waves of immortal music, welcoming someone. At this moment, everyone saw a blurry Taoist figure, as if crossing the river of stars to arrive. Jianan and the others even felt their hearts palpitate, as if their souls were frozen under that figure's gaze. This kind of boundless power made their hearts tremble even more than their ancient ancestors. Ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara. It really is him. Seeing this Taoist figure, the ancient ancestors' faces all became gloomy, incomparably ugly, revealing shocking killing intent. They did not expect that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara, who had disappeared for countless years, was actually still in this world, and even descended on Yin and Heaven in such a way. Is this the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara? His aura is extremely deep, doesn't seem like a simple person, worthy of being an overlord of the immortal ancient era. Guchanga's gaze also fell on him with a hint of interest. He could feel that the reincarnation platform he had obtained in the immortal ancient continent was trembling, and many of the Tao laws on it were awakening. Originally, when he had obtained this item, he had devoured and absorbed the will of reincarnation within it, condensing a reincarnation seal as a life-saving measure. Then, this item became as silent as death, completely losing all of its spirituality. However, he did not expect it to awaken again today, and a completely different kind of power emerged. It seems that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara left behind his inheritance with a deep meaning. Guchanga's will surged, suppressing this reincarnation platform, and his eyes became extremely deep. He really wanted to know what the ancient heavenly venerate of Samsara was scheming after hiding behind the all heavens for so long. At his peak, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara was definitely an existence that surpassed those who had achieved the Tao. His scheme was definitely not as simple as becoming an immortal. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, this one greets fellow Taoists. Soon, the golden great path extended from the sky and quickly descended to the center of the ultimate Yin royal court. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara appeared and walked over, wearing a feather robe and a star crown. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had a kind smile on his face as he gently brushed past the reincarnation platform in front of him. His eyes seemed to be filled with nostalgia and emotion. It's all thanks to this that I can find the way back. As he spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing with deep reminiscence. However, the ancient ancestors standing in the depths of the ultimate Yin royal court did not say a word. They just looked at him coldly. They were not stupid. Back then, because of the Great Path Oath, they had mistakenly believed in the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara. Now that they had reacted, they understood that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara definitely had another purpose and was deeply calculating and scheming. He did not come with good intentions. You are my successor, right? The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara looked away from the reincarnation platform and looked at Guchanga in an extremely friendly manner. Guchanga's expression was still as calm as ever. Hearing this, he only smiled and said, "Senior, you've got the wrong person. I'm not your successor. Instead, I killed the successor you chose and took his inheritance for myself." He spoke very casually and naturally, without hiding anything. Since the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had already planned this, he definitely knew that he was definitely not the successor he had chosen. Hearing this, many ultimatine beings were shocked and in an uproar. They had always thought that Guchanga was the true successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara and did not know about this at all. The real ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had been killed by Guchanga long ago. However, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara's expression did not change much when he heard this, as if he had already known. He only smiled and said, "No matter what the reason is, as long as you obtain my inheritance, you are naturally my successor." He meant that no matter what method Guchanga had used to obtain his inheritance, as long as his inheritance landed in the hands of Guchanga, then Guchanga would be his successor. "Oh, then does this junior have to call senior master?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile. There was still no respect in his tone. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign didn't seem to care about this at all. He smiled and said, "Why is there a need to stick to these mortal etiquettes between us?" To be honest, when he saw Guchanga for the first time, he was actually extremely amazed and incredulous. After all, in terms of age and bone structure, Guchanga was not very old. However, his cultivation had reached a level that made him feel boundless, and even gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Begging for fresh flowers, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara planned to trace the time fragments in an attempt to deduce Guchanga's origins and future. However, a great sense of danger and unimaginable terror suddenly enveloped him, almost causing him to suffer a huge backlash. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop. He didn't dare to continue prying. He didn't dare to imagine the origins of this convenient successor in front of him. At the very least, it was at a level that he was far from being able to touch. Jackals of the same tribe are starting to reminisce about the past? The several ancient ancestors had been watching all this coldly. They didn't expect that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara didn't care about Guchanga's identity at all, nor did he care that Guchanga had killed the true successor of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara and taken away his opportunity. "Fellow Taoists, are you all well now? In this humble Taoist's opinion, you must be almost at the end of your rope." Hearing this, the Samsara ancient celestial shifted his gaze away from Guchanga and smiled at the ancient ancestors. He appeared neither warm nor angry. He only had a medium build. Standing in front of the ancient ancestors who towered over the horizon, he looked extremely minuscule. However, there was a terrifying aura spreading from his body that even blurred the laws and order. No one dared to underestimate him. "Back then, you swore a great Tao oath to help us find that mysterious place. Now that you have broken the oath and betrayed us, aren't you afraid of suffering a backlash?" One of the ancient ancestors said with an ugly expression. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had exposed his thoughts. 0 This humble Taoist did indeed swear to help fellow Taoists find that place. Of course, the prerequisite is that fellow Taoists must hand over the 3 mysterious ancestral wells to me. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had a kind smile on his face, but his eyes were cold and deep. At this time, he no longer concealed his intentions and purpose. From beginning to end, his goal hadn't changed. In the past, he was afraid of the 6 ancient ancestors near undying means. However, later on, when he realized that their greatest reliance was the 3 mysterious ancestral wells, he began to plan and wait until the wells were about to dry up before taking action. This was because even if the 6 ancient ancestors were resurrected, they would fall into a period of weakness for a period of time. The process of resurrection and reconstruction was the process of consuming the 3 mysterious ancestral wells. The water in the well would eventually dry up, and they would also have a day when they would truly die and disappear. Ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara, don't even think about it. The ancestral wells are where our origins are. How can an outsider like you touch them? Except for the ancient ancestor who hadn't yet reconstructed his body. The faces of the 5 ancient ancestors darkened and surged with murderous intent. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign. Since this humble Taoist successor is also here today, the 3 ancestral wells will be occupied by the 2 of us. If fellow Taoists are smart, then don't stubbornly resist. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara shook his head as if to dissuade the ancient ancestors. He looked like a transcendent being, but since he was able to scheme for so long in the dark of the heavens and lay in wait for countless years, he was naturally not a simple and kind person. Moreover, he could see that this convenient successor of his had already fought with the 6 great ancient ancestors before he arrived here. 2 ancient ancestors had even died because of this and had to reconstruct their bodies, falling into a period of weakness for a period of time. Xianxia glanced at the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara with a strange gaze. He couldn't guess his true purpose. If the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had been in hiding for so long just for the origin artifact of Yin and Heaven, wouldn't it be too simple? He always felt that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had other intentions. He had been hiding in the dark for so many years, so he must be scheming something else. Let's see what he's scheming. Maybe I can use him. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Xianxia's expression returned to normal. He turned to the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara and said with a smile, "Since Master has said so, then Xianxia will naturally help Master obtain the 3 mysterious ancestral wells today." "That's good. Then we, Master and disciple, will obtain them today to see the secret of eternal life." The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara was slightly taken aback, but then he nodded with a smile. In fact, he didn't expect Xianxia to change so quickly. Just now, he still looked calm and indifferent. However, on second thought, he was a giant figure from the immortal ancient era, and there were still many legends about him in this world. Although Xianxia's origin was unknown, he didn't seem like a stupid person. He understood what choice to make at this time. Instead of offending this cheap master, it was better to take the opportunity to build a good relationship with him and obtain more benefits. 2. In the depths of the clan's territory, grey fog surged, and wisps of fog rose. The few ancient ancestors of absolute Yin sky stood there. They saw that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate and Xianxia, this pair of master and disciple, actually wanted to snatch their ancestral wells in front of them without hiding anything. Their faces were so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip from them. Killing intent surged. Although Xianxia was young, his true strength was unfathomable and difficult to guess. In a short period of time, he had killed 2 of them one after another. When the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was at his peak, he was an overlord of the immortal ancient era. His cultivation was unparalleled, surpassing the immortal realm. Such a figure, even in this era, had unimaginable methods. The only thing they could rely on now was relying on the 3 ancestral wells to continuously reconstruct their bodies. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Xianxia and the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. All the living beings in the Yin sky trembled in fear when they saw the scene. For countless years, no one had ever entered the depths of the clan's territory, let alone alarmed the ancient ancestors. But now, Xianxia had forcibly killed his way in and even killed 2 ancient ancestors, causing them to reconstruct their bodies. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate of the immortal ancient era had appeared again today to kill their ancient ancestors. This was undoubtedly a world-shaking and terrifying matter for the entire absolute Yin sky. They had already reached the brink of life and death. Everyone was overwhelmed with fear. Under that matchless aura, they could only kneel on the ground. Even the Yin sky creatures who stood in the domain of Tao attainment felt a chill all over their bodies. They had a premonition that even if the entire absolute Yin sky wasn't destroyed today, it would probably be fragmented. Jianan, Jia, and the others felt like ants at this time. A little aftershock could destroy their bodies and souls millions of times. There are a total of 6 of them. One is still reconstructing his body, and the other is in a weak state. How about you and I each kill 2 of the remaining 4? The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate casually sized up the remaining ancient ancestors and asked Xianxia with a smile. He appeared to be very confident. Even though he knew that the 6 great ancient ancestors were difficult to kill, he was still calm and collected. Hearing this, Xianxia also revealed a faint smile and said, "Then we will do as Master says. You're courting death." When they saw this, the ancient ancestors all roared out furiously, feeling like they were being looked down upon. Their voices shook the sky, tearing apart the sky dome like lightning. Terrifying bolts of black lightning shot out one after another, extending endlessly. They seemed to have come from another universe, heading straight for Xianxia and the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. Like a black true dragon, all rules and order were annihilated and dissipated under it. In an instant, this place seemed to have turned into a black Wangyang, vast and boundless, surging violently. Very good. I can use these people to show you what the power of reincarnation is. Reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign nodded with a smile. As he spoke, his figure immediately disappeared, as if he had walked over. A hazy and illusory rule domain spread out from his feet, enveloping all directions. In this kind of rule domain, the flow of time seemed to have slowed down, and everything in the world began to stagnate. The rule Tao seemed to have slowed down thousands of times. Under the gaze of the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara, it even began to collapse and disintegrate. The black lightning struck down, but it seemed to have decayed for thousands of years in an instant. It began to collapse and gradually turned into nothingness. This was a shocking scene. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara seemed to have stepped into the time domain. Wherever his gaze landed, it was the time domain. All Tao techniques and divine abilities were under his control. All the living beings were shocked to the extreme, unable to imagine such a mighty power. Boom, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara shook his sleeves, and the front collapsed, turning into a point or a circle for eternity. All the living beings and order were trapped inside, forever trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, continuing to live and die. So what if it's the time domain? In this land of the clan, we are invincible. Today, we will make you pay a heavy price. The ancient ancestor cannot be humiliated. An ancient ancestor roared, wanting to break free from the restraints of this rule. In the terrifying gray fog, thick chains pierced out. They were like mountain ranges, heavy and majestic, suppressing people's heads and making them unable to breathe. In the depths of the clan, chaos lightning descended. It was as if the gods were punishing the living beings in the world for disrespecting them. Every inch of space was trembling, and a black whirlwind blew between heaven and earth. Accompanied by black rain and ominous lightning, it struck toward Xianxia and the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara. The other ancient ancestors also made their moves. Their decaying bodies shrouded in gray fog suddenly erupted with boundless light. A large hand stained with black blood slapped down toward the two people below. The chains of order were accompanied by a clattering sound, as if they were dragging a group of evil spirits that had been born into the world. Bang! In the next moment, a fist light that was like a resplendent golden sun suddenly washed over and directly collided with one of the arms. Black blood splattered, and the thick gray fog was suddenly dispelled. I overestimated your strength. Your spiritual power is transcendent, but that's all. Xianxia abandoned his previous transcendent appearance. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his fist light was vast and sacred. Together with the primal chaos chi, it pressed down like an ancient dome of heaven, crushing down on the ground below. The arm of an ancient ancestor instantly exploded into pieces. Blood mist drifted, and it instantly collapsed when the physical body collided. This was an indescribable suppressive power. Just the fluctuation of the physical body was enough to shake this universe. All the extreme beings trembled in fear as they witnessed their invincible ancient ancestor being continuously destroyed by Xianxia. Some of the extreme beings who were very close kept trembling. Under this aura, their bodies began to crack, and cracks appeared, and blood kept flowing out. The endless gray fog exploded, revealing the scene in the depths of the clan. Or perhaps this world was broken to begin with. The vast land was full of scars and ruins. Now, under the attacks of Xianxia and reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, it was broken inch by inch. The void was cracking, and the laws of heaven and earth exploded. The divine chains of order collapsed, and the Tao patterns were obliterated. Nothing was left. 3 mysterious and supreme ancestral wells appeared at the end of the clan as if they were enveloping this world. The 6 ancient ancestors were destroyed one after another. Even though their spiritual power was heaven-defying and could evolve many unparalleled methods, they were still powerless. In the face of absolute suppression, they still couldn't resist at all. Soon, they exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Buzz, a mysterious and misty aura flowed out of the ancestral wells, enveloping the 6 ancient ancestors. After their bodies collapsed, they soon appeared above the ancestral wells and quickly rebuilt their bodies. Their spiritual power entered the glabella, and they attacked Xianxia and Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord again. The entire world was turned upside down, and the gray sky was collapsing. This great world couldn't withstand the aura here at all. The turbulent yin and aura seeped out of the broken cracks and spread to the outside world. At the same time, among the many orthodoxies in the upper realm, some ancient existences with profound cultivation bases opened their eyes abruptly as they sensed the fluctuations from the distant space. This fluctuation made their hearts palpitate, and even made them feel uneasy and fearful. That wisp of gray fog is here again. It has descended into the world again. Someone thought of something, and fear appeared in their eyes. The fluctuations of the battle in the Enan sky were too terrifying. It even alarmed many old monsters who had been sealed for a long time. They walked out of the dust-covered land, appeared from underground palaces and ancient cave abodes, and looked at the battlefield. In the land enveloped by the Enan sky, there were no living creatures or orthodoxies within a radius of nearly 10 million miles. However, this didn't stop them from deducing what had happened. If the Enan sky erupts again, no one can suppress the power of the immortal state. At that time, all living creatures within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles will be wiped out. In the true Immortal Academy, several elders stood in a pavilion. There was a chessboard and a compass in the center, and they seemed to be deducing something. The great elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace was also here, and his expression was extremely solemn. He was a figure of the same generation as Xianxier's masters in the Peach Village. His true strength was unfathomable, and he was one of the pinnacle existences in the world. Even he felt that this matter was unusually serious and troublesome. It was obvious that it was not simple. Have you found out? Did something really happen in the Enan sky that caused so much yin and aura to suddenly spread out? The great elder asked with a solemn expression, and he was worried. Reporting to the great elder, something did happen in the Enan sky, but we don't know the reason. The Enan aura that seemed to be dead before suddenly swept over like boiling water. Many spatial cracks also appeared there, and a huge amount of Enan aura rushed out from them. Many orthodoxies in the surroundings didn't have time to migrate, and were already drowned. When the elders in the pavilion heard this, they all answered with a solemn expression. They only noticed this all of a sudden, and there were no signs at all before this. Even a long time ago, when the Enan sky appeared, it did not suddenly erupt like this. First, think of a way to stabilize the space around the Enan sky to prevent the Enan aura from spreading and swallowing the other ancient worlds. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll contact the other imperishable orthodoxies and ask them to take action. The great elder said with a solemn expression and began to give orders. The initial purpose of the establishment of the Immortal Academy was to prevent the Enan sky from causing an indescribable disaster to the upper realm in the future. However, before the immortal casting plan succeeded, such a terrifying riot broke out in the Enan sky. All of this was too unexpected. Could it be that the terrifying creature in the Enan sky is reviving? An elder said worriedly, and could not help but guess. And just as the entire upper realm was worried about the riot in the Enan sky, in the depths of the Enan sky, Xianxia was fighting with the 6 ancient ancestors. He did not know that the fluctuations here had begun to affect the upper realm, and that many orthodoxies were drowned and swallowed by the Enan aura. Of course, even if he knew, he would not care. The origin ancestral artifact of the Enan sky was right in front of him, which was more important to him. You're already so weak. I'm afraid it won't be long before the mysterious substance in the ancestral well is exhausted. If you don't want to be truly destroyed, you'd better hand over the 3 wells obediently. The Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord said faintly and appeared below the ancestral well, confronting the 6 ancient ancestors who were rebuilding their bodies. He seemed to be very calm. Even when fighting with the ancient ancestors, he did not show the slightest sign of exhaustion. Although his current strength was far from his peak. It was easy to deal with the 6 ancient ancestors who were constantly weakening in front of him, not to mention that there was also Xianxia, who he could not see clearly. In the battle with the ancient ancestors just now, Xianxia's performance really made the Reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Lord look sideways, and he could not help but keep an eye on him. He felt that Xianxia was definitely a person like him. His mind was as deep as the sea, and it was difficult to see what he was really thinking. Until now, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord still did not know the actual situation of Xianxia, nor did he know what methods he had. Although the two of them were master and disciple in name, they did not care about each other. However, none of them took this matter to heart. They were all on guard against each other. Reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, you will regret today's actions sooner or later. The great Tao is everywhere. Since you dare to break the agreement, you will naturally bear the karma in the future. The 6 ancient ancestors looked coldly at the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Their figures were faint and their auras were no longer as before. Although there were 3 ancestral wells behind them that were reshaping everything for them, this would consume the ancestral well. However, this process also consumed the substance in the ancestral well. It was not a long-term solution. Moreover, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was right. When the substance in the ancestral well was exhausted, it would be the time for them to truly die. But hearing this, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord still did not take it to heart. Back then, after the Forbidden Era, the great Tao had already collapsed, and the immortal path was severed. Even if I swear on the great Tao, how can it manifest to punish me? If the great Tao had manifested, why would I have to hibernate for countless years, unable to see the Tao fruit of that realm? He said indifferently, looking at the great Tao with disdain. When Xianxia heard this, his eyes moved slightly. The great Tao had collapsed, and it was difficult to see the Tao fruit. In the immortal ancient era, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was already in existence that surpassed the immortal realm. Could it be that the realm he wanted to see was above the immortal realm? Then what was this realm? The king of immortals, the emperor of immortals, or the ancestor of immortals? In this era, the immortal gate was destined to manifest, and the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord appeared at this time. His scheme was definitely not as simple as the immortal realm. Xianxia still remembered that before Guqingyi left, she had told him that the upper realm would encounter an unimaginable upheaval. Could this upheaval be related to the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord? So you didn't care about that oath a long time ago, and have been deceiving and scheming against us all this time? Hateful. After personally learning the truth from the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, the 6 ancient ancestors' expressions were ugly to the extreme. Their emotions were already difficult to describe with anger. But you still have to pay the price. With my immortal true soul, I will engrave it in the long river of time. Today, I curse you. They were not simple people. After understanding all of this, they immediately made a prompt decision. Some people's bodies quickly blurred. Every inch of their bodies seemed to be burning, and endless fog filled the air. Some kind of strange rune flew out from the fog, giving off boundless light and quickly burning away in the void. The ancient ancestors of Absolute in Heaven were extremely decisive. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, they immediately chose to burn themselves. They wanted to use a wisp of strange aura to curse the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. It could be seen how deep their hatred and killing intent for the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was. They wanted nothing more than to shatter his body and bones. Rumble, the heavens were in tatters, like an ancient mirror that was already full of holes. The terrifying gray fog spread and kept devouring. Burning my soul to curse the yellow springs. Heaven and earth will be overturned, and the sun and moon will lose their light. An ancient ancestor stared at the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate with murderous intent. He gave up his last chance of immortality and let himself be shattered. Every inch of soul light was burning as if countless vengeful spirits were being released. They covered the sky and earth and flooded toward the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. At this moment, even the indifferent reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's expression changed slightly. You're really ruthless. Even at this time, you don't dare to let me go? However, he quickly recovered and said indifferently. He shook his head. At the same time, his robe shook forward, and a vast and supreme law appeared. Buzz, a blurry black and white divine light spread out like a Tao diagram. It kept rotating and enlarging, enveloping all the gray fog that was coming toward him. However, it was an ancient ancestor after all. The curse method that he chose to ignite by burning his soul could not be underestimated. At this time, a wisp of green appeared on the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's face. It was like some unknown substance had stained his body. This made him frown and try to expel this wisp of green. However, this wisp of green was like a maggot in his bones. It was like a brand on his face that was difficult to erase. The power of the curse. An unknown source? Guchanga noticed this and raised his eyebrows. He thought of the living beings that he had seen in the outside world that were contaminated and corroded by the terminating chi. Logically speaking, at the level of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Ordinary unknown substances, not to mention contaminating his body, would not even be able to get close to him. However, the strand of matter that was brought in at the cost of a and heaven ancient ancestor burning himself was not one of them. This made Guchanga a little curious. Where did the origin ancestral artifact of the and sky come from? Logically speaking, it was unlikely for such a substance to appear in the current upper realm. Looks like you guys do have some tricks up your sleeve. This primordial ancestral artifact is quite strange. I can't get rid of this curse for a while. Samsara ancient heavenly venerate's expression didn't change much because of this curse and quickly recovered. He looked at the remaining great ancestors and said. This wisp of green energy appeared and disappeared on his face, making him look extremely strange. Even this curse can't do anything to you. It seems that our days are truly numbered. The remaining ancestors sighed softly. They seemed to have accepted the situation and quietly stood at the edge of the clan's territory. Seeing this scene, Guchanga had a premonition and couldn't help but frown. What do you want? At this moment, Samsara ancient heavenly venerate also noticed something, and his expression changed. He seemed a little gloomy. Since we can't protect the ancestral well, then the ancestral well will be buried here with us today. Formed in the ancestral well and returned to the ancestral well. This is our final destination. The remaining 5 great ancestors spoke in unison. Their expressions were unusually cold and calm, as if they were talking about a trivial matter. What? When all the Enand beings heard this, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. At this moment, the great ancestors were planning to destroy the ancestral well. Didn't that mean that the entire Enand sky would be destroyed? All the Enand beings would also be buried here and fall into eternal silence. They couldn't believe all of this and felt that it was too unbelievable. How did things suddenly come to this point? You all want to destroy the origin ancestral artifact? Samsara ancient heavenly venerate's expression was unusually cold, no longer as indifferent as before. All this time, he had been scheming against the Enand sky for a long time because of the 3 ancestral wells. But now, the great ancestors were planning to destroy the ancestral wells. How could this not cause his emotions to be in chaos and his killing intent to surge? However, the great ancestors of the Enand sky didn't plan to talk nonsense. Even with the ancestral wells, they weren't a match for Guchanga and Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. Even if they continued to fight with them, they would only end up like a lamp that had run out of oil. Damn it. Samsara ancient heavenly venerate's expression changed drastically. He wanted to take action to stop all of this. His time domain spread out, but it was still too slow. Boom, a terrifying gray pillar of light tore through the sky like a divine light that soared into the sky. The 3 mysterious ancestral wells in the sky emitted endless light as they were ignited by the 5 great ancestors. This kind of light was too bright. It was as if 3 brilliant suns had risen in the darkness. But in the next moment, it was accompanied by a heart-trembling cracking sound. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the 3 ancestral wells. Terrifying energy surged like a heavenly river that had burst its banks, suppressing everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even the 5 great ancestors were almost crushed at this moment. They couldn't stand straight. The origin of the 3 ancestral wells was too mysterious. Even they had only obtained them by chance and didn't know their true origin. Even though they had occupied and studied the ancestral wells for countless years, it was difficult for them to see through the mysterious runes in the ancestral wells. However, they had occupied the ancestral wells for so long, so they more or less had some control over them. Therefore, at this time, they were all determined to make Samsara ancient heavenly venerate and Guchanga pay the price. They wouldn't let their scheme succeed. At this moment, the entire Enand sky began to collapse because of the collapse of the 3 ancestral wells. The vast amount of energy was like a torrential flood, constantly washing everywhere, shattering the space barrier. Samsara ancient heavenly venerate summoned a golden seal that shrouded the front to prevent the 3 ancestral wells from shattering. However, the remaining 5 great ancestors had obviously guessed his intention. At this moment, they didn't care about anything else and rushed toward him, wanting to stop him. The 5 of them worked together and displayed unprecedented terrifying strength. With a raise of their hands, vast energy surged violently like Wang Yang. Hundreds of millions of laws and order turned into all kinds of divine weapons and artifacts, transforming into mountains and rivers of stars that suppressed together. "You're courting death." Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate's expression was extremely ugly. He had concealed a lot of his strength before, but at this juncture, he couldn't care less. The 5 great ancestors attacked him together, but they didn't care about Guchanga on the other side. In their eyes, Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate had schemed for the origin ancestral wells for a long time, so this item must be extremely important to him. On the other hand, Guchanga was only a young junior. Although his strength was terrifying, his means weren't necessarily more than Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerates. Facing the exploding ancestral wells, even they couldn't do anything. What could Guchanga do? "No matter how much we can collect, we'll go find the fragments of the ancient well now. Even if it's just a fragment, it still contains unimaginable mysteries." Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate also realized the intentions of the great ancestors and said to Guchanga while fighting them. He didn't think that Guchanga could stabilize the exploding ancestral wells. Therefore, he only hoped that he could collect more fragments at this time. And this was the only way. "Master, don't worry. Your disciple will go and collect them now." Guchanga smiled faintly. He naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately disappeared from the spot, rushing toward the 3 collapsing ancestral wells in the distance. He was still thinking about how to keep the Ancient Heavenly Venerate from Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate and take the ancestral wells for himself. Now, this great opportunity was right in front of him. Ridiculous. The power of the ancestral wells is very vast. Even we can only borrow it. Now that it's fully erupting, even you will be turned into dust and destroyed in body and soul, let alone him. The 5 great ancestors said coldly. They didn't care that Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate had ordered Guchanga to collect the fragments. In their opinion, no matter how strong Guchanga was, he couldn't last long in that kind of vast power. His physical body would soon explode into a bloody mist and ultimately be destroyed in body and soul. "You all underestimate my disciple too much," Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate said coldly. A golden seal hovered above his head, glowing with immortal light. Words containing the profundities of the immortal Tao lined up in the void. Like huge stars, matching the number of stars in the sky. This was an ancient array that could refine immortals and demons. Although his cultivation wasn't at its peak, he could still refine the 5 great ancestors in front of him. He still had a lot of confidence in Guchanga. Although he didn't believe that Guchanga could take back most of the fragments of the ancestral wells, he was sure that some of them would be there. This was Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate's intuition. Rumble, endless grey fog appeared in the deepest part of the clan. The 3 wells of ancestral origin shattered as if some kind of shackle had been broken. Endless grey fog rushed out from the broken wells, drowning everything in the surroundings. The sky, which was originally dark and gloomy, had also become fragmented, with countless cracks appearing on its surface. More interminating fog spread out from here and rushed to the outside world. "Oh no, the sky is collapsing. The Ain sky is going to be destroyed. All of us will be drowned here. The ancient ancestor is going to give up on us." Why, all of the Ain terminating life spirits watched this scene in despair. Wails of anguish could be heard everywhere. They couldn't believe that in the end, the ancient ancestor that they respected the most would destroy everything. Jianan, Jia Jiao, and the rest of the Ain terminating royal family were also pale. They trembled and fell into despair. The ancient ancestor that they worshipped insisted on dragging the entire Ain sky to be buried with them after knowing that there was no hope for him to live forever. Even if it meant destroying the origin ancestral artifact, he wouldn't hesitate. This viciousness and decisiveness caused them to feel bitter, dejected, and filled with despair. On the other side, Guchanga swept past the reincarnation Ancient Heavenly Venerate and the 5 ancient ancestors who were fighting. His figure quickly disappeared into the grey fog. The surging energy was like the collision of several great worlds, wanting to obliterate any living being that dared to enter this place. Xianxia couldn't help but frown when he felt this terrifying crushing power. Although his physical body was extremely strong, it didn't mean that it was comparable to supreme divine metal and could withstand thousands of tribulations. In this place, if one took a step forward, they would instantly explode into a bloody mist and die. He also felt that small cracks began to appear on his body. However, under his powerful and terrifying vitality, these small cracks quickly healed and disappeared. Fortunately, these 3 wells of ancestral origins haven't completely collapsed. One of them is almost complete. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he noticed the scene in the depths. The 3 well of ancestral origins bobbed up and down like 3 brilliant suns, shining dazzlingly. One of the well of ancestral origins had already collapsed. Pieces of debris flew out and silently annihilated in the void, turning into some kind of complicated rune. If it wasn't collected in time, it would probably disappear quickly and no longer exist. No wonder the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate wanted me to collect the fragments. It turns out that he already knew that these 3 wells of ancestral origins were formed by some kind of rune. Seeing this, Xianxia was a little enlightened. However, at this time, his attention wasn't on the collapsing well of ancestral origins. Instead, it was on the other almost complete well of ancestral origins. Although the 5 ancient ancestors had controlled these 3 well of ancestral origins for a long time, they hadn't studied and comprehended it until now. Even if they insisted on destroying the 3 well of ancestral origins, it wouldn't take long. Perhaps even the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate hadn't expected this. In that case, I'll accept this well of ancestral origins. As for these fragments, Xianxia couldn't help but smile faintly. He raised his hand and brought out the great Tao treasure bottle. The terrifying bottle was like a black hole that could swallow the heavens, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. At this time, even the 3 well of ancestral origins trembled slightly, as if it couldn't bear the pressure of the great Tao. Treasure bottle. Buzz. The next moment, a vast black light gushed out and directly swallowed the almost complete well of ancestral origins. Strands of the light of the great path descended, dense and complete. It was like a giant mouth that suddenly swallowed him. The remaining 2 wells of ancestral origins were still rupturing and exploding, turning into energy and countless tiny fragments that filled the sky. Xianxia didn't stay idle. He continued to bring out the great Tao treasure bottle and swallowed all the fragments and energy. In the end, only a little was left, which could be considered as completing the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate's instructions. Xianxia didn't intend to fall out with the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate before understanding his many schemes. He felt that everything that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate had set up could become his wedding dress if handled properly. It's not that easy to be my cheap master. The grey fog was still monstrous, blotting out the sky and sun. It was boundless and showed no signs of dissipating. Therefore, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, who was still fighting with the several ancient ancestors, didn't notice Xianxia's movements at all. The absolute sky collapsed. Large pieces of the sky shattered like a shattered mirror. Countless streams of fire crashed down from the sky. They were accompanied by an incomparably dense grey fog that drowned everything. This was an incomparably despairing scene. The ground collapsed, and a terrifying crack that stretched for tens of thousands of miles appeared. All the absolute beings were wailing and fleeing, wanting to escape from this world. The 5 ancient ancestors were fighting with the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, disregarding life and death. They had already destroyed the well of origins. As long as they died, there would be no hope of rebuilding it. This place seemed to have become the beginning of the world. The aftermath was too turbulent and terrifying. Primal chaos surged into the sky and spread in all directions. They tried their best to stall the ancient heavenly lord of samsara and make him pay a heavy price. However, the ancient heavenly lord of samsara was too terrifying. The ancient formation that was activated was extremely resplendent. It transformed into the number of stars in the sky and trapped them inside. The heavenly fire meteors ignited, and primal chaos surged in all directions, burning them. Large stars appeared one after another and condensed in the surroundings, turning into thousands of sword chi that slashed over. This was a peerless killing move that could not be resisted or avoided. If the ancient heavenly lord of samsara was at his peak state, he could easily kill immortals with this ancient formation. Although the 5 ancient ancestors' mental power was vast and far exceeded their current realm, there was still a huge gap between them and a true immortal. Boom, the killing formation turned into a furnace, and millions of sword chi obliterated the 5 ancient ancestors. They let out unwilling roars, and their bodies were burning. They wanted to use all their methods. It was as if billions of stars had exploded in this place. The energy was violent and surging, drowning everything. In the end, the aura in the ancient formation gradually calmed down. All the absolute beings could no longer sense the auras of their ancient ancestors. The undying ancient ancestors in their hearts had all fallen in front of their race today, completely obliterated by the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Fellow Taoists, why are you doing this? It's better to die in glory than to live in dishonor? A faint look of pity appeared on the ancient heavenly lord of samsara's face. He gently shook his head and put away the ancient formation. The moment he activated this formation, the 5 ancestors were destined to die and become Tao immortals. The other Een and life spirits watched this scene in horror, trembling incessantly. The Een terminating sky collapsed, the ancient ancestor fell, and even the primordial ancestral artifact exploded. Didn't this mean that from today onwards, the Juin tribe would be extinct from this world? Thinking of this, sorrow and grief appeared on everyone's faces. At this time, Samsara ancient heavenly venerate didn't have the leisure to care about these extreme life forms. He moved, heading towards the depths of the clan. He wanted to know just how many fragments of the ancestral artifact Xianxia had collected. In his perception, the origin ancestral artifact's aura had completely disappeared. In other words, the 3 wells of origin had completely exploded and disappeared from this world. The grey fog was boundless and incomparably dense, covering everything. Even ancient heavenly venerate Samsara found it difficult to see what was going on. The 3 wells of origin had extraordinary origins. When they exploded just now, he even felt his heart palpitate. How many have you collected? Samsara ancient heavenly venerate quickly found Xianxia's figure in the fog. He quickly walked over and asked, very concerned. Xianxia was currently holding a jade jar made of a special material, sealing the surrounding void to prevent the fragments of the origin ancestral artifact from dispersing. Hearing this, he seemed to come back to his senses. He was slightly puzzled and said to Samsara ancient heavenly venerate, "This item is not made of a simple material, but condensed from some kind of rune. The moment it shattered, it began to disintegrate and dissipate. Although I came in time, I didn't collect much." As he spoke, he seemed to be rather regretful and handed the jade jar to Samsara ancient heavenly venerate. "I know this." Samsara ancient heavenly venerate didn't doubt this. This was because he had long known that the 3 wells of origin were condensed from some kind of mysterious rune, not some kind of material structure. This was also the reason why he called Xianxia over to collect the fragments. "You actually collected so many?" Samsara ancient heavenly venerate, who didn't hold much hope in his heart, suddenly swept his gaze over the fragments in the jade jar. He couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that Xianxia had only collected a small portion. However, judging from the fragments in the jade jar, it was at least a third of the well of origin. This was truly beyond his expectations, and he was pleasantly surprised. "If I had come earlier, perhaps I could have collected more." Xianxia shook his head regretfully. Samsara ancient heavenly venerate smiled. "It's fine. This is already a pleasant surprise. As long as I can see through the mysteries, it doesn't matter if I have more or less." Speaking of this, he suddenly felt somewhat satisfied with this cheap disciple of his, Xianxia. His origin was mysterious, his strength was terrifying, and his methods were extremely tyrannical. Although he seemed to be a little scheming and sanctimonious, this was exactly what he wanted. He had always disliked pedantic and stupid people. Since Xianxia in front of him could disrupt his original plan, kill his designated successor, and seize his inheritance, there must be something extraordinary about her. In that case, this disciple congratulates Master for advancing further in your cultivation of the Tao. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled faintly and cupped his hands. "It's all thanks to you today. I'm not someone who doesn't distinguish between rewards and punishments. I'll bestow this broken horn formation to you. Don't underestimate this broken horn formation. I found it when I accidentally entered an immortal king's cave abode. If your cultivation is high enough, it'll be more than enough to resist a true immortal realm existence. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate was in a good mood. He shook his sleeve and took out a broken horn sealed in jade, planning to bestow it on Xianxia. In the immortal ancient era, when the great Tao had yet to collapse and the order of heaven and earth hadn't been severed, this broken horn formation could even trigger a bloody storm, making many true immortals fight over it. However, until now, the immortal Tao hadn't appeared and the laws were incomplete. In fact, even Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate didn't know how much power this broken horn formation could unleash. Xianxia's eyes flashed when he heard that. He took the broken horn formation and said gratefully, "Thank you for giving me this treasure, Master." However, out of caution, he still scanned it with his divine will. He didn't find anything unusual, so he accepted it. Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate seemed to have a lot of treasures. When he fought the 6 ancient ancestors, he took out a huge seal that could neutralize and resist many attacks. In Xianxia's opinion, that thing was definitely a Khanate artifact. Its defensive power was even not inferior to the most high Tao diagram that he had. In addition, the ancient formation that Samsara Ancient Heavenly Venerate used to kill the 5 ancient ancestors was also extremely extraordinary. It had evolved the number of stars in the sky and had almost infinite power to attack. This was similar to the great formation of immortals and demons that Xianxia had learned from Yama when he was annihilating hell. He's very rich. Now that Yinan Sky has been destroyed, this is definitely a terrifying disaster for the outside world. Countless living beings and orthodoxies will probably be destroyed. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and Xianxia stepped into the void. There was a faint look of compassion on his face, as if he was sympathizing with all living beings who were about to suffer. Inch by inch, space collapsed under their feet, turning into nothingness and disappearing. Hearing this, a strange expression flashed across Xianxia's face. Then, he revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "All these years, the orthodoxies of the upper realm have tried to establish a perfected immortal academy, trying to nurture a perfected immortal to turn the tide when the disaster of Yinan Sky breaks out. Unfortunately, the perfected immortal academy has been established for too short a time. The matter of nurturing a perfected immortal is even more distant." At this point, he seemed to be rather regretful. Hearing this, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord glanced at Xianxia. He could tell from his words that there were many meanings. "You want me to take the opportunity to establish my faith and save all living beings?" He smiled faintly, but his heart was moved. Xianxia's words were indeed a signal to the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. There were no perfected immortals in the upper realm today. In the face of the disaster of Yinan Sky, only immortals could stop it. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was a giant figure in the immortal ancient era. Even now, he still had many mysterious and terrifying methods. It was not difficult for him to stop the outbreak of Yinan Sky. At this time, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord reappeared in the world and resisted the disaster of Yinan Sky by himself. For all living beings in the upper realm, this was tantamount to seeing the light of dawn in the darkness. Xianxia's identity as the successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was more or less beneficial. The orthodoxies of the upper realm were now secretly discussing how to get rid of him, spreading rumors that he was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, causing undercurrents to surge in the upper realm. Even ordinary cultivators were deeply affected and were considering the truth of this rumor. If the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord resolved the disaster of Yinan Sky at this time, Xianxia could borrow his power to trigger the general trend of the upper realm and set up a trap. Master has disappeared for such a long time. If he reappears in the world now, it will probably cause endless waves. 553-inch disciple feels that Master might as well use this opportunity. Xianxia also smiled faintly, not hiding his intentions. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara glanced at him with a strange expression and gently shook his head. He did not say anything else, as if he was pondering over Xianxia's intentions. From Xianxia's words, he had already understood Xianxia's identity. The young master of the Longevity Gu clan. If it was any other long life family's young master, he would more or less show disdain, but the surname Gu was different. Even in Immortal Ancient, the Gu clan was still extremely mysterious, incomparably ancient. No one knew about their backing. Thinking of this, Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. In that case, we will do as my disciple says. He wasn't sure when the immortal path would appear in this life. During this period of time, he could continue to plan for the immortal King Dao fruit and harvest the many ancient worlds that he had set up as backup. As Guchunga's chief master, he had a reason to go to the Longevity Gu clan to investigate. The ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara was actually quite curious. Just how different was the present long life Gu family from immortal ancient era's Gu family? He vaguely remembered that there was a rumor that an immortal king stopped in front of the Longevity Gu clan's mountain gate for a long time before quietly retreating. In the Enan sky, great fog surged, ruins piled up, heaven and earth collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was a scene of doomsday. Countless Enan creatures fled in all directions, wanting to escape this place before the Enan sky collapsed into eternal silence. This was a day of despair for them. From now on, the Enan sky was destroyed, and the Enan tribe would also disappear in the river of time. Guchunga and the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had calm and cold expressions, as if they didn't see all of this. Their figures passed through the vast Enan fog, planning to leave this place. Along the way, Guchunga saw the fleeing Jianan, Jia Jiaoer, and the others. However, he couldn't be bothered to care. After the destruction of Enan sky, the so-called imperial court of Enan only existed in name. They were no longer any different from normal Enan beings. From the beginning, he and Jianan only wanted to use each other. With the origin ancestral artifact of the Enan sky in hand, the next step is to find a suitable ancient world. Guchunga's emotions churned as he thought about how to set up this big net. He was quite curious. What exactly was the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara's plan all these years? If he had been hiding in the upper realm, there would definitely be traces left behind. Therefore, the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara might be hiding in some remote great cosmos. Those great cosmos were extremely far away from the upper realm. Even if one had attained the Tao, it would be difficult to find an exact trace in the void turbulence. It was very likely that the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara had left behind spatial coordinates in the Enan sky because of this. Perhaps I can find a suitable ancient world through the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara to set up a trap. Guchunga glanced at the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara without batting an eyelid. Because of the world-shaking battle that had erupted here, the surrounding territories were now covered by the vast Enan fog. Guchunga and the ancient heavenly sovereign of Samsara left the Enan sky that had already been reduced to ruins. They tore through the universe barrier and headed to the center of the upper realm. The upper realm was boundless. Boundless Enan fog appeared and had already swept through many of the surrounding territories. Many factions and orthodoxies that were close to this place were also thinking of ways to move away during this period of time. Many elders of the Immortal True Academy also immediately sent out a message, asking the factions behind them to help. If the disaster that erupted in the Enan sky was not stopped in time, its spread would be difficult to stop. During this period of time, the upper realm's immortal orthodoxies and everlasting families also sent out a large number of people. Many formation patterns were carved around the erupting Enan sky, setting up a large formation to resist the Enan fog that rushed out. The saintess of the human ancestor palace, Xianxia, also rushed over with a large number of human ancestor palace powerhouses. When the human ancestor palace was first established, a large part of the reason was to resist the disaster of the Enan sky. After a long time, they had accumulated a lot of experience and methods. When the Enan sky first erupted a few years ago, the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Xianxia, also ran around everywhere to prevent many disasters. This time, the Enan sky eruption is fierce. I don't know the reason, but it's more terrifying than before. On a dead ancient planet that had already collapsed. Xianxia appeared here with many human ancestor palace powerhouses. She wore a long white dress. Her features were picturesque, and her face was beautiful. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, exuding an aloof and otherworldly aura. She looked at the vast fog in the distance. In the surrounding star regions, many powerhouses from other orthodoxies appeared. They were using all kinds of materials and divine stones to carve a large formation in the void. Ancient warships laid across the starry sky. Their runes lit up, and their brilliance was dazzling. They continuously dispersed the fog in front of them. However, the Yinan fog was still too dense. It could not be dispersed at all. Among them, there were many Yinan spirits that had been corroded by the Yinan fog that rushed out. Their eyes were scarlet, and their killing intent was boiling. Their strength was not to be underestimated. In the face of the Yinan fog, ordinary cultivators would avoid it like it was a snake or a scorpion. They would not dare to touch it easily. That was because this fog would not only corrode the cultivator's physical body, but it would also harm the cultivator's spirit. Some cultivators had tried it before. If they were contaminated by the fog for a long time, their primordial spirit would be corroded, and a new consciousness would be born. This was extremely terrifying. Because at that time, they would no longer be themselves. Their physical body would be occupied by a new consciousness, and they would lose everything and become a new living being. At this time, no cultivator dared to take the risk and go deep into the Yinan sky to investigate. The Tao attainments of the various orthodoxies only watched from afar. They did not plan to go deep. Saintess, the Yinan sky eruption this time might not be as simple as we thought. The third elder sensed the aura of a battle between peerless powerhouses. She guessed that the battle might have taken place in the depths of the Yinan sky. On the collapsed ancient planet. An old woman from the human ancestor palace spoke respectfully to Xianxia. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. The third elder that she spoke of was an extremely ancient existence in the human ancestor palace. She had only appeared in this world in this life, and her cultivation had already reached an invincible realm. Even the third elder was fearful. She told the human ancestor palace not to interfere, fearing that accidents might happen. However, Xianxia insisted on coming to investigate. She was afraid that the Yinan sky disaster would endanger all living beings. This worried many of the elders. They were afraid that Xianxia would meet with misfortune here. If this disaster was really caused by a battle between some of the most powerful beings in the depths of the Yinan sky, then they would take the risk and come here to investigate. In the end, they might lose their lives here. The powerhouses of the various orthodoxies are not willing to investigate the cause of the Yinan sky eruption. At this time, as the saintess of the human ancestor palace, if I choose to retreat, then who will solve this disaster? Xianxia shook her head gently and sighed. She understood the elder's concerns. She also knew that this was an extremely dangerous matter. The slightest mistake could cost her her life. However, with her personality, she really could not do anything like retreat. Especially when she was the human ancestor palace's saintess who was revered by billions of living beings. Sigh, if you insist, saintess, then we can only accompany you until here. The depths of the Yinan sky are full of dangers. With our cultivation, I'm afraid we can't protect ourselves. When the time comes, we'll only cause trouble for you. The elders could not help but sigh. They were helpless. They could not persuade Xianxia. It was not that they were afraid of death. It was because the Yinan sky was special. Even they could not control themselves. When the time came, they would only cause more trouble for Xianxia. I understand. Elders, just wait for me here. If there's any danger, I'll think of a way to escape in time. I won't joke with my life. Xianxia nodded. Her eyes were filled with determination. Her body was special. She was very resistant to the Yinan mist. That was why she decided to take the risk to find out the cause of the Yinan sky eruption. Then, she could find the right remedy to solve this disaster from the root. Saintess, you must be careful. The elders were still very worried. In the Yinan mist, the space teleportation talisman would lose its effect. If they wanted to escape, they could only follow the original route. The journey was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they could lose their lives. The experts of the other forces noticed the situation at the human ancestor palace and could not help but reveal strange expressions. They did not expect the saintess of the human ancestor palace to actually plan to enter the Yinan sky at this juncture. If this was not courting death, what was it? Even those who had attained the Tao did not dare to step into the Yinan sky. Where did she get the courage from? The saintess of the human ancestor palace is quite close to Xianxia. Wasn't Xianxia claimed by the human ancestor palace to be the reincarnation of the human ancestor? Now that the Yinan sky erupts, he is nowhere to be seen? Is he hiding because of the recent news? If that's the case, we will have to sit back and watch the rumor spread. Guchanga stole the human ancestor's identity and his bad intentions. The experts of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had mocking gazes. Guchanga's power was terrifying and his strength was monstrous. However, in their opinion, it was only a matter of time before he was eliminated by the combined forces of the various orthodoxies. During this period of time, the rumor that Guchanga was the true inheritor of the demonic art had spread throughout the upper realm. Even ordinary cultivators knew about it. Although it was far from the point of making the entire world his enemy, it had helped Guchanga attract a lot of hatred. Now that the Yinan sky erupts, almost all the cultivators in the upper realm had their eyes on him. Was Guchanga not the reincarnation of the human ancestor? What was he planning to do? The Yinde's eruption was extremely fast. With a terrifying momentum, it engulfed the surrounding planetary regions. Large areas of planetary regions were corroded, and stars fell one after another. The sky was filled with gray fog. It was like a rusty mirror that kept collapsing and falling. The various orthodoxies immediately responded by sending a large number of powerhouses and ancient warships to the surrounding planetary regions. They set up formation patterns in an attempt to stop the Yinde from spreading. However, under such a strange and terrifying power, they were still insignificant. Everywhere was a scene of misery and suffering. Mountains collapsed, and the continent was torn apart. There was not a single living person. Almost all the cultivators were dead. Some were contaminated by the Yinde mist, and their primordial spirits were corroded. Some were torn apart by the Yinde spirit, and their primordial spirits were destroyed. All the cultivators and orthodoxies in the upper realm gathered their attention to resist this calamity. After a discussion, the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects finally sent their Tao attainment level existences to the edge of the Yinde in an attempt to find the source of the eruption. Whoosh, whoosh, beams of divine light tore through heaven and earth. Ancient warships rumbled and crushed through the universe. Many of the younger generation, such as the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, the Golden Cicada Buddha, Six-Crowned King, the ancient outlawed Skypride Jin Yun, the Tao Immortal Alliance's Taoist Lan Yifei, all rushed over from various places. To them, the sudden eruption of the Yinde was not only an opportunity, but also a form of training. Regardless of whether it was hunting Yin absolute life spirits or resisting the Yin absolute mist in the surroundings, it would help them spread their names throughout the world, accumulating public opinion. The human ancestor Pallas Sanctus has entered the Yinde. Where did she get her courage from? Six-Crowned King Junyao stood in a barren planetary region. His expression was extremely calm as he muttered to himself. There were many followers following behind him. There were also a few powerful protectors around him. They were worried that something would happen to him here. To the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects, Six-Crowned King and the others were the seeds of hope for the future. They could not afford to lose them. No one could be sure that their successor would not become the next Guchanga and be targeted by all the orthodoxies. At this time, all the forces were watching their successors closely, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Ba, the saintess of the human ancestor hall, is too rash this time. Golden Cicada Buddhist child placed his palms together and said while riding a golden nine-headed lion. The human ancestor Pallas Sanctus has a close relationship with Guchanga. Could it be that she went to the Yin absolute sky alone because of Guchanga's recent disappearance? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden wore a long red dress. Her face was beautiful as she stared at the terrifying absolute Yin fog in front of her. She seemed to be deep in thought. They had no choice but to think this way because Guchanga had disappeared from the upper realm for some time. Many people speculated that he would appear on the day before his wedding with Yu Mingkong. Undercurrents were surging in the upper realm. There were rumors everywhere that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. It was a good opportunity for him to disappear for a while and lie low. There were actually many cultivators with such thoughts. Even some who had achieved the Tao guessed so. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and many other imperishable sects were discussing how to deal with Guchanga. At this time, who wouldn't be afraid? At this time, in the Longevity Gu family, Xianxia was discussing the identity of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara with several elders. On the way back to the family, he had already discussed with the ancient heavenly lord of samsara what to say. Many elders of the Gu family knew that Xianxia was the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, but they never expected that this giant of the immortal ancient era would appear in the present world. Many of the family members were shocked and couldn't believe it. A few Dao-attainment old ancestors appeared together. They were unable to calm down. Since you are Xianxia's master, you are a guest of the longevity Gu family. The elders were extremely polite to the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, but they didn't show much respect. After all, this was the longevity Gu family's territory. No one had the right to behave atrociously. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara was no exception. Hearing this, the ancient heavenly lord of samsara nodded and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you all during this period of time. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Although he had heard of the mystery of the longevity Gu family in the immortal ancient era, he only understood the vastness of its foundation after truly stepping into this place. Even he felt a sense of unnaturalness. Especially in the depths of the longevity Gu family, it was as if there was a supreme aura hidden in hibernation that could crush the heavens for eternity. There was more than one such aura. He understood that this was the foundation of an invincible existence, the confidence to stand in the heavens and become immortal. This was also something that no other imperishable orthodoxy or supreme sect could compare to. With this thought in mind, even the ancient heavenly lord of samsara couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for the longevity Gu family at this time. He didn't dare to pry into it casually. Xianxia, you suddenly disappeared during this period of time. Could it be that you went to find the ancient heavenly lord of samsara? Soon, the ancient heavenly lord of samsara was brought to a resting palace by an attendant. Several elders and ancestors surrounded Xianxia and couldn't help but ask. They were really curious about the origin of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. After all, the immortal ancient era was too far away from the present. No one knew how many eras had passed. Who would have thought that the ancient heavenly lord of samsara actually existed in this world and lived until now? If it weren't for Xianxia's solemn explanation, they would have found it hard to believe that this Taoist was the legendary ancient heavenly lord of samsara. This was too unbelievable. It's actually a long story. When I obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara in the immortal ancient continent, I felt as if he had never fallen. Some time ago, I happened to hear the call of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, saying that he was trapped somewhere. Xianxia shook his head and explained softly. This explanation was actually very similar to what the reclusive Ji family said when they went to Mount Kuan to rescue their ancestor. Therefore, with a precedent, the elders didn't doubt it. They also felt that Xianxia wouldn't choose to hide somewhere and lie low for a while because of the rumors outside. I see. Sorry to trouble you. After listening to this explanation, the few enlightened ancestors nodded in realization and felt a lot of emotions in their hearts. Even in their era, they had heard of the legend of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Who would have thought that they would be able to see him in person today? They had no doubt that once the news of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara's appearance spread, it would definitely cause an incomparable wave and cause a huge earthquake. Then, an elder began to analyze the current situation and his expression gradually became serious. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara's appearance at this time is actually a good thing for you, me, and the entire Gu family. The other elders nodded and also advised Xianxia. Xianxia, you don't have to take the many rumors out there seriously. We all know that the various orthodoxies are determined to throw dirty water on you. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Anyone with a discerning eye can see their purpose. Do they really think that the Gu family is a pushover? How dare they bully the descendant of the Gu family? This time, even if we have to turn the upper realm upside down and kill millions of miles away, we won't hesitate. At the end of their words, they could not hide their murderous intent and anger. They could not wait to lead their troops to kill the various orthodoxies and kill until the sun and moon lost their light. Thank you for your concern, elders. In fact, this matter was caused by Xianxia himself. The Gu family was implicated because of me. If I didn't insist on destroying hell, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction from the various orthodoxies. I was too reckless back then. Gu Chang'e smiled warmly and said apologetically. Chang'e, what are you saying? What do you mean by implicating the Gu family? Your matter is the Gu family's matter. How can you and the Gu family be separated? If you say that, do you not see the Gu family as a solid backing to rely on? Since the birth of the Gu family, the longevity Gu family has never feared anyone or any power. Hearing this, the few elders frowned, appearing extremely displeased. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you have nothing to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts. On the contrary, you've always been the one pursuing the inheritor of the demonic arts. Those people insist on smearing the truth. Since ancient times, how many dazzling sky prides did not manage to grow up? In fact, they were all destroyed at this step. This happened to the Gu family. No one can tolerate it. The elders spoke one after another. They were filled with righteous indignation and saw the hypocrisy of the various orthodoxies. They did not believe that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. From the beginning, they had never thought of this matter. Actually, I really don't want the Gu family to be involved in this matter. I already have a solution. Chang'e understands the Gu family's concern. Gu Chang'e shook his head helplessly and said with a smile. Unless there was no other way, he would not use the Gu family's resources. However, at that time it would probably cause even more trouble. The longevity Gu clan's hidden treasures were not as simple as the world thought. At that time, the many secrets that Gu Chang'e had been hiding all this time would probably be exposed. There were pros and cons hearing Gu Chang'e's words. The elders had no other choice. They knew what Gu Chang'e meant. Unless it was a critical moment, they should not use the Gu family's resources. Since Chang'e has other plans, we'll do as you say. The few enlightened great ancestors looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to Gu Chang'e's request. After leaving the main hall, Gu Chang'e returned to the Divine Island where he usually stayed. He ordered that no one was to disturb him. At the same time, he also set up the heaven-deceiving formation around him to prevent the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord from being restless and prying. When the Yin Day erupts, all the orthodoxies are gathered there. I haven't shown myself in front of the world for a long time. At this time, I should go take a look and establish my authority. I don't want to be the scapegoat of the inheritor of the demonic technique. I also want to spread the news of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's appearance. Gu Chang'e closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. The great Tao treasure bottle floated above his head. Wisps of gray fog drifted and fell from it. The gray fog seemed to have a life of its own. It floated in the void around him and contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. The void kept collapsing and turning into nothingness. Then, as if it had entered the cycle of reincarnation, it began to be rebuilt. The cycle repeated again and again, making one's hair stand on end. The substance in the Yin Day's origin ancestral artifact was something that even enlightened great ancestors avoided like snakes and scorpions. Even if it was just a wisp, it contained unimaginable destructive power that could destroy an ancient world. After the great Tao treasure bottle swallowed the two wells of origin, the gray fog that it condensed was many times more terrifying than the gray fog that Gu Chang'e encountered in the Yin Day. There were millions of wisps of such terrifying gray fog in the great Tao treasure bottle. If Gu Chang'e wanted to, he could use this gray fog to easily destroy many imperishable sections. He could even cause the various universes to wither and die, never to have any vitality. However, he was not in a hurry. He was waiting for those big fish to jump out and walk into the trap. These lower realms are far from enough. Then, Gu Chang'e opened his eyes. Many images flashed through his eyes. The vast power of faith turned into a silver Wang Yang that appeared around him. Although the dark heavenly court had not been born for long, it had already accumulated many believers. These believers came from the upper realms and billions of lower realms. Among them, there were even children of providence that Gu Chang'e had personally created. 2. Among these sons of providence that he had personally created, Gu Chang'e even saw Wang Qi, who had been betrayed by his childhood friend and had his dantian destroyed. The son of providence that he had placed high hopes on had now gotten his revenge and was in high spirits in his original world. To Wang Qi, the existence of the dark heavenly court not only helped him take revenge, but also became his greatest reliance to step out of his original world. Of course, to Gu Chang'e, such a son of providence was just a leek that was growing healthily and waiting to be slaughtered. Compared to ordinary cultivators, the power of faith that a son of providence could provide was purer and deeper, and it even contained the power of providence of the original world. The dark heavenly court was like a shadow that was constantly infiltrating every corner of the upper world. After dealing with the Yin Day, I can make a move on the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. He should be comprehending the mysteries of the well of origin fragments these days. Gu Chang'e's thoughts returned, and his eyes became extremely deep. He was not in a hurry to make a move on the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate, and he was not completely confident at the moment. Of course, the main reason was that Gu Chang'e did not know what the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was planning. A few days later, the news of Gu Chang'e's appearance in the longevity Gu family quickly spread, causing a commotion everywhere. Of course, the existence of the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was not leaked under the intentional instructions of the Gu family elders. Many cultivators and living beings were guessing where Gu Chang'e had been and where he had gone during this period. Some rumors about Gu Chang'e insisting on hiding and avoiding the limelight for a period of time were also dispelled. Boom, at the edge of the Yin Day, the universe rumbled and the void was torn apart. Ancient warships descended one after another, and flags were erected. The huge Gu word on them was ostentatious, attracting the attention of all the surrounding cultivators, who were shocked. Many figures appeared on these ancient warships, and their chi and blood surged into the sky like chaotic dragon chi that was about to penetrate the sky. On the other hand, a young man stood with his hands behind his back at the head of these ancient warships. His dark clothes fluttered with the wind, and his appearance was peerlessly handsome while a warm smile hung on the corners of his mouth, causing him to seem like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. A hazy and blurry celestial light appeared around him. It was like the rise and fall of 3,000 ancient worlds, emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. The moment they saw this person, all the cultivators around Absolute Yin Sky went into an uproar, as if they couldn't believe it. It was as if a tidal wave had been stirred up in the surroundings as it swept across all the orthodoxies. Gu Chang'e, the expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned King Jun Yao, the ancient monster Jin Yun, the golden cicada Buddhist child, and many other young giants changed at the same time, extremely shocked. They had never thought that Gu Chang'e would dare to face the eyes of the entire upper realm at this time and appear at the edge of the Yin Sky Ultimate. He was so calm and casual, as if he didn't care about all the rumors from before. Now, he was bearing the burden of being the inheritor of the demonic arts. They knew that all this was a scheme by the orthodoxies to get rid of Gu Chang'e. However, the ordinary cultivators didn't know about this. They would only go with the flow and see Gu Chang'e as the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Who could say for sure how many dangers Gu Chang'e would encounter in this place? He's really bold. Isn't he afraid of being surrounded and killed here? Six-crowned King Junyao shook his head gently. It was unknown whether his words were full of emotions or mixed feelings. He really dared to come here. Is he not afraid of dying here? It seems like he didn't care about those rumors at all. This Gu Chang'e doesn't care about us at all. In the depths of the void, a vast and majestic aura filled the air, as if it could transform the chaos and create a new world. The enlightened patriarchs of the various orthodoxies appeared here. When they saw this scene, their expressions turned slightly ugly. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e to have the guts to show up. At this moment, they really wanted to make a move and get rid of Gu Chang'e, who was a threat to them and the forces behind them. However, the consequences of doing so were undoubtedly huge and terrifying. It would involve too many people and might even trigger the immortal war and the invincible tribulation. Therefore, they were very cautious. Even if they wanted to make a move against Gu Chang'e, they would plan before acting. As they thought about this, their eyes moved slightly. They sent out their divine thoughts and ordered a few powerhouses to go and test Gu Chang'e's current attitude. Is this the border of the Yin Day outbreak? At this moment, Gu Chang'e didn't care about the gazes of the surrounding cultivators. He stood on the ancient warship and looked at the vast gray fog in front of him as he muttered to himself. Of course, he was asking the obvious. After all, he knew very well why the Yin absolute sky suddenly erupted and swept across the heavens of the upper realm. All of this was because of him. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. For the past few days, the Inde has been spreading unstoppably. In a short period of time, it has swept across almost 1,000,000 miles of territory. Now, it's still spreading to the surrounding star zones at a terrifying speed. When a veteran powerhouse heard Guchunga's words, he couldn't help but explain with respect. Although the upper realm was saying that Guchunga was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, many smart people could tell at a glance that this was just a false accusation. They knew very well that this was the usual trick of the various great imperishable orthodoxies. They just wanted a logical reason to deal with Guchunga. If you want to frame someone, you can always frame them. If Guchunga was really the inheritor of the demonic arts, why would he dare to show up at this time? If this disaster isn't stopped, I'm afraid more living beings will die. I've been delayed by something during this period. I hope I'm not too late. When Guchunga heard this, he shook his head and seemed to sigh. So, young Lord Chunga was delayed by something during this period. He didn't go into hiding because of the rumors, I knew it. How could young Lord Chunga be afraid of these rumors? Yes, with young Lord Chunga's character, how could he shrink back because of this? It's obvious that someone insisted on framing young Lord Chunga. I don't believe that. Young Lord Chunga is the inheritor of the demonic arts. This is framing and slandering him. The surroundings suddenly boiled over, and all kinds of voices were extremely noisy. This was especially so for the group of young Skyprites. They were even more excited and regarded Guchunga as their role model. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King Junyao, and the others also looked at each other, speechless. They actually knew Guchunga quite well and always felt that he wasn't such a great person. The gentle and humble appearance that he usually showed in front of the world was nothing more than a mask. It was just that what he said about being the inheritor of the demonic arts was too ridiculous. There was no evidence to prove it. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I have always done things with a clear conscience, and I am not afraid of the schemes of some people. Seeing this, Guchunga smiled faintly. He slowly walked down from the ancient warship and stepped into the void, appearing extremely calm and casual. The boundless terminating chi rushed toward them, as if it was going to completely devour the cultivator's divine soul. The surrounding void was distorting and even collapsing because of this aura, becoming extremely blurry. However, as Guchunga slammed his palm forward, the terminating chi in front of him began to collapse and show signs of dissipating. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked and their gazes were attracted to this scene. The enlightened ancestral patriarchs in the depths of the sky frowned, feeling that Guchunga had other intentions. The terminating chi this time seems to be even more domineering than before. No wonder the sweeping momentum is so terrifying. Guchunga frowned and waved his hand. A wisp of terminating chi curled around his hand, letting out a terrifying sizzling sound that made one's heart palpitate. His flesh was actually melting rapidly, corroded by the terminating chi. Soon, the white bones of his hand were exposed. He didn't use his dermic powers, as if he was just testing the terrifying corrosiveness of the terminating chi this time. This scene was so terrifying that it made everyone's scalp numb. Their bodies were cold and they couldn't believe it. If I remember correctly, young Master Chunga's strength is far beyond ordinary enlightened ancestral patriarchs. Even his body is being corroded. If we went over without knowing, I'm afraid we would have been devoured by the terminating chi at the first moment. It's all thanks to young Master Chunga. Otherwise, we would have died for no reason. Many cultivators gulped and were somewhat fearful. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, not daring to get close to the terminating chi. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he really planning to investigate the composition of this terminating chi? Although this terminating chi is terrifying, it's not to the extent that it can corrode the body of an enlightened ancestral patriarch. The enlightened ancestral patriarchs of various clans were also puzzled when they saw this scene. They couldn't figure out Guchunga's intention. At this moment, Guchunga was still frowning. He ignored the terrifying pain of the corrosion and seemed to be investigating the composition of the terminating chi. Only by understanding the source of these substances can we completely solve this disaster, Guchunga said softly, as if he was explaining. This was an aura that even enlightened ancestral patriarchs weren't willing to be contaminated by, but he was willing to endure it and wasn't afraid at all. Many cultivators at the side stood up solemnly. They didn't expect Guchanga to come here for no other reason than to stop this disaster and prevent more innocent cultivators and living beings from being buried in it. This sense of responsibility for the sake of the common people made them have no choice but to respect him. Some of the older generation cultivators who were still critical of Guchanga before had complicated expressions on their faces. At this moment, their expressions were complicated. In any case, they didn't dare to touch the eliminating fog like Guchanga did. Before this, only the saintess of the ancestral patriarch hall, Xianxia, took the huge risk and went deep into it. The others only watched from the periphery. When necessary, they would stop the spread of the terminating qi. I won't be able to find anything like this. Looks like I can only go in and investigate. Guchanga shook his head lightly. His corroded finger shone brightly and quickly recovered to its original state. After all, at his current realm, rebirth from a drop of blood was just a thought. Even if his body was split up and buried in the four poles of the world, he could quickly recover to his original state and was very difficult to kill. This guy probably appeared here at this time to stand on the side of righteousness and gain a reputation for himself. With his strength, how could he be corroded by the terminating qi? In the end, if we let him solve the disaster of the terminating qi, I'm afraid the rumors of him being the inheritor of the demonic arts will be discredited. The Dao enlightened cultivators of the various clans looked at each other and somewhat understood Guchanga's intention. Their expressions were extremely ugly. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from the crowd of cultivators in the distance. Then, a murderous aura surged into the sky and turned into a terrifying sword qi that slashed towards Guchanga. Everyone has the right to kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. Guchanga, you've gone mad and slaughtered so many elites. Today, you'll pay the price. A middle-aged man shouted angrily and charged towards Guchanga. His eyes were red as if he had an irreconcilable feud with him. Behind this middle-aged man, there were other cultivators who also shouted angrily and charged towards him. Their cultivation wasn't strong and they hadn't even reached the Saint Realm yet, but they dared to attack Guchanga. Kill the inheritor of the demonic arts and return peace to the world. I want to avenge my junior brother and kill Guchanga, the inheritor of the demonic arts. This scene alarmed everyone. Many of the cultivators hadn't reacted yet. They never thought that at this moment, someone would rush forward and kill Guchanga. Some of the cultivators who didn't know the truth widened their eyes and didn't know what to do. Haha, what is Guchanga going to do now? If he's not the true inheritor of the demonic arts and kills these cultivators, then his performance in front of everyone just now will be for naught. But if he doesn't kill them, then he'll have to suffer this hidden loss himself. The Dao enlightened cultivators of various clans all had playful and mocking expressions on their faces. They had long expected this. After all, these cultivators were arranged by them. Their purpose was to test Guchanga's reaction and at the same time, to disgust Guchanga. They clearly haven't reached the Saint Realm, but they want to kill Guchanga. It's obvious that they're suicide soldiers of some forces. This move can't be said to be vicious, but it's indeed disgusting. If Guchanga doesn't do anything, then he'll only lose people's hearts. Some young supremes, such as Six Crown King Jun Yao and Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, quickly reacted. Their expressions were extremely complicated. You're courting death. Young master isn't someone you can easily humiliate. Just as all the cultivators were watching these people charge towards Guchanga, a voice suddenly rang out. A cold voice rang out in the void, followed by invisible ripples spreading out. A terrifying aura crushed down like the collapse of a mountain and the sea. At this moment, almost all the cultivators felt like they were suffocating and their bodies were about to collapse. Puff, 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 a bloody mist collapsed and spread out in the void. The suicide soldiers didn't even have time to scream before they exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. The fourth palace master of hell, Yama, who was also a heir, appeared behind Guchanga. He was wearing a mask, a tall figure, and a nether iron armor. He exuded a terrifying aura that made people tremble. The void seemed to be about to collapse. He's a remnant immortal. Many Dao enlightened cultivators hiding in the dark changed their expressions at this moment. They felt uneasy and their scalps went numb. Guchanga didn't seem to be surprised by this. His expression was calm from beginning to end. He smiled faintly, turned to look at some places in the surrounding void, and said unhurriedly. He said calmly, this time, the sky suddenly erupted. Did no one go to find the source? And now, the Tao enlightened cultivators of various great orthodoxies are just watching and doing nothing? Don't try to use these little tricks of yours in front of this Gu, said Gu Ruoyan. Oh no, Gu Changge is going to make things difficult for us. Hearing this, the expressions of all the enlightened beings who were hiding in the dark turned ugly. Many of them felt uneasy, and their souls were trembling. They had never expected that Gu Changge would have such a terrifying remnant immortal by his side. Before this, they had not received any information about this at all. They could not help but wonder if this was a hidden force sent by the Longevity Gu clan to protect Gu Changge. Moreover, Gu Changge had directly said that those cultivators were actually the men of sacrifice arranged by the various orthodoxies in front of everyone. Doing so was equivalent to tearing apart all pretenses on the surface. He was just short of naming all the enlightened beings. The remaining cultivators around them were also extremely shocked at this moment. They all widened their eyes and looked over. Many of them actually knew that there were many enlightened beings in the dark, but they had never shown themselves. Looks like there will be a good show to watch later. Young Lord Changge is obviously going to settle the score with these enlightened beings. The disaster of terminating calamity spread everywhere. These enlightened beings were all hiding in the dark, unwilling to make a move to investigate the cause. In the end, the saintess of the human ancestor palace went alone. This is the true face of the various imperishable orthodoxies. Why would they care about the lives of ordinary cultivators like us? Why would they care about the suffering everywhere? They are only here to follow the general trend. They don't really care about our lives. I think other than the saintess of the human ancestor palace and young Lord Changge, many of the cultivators here were discussing animatedly. They were dissatisfied and angry. Compared to the disciples of the great sects, they did not have a strong background. They were just ordinary itinerant cultivators. Perhaps the forces behind them were not strong, but they had the advantage of numbers. When the disaster of terminating calamity broke out, they were also the group of people who were most likely to die and be abandoned. The various imperishable orthodoxies were high and mighty, looking down on everything coldly. Even when they sent 17 enlightened beings here, they only watched in the dark. They did not make a move to investigate the cause of the disaster of terminating calamity. Their attitude was extremely perfunctory. They even arranged for itinerant cultivators to go to their deaths, using their bodies to resist the disaster of terminating calamity. This was the true cruelty of the cultivation world, where the strong preyed on the weak. There were very few people who could make decisions for them like Gu Changge and the saintess of the human ancestor palace. Just based on this point alone, I feel that young Master Changge can't possibly be the inheritor of demonic arts. That's right, these orthodoxies must be framing him. If young Lord Changge is really the inheritor of demonic arts, I'll take my head and use it as a chamber pot. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. They were filled with righteous indignation and found it difficult to calm down. The faces of the powerhouses from the various orthodoxies darkened. This was especially true for the cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, the Purple Cloud Valley, and the other imperishable sects. They could feel that everyone was looking at them, making them feel uneasy. We still underestimated Gu Changge's position in everyone's hearts. Today's move is really like shooting ourselves in the foot. The enlightened Tao masters of various races standing in the void quickly calmed down, but their expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, they still did not show themselves, unwilling to clash with Gu Changge at this time. Especially when there was an extremely mysterious remnant immortal beside Gu Changge. In the current upper realm, the awakening of the enlightened Tao masters was an invincible force. However, in front of the remnant immortal, it was still not enough. If it were not for the environment, these remnant immortals would definitely be able to take that step and ascend to the immortal Tao domain. In the various imperishable orthodoxies, the remnant immortal was also an immortal power that suppressed their foundation, and would not be used easily. The appearance of this remnant immortal by Gu Changge's side really shocked everyone. Gu Changge's strength was unfathomable, and no one knew what level he had reached. The remnant immortal by his side alone was enough to intimidate everyone. It seems that you all don't plan to show yourselves and discuss this matter together? Seeing that the group of enlightened Tao masters were still hiding in the dark and did not show themselves, Xianxia gently shook his head and said, as if he was not surprised. He did not hold on to the matter of the sacrificial warriors just now, because he could not get hold of the various orthodoxies' weakness. At this time, the best way was to trigger the general trend of the upper realm, and push the various forces that were against him to the opposite side of everyone. Xianxia had already planned for this, and was not worried about any accidents. Could it be that Xianxia is going to make a move on the great ancestors at this time? Many cultivators in front of Xianxia felt a faint sense of threat at this time, and their expressions could not help but change, a little worried that Xianxia would suddenly make a move on them. Those terrifying ancient warships hovering in the distance had many armored knights standing on them, and their murderous auras were great deterrents. If Xianxia really gave the order, a terrifying battle would definitely break out here. They were anxious and uneasy, and were extremely worried. Of course, the ordinary cultivators were very excited, and felt that Xianxia was going to make a decision for them, and uphold justice for them, so they were even more grateful to Xianxia in their hearts. The enlightened Tao masters of various clans in the dark were frowning, and they were calculating the gains and losses in their hearts. They were really unwilling to show themselves, let alone discuss with Xianxia about resolving the issue of Xianxia. If that's the case, then I'll have to resort to violence. Go and invite all the seniors of various clans out. Xianxia said with a calm expression, and he did not intend to waste any more time. Yes, young master. Received the order, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The surrounding void suddenly became blurry, and there was a terrifying field spreading out, like cracks in a spider web spreading to the surroundings. Oh no, the enlightened Tao masters of various clans hiding in the dark immediately felt that something was wrong, and wanted to escape. Dong. However, Air's speed was very fast, as if he had disappeared into thin air. His big hand slapped down in the void, and a terrifying force like billions of giant waves erupted. The enlightened Tao masters of various clans immediately coughed up blood and shook violently. Their bones were almost broken, and they had no choice but to show themselves. The expressions of the enlightened Tao masters of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and Endless Fire Nation were extremely ugly. They had never thought that Xianxia would be so domineering, directly ordering the remnant immortal to force all of them out. Forcing the enlightened Tao masters out directly, such a powerful method, as expected of young Master Xianxia. All the cultivators were in an uproar when they saw this scene, and they were extremely shocked. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King Junyao, and the others were secretly shocked. They were also the younger generation, but compared to Xianxia's power, one was in the 9 heavens, and the other was in the mud. There was no way to compare at all. Since you are unwilling to show yourself, Xianxia really has no choice but to use this method. Seniors, please don't be offended. Xianxia looked at the 6 enlightened Tao masters who had ugly expressions and said with a faint smile, as if he was apologizing for his previous actions. However, the 6 of them did not hear any respect from him when he called them seniors. Xianxia, what are you trying to do? The enlightened Tao master of Heavenly Emperor Mountain was a skinny old man with sunken eyes and a single horn on his forehead. A terrifying aura flowed around him, as if it could tear everything apart. Don't forget your current identity. You are the inheritor of the demonic arts, destined to be an enemy of the world. Are you trying to offend the factions behind us? The enlightened Tao master of Endless Fire Nation said in an unfriendly tone. She was a short old woman in red with a face full of wrinkles. Her lips were thin, and her eyes were faint red with a fiery glow. She was heavily injured after being slapped out of the void by Air's palm. Her expression was extremely ugly. The other 4 enlightened Tao masters were also from different immortal factions. They had been hiding in the dark and had not shown themselves. They did not speak, but their expressions were extremely unfriendly. They did not want to have a conflict with Xianxia, but it did not mean that they did not dare to. Now, almost all the factions in the upper realm had their eyes on the Xianxia. Could it be that Xianxia still dared to commit murder at this time? Seniors, what you said is wrong. Xianxia invited you seniors to come out just to discuss the matter of the Xianxia of absolute darkness, so as to prevent this disaster from causing a greater threat to the common people and causing a great loss of life. We don't have any ill intentions. Could it be that you are not willing to solve the disaster of the Yin Day at this time? Guchanga shook his head gently and smiled, his tone casual. These words made the 6 enlightened Tao masters speechless. They did not know how to answer. Naturally, they did not dare to say that they were not willing to solve the disaster of the Yin Day. At that time, if they aroused the anger of the entire upper realm, even the factions behind them would not be able to bear it. Guchanga, put away your petty thoughts. Who knows if you want to solve the disaster of the Yin Day or have other intentions? Do you think we can believe the words of the inheritor of the demonic arts? However, at this time, it was the old woman from the Endless Fire Nation who broke the silence with a sneer on her face. She first labeled Guchanga as the inheritor of the demonic arts in front of everyone. As soon as she said this, the surroundings suddenly fell silent for a moment. Many cultivators also widened their eyes and could not help but shudder. This enlightened Tao master of the Endless Fire Nation could be said to represent the will and decision of the Endless Fire Nation. In front of everyone, she directly said that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts. This was already showing her attitude. This was also the first time that the immortal orthodoxy had publicly acknowledged Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. What did this mean? The cultivators who understood all of this shuddered. They had a premonition that in the near future, the upper realm would be set off an endless storm of blood because of this. That's right. Guchanga, don't forget your identity. Now, you are regarded by everyone as the inheritor of demonic arts. How can we trust you? The calamity of Yingju Sky must be solved, but we can't do it with you. The expression of the enlightened Tao master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain eased up. He also smiled faintly and regained his composure. He was very smart. He did not directly say that Guchanga was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Instead, he directly said that he was regarded as the inheritor of the demonic arts by everyone, so that Guchanga would be suspected of his identity. In this way, it was reasonable for them to refuse to discuss with Guchanga about solving the problem of the Yin Day. They were not stupid. Who knew if they would be killed by Guchanga after entering the Yin Day with him? When he was conquering the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Guchanga already had the strength to match the enlightened Tao masters. Now, who could say for sure what stage he had reached? Seeing that the situation was tilting in their favor, the other enlightened Tao masters also smiled. How dare you, young master is not someone you can slander. However, the smiles on their faces did not last long. Soon, they froze. Air's figure appeared again. He was cold and domineering. His eyes were cold and carried a terrifying killing intent. He directly slapped towards them. The enlightened Tao master of the Endless Fire Nation, the old woman in red, showed a hint of fear on her face. She could not help but scream, "What are you trying to do?" Poof! Before she could finish her words, the slap landed directly on her face, causing her head to explode. Blood mixed with teeth suddenly splashed out in the void. It was incomparably miserable. You, the enlightened Tao master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, saw that the situation was not good. His expression changed and he wanted to dodge. However, Air was a true incomplete immortal. His other hand reached down and kept expanding. Tao patterns flashed and intertwined, directly grabbing him and choking him as if he was grabbing a little chick. His face turned ashen, as if he could not breathe and was about to suffocate. The other 4 enlightened Tao masters also showed fear on their faces. They did not expect the incomplete immortal beside Guchanga to have such terrifying strength. They were all enlightened Tao masters who had cultivated for millions of years, but in front of this person, they did not even have the slightest resistance. This scene also caused the surrounding people to fall into a deathly silence. They could not believe what they had just seen. Who are you to talk about young master's identity? Air grabbed the neck of the enlightened Tao master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with a cold expression, as if he could squeeze him to death at any time. Of course, he did not kill. He only did it according to Guchanga's instructions, just to humiliate the 6 of them. The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation reconstructed her head in the distance. Her expression could not hide the fear and fear. If it wasn't for Air controlling his strength, her body and soul would have been destroyed and she would have died here. It seems that seniors still have a lot of prejudice against my identity. In that case, I won't force you. What exactly is going on with this in absolute sky? I'll just have to investigate it myself. Seeing this scene, Guchunga's expression did not change at all. He smiled lightly and did not ask Aer to let go. He did not want to kill these people here. The main reason was that they could not stand and even watch his identity as the inheritor of demonic arts. Originally, he did not expect these people to be stupid and enter the Inde with him. Speaking of this, Guchunga looked at Lani Fei in the Dao Immortal Alliance. Lani Fei seemed to have noticed his gaze and could not help but tremble. Fear appeared on his face, but he quickly hid it. This chess piece can finally be of use at this critical juncture. I hope he won't disappoint me. Guchunga chuckled in his heart. When he entered the Inde, if there was a young paragon here who died at the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts, what kind of shocking waves would it cause in the upper realm? In front of the Inde, the grey fog surged like a boundless wave, wanting to destroy everyone. It was suffocating and palpitating with pressure. The void cracked as it was corroded by the Inde sky mist. Cracks appeared. The Dao attainments of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were either heavily injured or captured. Their faces were ashen as they felt extremely humiliated. The other 4 Dao attainments were also uneasy. They were guarding against Aer's sudden attack. Guchunga, don't bully others with your power. We will think of a way to deal with the calamity of Yin Absolute Heaven. Hearing Guchunga's words, the Dao attainment of the Purple Cloud Valley said sternly. He was still terrified. He was really afraid of Guchunga. It was not just because of his calm attitude at this time. Furthermore, he treated them, who had attained the Dao, as if they were ants. His expression did not change at all, which made him tremble. Perhaps even the true inheritors of demonic arts were not as terrifying as Guchunga. The others who had achieved the Dao could not help but shudder. Although Aer did not attack them just now, the terrifying murderous aura still made their blood freeze and their scalps go numb. They were the ancestors of eternal sex, and when had they ever been in such a sorry state and humiliated state like they were in today? However, they did not dare to fight back. They did not have the ability and qualifications to do so. Then I'll wait and see. Seniors, don't disappoint me. Seeing this, Guchunga smiled faintly. Then, he ordered Aer to release the Dao attainments of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The ripples in front of him spread and the void became blurry. It was as if there was an endless passage that was easily torn open by him. It directly connected to the Yin sky. Soon, Guchunga walked in with Aer and disappeared. The silence in this place was finally broken by the noise. All the cultivators were stunned by the scene just now. They could not react for a long time. Damn it, I will take revenge for this sooner or later. Guchunga is too much. Does he really think that he can cover the sky with one hand and no one can stop him? He will pay a heavy price in the end. The fear on the face of the old woman from the Endless Fire Nation disappeared and was replaced by a thick sense of resentment and hatred. Sooner or later, he will die a horrible death in this world, just like those monsters in the past. Heavenly Emperor Mountain's Dao achieving expert also spoke with a sinister tone. He couldn't forget the suffocating feeling just now at all. Too powerful. Even at a time like this, he doesn't fear the crowd at all. Even the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King Junyao, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and the others were speechless for a long time. This was also the first time they had seen a Dao enlightened being treated in such a humiliating manner. This was especially the case for the old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation, who had her head smashed with a single slap. This was truly shocking. Was this still the high and mighty Dao enlightened cultivator that they had seen in the past, the one who controlled the life and death of countless living beings? Does Guchunga want me to attack them? At this moment, in the ancient warship of the Dao Immortal Alliance, the blue-robed Lani Fei looked at the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King Junyao, and the others with a sinister expression. He had naturally noticed the look in Guchunga's eyes just now. He had the demonic seed that Guchunga had planted in his body. Even if they were separated by a great distance, Guchunga could still decide his life and death with a single thought. This time, he had come here because he had received Guchunga's message. Otherwise, with his low profile and forbearance, he wouldn't easily appear in front of the world. Lani Fei didn't dare to reject Guchunga's request. If he was alone, he would have the courage to resist, but he had the Tao Immortal Alliance and his family behind him. If Guchanga could easily destroy hell, he could easily destroy the Tao Immortal Alliance behind him. To Guchanga, he was like a fish struggling in a quagmire. Even if he couldn't struggle, he couldn't. The eruption of Yin Day this time has exposed many small worlds in the surroundings. I heard that there's an ancient cave abode. These young supremes should have come here for the inheritance in that ancient cave abode. If I choose to make my move there, my chances of success should be higher. Lonnie Fei sighed softly. His thoughts were in a whirl. He was considering how to proceed in order to fulfill Guchanga's request. He had rarely appeared in the outside world these past few years and had never displayed his true strength. Thus, he was still confident that he could deal with Six Crown King Junyao, Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jin Yun, and the others. However, the risk was great. He still needed to consider how to not expose himself. Otherwise, the Tao Immortal Alliance would also face a calamity of destruction. Guchanga could abandon him as a chess piece at any time, but he couldn't abandon his family's orthodoxy. Besides obediently listening to Guchanga's orders, he had no other choice. From the moment he encountered Guchanga and had the demonic seed planted in him, his fate was no longer under his control. I heard that an ancient cave abode has appeared in the southeast. It seems to be related to an immortal from the immortal ancient era. I wonder if any of my fellow Taoists would like to go investigate together? Thinking of this, Lonnie Fei regained his calm and easygoing expression and went to greet Six Crown King Junyao and the others. With their strength, they couldn't help at all with the calamity in front of them. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others were watching Guchanga disappear into the Inen sky when they suddenly saw this mysterious and low-key Tao Immortal Alliance Taoist come over. They were a bit stunned. Golden Cicada Buddha looked surprised. Then, he put his palms together and said, I came here with the same intention. I heard that the cave abode has a lot to do with our Buddha mountain. I only heard that a cave abode has appeared there, but I don't know the exact time, Six Crown King Junyao said. He was very curious about this Tao Immortal Alliance Taoist in front of him. He had met another young existence that even he couldn't see through. Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jin Yun glanced at Lonnie Fei and said lightly, Blessed grotto heavens and heavenly treasures have always been sought by the virtuous. Since everyone is interested in exploring, why don't we use our own methods to fight for it? He had always been strong and arrogant. He was actually more or less disdainful of the people in front of him. Lonnie Fei's face was refined, and he exuded a peaceful aura. He smiled faintly and said, I think that cave abode is our opportunity. Seeing as all of you are interested in exploring this place, I hope that all of you will be merciful when you encounter one of them. With that, he left with many young disciples of the Tao Immortal Alliance behind him. Then I'll see you then. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others didn't stay for long and quickly left. There were really many young supreme beings gathered here. The most famous ones were the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King Junyao, and the others. Because they were born early and had cultivated with Guchanga in the Immortal Academy, they were known by the world very early. However, it didn't mean that there were only young supreme beings here. The territory of the upper realm was so vast. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there were endless geniuses. Unless they were at Guchanga's level, they wouldn't dare to say that they were invincible among their peers. Many young supreme beings who were born before, such as Jiang Luoshan of the Great Void Divine Clan and In Yen of the Reclusivan Clan, were well known. However, they didn't appear near the Yin Day this time. Of course, many of the young supreme beings were killed by the inheritors of demonic techniques. Their origin source was completely devoured, and they had already died. That's great. Young Master Chang'e is going in personally. With his relationship with the Saintess, he definitely won't ignore the Saintess's safety. The elders of the human ancestor palace were very excited when they saw Guchanga disappear into the vast Yin Day fog. They heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, many of them knew about the close relationship between Guchanga and Jiang Chuchu. However, because of the human ancestor palace's reputation, they pretended not to know. On the other hand, after entering the Yin Day, Guchanga didn't go to investigate the so-called root cause. He said that in front of everyone just to pretend to win people's hearts. He wanted to find a way to suppress the orthodoxies later. At the same time, he wanted to leave a perfect alibi for himself. Moreover, he knew very well why the Yin broke out this time. He didn't need to investigate at all. Jiang Chuchu has gone deep into this place. I'll take this opportunity to bring her back. Gu Changge thought of something else. He didn't slow down. A passageway tore through the Yin fog and spread out. After all, she was his woman. He couldn't just watch her go into this dangerous place and not do anything. Jiang Chuchu always thought too highly of the burden on her shoulders. She put the safety of the common people first and didn't even care about her own life. Gu Changge also knew that he couldn't persuade her. She was always a blockhead. She was usually quite intelligent, but in the face of such things, she couldn't think of herself first. She's so stupid. I'll have to teach her a lesson. Gu Changge shook his head gently. He could sense many auras in the Yin fog. There were powerful beasts, and also the ruins of orthodoxies that were swallowed by the Yin fog. Jiang Chuchu had been in the Yin fog for a few days now. He didn't know where she was trapped. However, he wasn't worried that Jiang Chuchu's life was in danger. Her body was naturally resistant to the Yin fog. Before this, he often asked Jiang Chuchu to help him find the Yin fog so that he could steal its source. A few days passed quickly. The entire upper realm was in an uproar because of Gu Changge's appearance in the Yin fog. Previously, many orthodoxies had spread rumors that Gu Changge's true identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts had been exposed. He had no choice but to find a place to hide and lie low for a while. However, this time, Gu Changge personally appeared with many powerhouses of the Gu family. He even announced that he would find the source of the Yin fog and solve this disaster. This shocked many people and they couldn't believe it. This was equivalent to slapping the orthodoxies who spread the rumor that Gu Changge was the inheritor of the demonic arts in the face. Before the Yin fog, the Endless Fire Nation and the Heavenly Emperor Mountain were humiliated and taught a lesson by Gu Changge's subordinates. This news also spread and caused a lot of commotion. A mysterious remnant immortal of unknown origin with terrifying strength. Of course, there was another matter. The orthodoxies were extremely perfunctory in their treatment of the Yin fog. Although they sent their Tao-enlightened cultivators, they didn't go in deeply from the beginning to the end, nor did they plan to investigate. This made many cultivators extremely dissatisfied and resentful. Even the many ancient existences of the true Immortal Academy couldn't hold their ground and had to speak up to quell this anger. No matter what, the largest number of cultivators in the upper realm were those itinerant cultivators and some ancient sects, not the great imperishable orthodoxies. In the face of such a major event, the great imperishable orthodoxies did nothing. Instead, they sent itinerant cultivators to their deaths, which had already aroused the anger of the common people. Of course, this was all in Gu Changge's plan. The main reason why he stood up at this time was to guide the general trend. The general trend couldn't be reversed, but it could be guided. When the general trend of heaven and earth collapsed, it was enough to destroy those imperishable orthodoxies. Moreover, at this time, Gu Changge still had a trump card in his hand. Once the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord appeared and took action, the Yin fog would naturally be solved. However, the resentment and hatred of the common people towards the orthodoxies had not accumulated to a peak. Because of this, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the other orthodoxies could also see Gu Changge's attitude. Many ancient existences began to discuss and plan to use other methods. In the present era, many Tao attainments had appeared. Although they could suppress an area, they were still a far cry from the remnant immortal. Looks like we can only use our trump cards. As long as Gu Changge is not eliminated, we won't be able to rest in peace. In the depths of the orthodoxy's ancestral lands, vast waves of divine consciousness converged and collided. Some existences sealed in the oldest celestial sources were also invited out to prepare at any time. Gu Changge's strength and the remnant immortal beside him had already made many people unable to eat or sleep in peace. This was a terrifying wave that swept across the entire upper realm. All the orthodoxy's forces were unavoidably implicated. The era these runes are from seems to be even more ancient. The domain touched upon is even before the immortal ancient era. Could it really be the reincarnation 9 serenities land nurtured by heaven and earth? Could it be that I have to try again? Why don't I find an ancient universe that was previously nurtured and experiment? Meanwhile, in the Longevity Gu clan, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara was sitting cross-legged in his palace. Mysterious runes flashed in his eyes as he constructed some kind of strange domain. These were runes formed after the primordial ancestral artifact of Yin and Heaven shattered. During this period of time, he had been studying and comprehending it, and now he had finally made some progress. Back then, he had relied on a bowl of well water given to him by the 6 ancestors to embark on the path of fusing Dao fruits. To put it nicely, it was called accumulation, but to put it bluntly, it was actually devouring. However, his methods were even more cruel and indifferent. He directly chose ancient universes with deep foundations as his backyard gardens to cultivate origin Dao fruits for himself. After going through untold hardships, the ultimate powerhouses of the ancient universes finally achieved Dao and condensed Dao fruits. Just as they were about to touch the immortal realm and open the immortal door, they suddenly realized that there was a terrifying monster behind the immortal door waiting for them to devour and use them as nourishment. This was a despairing and cruel truth. However, this was what the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had been planning all along. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's ambition was great. Ever since the immortal ancient era, he had been in hibernation until now to prove himself as an immortal king. The difference between an immortal king and a true immortal was simply difficult to describe. The gap between heaven and earth was far from enough to describe it. A flick of the finger could destroy the universe, a thought could divide the primal chaos, and a world could be opened. Moreover, what he wanted to prove was the Tao of Samsara. The difficulty was even more unimaginable. Therefore, in the end, even the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had no choice but to give up this method and walk the path of devouring and condensing the source of all life. This was the profound meaning he comprehended from the bowl of well water that the 6 ancient ancestors of Yin and Sky gave him. Although it was called devouring, it was more like nibbling. However, to the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, it was all the same. These runes don't seem to be complete. Why does it seem like someone did it on purpose? If it's a coincidence, then why do all the runes seem to be missing something? In the palace, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara carefully studied the mysterious runes in front of him. His expression suddenly became a little gloomy. At first, he didn't notice it. Instead, he felt the difference after continuously studying and researching it. This made him feel a little incredulous. Originally, there was nothing strange about comprehending these runes alone. However, if they were connected together, he would find that they were extremely disjointed. If some of the runes could be connected together to form a special meaning, he wouldn't doubt it. However, between each rune, there seemed to be a section missing coincidentally. This feeling of being neither up nor down was like flipping through a broken scripture, with a large section missing in the middle of each page. Could it be that Xianxia is playing with me? How did he do it? How did he do it? The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's expression was gloomy. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the territory of the Longevity Gu family, he wanted to find Xianxia and personally ask him. However, his thoughts soon returned. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara knew that Xianxia had already left the family and wasn't here. What secret is this guy hiding from me? The Samsara ancient celestial sovereign narrowed his eyes. He did not intend to alarm Xianxia, but he was very interested in the secret he was hiding. Originally, he had planned on leaving the Longevity Gu family and heading to the ancient universes that he had been cultivating in the past to test out the runes that he had recently comprehended. However, he suddenly found out that Xianxia might have other complete runes. Instead, he wanted to know Xianxia's secret and interrogate him for the runes. Forget it. This old man will wait for him in his clan for a while longer. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign closed his eyes again and stood still like a boulder. At this time, in the depths of the absolute Yin sky that was shrouded in fog, a white-clothed beauty with a cold expression was currently enveloped in clear light as she fought against many Yin absolute life spirits. Streaks of cyan flood-like sword radiance swept downwards like a boundless drizzle. They pierced through the great mist in the surroundings, causing many Yin terminating creatures to explode. Although her attacks were very strong and fierce, there were simply too many Yin absolute life spirits around her. They were like locusts that covered the sky and covered the earth. There was simply no way to kill them all. Even at this time, she showed signs of exhaustion. She swallowed many flashing pills and spirit herbs to recover the power of her chi and blood. The source of the Xianxia's outbreak this time is really too difficult to trace. It's as if it's inexplicable and sudden. This white-clothed beauty was naturally the human ancestor palace's saintess, Xianxia. She frowned slightly, and her clothes were stained with blood. While fighting against the absolute life spirits, she was quickly retreating. Originally, she had planned to leave this place and return to a safe place if she could not find any clues. However, who knew that the Xianxia's outbreak this time did not seem to be the source? Moreover, the number of absolute life spirits was beyond imagination. It was far more than any previous Xianxia's outbreak. Xianxia was not weak, and she had many life-saving techniques. However, she had encountered many life-threatening situations and only managed to escape with her life. It seems like I can only return to a safe place. There's really nothing I can do about the Xianxia's outbreak this time. As Xianxia thought of this, she sighed regretfully. Her white robes fluttered, leaving only afterimages as she quickly disappeared from where she was. Those absolute life spirits were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They chased after her closely. Boom! The void shook violently, and the thick fog was suddenly pierced through. Many absolute life spirits screamed and exploded. Among them, there were a few terrifying creatures with scarlet eyes and huge bodies. They were surrounded by thick gray fog. They tore through space and charged toward Xianxia. On their ferocious huge palms, sharp blades flickered with red Dao laws. Like a Wang Yang, they were about to drown everything. All the living creatures in front of them instantly exploded under this wave. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. These were quasi-emperor-level ferocious beasts. Their minds had long been corroded by the absolute mist. All that was left was a frenzied will to kill. Xianxia's aura had alarmed them. Their only remaining thought was to tear apart this insignificant human in front of them. Oh no, why are there so many quasi-emperor-level ferocious beasts here? Xianxia, who was quickly passing through this space, felt this aura. Her expression changed slightly, and her brows furrowed. She was very clear about her own strength. If she faced a quasi-supremacy or a supremacy, she still had a chance to fight to the death. However, if she faced a quasi-emperor ferocious beast, only death would await her if she did not escape. There was no other possibility. Previously, she had encountered a quasi-emperor ferocious beast and only managed to escape with her life by a hair's breadth. This time, she was not sure if she would be so lucky. There were a total of 3 quasi-emperor ferocious beasts in front of her. Each of them was like an ancient star standing in the vast fog. They were huge and boundless. Their eyes were like lakes, and they reached out with their huge palms, shattering everything. Even the space became stagnant. Strands of Dao laws kept collapsing, crushing down like a waterfall. Boundless energy surged like a sun, slamming into the void, nothing it couldn't break. Xianxia did not expect that after these ferocious beasts' minds were corroded, they still had such terrifying divine ability laws. They were not much weaker than a quasi-emperor at their peak. She immediately took out her life-saving treasure. A golden page of a decree appeared above her head and flipped through the pages. Mysterious and ancient runes appeared one after another, flickering with a dazzling brilliance. They contained unfathomable and terrifying power. In this golden decree, the aura of those who had attained the Tao intertwined. It was like a brilliant sun, illuminating this dark land. As the saintess of the human ancestor palace, she naturally did not lack all kinds of rare treasures and decrees. However, these things were also limited. They only contained one attack of those who had attained the Tao. In this world, there were not many materials that could withstand the power of those who had attained the Tao. It was extremely difficult to refine such a Dharma artifact. Apart from those extremely favored young primes in the various imperishable orthodoxies, ordinary cultivators would not be able to see such a rare item. Xianxia did not have many of them. She had used up a lot earlier. Boom! As this golden decree appeared, a terrifying and dazzling destructive aura erupted. The 3 quasi-emperor-level ferocious beasts finally showed a hint of fear in their eyes as they sensed the aura of their natural predator. They turned around and fled, not daring to give chase. Fortunately, the deterrence worked. Seeing this, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. She was not surprised and was about to leave. However, in the next moment, her hair stood on end. She felt as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. An incomparably huge mouth, like a vast abyss, filled with endless blood-colored fangs, suddenly opened in the thick fog not far away, swallowing all living things. This was too horrifying. The entire world seemed to have sunk into absolute darkness all of a sudden. It was as if the entire sky had been completely swallowed by this huge mouth. Xianxia's golden decree didn't even last for a single breath before it cracked open with a cracking sound. It turned into golden light that filled the sky and dissipated without a trace. The three quasi-emperor-level ferocious beasts did not even have time to scream before they were bitten by this huge mouth. They exploded like three little chicks. The boundless absolute mist was like a tidal wave that was sucked into his stomach, and it emitted a surging sound of furious waves that covered the sky, and it was sufficient to make the hearts and livers of all the cowardly cultivators split apart. This invisible, seemingly boundless, terrifying figure was simply too frightening. He had no idea how big it was at all. Only that huge mouth was like a bottomless abyss. Its blood-red fangs were everywhere, enough to tear apart the body of a Tao-enlightened cultivator. Could this be the legendary plenilune immortal beast? Didn't I hear that it was extinct long ago? Why would there be traces of it in the sky? It took Xianxia a long time to recover from this cold state. She seemed to be in disbelief. She had only seen records of this terrifying immortal beast in some ancient books in the human ancestor palace. It could swallow heaven and earth and was almost omnipotent. There were even rumors that the plenilune immortal beast nurtured the universe in its stomach. This gigantic beast that was so ferocious that it made people tremble in fear seemed to be a plenilune immortal beast that had been corroded by the fog. Its origin was untraceable and hard to imagine. In Xianxia's opinion, it was more like it was buried in the sky in ancient times. Later on, it woke up and gave birth to another spirit for some reason. She even felt that once this plenilune immortal beast that had been corroded by the fog entered the upper realm, it would set off endless waves and cause a monstrous massacre. It would destroy everything. Even the golden decree that contained a Tao-enlightened cultivator's attack was swallowed by it and turned into fragments that filled the sky. Perhaps even a Tao-enlightened cultivator would be reduced to food in front of it. Its body was too huge and boundless. It was as if it could occupy the entire universe and crush the endless world. Was it just sleeping before? To the upper realm, this is the real disaster. Xianxia's expression returned to calmness. Looking at the deep darkness that made people's hearts palpitate, she knew that she could not escape death. In this vast and endless sky, no one knew what other great horrors were hidden. The awakened plenilune immortal beast seemed to have been starving for countless years. It swallowed heaven and earth and ate everything. Everything in front of it was its food. Even the spirit that was as strong as a quasi-emperor was no exception. She was naturally the same. The dark moongazer serpent's body was too huge, and it stood in the thick and boundless terminating fog. Its huge mouth swallowed the heavens and the earth, and it was like a bottomless abyss. It seemed to have no will, and it was only relying on instinct to devour all living beings and substances around it. In the depths of the fog, there were several terrifying auras. They were huge beasts that had reached the Tao attainment realm. They felt the fluctuations here and wanted to escape in fear. However, the dark moongazer serpent's huge mouth emitted an endless suction force. It bit down, and even the heavens and the earth were completely covered in darkness. Those ferocious beasts didn't even have time to cry out before they were swallowed. Its strength is far beyond ordinary Tao attainment realm cultivators. Xianxia's body was surrounded by green light as she stood in the fog. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her black hair wrapped around her beautiful face. Her expression was cold and solemn. In front of this invisible dark moongazer serpent, she was not even as small as a speck of dust. Not to mention her, even those beasts with eyes as big as stars were as small as dust in front of this dark moongazer serpent. The dark moongazer serpent swallowed the vast terminating fog. The boundless terminating sky trembled because of the awakening of this dark moongazer serpent. The surrounding void was collapsing. Large swaths of terminating creatures were like mayflies in Wanyang. Under this kind of beating, they collapsed with a bang. What a pity, I haven't waited for him to marry me. Jiang Chuchu raised her sparkling eyes and looked at the dark moongazer serpent that she couldn't see its body. She whispered to herself. At this moment, she didn't choose to resist. She just stood quietly in the void. She knew that it was useless to resist. Under the absolute suppression, even Dao Attainment Realm cultivators would die here and become the dark moongazer serpent's food. Therefore, at this moment, she was exceptionally calm and didn't despair. However, there was still some regret in her heart. Some things couldn't be done after all. Chang'e, many memories and thoughts flashed through Jiang Chuchu's mind. A figure appeared in her mind, and her expression gradually became absent-minded. It seemed that even the boundless dark moongazer serpent had disappeared. She didn't know if she was hallucinating, but at this moment, she actually saw Gu Chang'e's figure. He was still dressed in black robes. He was handsome, elegant, and peerless. His eyes were deep and calm, yet there seemed to be a trace of anger. Maybe I miss him too much. Why is he here? The corners of her mouth curled into a self-deprecating smile. She felt that this was too unrealistic. It was unknown where Gu Chang'e was hiding in the upper realm, so how could he appear in the day of absolute darkness? Boom. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sword chi that seemed capable of tearing apart the river of time slashed over from afar. It carried boundless killing intent as it surged endlessly. This strand of sword chi was too terrifying. It was like the convergence of a myriad of strands of sword light, and it was dazzling and resplendent. It was coiled with numerous laws of the sword Dao, and its offensive intent was capable of destroying everything. All of the terminating fog and living beings collapsed under this sword energy, as if a path had been cleared. The dark moongazer serpent, which was devouring countless terminating beings, also let out a pained cry. Heaven and earth shook, and a vast dark rain of blood appeared, watering this withered universe. Even the tyrannical body of the dark moongazer serpent was torn open with terrifying wounds, revealing the corroded dark skeleton. There were even many dark stars floating within, as if it truly contained a decaying and incomplete ancient universe. It let out a pained cry. Its remaining instincts told it that an unimaginable existence had arrived here, and it could threaten its current life and death. Rumble. The entire universe was trembling. Gray fog filled the sky and rushed in all directions. In the day of absolute darkness, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off. The dark moongazer serpent felt a terrifying threat. It kept squirming its body, wanting to hide and find another place to eat. What's going on? Jiang Chuchu was also shocked by the sudden scene. Her beautiful eyes were slightly stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. She was just thinking about how Gu Chang'e suddenly appeared here and forced the dark moongazer serpent to retreat with a single sword strike. This was too unbelievable and dreamy. She almost wondered if she was hallucinating. And in the fog in the distance, Gu Chang'e's figure was rapidly materializing, and in the blink of an eye, he landed beside her. His expression was calm and profound. His sleeves were as dark as ink, fluttering in the fog. However, Jiang Chuchu could feel his anger. Chang'e, begging for fresh flowers. Why are you here? You. Shouldn't you be in the upper realm right now? Jiang Chuchu was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. She could naturally tell that the Gu Chang'e in front of her was the real person, and was definitely not an illusion. Her voice was no longer as cold and calm as before. It was trembling slightly and stuttering. Why was it that every time she was in danger or in trouble, Gu Chang'e would appear, like a god descending from the heavens, to solve everything for her, but this time, Gu Chang'e was still facing a huge crisis. His identity as the inheritor of demonic arts had almost been exposed. He actually took such a huge risk to come here to look for her? If I had come half a step later, you would have been eaten by this dark moongazer serpent in front of you. 0-inch Jiang Chuchu, you've really become capable and bold. You barged into this place alone and even encountered a dark moongazer serpent that's comparable to a remnant immortal. Gu Chang'e said lightly. His tone was very calm, and even had a hint of mockery and indifference. However, Jiang Chuchu did not care about his tone at this moment. She knew that Guchanga was very angry because he was worried that something would happen to her and her life would be in danger. She suddenly stuttered a little, and her hands were a little difficult to place. She did not know what to do. I also wanted to find the root of the problem of Xianxia for the people, so I took the risk to come here. You. Don't be angry, okay? She was very anxious and could only explain to Guchanga like this, trying to calm him down. After all, Guchanga was right. If he had been a step slower, she would have died in the mouth of the dark moongazer serpent today. Moreover, she also knew that she was really careless this time. She thought that she had many life-saving methods, so she came deep into Xianxia. One had to know that many who had achieved the Tao did not dare to set foot in this place for fear of losing their lives. Moreover, she was only an insignificant great sage realm cultivator. A true Tao attainment expert would only need a wisp of pressure to kill her. Most importantly, Guchanga was taking the risk of becoming enemies with the world to come here to look for her. She had caused him a lot of trouble for no reason, and even exposed his tracks, attracting countless enemies. 2. The interminating fog that filled the sky collapsed, revealing a large desolate star region. The remnants of the terrifying sword intent still lingered in the air, causing many of the interminating spirits to explode. Changa, don't be angry, I'm sorry, I was too full of myself. I shouldn't have taken such a big risk and implicated you. I'm sorry, Jiang Chuchu looked helpless as she kept explaining to Guchanga. However, Guchanga still had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were indifferent, as if he couldn't be bothered with her. He wasn't really angry. He just wanted to let Jiang Chuchu understand that this kind of thing could never happen again. She hadn't reached the quasi-supreme level yet, but she relied on a few protective items to enter the interminating sky. She even encountered a dark full moon that was comparable to a remnant immortal. She wasn't simply courting death. She was simply extremely stupid. If Guchanga hadn't come to the interminating sky, she would have died long ago. You're not just fooling around anymore. Guchanga said indifferently, his gaze falling on her beautiful face. I know. I won't be so reckless next time. Jiang Chuchu felt extremely guilty when she heard this. She didn't look cold and arrogant at all. In front of Guchanga, she couldn't maintain her aloof appearance as the saintess of the human ancestor hall. His actions would affect her emotions. At this time, she only wanted to explain clearly and let Guchanga calm down. If it weren't for her, Guchanga wouldn't have come all the way here. In the end, it was all her fault. If there's a next time, I won't be able to save you. Guchanga shook his head gently, as if he couldn't do anything to her. The anger on his face gradually disappeared. I know, there won't be a next time. Jiang Chuchu nodded softly. She raised her bright eyes and looked at him. She couldn't hide her touched and happy expression. Why did you suddenly come here? She could not help but ask as she recalled this matter. Although she guessed that Guchanga must have found out about her trespassing into the Xianxia and rushed over, fearing that something bad would happen to her life. But she still wanted to hear it from him personally. I was just passing by. Guchanga glanced at her and said, I wanted to show up and stop those spreading rumors, but I didn't expect you to come so deep into this place. Could it be that you really think that I came all the way here to save you? Those aren't rumors. Jiang Chuchu blinked and told him the truth. She looked at him angrily and said, You're talking nonsense. You're obviously worried about my safety, so you rushed here regardless of everything. Guchanga shrugged helplessly and said, Why do you think so much of yourself? You are so stubborn. Jiang Chuchu did not care about this at all. Instead, her heart was filled with joy and gratitude. She rolled her eyes at Guchanga. She knew that he had always been like this. Of course, if it weren't for her overly arrogant personality, she would have jumped into his arms like other girls. Guchanga was willing to risk exposing his whereabouts and being hunted down by various orthodoxies to find her. To Jiang Chuchu, this was more important than anything else. No amount of words could compare to actual actions. Looks like you're not injured. Guchanga shook his head slightly and looked at her carefully. Seeing that she was not injured, he was really relieved. Jiang Chuchu's body was indeed special. If an ordinary person entered this place and was crushed by the dark full moon's aura, they would lose their mind and be corroded by the mist. But she was completely fine. Before I came here, I prepared many protective Dharma artifacts. As long as I don't encounter a ferocious beast like that dark full moon, I won't have a problem staying alive, Jiang Chuchu explained. Gu Chang'e nodded, then looked in the direction where the dark full moon had escaped. Before this, he had also subdued the dark full moon immortal beast. He found it when he was searching for the heavenly palm tower in the Purple Mountain. He named that little dark full moon immortal beast Little White, and it followed Gu Chang'e. In terms of size, it was far less terrifying than this dark full moon. It could only be described as tiny. Gu Chang'e even suspected that this dark full moon's body was nurturing an incomplete ancient universe. This made him feel a little tempted. He was worried that he could not find a suitable universe to set up a big net. This dark full moon in front of him was a very suitable choice. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e asked Jiang Chuchu to wait for him here first. His figure quickly swept away, and the entire universe quickly disappeared under his feet. The boundless fog was incomparably vast, and one could not see the end or the end. However, it did not affect Gu Chang'e's perception of the dark full moon's aura. He quickly chased after it, cutting through the universe in front of him and rushing through the void. You have to be careful. Jiang Chuchu watched Gu Chang'e leave and couldn't help but say to him. She knew that Gu Chang'e's strength was very terrifying and had reached the point where he was invincible in the upper realm, but she still couldn't help but worry. After all, that dark full moon immortal beast's strength was definitely not just in the immortal realm at its peak. It had been buried in the sky for countless years. After waking up again, it was still comparable to a remnant immortal. Boom, in this fog, an earth-shattering sound of waves quickly sounded, as if the entire universe was trembling. The dark full moon's body was too huge and boundless. Even if it wanted to escape by instinct, the momentum created was unimaginable. Although its intelligence was not high, it could still feel the terrifying malice of the human who had injured it just now. This made it, who stood at the top of the food chain in the entire cultivation world, feel fear and fear. Although the dark full moon immortal beast's body is huge, it is not unchanging. I don't know if it can be taken into the inner universe. Gu Chang'e's speed was very fast. In an instant, he swept across the endless distance and caught up with the dark full moon. In front of that almost suffocating and terrifying body, Gu Chang'e was so small that he was not even comparable to a speck of dust. However, he still gave the dark full moon an endless and terrifying feeling of suffocation. In its eyes, there was a human-like tremble of fear. In the dark full moon's memory, everything in this world, including matter and living beings, was its food. However, this tiny human in front of it gave it a feeling of facing its natural enemy, a feeling of fear and dread that came from the depths of its soul. Therefore, the dark full moon only wanted to escape. However, its body was too huge, and there was no end to it. It was difficult to avoid Gu Chang'e's pursuit. It seems that there is still some consciousness left. This is easy. Gu Chang'e did not want to waste time and chose to directly attack. Although the dark full moon was comparable to a remnant immortal, it could only rely on its racial talent and terrifying body to easily devour those who had attained the Tao. Compared to a real remnant immortal, it was much weaker. Boom, Gu Chang'e made his move. With a shake of his sleeve, tens of thousands of sword qis separated in all directions of the universe, emitting a bright and brilliant light. They were like tens of thousands of stars, shining brightly in this place. These tens of thousands of sword qis were arranged according to the order of the stars in the heavens. When they appeared, they were filled with shocking and endless killing intent, as if they had been tempered for several eras and carried the killing intent of hundreds of millions of living beings. Although the great celestial fiend formation from hell had not reached the level of 10 people controlling the sword. However, under Gu Chang'e's research, even if it was just a single formation, it could erupt with a brilliant and invincible power. Especially this formation, it could directly seal this universe, making it difficult for the dark full moon to escape. Screech, 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 a sharp sound like a demonic sound came from the dark full moon's mouth. It had a terrifying penetrative power. Those sound waves spread out like ripples, easily cutting through everything like the edge of a blade. The surrounding creatures did not have time to scream before they directly collapsed and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The dark full moon's huge mouth was like an abyss, and its sharp fangs were black. Suddenly, it bit toward Xianxia fiercely. It was not stupid. After knowing that Xianxia was going to attack it and that there was no hope of escaping, it showed its ferocious and crazy side. However, Xianxia had already expected this and was not surprised. Qi. 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 Thousands of brilliant rays of sword qi fell like heavenly punishment, overflowing with murderous intent. They directly cut through the dark full moon's body and pierced through its bones. This was a hair-raising scene. Terrifying bloody holes exploded on that seemingly endless body. Black rain surged, as if wanting to drown this universe. Each ray of sword qi was condensed from the power of laws. Although they were not divine weapons, their sharpness far exceeded that of divine weapons. Even the dark moongazer serpent held in pain. Its huge body quickly shrank in an attempt to reduce the pain. It really can control its size. When Xianxia saw this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He originally wanted to subdue this dark full moon, but considering its huge body, how to take it into the inner verse had become a big problem. Now that the dark full moon felt pain and could not help but shrink its body, this was an excellent opportunity for Xianxia. With this thought in mind, Xianxia summoned Air and ordered him to attack the dark full moon. Usually, Air was in the inner verse and did not appear in the outside world. After Xianxia entered the Yinan sky, he took Air back into the inner verse. Boom, a divine spear made of nether iron and divine gold swept across, emitting a misty green light that seemed to be able to split the entire universe. It was extremely powerful. Air was the most ancient figure in Hell other than the Lord of Hell, and his strength was also a true incomplete immortal. Even if Xianxia did not make a move, Air alone would be more than enough to suppress this dark full moon. The dark full moon also did not expect that at this time, there would be an existence with an aura that made it feel fear. It became even more irritable, and its terrifying aura was vast and mighty, causing this universe to begin to collapse. More and more Yin and fog rushed out of those cracks and flooded the outside world. This universe was originally incomplete. After experiencing the battle between Xianxia, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara, and the 6 ancient ancestors, it had become even more tattered. Now, it was even more devastated. There were terrifying cracks everywhere, and the spatial barrier was directly shattered, causing the endless Yin and fog to rush out of those cracks as if it had suddenly found a vent. Boom, the battle here did not last long. The dark full moon could not resist Air's terrifying attack at all. In the almost constant pain, it let out a wail, and its huge body continued to shrink. In the end, thousands of brilliant sword lights fell and turned into the law of the sword. They slashed into its body and turned into chains to bind it. Xianxia took out a spatial artifact and used his great magic power to open up a void in it, keeping the dark full moon. Then, he put the spatial artifact into the inner verse. After all, his current inner verse had not reached the level of the upper realm. If the dark full moon broke free from those laws, it might pose a threat to his inner verse. After that, Xianxia turned into a ray of divine light and went to meet up with Xianxia, intending to leave the Yinan sky. Along the way, he found a reason and casually explained the reason and source of the outbreak on the Yinan sky, so that Xianxia would give up and understand that this was not something she could interfere in. This cave seemed to have been searched by someone in the past. Some of the restrictions have already decayed, becoming extremely damaged. Could it be that we are a step too late? Has this place already been found by someone else? Meanwhile, at this time, in an open small world not far from where Yin Day erupted in the higher realms. Purple mist rose, multicolored light pervaded the air. Many vast ancient trees extended outwards, incomparably majestic. The divine mountains were ancient, lofty, and majestic, as if ancient giants towered between heaven and earth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streak after streak of divine rainbows flew past the heavens. Many young heavenly talents and cultivators rode on flying swords, magical artifacts, and Tao cauldrons, exploring this small world. Besides some stone crevices or mountain streams, one could often see a few ancient medicinal herbs that were enshrouded in spiritual light. They were extremely valuable, extremely difficult to find in the outside world. Of course, there were many vicious beasts here, some the size of small mountains, some spreading their wings and spitting out poisonous mist, incomparably sinister and terrifying. This small world was normally hidden in the void, sealed by many restrictions. Now that Inde erupted, many of the restrictions outside were torn apart. This caused the aura here to leak out, attracting many cultivators, coming here to search for treasures. Many people guessed that this was a certain immortal's seclusion cave before the immortal ancient, and there was still an extremely ancient aura left behind. Of course, if it was a true immortal's cave, even those who achieved the Tao might be startled. Many of the older generation instead felt that this was merely a certain immortal's cave dwelling, not a place of seclusion cultivation. Despite this, they could more or less obtain a bit of immortal aura, comprehending something from it. For them, this was a lifetime of benefit. After a few young supreme beings appeared here, they also began to search for the many ancient tablets and incomplete scriptures. Or they went up to some stone cliffs, in front of precipices, comprehending the traces left behind by that immortal, trying to deduce something from it, thus helping their cultivation advance a step further. Of course, if they could obtain 20 of the immortal's carvings, then that couldn't be better. How can something left behind by immortals be found by ordinary people? If there is an opportunity here, then it can only land in my hands. A young supreme being with a tall figure dressed in golden clothes, his golden hair seemingly shining, was currently walking between the mountains and rivers. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but there was a type of rhythm to it, shuttling through this place. There were quite a few followers following behind him. There were people from various races, and they were all extremely powerful. Their vitality was astonishing. This person was none other than the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley, Xianxia. He was extremely conceited, and felt that among his peers, there were very few who could withstand a single palm strike from him. That was why he wasn't willing to travel with the other young supreme beings, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, and the others, bringing his followers to explore this place alone. Moreover, he also had a special eye technique called the Golden Divine Eye, which allowed him to see the direction of the flow of all kinds of chi in the world. Living beings had life energy, dead objects had death energy, and spiritual objects naturally had spirit energy. Anything left behind by an immortal would naturally contain immortal chi. When he entered this small world, Xianxia sensed that there was an extremely extraordinary aura circulating somewhere. Xianxia was very smart. He deliberately separated himself from the other young supremes, then took a detour and walked towards that special place. There weren't many cultivators in this direction, so he didn't put anyone in his eyes. As an ancient freak, he was extremely confident in his own strength. Apart from Guchanga, that type of existence that couldn't be measured with common sense, he was confident in defeating everyone else. Soon after, the sky darkened. In this small world, there were also stars and moons moving about, day and night alternating. Heaven and earth were hazy, many radiances interweaving and swirling. Many young heavenly talents all found a place to rest, sitting down cross-legged, waiting for daybreak to explore this place again. It was different from the peace during the day. At night, this small world seemed a bit restless. He actually headed towards this place. Seems like this is indeed an excellent opportunity. This is an extremely suitable prey, Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak. In a camp somewhere, a blue-robed man was sitting cross-legged on a rock with many of his fellow disciples. He seemed to be taking a rest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His face was refined and clean, his eyes clear. From time to time, strands of golden light would flash past within them. Even his hair had hazy radiance falling, his entire being exuding a type of transcendent aura. He was one with heaven and earth, natural with Tao, his state of mind was peaceful, and even his breathing seemed to carry some kind of special Tao rhyme. As a true body of Tao Yuan, this extremely mysterious physique had only appeared a few times in the upper realm since ancient times. He indeed had such confidence. This physique was naturally compatible with Tao, and even at birth, the true essence of Tao was born in the body, which could absorb the power of all things in the world. As long as the spirit was not destroyed, the magical power would not be exhausted, and could be said to be endless, in an innate position of invincibility. Moreover, he had Guchanga's demonic seed in his body, so there was no need to consider whether he could kill a young supreme being of the same generation. Lani Fei looked around and saw that all his fellow disciples were resting with their eyes closed. The disciples in charge of patrolling didn't notice anything unusual on his side. 15 minutes should be enough. I'll take his origin and return. His eyes suddenly became extremely deep, and he seemed to sigh helplessly. Then, his sleeves shook slightly, leaving behind an indistinguishable Taoist body, while his real body turned into a shadow and quickly disappeared. On the other side, a slender girl in a wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress, cold like a fairy, was walking towards a certain place in this small world under the moonlight with a big red bird. She frowned from time to time, as if she was arguing with the big red bird beside her, and her little mouth was muttering something. This place. Is there really that kind of elixir? Outside the Xianxia Ultimate, a blurry space passage was torn open. Xianxia and Jiangchuchu's figures emerged from it. Both of their robes were clean, and there was not a speck of dust on them, as if they were a pair of celestial lovers. They did not look like they had walked out of a terrifying place filled with countless dangers, and there was not a single injury on them, and their auras were calm and natural. The pupils of the few Taoists from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the Purple Cloud Valley shrank slightly, and then they quietly looked away. They did not expect that Xianxia would be able to escape from the Net sky in such a short time. He even brought the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiangchuchu, out with him. It's young Lord Xianxia. Young Lord Xianxia. He even brought the saintess out with him. Looking at the figures of Xianxia and Jiangchuchu, many of the cultivators and living beings around them could not help but exclaim in surprise. The living beings of the various orthodoxies all looked over at them, and they were extremely shocked. That's great, the saintess is out. Luckily, she's safe and sound. If something happened to the saintess, how could we face the patriarchs? Thank goodness young Lord Xianxia is here. This is great, this is great. The many elders of the human ancestor palace who were waiting here were extremely excited, and they all gathered around. All the cultivators here were extremely excited. They were pleasantly surprised by the appearance of Xianxia and the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiangchuchu. The Xianxia Ultimate was an extremely dangerous place, and even those who had achieved the Tao did not dare to enter it. The saintess of the human ancestor palace was willing to risk her life and enter it to find a solution for the sake of all living beings. This kindness was enough to make all living beings remember it in their hearts, and they would be eternally grateful. The saintess of the human ancestor palace was only of the younger generation, and her cultivation level was not even at the quasi-supreme level. The Tao enlightened existences of the other imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects around them, however, did not dare to move forward. With such a comparison, it was obvious who was superior. In the eyes of many living beings and cultivators, even those who had achieved the Tao were far inferior to the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiangchuchu. Moreover, even if Xianxia was framed as the inheritor of the demonic technique, he still risked making the entire world his enemy to come here and find a solution for the sake of all living beings. The two of them were willing to go through fire and water for the sake of all living beings, and everyone was moved and impressed. Saintess, are you all right? Jiangchuchu looked at the familiar surroundings with a somewhat absent-minded expression. Compared to the peace of the outside world, the ultimate sky was gloomy and deathly silent. There was a frightening aura, and it was extremely oppressive. This made her feel as if she had seen the light of day again. Seeing that the human ancestor palace's elders had rushed over, they asked with concern. A gentle arc was revealed on her beautiful and cold face. She gently shook her head and said, "I'm fine. It's all thanks to young Master Xianxia. If he hadn't rushed over here and saved me, I'm afraid that I would have been buried in the mouth of those extremely fierce beasts and become their food." A hint of fear and lingering fear appeared on her face as she spoke. Seeing this, everyone sighed. They did not doubt the human ancestor palace's saintess Jiangchuchu's words. There was no need to say more about the dangers of the ultimate sky. They could guess that if an ordinary person entered it, there would be nothing left of them, and their body and soul would be destroyed in an instant. The fact that the human ancestor palace's saintess could hold on for so long until Xianxia went to rescue her was already an extraordinary talent. "Thank you, young Master Xianxia." Hearing this, the human ancestor palace's elders cupped their hands and thanked Xianxia gratefully. Although it was said that Xianxia was the reincarnation of the human ancestor, only they knew whether it was true or not. "It's all right. Saintess Chuchu and I are very close. How can I let her be in danger?" Xianxia said with a smile. There was a refreshing smile on his handsome face. Rumor has it that the human ancestor palace's saintess is young Master Chang'a's lover. It seems that it's true. He was willing to take such a huge risk to save her. If only one person could do that, what more could he ask for in life? When the surrounding female cultivators saw this scene, their eyes were filled with astonished splendor and envy. Naturally, they were also extremely envious. They really wanted someone to step forward and rescue them at such a critical moment. Of course, they also knew that it was just wishful thinking. Gu Chang'e was a banished immortal from the 9 heavens, while they were mere specks of dust in the swamp. They could only look up to him but could not touch him. The human ancestor palace's saintess was not just a title. Her appearance alone was far superior to them, enough to make countless geniuses in the upper world pale in comparison. At this moment, Jiang Chuchu, who had been catching up with the human ancestor palace's elders, suddenly had a cold look in her eyes. Her hair danced in the wind, and her cold and aloof aura was swept away. There was even a biting valiance as she coldly swept her gaze in the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and the Endless Fire Nation. Her voice was calm, but it spread clearly. From today onwards, any orthodoxy that accuses young Master Chang'e of being the inheritor of demonic arts will be seen as opposing the human ancestor palace. Her voice was very cold. It lacked the usual calmness and was filled with killing intent. Her tone left no room for doubt and allowed no rebuttal. When they heard this, all the cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had goosebumps. They widened their eyes as if they were doubting their own ears. A commotion broke out immediately. It was as if a meteorite had crashed into the deep sea, stirring up huge waves. "What, Saintess, what are you saying?" The human ancestor palace's elders also widened their eyes in disbelief. However, some people reacted quickly. They understood the meaning behind Jiang Chuchu's words in front of all the cultivators. It was not just an attitude. It was also a message to the Endless Fire Nation, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and the other orthodoxies. Gu Chang'e was not the inheritor of demonic arts. He was framed. The human ancestor palace had a very high status. They had almost countless believers in the upper world. No orthodoxy was willing to get into a dispute with the human ancestor palace and get into unnecessary trouble. Over countless years, the human ancestor palace had resolved many disasters for all living beings. Even in some remote lower realms, they had believers everywhere. At that moment, the human ancestor hall's saintess was telling everyone that Gu Chang'e was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. She had been framed by others. Its influence was unimaginable. Ancient trees were lush, mountains towering, night hazy, nebulae pervading the air. Many vines were like sinister vipers, hanging down from the mountains, extending into a large expanse, casting down many black shadows. In the distance, there were quite a few ancient strange beasts that released roars. In the silence of the night, these sounds were even more obvious, shocking the surrounding birds, beasts, vipers, and bugs into hiding in all directions. This place is quite spacious. According to the Earth Scripture's records, this is a place of accumulation of spiritual essence. After countless years, it has even produced formidable things. Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jin Yun was currently leading many followers, standing on a mountain top, gazing at the basin before him. The stars hung in the vast plains, the moon surging through the great river. Within the silence, there was also a bit of danger. His pupils seemed to be cast from gold, golden and dazzling. Symbols flickered within his eyes one after another, releasing a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. It had to be said that he was indeed extremely powerful. Just this deep sea-like aura alone was enough to intimidate many of the younger generation. In the age he was born in, Jin Yun's name suppressed the present age, no one of his peers able to match him. Later on, because of his sect, they felt like he couldn't see any hope of achieving immortality in that age. That was why they sealed him in the divine source, leaving him for the present age. Jin Yun didn't take action that many times, and he rarely displayed his strength before the world. However, Six-Crowned King Jun Yao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others didn't dare look down on him, feeling like he would be a great enemy. These wisps of purple intent, seems like this is pill energy. What kind of immortal pill can exist for so long? Just by sealing it here, it already made this basin evolve into a blessed land. Jin Yan said to himself. His eyes shone brilliantly as he stared at the basin before him. Then, his figure turned into a streak of divine rainbow, descending. The reason why he chose to take action at night was because he felt like the pill energy here would become even more obvious during the day. That type of extremely rich purple intent would only become clearer and clearer. Towards the end, as long as one was a cultivator, they would be able to notice the heaven-reaching purple intent here. Of course, there was another reason as well. It was to prevent undue delay from causing trouble, others getting here first. Great One, should we wait for you here? Jin Yan's figure descended from the mountain top, walking through this vast plain. The surrounding trees were heavy, extremely ancient and lush. The experts behind him couldn't help but ask. They didn't intend to follow Jin Yan deeper. In such a land of opportunity, they were followers. It was best to stand guard outside to prevent others from breaking in. Hearing this, Jin Yan nodded and said, "Then wait for me here. I'll come out after I get the things inside." He was very confident in his own strength and did not feel that there was any danger in this place. Moreover, he was also the first person to notice the abnormality in this entire abode. Soon, Jin Yan's figure disappeared into the depths of the basin. One could see that a long time ago, this place used to be a palace, as well as quite a few ruined ruins. Dilapidated walls, old trees, and broken towers. The place was filled with the vicissitudes of time. Around the plaza, some collapsed pillars could be seen, carved with strange runes. Vines crisscrossed and crawled all over the pillars and walls. Some tiles were scattered everywhere. Relying on his golden pupils, Jin Yan quickly determined the source of the pill chi and walked towards a collapsed hall. He felt that it was a pill room. Perhaps it was the place where the original owner of this cave concocted pills. All of Golden Cloud's followers are here. It seems that he has indeed gone there. He has chosen a suitable burial ground for himself. Not far from Jin Yan's current location. A faint figure seemed to have merged with heaven and earth as he walked slowly. Not far away, the many cultivators in charge of guarding this place did not notice his tracks and aura. Dao Immortal Alliance's Daoist disciple Lan Yifei walked over with a calm expression. However, at this moment, he was like the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. He was very sure of Jin Yan's tracks because he had left his mark on Jin Yan from the beginning. Although he was an ancient freak, in his opinion, he was just prey. Fortunately, Jin Yan was not facing Xianxia. Otherwise, he would be in even more despair. With this thought in mind, Lan Yifei walked unhurriedly toward the ruins in front of him. He planned to take Jin Yan's origin there. He understood Xianxia's plan. Currently, almost all of the orthodoxies in the upper realm were targeting Xianxia, accusing him of being the true inheritor of the demonic art. Lan Yifei, who knew the truth, was speechless. He did not know if it was a coincidence or if it was the will of the heavens that made everything seem so coincidental. Of course, Xianxia would never admit to this. That was why he ordered him to come here and take the origin of those young supreme beings. He wanted to create a situation where the true inheritor of the demonic art showed up and provoked the orthodoxies. After all, at this time, Xianxia was still in the Yin Day, looking for a way to break out of this situation for all living beings. On the other hand, young supreme beings were being killed by the inheritor of the demonic art. With this, the rumor that Xianxia was the inheritor of the demonic art would be dispelled. Everything has been planned out without leaving anything out. Everyone has been reduced to pawns. This is truly chilling. Lan Yifei shook his head gently. His gaze was calm. He had already sensed Jin Yan's aura. He quickly approached and planned to solve everything. Why does it feel like the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? At this time even Lan Yifei did not notice. On the other side of the ruins, a young girl who was as cold as a fairy was looking at his figure in shock. She did not expect that there would be someone else here other than herself. The young girl had a slender figure. She wore a flowy dress with wide sleeves. Her face was fair and delicate, and her features were beautiful. Her eyes were cold and arrogant, and there was a chill that kept people away. Although she was not fully grown yet, she already had a beauty that could bring disaster to countries and people. Stupid Xianxia, this guy obviously has bad intentions toward the guy who went in first. The big red bird on the young girl's shoulder glanced at her. It spoke in a young girl's voice, full of disdain. Why do I feel like I've seen this guy before? When did this happen? The young girl was Xianxia, who was urged by the big red bird to come here after leaving the peach village. She frowned. Her figure was hidden in the dark, and she did not make any movements. She felt that Lani Fei looked very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, she could not remember where for a while. She just put this doubt aside for the time being and quietly followed behind. In fact, she had been here for a long time. She was even a little bit ahead of Jin Yun. However, not long after she arrived, Jin Yun arrived. Gu Xian'er subconsciously found a place to hide, intending to wait and see what would happen. Her current strength was actually very strong. It was just that she rarely competed with people of the same generation. Therefore, she was not afraid that Jin Yun and Lani Fei, who came later, would sense her aura. Speaking of this, Gu Xian'er was quite depressed. She could not find anyone to fight with to prove her strength. Most of the younger generation in the upper realm did not know her identity. Who would dare to fight with her, not to mention the younger generation, even the older generation and some ancient existences had heard about her. They knew that Gu Changge loved her very much. The last person who dared to have ideas about Gu Xian'er was the successor of the Purple Mansion. Unfortunately, he was later destroyed by Gu Changge along with the immortal orthodoxy behind him. Since then, he had been annihilated and became history. This incident shocked the entire upper realm and set off stormy waves at that time. Even earlier, the ancient clan of the Ocean Palace had also offended Gu Xian'er and sealed the sea for hundreds of thousands of years. Since then, all the younger generation, after knowing Gu Xian'er's identity, retreated. Previously, when she was in the Immortal Academy, there were many suitors who showed admiration for her. Unfortunately, they were all frightened. Even if they saw her by chance, they did not dare to look at her more than once. They were afraid that they would bring disaster to themselves. Although Gu Xian'er hated trouble, it was extremely difficult for her to even find an opponent now. This made her feel depressed and helpless. This was all because Gu Changge's power was too terrifying. No one dared to provoke Gu Xian'er anymore. Forget it. Let's see what these two are up to. Why are they being so mysterious? Gu Xian'er carefully hid her breath and followed behind Lani Fei. They entered the ruins in front of them. She wanted to join in the fun and see if there could be a fisherman benefiting from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. From Big Red's words, she found out that there was most likely an ancient elixir hidden here. Although she did not know what kind of elixir it was, anything that was related to immortals would not be simple. Buzz. However, before Gu Xian'er could go too deep into the ruins, the expression on her face changed slightly. She seemed to have goosebumps all over her body. She felt a chill run down her spine. Could this be? Her expression suddenly became serious. Under her sleeves, several small tools glowed, ready to be used at any time. Don't act rashly. Hide well first. Those two have not found you yet. At this moment, the big red bird on her shoulder also tensed up. There was a hint of nervousness in its childish voice. Could this person be the true inheritor of the demonic arts? If I catch him, will I be able to clear Gu Changge's name? Gu Xian'er nodded. Her expression returned to normal as she muttered to herself. Many plans flashed through her mind. Then, she listened to Big Red's words. First, she would wait and see, hiding in the dark. Lani Fei? The low-key Taoist from the Alliance of Immortals? Looks like your hidden identity is not that simple? At this moment, in the depths of the ruins, Jin Yun, who was searching for the pill room, suddenly stared at Lani Fei, who slowly appeared behind him, and said coldly. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could feel the strange aura on Lani Fei's body. This made him uneasy, as if his entire body was being suppressed. Who was Jin Yun? In the past, he had suppressed all the people of the younger generation and no one was his opponent. Therefore, he had immediately sensed the unusual aura coming from Lani Fei's body. Before this, Lani Fei had not attracted his attention. In his opinion, the Taoist of the Tao Immortal Alliance was just a low-key young supreme being who was elegant and easygoing in front of others and had done a lot of research in music. However, Jin Yun had never imagined that he would encounter Lani Fei in such a situation. The other party had obviously followed him for a long time and had been hiding his aura, only revealing it at this time. There was no need to think too much to guess what their purpose was. "Greetings, Brother Jinyun." Lonnie Fei's expression was indifferent, his blue robe fluttering gently under the moonlight, and there was a sense of detachment on his elegant face, appearing extremely natural. He did not pay attention to Jinyun's shocked expression, as he seemed to be detached from worldly affairs. It was as if he had come here just to do a trivial matter. "It seems that all of us have underestimated you. You are the one who hides the deepest, no wonder you are so low-key." Jinyun was not an ordinary person, so he quickly suppressed the palpitations in his heart and said coldly. As an ancient freak of the Purple Cloud Valley, he naturally had a guardian by his side, but now the quasi-emperor-level guardian did not make the slightest move. This made his heart sink, and he felt that he was doomed today. Not to mention looking for the pill room, even escaping from this cave alive had become a luxury. Lonnie Fei ignored Jinyun's words and just said softly, "Brother Jinyun, please don't take offense, I had no choice." Jinyun frowned, somewhat puzzled by Lonnie Fei's words, and there seemed to be some helplessness and frustration. However, at this time, he had no time to think too much and just said coldly, "If you want to take my origin, then you can come and try." Lonnie Fei nodded slightly and said, "Brother Jinyun, you are no match for me, so you'd better not make unnecessary resistance. Why don't you just hand over your origin to me, and perhaps I can leave you with an intact corpse." He said it very calmly, as if he was just explaining a trivial matter. However, when these words entered into Jinyun's ears, it was no different than humiliation, and it caused his expression to become unsightly to the extreme. "Cut the crap. I want to see what kind of abilities you, the inheritor of the demonic arts, have." He let out a low roar, and dazzling golden light suddenly gushed out from his golden eyes. They were like two divine swords that could slash through everything. The two cross-Dao swords seemed to be condensed from the laws and order of the world. They contained peerless sharpness that caused space to directly collapse. When ordinary young supreme beings faced this move, their expressions would definitely change greatly, finding it difficult to resist. However, Lonnie Fei was not an ordinary person. His expression was calm as he unfolded his sleeves. Misty clear light pervaded the air, as if a great power of the world was descending. It was as if the world was splitting apart the primal chaos. Endless and seemingly endless magical power appeared, suppressing the 9 heavens and descending to the yellow springs, spreading far and wide. As the true body of Dao Yuan, this extremely mysterious constitution displayed unimaginable power at this moment. Boom! This terrifying power caused Jinyun's expression to change. He had no choice but to use other methods to resist, guessing that Lonnie Fei himself had a terrifying constitution. However, what made him feel most uneasy was that Lonnie Fei had not yet used any of the forbidden demonic techniques. He knew how terrifying the forbidden demonic techniques were. Otherwise, all the orthodoxies in the upper realm would not be afraid of them. Even now, their expressions would still change at the mention of it. Soon, the two of them began to fight in the depths of the ruins. Their figures flickered as fast as the wind and lightning. It was almost impossible to catch them, as if they had merged into the void. This place became blurry as light and shadow intertwined, and runes were faintly discernible. The violent fluctuations were as if they were going to turn the world upside down, overturning everything. Especially Jinyun, his entire body seemed to be burning. His hair was golden as if it was carved out of gold. A golden precept domain evolved into many rules, floating and coiling around him, constantly expanding and charging toward him. Lonnie Fei was already prepared for this. He said lightly, "Don't try to attract the attention of others. I have completely sealed this place. No one can save you tonight. Don't even think about letting the fluctuations here spread out." Hearing this, Jinyun's heart sank again. However, his many life and death experiences made him understand that he could not afford to be careless at this moment. Even if Lonnie Fei did not use the forbidden demonic techniques, he was still an extremely terrifying enemy. He was not someone an ordinary young supreme venerable could compare to. The golden light was like a burning sun, heavy and majestic. There were also thousands of strands of golden light that were like swords in the air, slashing through all things, directly causing the void to collapse. His entire body seemed to have turned into a golden sun. The aura of the purest yang filled heaven and earth, suppressing all evil. This was the Purple Cloud Valley's forbidden secret technique. Even those of the older generation could use it. At such a young age, Jin Yun was already proficient in using it. He could even condense the purest yang precept into a sun, falling from the sky and evaporating everything. This place was like a golden sea of order. Thousands of precepts of order surged, forming a golden divine net. Lani Fei was very transcendent. His clothes fluttered, and with every move, the power of heaven and earth descended. He merged with the Tao and connected with heaven and earth. He suppressed forward like an immortal descending to the mortal world. Every move contained an indescribable Tao rhythm, and his mana was almost endless. All kinds of extremely terrifying forbidden killing techniques and ancient heavenly techniques were evolved from his hands. They could separate yin and yang, and they could split heaven and earth. Although the two of them were only of the younger generation, the fluctuations from their battle were enough to make all the powerhouses of the older generation feel their scalps go numb and tremble endlessly. All kinds of ancient and dazzling supreme techniques were performed here, splitting heaven and earth and breaking the universe. If Lani Fei had not been prepared and sealed everything around him, the aura fluctuations here would definitely have spread far and wide. Dong. A giant golden pagoda that seemed to be condensed from the universe appeared above Jin Yun's head. It spewed out dazzling golden light and collided with Lani Fei. However, Lani Fei's attack was still fierce. He shook his finger and turned it into a giant bell. With a dong sound, it shook out ripples and repelled the giant pagoda in the air. Wah! After the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves, Jin Yun finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. He was extremely unwilling. His hair was disheveled, and golden blood flowed out of his body. Is this all you've got? Jin Yun looked at Lani Fei in the distance. The golden pupils in his eyes were about to shatter. He was very unwilling to accept this. He didn't expect Lani Fei to defeat him without even using a forbidden demonic technique. The two of them were in the same realm, but he was not a match for him. At this moment, he even felt that the invincible Tao heart that he had always been firm in was shattering with a crack. Lani Fei's aura only changed slightly. He was not injured like Jin Yun. He stood indifferently in the distance and looked at Jin Yun calmly. I've already said, brother Jin Yun, you're not a match for me. Why do you have to struggle so hard? At this moment, Jin Yun seemed to have thought everything through. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect that after I've lived to this day and abandoned my old friends, my former lover, and my former master, I still ended up in a miserable defeat. It's difficult for me to become an immortal. I've let them down. If I could turn back time, I would like to return to the ancient times, to the era that belonged to me, even if I turn into a pile of yellow soil and find it difficult to return to the peak and find the path to immortality, I'm willing. He was extremely proud. Before this, he had never thought that among the younger generation, other than Guchanga, there was anyone who could be his match. He didn't even put 6-crowned King Junyao, the heavenly princess, and the others in his eyes. But who would have thought that such a low-key Taoist of the Tao Immortal Alliance would have such terrifying strength? Moreover, this was under the premise that he hadn't used a forbidden demonic technique. Jin Yun smiled bitterly. His face was ashen, and he no longer had the heart to fight. Although he still had many life-saving items, in his opinion, there was no need to use them. Not only had he lost, but he had also lost completely. There was no leeway or chance. Hearing this, Lani Fei fell silent. He knew that this was the sign of Jin Yun's Taoist heart shattering. The invincible Taoist heart that he had always possessed had already collapsed. In fact, in his opinion, this was also the thought of many ancient freaks who had been sealed up until now. He originally thought that after recovering in this golden era, he could stand at the peak and walk the path to immortality, achieving a realm that was unparalleled throughout history, and be invincible in the world. But who would have thought that this golden era would be even more cruel? Geniuses were like ants and mustard seeds. They were just chess pieces or leeks that could be harvested at will. Wasn't Jin Yun strong? He was an invincible king of his generation in the past. Countless people respected and feared him. If it weren't for the fact that I have no other choice, I really want to drink tea and discuss the Tao with you. How unrestrained and carefree. Lonnie Fei thought of his situation and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile and disappointment. What do you mean by that? Jin Yun was stunned. He originally thought that Lonnie Fei would come to take away his source energy at this time. However, he didn't expect that Lonnie Fei also had a helpless and disappointed look on his face. It seemed that there were many things that he couldn't say, and it was more like all of this was not his source energy. He seemed to have some kind of difficulties. Lonnie Fei looked at Jin Yun and his expression gradually calmed down. I'm just a fish. No matter how hard I struggle, it's difficult for me to break free from the established trajectory. The flowers bloom and wilt, and the water flows like the river, never to return. He didn't dare to say anything more. Because of the demonic seed, he couldn't even reveal anything about Xianxia. At this time, in Lonnie Fei's eyes, Jin Yun was already a dead man. It was actually fine to say a little more to him. What? When Jin Yun heard this, he felt a boom in his head as if he had been hit by something. He was stunned on the spot and couldn't recover for a long time. A terrifying chill rushed straight to the top of his head. Even he couldn't help but shiver, and his hair stood on end. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could understand what Lonnie Fei meant. Lonnie Fei said that he was only being controlled by someone. Everything was not his original intention and he had no choice. However, who was Lonnie Fei? He was the Taoist disciple of the Taoist Immortal Alliance, an immortal orthodoxy. In the future, he could inherit the Taoist Immortal Alliance and stand at the peak of the upper realm. He controlled hundreds of millions of territories and the lives of countless living beings. With such an identity, who could use him and control him? Jin Yun did not dare to think deeper. He only felt a chill all over his body. The waters of the upper realm were far deeper than he thought. It was unimaginable. Who's the real inheritor of the demonic technique? He could not help but ask Lonnie Fei in a very urgent tone. However, Lonnie Fei only shook his head gently and sighed. He's a person. You only need to hear his name to feel despair. He could not reveal too much, and there was no need for that. Could it be him? Jin Yun's eyes suddenly widened. A figure flashed across his mind at lightning speed, but it made him tremble in extreme fear. At this moment, his soul seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and he was about to suffocate. Poof! In the next moment, a black light flew out from under Lonnie Fei's sleeve. Like a plant seed, it instantly penetrated Jin Yun's abdomen, penetrated his skin, lungs, and finally took root in his spiritual sea. He did not even have time to scream. His entire body seemed to have withered, and all his strength was devoured. The timing is just right. Lonnie Fei had been calculating the time. When he saw this, he closed his eyes slightly, as if he could not bear it. Previously, he had obtained half of the forbidden demonic technique from Xianxia and had tried it. However, only by experiencing it personally would one understand the horror of this forbidden technique. If it was not because he had no other choice, he would not be willing to do this. Not long after, the black light that took root in Jin Yun's body flew back under Lonnie Fei's sleeve again and became silent. He sighed softly and planned to turn around and leave this place. However, at this moment, as if he had thought of something, Lonnie Fei flew to the sky and took a look. He could not help but frown. From the beginning to the end, Jin Yun's protector has not shown up. It seems that I've been overthinking. Since he has already planned this, it seems that everything is already within his calculations. Thinking of this, he felt even more helpless. Even if he was not here, Xianxia would probably have other arrangements and plans. You just need to do your job well. Young master has already arranged everything. A figure in black, hidden in the black fog, suddenly appeared beside Lonnie Fei. His tone was indifferent and calm, as if there was no emotion in it. Without a doubt, this was a person who had achieved the Tao. It was he who had just killed Jin Yun's protector. Hearing this, Lonnie Fei showed a bitter smile. Without saying anything, he quickly disappeared with the figure in black. He knew that even if he did not do anything, Jin Yun would probably die here tonight, or other young supreme martial artists. Even if Xianxia was not here, he could still control and manipulate everything. Not long after Lonnie Fei left this place, Xianxia, who was hiding somewhere in the dark and using a special celestial artifact to hide her aura, walked out in extreme shock, as if she could not believe what had happened in front of her. Big Red, what exactly did I see? She could not help but murmur to the big red bird beside her. Big Red, what do you think I've just seen? After Lonnie Fei's figure had completely disappeared. Only then did Gu Xian'er reveal her figure from the dark, muttering with a bit of disbelief on her face. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed what she had seen tonight. She had thought that Lonnie Fei was the mysterious, low-key inheritor of the demonic technique. Gu Xian'er even had the thought of catching him and clearing Gu Chang'e of suspicion of being the inheritor of the demonic technique. However, she did not expect that Lonnie Fei had his own difficulties. It was as if he was controlled by an invisible hand and was just a chess piece. He was not the true inheritor of the demonic technique. The true inheritor of the demonic technique was someone else. It was so well hidden that it was hard to imagine. This is not something that a silly girl like you can meddle in. At this time, the big red bird did not show any sarcastic expression to Gu Xian'er. Instead, it spoke seriously. It had witnessed everything from the beginning to the end. Even the mysterious Taoist of the Tao Immortal Alliance was just a chess piece. The background of the person behind it could only be described as horrifying. This was not something that a silly girl like Gu Xian'er could come into contact with. She could easily provoke the disaster of death. But, why do I feel that I should know who the inheritor of the demonic technique is? Gu Xian'er was silent for a while. She did not know why, but she had a strange feeling in her heart. She could not tell whether it was a guess or intuition. This extremely mysterious inheritor of the demonic technique had never revealed his true appearance in the upper realm. No one even knew whether he was a man or a woman. Now that the great ancestors of the various orthodoxies had appeared, the inheritor of the demonic technique had not restrained his ferocity. From this, it was enough to see the arrogance of the inheritor of the demonic technique. He did not care about the orthodoxies of the upper realm. Anyway, this is not something that a little girl like you can meddle in. Quickly find that immortal pill and leave this troublesome place. In a while, someone will definitely find out about the fall of this ancient freak from Purple Cloud Valley, the big red bird hurriedly urged. He was worried that if someone came looking for them, he and Gu Xian'er would become the scapegoat. A young supreme being from an imperishable sect had fallen, and his source had been seized. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Right now, everyone thinks that Gu Chang'e is the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Now that his suspicion has been cleared, you don't have to worry anymore. After such a thing happened, Gu Chang'e became the final beneficiary. Seeing that Gu Xian'er was still silent, the big red bird couldn't help but glance at her. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned. The strange thought in his mind became more and more obvious. Gu Chang'e had become the final beneficiary? Was there really such a coincidence? Or was everything under the control of the plan? She suddenly remembered what Lonnie Fei said at that time. The true inheritor of the demonic arts. Just hearing this name would make one despair. In this vast upper realm, who on earth possessed such terrifying power and energy? If the scene at the rebirth lake is real. Impossible. I hope this is just my guess. Gu Xian'er frowned deeply. Her expression was conflicted and complicated. Then, she sighed and put this thought aside for the time being. She planned to find that so-called immortal pill with the big red bird first. The moment Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak, Jin Yun, fell. Outside the ruins, there was one cultivator who was waiting for the golden cloud, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Oh no, Master's life tablet has shattered. His face became incomparably pale, and his voice was trembling. He felt as if the sky had collapsed. What? Master's life tablet has shattered? When the others heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. They were stunned on the spot and did not dare to imagine. Jin Yun was a young supreme being who dominated an era. How could he possibly have fallen in this cave? Oh no, oh no. Master has fallen here. None of us can live. Everyone's face became incomparably pale. They trembled non-stop. They already had a premonition that a huge wave would be set off next. Soon, the news of Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak, Jin Yun, falling in this cave quickly spread out as if it had grown wings. Without a doubt, such news was like a meteorite falling into the deep sea. It caused a huge uproar. All of the cultivators and living beings who heard this news were shocked to the extreme. Six-crowned King Junyao, the heavenly phoenix maiden, the golden cicada Buddha, all the young nine heaven supremes in the cave fell silent. They boasted that they were not weaker than anyone, and naturally, they were not weaker than Jin Yun. But now, Jin Yun had fallen in front of everyone's eyes. How could this not shock them? There was even an indescribable fear. Because Jin Yun had died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Even his origin was devoured and plundered. Just like those young supreme beings who had been killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. The inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared again. He brazenly killed the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley and plundered his origin. That's too arrogant. Before this, Purple Cloud Valley was still crusading against the inheritor of the demonic arts. They even said that young Master Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that the inheritor of the demonic arts would be so domineering and arrogant? He appeared at this time and slapped Purple Cloud Valley hard in the face. Perhaps the inheritor of the demonic arts is disdainful of such behavior and does not want his identity to be replaced. That's why he took the risk. As soon as the news spread, almost all the cultivators were talking about it. It was an uproar. At this time, the vast and surging Yin mist outside Yin Day surged like a terrifying river. The saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chuchu, stood out and spoke. Any orthodoxy that falsely accuses Gu Chang'e of being the inheritor of the demonic arts will be viewed as an enemy of the human ancestor palace. Although she looked extremely cold and aloof, her tone at this moment was unquestionable, and even had a bit of valiance and fierceness. No cultivator dared to look at her at this time. They could not help but lower their heads when she glanced at them. Of course, there were many cultivators who responded after recovering from their shock. During the crisis of Yin Day, the major orthodoxies did not care about their lives. On the contrary, the human ancestor palace's saintess, Jiang Chuchu, and Gu Chang'e were willing to take the huge risk and enter Yin Day. Just with this kind heart, they left the Endless Fire Nation, Sky Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and other orthodoxies far behind. What right did they have to say that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts? The saintess is right. Young Lord Chang'e is a kind person. How could he be the inheritor of the demonic arts? I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. The rumors during this period are clearly just the words of Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation. There's no evidence. They're just jealous of young Lord Chang'e's current achievements. That's why they're deliberately slandering him. At that moment, there was an uproar of discussion around Yin Day. Many cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. They could not help but loudly berate the Endless Fire Nation and other orthodoxies for their misdeeds. Gu Chang'e watched all of this with interest. He did not say anything to stop them. However, when he glanced at the few enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain, he was slightly amused. Calculating the time, the Tao Immortal Alliance's Tao disciple, Lani Fei's matter should have come to an end. Shut up. Don't tell me you dare to challenge our dignity? When the enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation heard the angry words of the cultivators, their expressions turned extremely ugly. They immediately shouted. Their voices contained some kind of Taoist rhyme. It was like a huge bell, causing everyone's qi and blood to churn. Their faces turned pale, and they almost spat out blood. Even some of the veteran supremes felt their hearts palpitate at this moment. They were suppressed by the aura of the enlightened Tao masters. Whether Gu Chang'e is the inheritor of the demonic arts is not up to you to decide. If the human ancestor palace's saintess insists on siding with Gu Chang'e, then you should be prepared to become the enemy of the entire world. The inheritor of the demonic arts is not allowed in the upper realm. If you want to implicate the human ancestor palace, then you can try. The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation had an extremely gloomy expression as she spoke coldly. As enlightened Tao masters, they stood at the peak of the upper realm. Even the sect masters of the imperishable orthodoxies had to be respectful to them. These ordinary cultivators dared to act rashly in front of them. Were they not courting death, they were wary of Gu Chang'e's strength and methods, but it did not mean that they would care about these insignificant ants. Although Jiang Chuchu was the human ancestor palace's saintess, she was still a junior after all. They could crush her to death with a finger. Boom, as soon as they finished speaking, they released their aura. It was like a vast sea of pressure that fell like a torrent of light that was enough to crush everything. Many cultivators could not withstand this aura. They either coughed up blood and retreated. Their legs gave way, and they directly knelt on the ground with a terrified expression. The anger of the enlightened Tao masters was indeed not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. In the eyes of the enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation, the other cultivators were no different from ants. Of course, most of the cultivators chose not to get involved in this at this moment. They chose to wait and see. After all, no one dared to provoke the enlightened Tao masters at this juncture. It was not worth it. Many people knew in their hearts whether Xianxia was the inheritor of demonic arts or not. They would not be swayed by a few words from others. Seniors, why do you have to be like this? Since you think that I'm the inheritor of demonic arts, then I am. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly spoke. He smiled faintly and gently reached out a hand. He pressed towards the void in front of him. A terrifying crack that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. The entire void seemed to be collapsing. Seeing this, the enlightened Tao masters from Sky Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were shocked. They did not dare to continue releasing their aura. The old woman in red looked particularly terrible. She could not forget the feeling of almost being crushed to death by Xianxia's subordinates. Thank you, young Master Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia helped them out of their predicament, many cultivators could not help but show a grateful look. In their hearts, they hated Sky Emperor Mountain and the other orthodoxies even more. No matter what happened here today would soon spread throughout the upper realm. The actions of Sky Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and the other orthodoxies would definitely incite public anger. Although these orthodoxies were immortal, it did not mean that they did not have enemies. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. This started because of Xianxia. I'm sorry to have implicated all of you. This makes Xianxia feel very guilty. Xianxia smiled faintly and waved his hand. His expression was easygoing and natural. It was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Even the ordinary cultivators did not feel the slightest bit of pressure in front of him. It was extremely natural. This made them respect Xianxia even more. They felt that he was truly an easygoing immortal. Even at a time like this, he did not feel the slightest bit of anger. Speaking of which, I did find some clues about the outbreak of Day this time when I went deep into Day. If we want to solve the problem of Day this time, I'm afraid we'll have to do it from the inside. As the saying goes, it's better to let it out than to block it. Instead of blocking the spread of Day's fog, it's better to unblock it from the source. After that, Xianxia ignored the gazes of the orthodoxies. He seemed to have remembered the purpose of this trip and began to speak. It was as if he really wanted to solve the problem of Day for the upper realm. When the crowd heard this, their expressions gradually turned solemn as they remembered the big matter at hand. As long as the problem of Day was not solved, it would be like a giant mountain that would crash down on their heads at any moment. It was frightening. Stop pretending to be benevolent, haha. Who knows what he's planning? He's just trying to trick us into Day. Don't forget his identity. The old woman in red from Endless Fire Nation sneered. Although her voice was not loud, many people heard it clearly. She seemed to be deliberately reminding everyone that Xianxia was the inheritor of demonic arts. Oh no, the true inheritor of demonic arts has appeared. An ancient freak from Purple Cloud Valley, Xianxia, was killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. His origin was plundered and he died tragically in the cave abode. Not long after the old woman in red finished speaking, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd in the distance. The expression of the Tao attainment expert from Purple Cloud Valley immediately turned ugly. The jade talisman in his hand was already covered in cracks. With a crack, it shattered and turned into fine powder that filled the sky. Xianxia has fallen, he said almost word by word, his expression so gloomy that it seemed like it was going to drip water. Xianxia was a young supreme being that he thought highly of. He even thought that given enough time, Xianxia could touch the threshold of the immortal realm. However, who would have thought that Purple Cloud Valley would just send him a message to inform him of Xianxia's fall? This was definitely an unimaginable loss for Purple Cloud Valley. One should know that Jin Yun's protector was one of his followers back then. He had already reached the quasi-emperor level, but he had also fallen and his life tablet had shattered. What, the inheritor of demonic arts has appeared again? The expressions of the old woman in red and many other Dao attainment experts froze at this moment, as if they could not believe their own ears. In particular, the old woman in red was green and purple. It was as if she had been slapped in public. It was extremely ugly. Of course. The news of Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak Jin Yun's death quickly spread to the Yinan sky. Almost all the cultivators and living beings fell into extreme shock and horror. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and the other imperishable orthodoxies were also extremely shocked. They were even dumbfounded and in disbelief. It's impossible, it's impossible. The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation had an extremely gloomy expression on her face. It was even a little twisted. Her most beloved descendant had once been killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. At that time, the Yinan sky happened to erupt. Gu Chang'e was also there and did not help. Therefore, her hatred for Gu Chang'e was not much less than that of the inheritor of demonic arts. At that time, if Gu Chang'e had stepped in to save her, how could her most beloved descendant have fallen there? It was because of this that the old woman in red tried her best to put the blame of the inheritor of demonic arts on Gu Chang'e. But at this moment, she suddenly heard the news of the inheritor of demonic arts appearing and killing the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley. How could this not make her shocked and angry? The Dao attainment cultivators of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the rest fell into silence at this moment. They did not expect to hear the news of the inheritor of demonic arts at this time and in this way. In this way, the rumor that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of demonic arts was self-defeating. After all, Gu Chang'e was still here. In front of everyone, how could he spare the time to kill the inheritor of Purple Cloud Valley? Didn't they say that the inheritor of demonic arts was young Master Chang'e? Isn't he here now? How did the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley fall into the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts? Many cultivators felt that the first moment they heard this news, they felt that it was inconceivable. How could Gu Chang'e attack the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley from so far away? He could not be in two places at all, could he? Or could it be that Gu Chang'e had actually refined a clone, and his original body was here to confuse the public? However, only a minority of cultivators had such thoughts. Many people could not help but look on as they watched the drama unfold. Their gazes towards Sky Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and other orthodoxies were filled with mockery. Just a moment ago, they were still insisting that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts, but in the end, they suddenly received news. The true inheritor of the demonic arts appeared in the ruins of a certain cavern and killed an ancient freak of the Purple Cloud Valley. In this way, who would still think that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts? This time, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the other orthodoxies were slapped in the face in front of everyone. The true inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. It seems that all of you seniors' efforts have been in vain. The cave where the accident happened should not be far from here. With the strength of the several seniors, I believe that you will be able to rush over there very quickly. When the time comes, if we can capture the true inheritor of the demonic arts, I hope that seniors will remember to clear this junior's name. Gu Chang'e seemed to have just received this news. His face showed just the right amount of surprise, and his tone was somewhat mocking. I only hope that when the time comes, all of you seniors can give the world an explanation. At the same time, we will also apologize to young Lord Chang'e. The saintess of the human ancestor temple, Jiang Chuchu, also looked over coldly, and her tone was not polite at all. Although she was only a junior, she was not at all timid when facing a group of enlightened Dao cultivators. Hearing this, the faces of the enlightened Dao cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Purple Cloud Valley darkened. They did not dare to say anything to Gu Chang'e. They only felt that their faces were burning at this moment, as if they had been slapped in the face. Especially the incident at the Yin Day, which affected the hearts of all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Now, almost all of the cultivators and living beings had their eyes fixed on this place. No matter what, after today, the rumor that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts would definitely dissipate a lot. Unless they really found ironclad evidence to prove that Gu Chang'e was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Otherwise, all of the efforts they had put in during this period would go down the drain. We can't rush to a conclusion. Who knows if all of this is a trap set up by Xianxia to clear his name and prove that he's the true inheritor of the demonic arts. The old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation had a twisted expression at this moment. She could not help but roar in anger, unable to accept all of this. Many people heard her words and could not help but frown, wondering if she was crazy. Even at this point, she still insisted on framing Xianxia. The enlightened Tao cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Purple Cloud Valley also looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then, they could not help but take a few steps back, not wanting to be implicated. You're courting death. You've framed the young master time and time again. Today, I'll break your platform as a warning to others. At this moment, a familiar pressure that caused all the enlightened Tao cultivators to tremble in fear came from the void again. A heir, who was wearing a nether iron battle armor and a mask, appeared. His eyes were cold and his voice was emotionless. He pointed a finger at the old woman in red from the Endless Fire Nation. It was an extremely simple move without any complicated moves, but it contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Poof! In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. The old woman in red was horrified to the extreme. She could not move her body and was directly pierced between her eyebrows by the finger. The terrifying bloody hole penetrated from the front to the back, shattering the platform that her spirit resided in. The enlightened Tao cultivator's pressure that filled the sky instantly dissipated, and her cultivation was reduced to nothing. No, you can't do this, she screamed in agony. She was extremely unwilling, and her expression was even distorted by fear. The inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared in the world. This move is probably in response to the many rumors that have been spreading recently. It seems that the inheritor of the demonic arts is unhappy about being replaced, which is why he appeared. But he's really bold and arrogant to appear at such a critical time. Isn't he afraid that he'll become an enemy of the world and cause the various orthodoxies to suppress him? What an incomprehensible guy. Many cultivators near the Yin Day were discussing this matter. They were very surprised by this matter. Logically speaking, the inheritor of the demonic arts had escaped from Xianxia many times. The two of them should have an irreconcilable feud. When Xianxia was framed as the inheritor of the demonic arts, he showed up in a high-profile manner and solved the problem for Xianxia. Such an action was rather upright, even if it was very insidious to steal the origin source of the Skype rides during cultivation. Compared to the various orthodoxies' secret schemes and many other vicious methods, it was more open and honest. Many of the older generation cultivators even felt a sense of admiration in their hearts. Soon, the entire upper realm was stirred up because of what happened in the Yin Day. All kinds of news, as if they had grown wings, quickly spread out. In every ancient planet of life, there were countless cultivators and living beings discussing this matter. Although the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and the Endless Fire Nation had a long history, they could be called immortal orthodoxies. However, it did not mean that they had truly experienced thousands of tribulations and were immortal. It was just that over the years, these orthodoxies had accumulated many profound origins, recruited disciples, and ruled over too many territories. They were feared by the world, which was why they were called immortal. However, compared to the forces that had truly experienced thousands of tribulations and were immortal, they were too far apart. In some aspects, there was not even the slightest bit of comparison. This time, what happened in front of the Yin sky was tantamount to humiliating for these orthodoxies. After all, from the beginning, the forces that spread the rumor that Xianxia was the inheritor of the demonic arts were actually only these few forces. Now that the true inheritor of the demonic arts had appeared, Xianxia's suspicion was naturally cleared. In the following days, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and several other forces sent powerhouses to the place where Jin Yun died in an attempt to find traces of the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, after killing Jin Yun and seizing his origins, the inheritor of the demonic arts seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He disappeared from the world and was never seen again. As a result, many cultivators began to suspect. Could the true inheritor of the demonic arts be among the many young supreme beings who entered that cave together? After all, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, Six-Crowned King Jun Yao, and the others were very suspicious and appeared together in that cave. When the ancient freak Jin Yun died in Purple Cloud Valley, they could not prove that they were not present at that time. As a result, this matter became very suspicious. Many young supreme beings became the target of suspicion, and it was difficult to clear their suspicion. For a time, many young prodigies who had gone to that cave to search for opportunities became low-key and careful, afraid that they would be regarded as the inheritor of the demonic arts and be retaliated against by others. The territory of the upper realm was vast and boundless, and there were countless mysterious and unknown places. Not to mention those who had achieved the Tao, even those who had been in the immortal realm dared not say that they could explore all these unknown areas. Many people guessed that the inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding in those mysterious areas. Or his true identity was the successor or disciple of some immortal sect, which was why he could hide his whereabouts and identity so secretly. After this incident, Guchanga's prestige went up another level. Previously, even when he was framed and suspected of being the inheritor of the demonic technique and was imprisoned, he did not care at all. Instead, he appeared in the Yinju Tian to seek a solution for the people of the upper realm. Such an act of not complaining about hard work and repaying evil with kindness really made many cultivators feel admiration and gratitude. Some even began to worship him. In some areas, voices began to spread, saying that they hoped that Guchanga could change the way the imperishable orthodoxies of the upper realm looked down on everything indifferently and disregarded the common people. After all, even hell was destroyed because of Guchanga. If he was willing to stand up at this time and hold up the banner of justice in the upper realm, there would definitely be countless cultivators standing up to support him. This scene even more so made Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and many other powers feel uneasy, having a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Quite a few old ancestors who achieved the Tao got closer, starting to discuss a few major matters, as if they were plotting something deeply. The upper realm, which had become turbulent because of the sudden outbreak of the Yinju Tian, now gave people a palpitating and terrifying atmosphere of an impending storm. The upper realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, was about to welcome a drastic change, not as simple as the immortal war and the immortal tribulation. At this time, Guchanga suddenly threw out a piece of news that shocked all cultivators and even all orthodoxies. This time, the outbreak of the Yinju Tian disaster, he had a way to solve it. Once this news was spread, it was like pouring boiling water into boiling oil. The momentum and impact it caused was simply unimaginable. Everything was as Guchanga had predicted before. This news was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, stirring up stormy waves. No matter who it was, they felt that it was unbelievable and could not believe it. Solve the Yinju Tian disaster. After all, if it could be solved just like that, this matter would not have troubled the upper realm for so many years, even to the point of establishing a true immortal academy with the intention of cultivating a true immortal. Could it be that Guchanga already had the means of an immortal now? When many people first heard this news, this thought flashed through their minds, and they felt horrified and their scalps numb. If not, how could Guchanga say this with such certainty? However, how did Guchanga do it? How could he have the means of an immortal when the environment did not allow for it? Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Purple Cloud Valley, and other orthodoxies also felt deeply uneasy. In the current environment, the power of an immortal meant that he was invincible, able to sweep through the entire upper realm. Even if they used all their resources, it would be difficult for them to contend against him. Just as the entire upper realm was in an uproar because of this news, another piece of news was quickly announced by Guchanga. The legendary existence of the immortal ancient era, the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation, had not fallen, and was still in the world now. He had a way to solve the Yinju Tian disaster this time. When this news spread, it was simply another wave that was stirred up at the heart of the storm, shocking everyone to the extreme. At this time, many people also realized that Guchanga was originally the successor of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation. In other words, his master was still in the world, from the immortal ancient era to the present, living for a long time. In terms of cultivation, in the immortal ancient era, the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation was an existence that surpassed the immortal realm, and it was impossible to guess. Many of his rumors and deeds were still circulating in the upper realm even now. How could such a walking epic fossil still be alive? If Guchanga was not lying, then the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation was definitely the only key to solving the Yinju Tian disaster this time. After thinking through this point, the entire upper realm became excited. From ordinary cultivators to ancient existences, they were all paying attention to this matter, wanting to know if it was true or false. At this juncture, Xianxia did not need to lie to everyone, so his news was most likely true. Ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation, how could he live for so long? Could it be that he studied the mysteries of reincarnation and comprehended the power of time? The power of time is really coveted. No matter how powerful the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation was in the past, he has to abide by the rules of the present world in the present. In the deepest parts of the clans of many imperishable orthodoxies, there was a terrifying power that was hibernating. It soared into the sky like a vast ocean, penetrating the surrounding star domains and alarming countless creatures. There's no need to think too much to know what kind of person our master is. There will definitely be people coming to visit him now. As the saying goes, who doesn't know the master in the world? With the prestige our master left behind, even now, it has a profound and inextinguishable influence. We just need to sit and wait for the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects to come and visit. After parting with Xianxia, Xianxia had already returned to the Longevity Gu family. On the way, he spread the news that shook the entire upper realm without informing the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation in advance. Now that he saw the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation's somewhat ugly expression, he could not help but smile faintly as if he was explaining. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate had not expected Xianxia to be so shameless as to expose his existence without asking for his opinion. Of course, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate had long expected such a day to come. However, he did not want to be so passive as to be Xianxia's tool. Before this, why didn't you tell me first? However, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was not an ordinary person. He did not show his emotions. Even though his heart was extremely gloomy, his face quickly recovered and he asked with a kind smile. I thought that this matter would affect the situation of the entire upper realm. Master's traces would be revealed sooner or later, so I wanted to announce it earlier. Xianxia also replied with a smile. He naturally knew that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was definitely very unhappy. However, in the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Moreover, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate must have studied and comprehended the mysterious runes from the three origin ancestral artifacts of the extreme sky. Then, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate must have noticed his little tricks. In this way, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would definitely want to know what secrets he was hiding and take them for himself. Therefore, even though the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate was very dissatisfied, he could only swallow his anger and pretend that nothing had happened. From the beginning, Xianxia had deliberately left obvious flaws in those runes. He had already been scheming against the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate. Xianxia had also lured the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate into the Longevity Gu family, so that he would not dare to act rashly or have any covetous thoughts. This was also part of his plan. The reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would feel that he was afraid of his strength and foundation, so he used the family's power to deter him. In this way, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would definitely underestimate him and have thoughts of making a move against him. Then, the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate would want to lead him away from the family and even to an ancient universe that deviated from the upper realm. I'm really gratified that my disciple is so considerate of me. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly recovered and spoke in a gratified tone. Only he himself knew how much he wanted to slap Xianxia, his chief disciple, to death. He, reincarnation ancient heavenly deity, had shaken the higher realms for many great eras. In immortal ancient great era, he was even more so a well-known giant, no one fearful or reverent. Since when had he fallen to the point where he was being schemed against and used as a tool? At the moment, ancient heavenly venerate Samsara could only tell himself to endure. A little impatience spoils great plans. He was very interested in Xianxia's many secrets. It's great that Shurzuan can understand this disciple's good intentions. Xianxia smiled and said, if that's the case, then I'll pass down the order. 7 days later at the Divine City, the revered master will appear there. At that time, he will discuss with the various orthodoxies of the upper realm to resolve the issue of the sky disaster. Hearing this, reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's expression froze again. He did not expect Xianxia to have already arranged everything. He really did not have the leeway to refuse. Soon, all kinds of news about reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign spread. Under Xianxia's intentional arrangement, the news spread quickly as if it had grown wings. 7 days later, reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign would appear in the divine city to discuss the issue of the Ain sky disaster with various orthodoxies. This caused a huge commotion. It was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea. Many cultivators who doubted reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's survival widened their eyes immediately and planned to go to the divine city to find out. The entire upper realm was stirred up by this news. The Great Void Divine Clan, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, the Reclusive Tranquil Tribe. Too many orthodoxies were moved. They sent their ancestral patriarchs and even their foundation figures, either tearing the universe apart or riding on realm-breaking ancient warships to the divine city to meet this legendary figure of the immortal ancient great era. In terms of seniority, reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was even older than the human ancestor of the human ancestor hall. Only those who knew what reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign represented would understand the news that he was still alive. The upper realm was in turmoil. Every day, divine rainbows could be seen sweeping across the sky, rushing to the divine city. In addition to the older generation, the younger generation was also very interested in this matter. Even if they knew that the inheritor of the demonic art was very likely to be hiding in the dark and could become his target, they were not afraid. The divine city was majestic, like a celestial land that had fallen into the mortal world. It was shrouded in brilliant light and light. There were many islands and celestial mountains inside, and silver waterfalls fell. They were scattered like stars in the sky, like an ancient small world. Countless palaces and pavilions were located inside. Just the city gate alone was like a pillar that could support the 4 poles of the universe, exuding a vast and desolate aura. In the upper realm, there were not many ancient cities that could be called divine city. Once, after the red-clothed female devil was born in the demon burial abyss, Xianxia had joined forces with other powerhouses to kill her in a certain divine city that she had to pass through. Later on, that divine city was almost destroyed in that great battle. Large areas of the city walls collapsed and turned into ruins. Countless ruins collapsed and were forever obliterated. Today's divine city was different from that divine city, but there were also endless runes engraved on the city walls. Divine light was brilliant. Even in the daytime, it was dazzling as if it was standing in the depths of this universe. There were world-suppressing weapons floating in the city, and millions of rays of brilliance fell down. The aura was terrifying and intimidating. No one dared to act rashly except for those who had attained the Tao. These days, the city gates were wide open. Many ancient warships, flying boats, and dragon carriages descended. Almost all the famous figures in the upper realm had rushed over. Many cultivators were shocked to find that some of the sect leaders of the imperishable sects were carefully accompanying some white-haired old men with turbid eyes. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. This discovery frightened and shocked them. They found that the cultivation of those old men could only be described as unfathomable and unimaginable. Even those who had attained the Tao were slightly inferior. I didn't expect that the hidden figures of the imperishable sects would gradually appear in the world. These might all be remnant immortals or people who are close to that realm. Countless cultivators in the divine city were shocked, and their hearts were set off by the news. After the news that the reincarnation ancient lord was about to appear in the world spread, no one could continue to sit still. Boom, the void trembled. A huge ancient warship crushed through the sky, and the 2 words Great Void were very obvious on its fluttering flag. Finally, it landed in the depths of the divine city. The powerhouses of the Great Void Divine Clan had also arrived. A golden-haired woman with a slender and graceful figure and a noble aura stood on top of it. She had a peerlessly beautiful appearance, and her eyes seemed like 2 blazing golden suns that emitted a fierce and terrifying aura. All cultivators that met her gaze would lower their heads deeply in fear. The princess of the Great Void Divine Clan, Jiang Luoshan, had a deep relationship with Xianxia in the Great Void Divine Tomb. Later, she was taken captive by Xianxia and brought to the demon realm, where they spent some time together. Although she hadn't appeared in the upper realm for a long time, many cultivators hadn't forgotten her. After all, this was the extraordinary woman who had dared to scold Xianxia, although she seemed to have been bullied and taught a lesson by Xianxia later on. However, this didn't affect her peerless beauty in the eyes of others. Her golden hair was soft, and there seemed to be a layer of golden light flowing around it. Her perfect face, which seemed to be carved from marble, was filled with arrogance and nobility that looked down on everything. This time, her appearance in the divine city surprised many cultivators, especially the younger generation. However, the older generation didn't care. What they cared about was the blonde old woman beside Jiang Luotian. The old woman had a hunched back and coughed from time to time. In her hand, she was holding a withered tree trunk of an unknown tree. Although her face was kind, there was a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if she wasn't an ordinary old woman, but a ferocious beast with monstrous vitality that could split the sky with a raise of its palm. Jiang Luotian carefully supported her as they walked into the divine city, followed by many powerhouses of the Great Void Divine clan. This scene attracted many people's attention, and they were all guessing the identity of the blonde old woman. On the contrary, the expressions of some of the older generation beings who had some knowledge of ancient secrets changed as they suddenly drew a sharp intake of breath. They murmured in disbelief, could it be that person from the Great Void Divine clan? In the next few days, the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, and other undying celestial dynasties also showed up. Although the current empress of the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, Yu Mingkong, didn't show up, they still sent people with enough influence. A storm was brewing in the divine city. The appearance of many great imperishable sects and orthodoxies caused a huge commotion. The appearance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was like a signal that made all the orthodoxies in the upper world nervous. They had no choice but to send out those who could control the situation to show off their strength. Many of the younger generation's brilliance was completely overshadowed at this time. The reason for that was because those people were also as dazzling as them when they were young. In fact, they were even more dazzling than them. Even after a long time, many of their legends still circulated in the world. The divine city was bustling with activity. Cultivators of various races could be seen on every street. Every palace and pavilion was filled with people discussing the many major events that had happened in the upper world in the past few days. The rumbling of ancient warships could be heard in the sky from time to time. The great figures of various races drove their divine carriages, shining with divine light. Auspicious beasts roared as they landed in the depths of the divine city. Beside these great figures, young giants such as Six-Crowned King and Golden Cicada Buddhist Child also accompanied them in silence. They no longer had their usual arrogance and sharpness. Among the monks of Buddha Mountain, a benevolent-looking white-browed old monk was particularly eye-catching. He wore an extremely old kasaya, and the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand were dim. However, there seemed to be a shocking Buddha nature circulating around his entire body. Even the faces of the ordinary cultivators around him were affected and became peaceful. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child quietly followed behind him. Even someone like him was extremely respectful to this white-browed old monk in front of him. Ancient Buddha Chan Na. He's still alive. Didn't they say that he passed away 60 million years ago? The expressions of the older generation of the other factions changed the moment they saw this old monk. They seemed to be in disbelief. Ancient Buddha Chan Na, this was what they called this old monk. Even in Buddha Mountain, there were only a handful of people who could bear the title of Buddha. Not to mention this white-browed old monk in front of him. His understanding of one of the six enlightenment of Buddha Mountain, destiny connection, had reached an unbelievable level. What was destiny connection? It was the ability to know one's fate and the actions of all living beings in the three realms and six paths. In other words, the white-browed old monk before him only needed a single glance to know the actions of any cultivator and living being, and it was even possible for him to see through the fate of that cultivator. He could be said to be mysterious, unfathomable, and unimaginable. Of course, there was a huge price to pay for such an action, but the price varied from person to person. Who would have thought that even the ancient Buddha of Xianxia would come out? With his great power and creation, I'm afraid no one here can hide any more secrets. Perhaps we can find the true inheritor of the demonic arts. The young supremes here should be careful. Don't let the cat out of the bag. This time around, the divine city is a gathering of many people. I wonder what kind of people will appear later, many cultivators discussed animatedly. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they continued to discuss. Naturally, there were also many who were paying attention to the members of the Longevity Gu family. They wanted to know about Xianxia's whereabouts. After all, the invitation to the divine city this time was initiated by Xianxia, but he did not show up. This made everyone speculate. The ancient heavenly lord of samsara did not appear. Whether this was true or not was still a mystery. Xianxia did not want to show up. Did he have other plans? Boom, however, at this moment, in the east of the divine city. Suddenly, rolling demonic clouds appeared, like a large fog that covered the sky and earth, surging and surging. Many terrifying figures could be seen in the clouds. Their wings shook the sky, and colorful lights flowed. They looked like ancient great demons. Among them, there was a demon with no white beard that was the most peculiar. He looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and wore the ancient clothes of the human race. His eyes were gray and seemed to contain endless vicissitudes of life. There was a pair of pitch-black horns on his head that were particularly obvious. He appeared outside the divine city with rolling demonic clouds, like a peerless demon king that ruled the world. A terrifying pressure swept out, causing the hearts of countless cultivators and living beings in the divine city to tremble. They almost prostrated themselves in worship in that direction, prostrating themselves on the ground. The white-browed old monk who had just entered the city, ancient Buddha Xianxia, suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. He turned to look outside the divine city. That guy also showed up? He said with a smile. He seemed to be old friends with that peerless demon king outside the divine city. Ancient Buddha, do you know that person? Golden Cicada Buddha beside ancient Buddha Xianxia asked in confusion. Ancient Buddha Xianxia still smiled. Of course I know him. He is the famous Heavenly Bull Demon King. You must not underestimate him. One of his ancestors is a figure from the Forbidden Era, a figure from the Forbidden Era. Golden Cicada Buddha's expression turned serious. People or things related to the Forbidden Era could not be speculated or discussed. If the ancestor of the Heavenly Demon King in front of the Divine City was related to the Forbidden Era, then his arrival in the Divine City this time was most likely related to the Demon Mountain. After all, the current Demon Mountain Master, the Red She-Devil, had escaped from the Demon Burial Abyss. She was a true figure from the Forbidden Era. Even now, Golden Cicada Buddha still suspected that the Red She-Devil's escape from the Demon Burial Abyss was all because of Xianxia. In the end, the Demon Mountain was the scapegoat. The orthodoxies of the upper world had suffered heavy losses in the encirclement of the Red She-Devil. In the end, Buddha Mountain had to compensate a lot of things to appease the public anger. After that, Golden Cicada Buddha carefully thought about it. Xianxia and the Red She-Devil definitely had some unspeakable relationship. When the Divine Stone Convention was held in Kunwa City, the Red She-Devil had also appeared there and said many strange things to Xianxia. Ba. What secrets is Xianxia hiding, ancient Buddha? If you see Xianxia later, can you take a closer look? I have a feeling that he will bring endless trouble to the upper world. Golden Cicada Buddha put his palms together and sighed. Ancient Buddha moment did not reply, but his kind eyes suddenly became a lot more profound. The arrival of the Demon Mountain made many cultivators in the Divine City uneasy. After all, those figures in the rolling devil clouds were all famous great demons and devils with monstrous murderous intent. The Heavenly Bull Demon King was a grand demon king who had killed many imperishable orthodoxies. Many people thought that he had passed away in this world, but they did not expect him to submit to the Demon Mountain and participate in the Divine Mountain's invitation on behalf of the Demon Mountain. 3 days passed in a flash. The Divine City was bustling with noise and excitement. In an area of pavilions and palaces, the courtyard was quiet and secluded. A silver waterfall cascaded down, and the environment was elegant. Many spirit flowers and spirit herbs were planted, and a stream flowed slowly, emitting a dense spirit mist. A large group of young supremes was having a small gathering here, and the fragrance of wine filled the air. Many spirit melons were shining with a lustrous light, and it was very tempting. The environment here was extraordinary. Located in the depths of the Divine City, the young supremes who could enter this place were of high status. They were at least true disciples or successors of imperishable orthodoxies. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were many powerful mounts and attendants. Their cultivation levels were also much higher than the younger generation in the outside world. Brothers, can we really see the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign this time? It can't be a bluff, right? At the banquet, a stout young man held a folding fan in his hand and asked with a smile. His name was Wang Shun, and he was the young leader of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures. Although he looked frivolous, his talent in business was extremely shocking. Among his peers, no one had a comparable wealth. Therefore, even if his cultivation level was average, no one dared to underestimate him. No one knew how many artifacts and life-saving methods he had. Some people even named him Little Heavenly Lord Wanbao. Since young Master Chang'e dares to spread such news, it shouldn't be fake, unless he really dares to lie to everyone. I'm sure he can't bear the consequences of that. I think the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign is still in the world. Now, he's just waiting for the various orthodoxies to come and pay him a visit. Another young supremacy shook his head and said. He was very clear about this matter. Brother, you're right. I think so too. At this moment, a gentle and calm voice came from outside the courtyard. A blue-robed man walked in. He looked very scholarly and had a transcendent aura. Many of the heavenly beauties here turned to look at him. The newcomer was Tao Immortal Alliance's Daoist, Lani Fei. He had also come to the Divine City to represent the Tao Immortal Alliance and travel the world. Greetings, Daoist. Seeing Lani Fei appear, many young supreme beings here stood up, their expressions becoming much more respectful and attentive. After all, Lani Fei was a giant figure of the younger generation, comparable to Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and the others. Ordinary young supremes were far from enough in front of him. After Lani Fei appeared, Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also appeared one after another. It was as if they had already discussed this beforehand and were going to have a small gathering here. As such, the other young supremes could only make space for them, moving closer to the edge. On the other hand, Wang Shun, who was known as Little Heavenly Lord Wanbao, was extremely curious. He moved closer, as if he wanted to know what Six-Crowned King and the others were talking about. 10,000 Treasures Business Alliance was one of the best business alliances in the upper realm. No matter what power or orthodoxy it was, they would all give it some face. I heard that the inheritor of demonic arts is among you all. However, just as Lani Fei, Six-Crowned King, and the others were chatting happily, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. Resplendent golden light appeared outside the courtyard, as if a great sun was illuminating this place, making it hard for one to look straight at it. An extremely beautiful woman dressed in golden armor walked over, her figure tall and graceful. Her golden hair was like a waterfall, flowing with radiance. Her delicate snow-white face was cold and arrogant, giving others a feeling of nobility and unapproachable. This was precisely the Great Void Divine Clan's Princess Jiang Luoshan. After she received the news, she also appeared here, her eyes carrying some type of strange power of laws. She swept her eyes over the many young supremes in front of her, wishing to find the true inheritor of demonic arts. When Jiang Luoshan appeared, this place immediately became quiet. The other young supremes also looked over in shock. It's just a rumor. Could it be that Luoshan Princess also feels the same? At this time, it was instead Six-Crowned King who smiled faintly, taking the initiative to break the silence. Jiang Luoshan's golden eyes landed on his face, coldly saying, whether it is a rumor or not, it depends on the person. Her attitude was extremely arrogant and domineering, seemingly carrying some type of hostility. If Luoshan Princess suspects us, then feel free to make a move and give it a try. Six-Crowned King's tone was calm, still carrying an indifferent attitude. Jiang Luoshan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, immediately staring at him. However, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Divine City right now, even more so with the arrival of many hidden figures. Even Jiang Luoshan did not dare to act impudently, only coldly snorting. I heard that Luoshan Princess has some friendship with young Master Chang'e. Could it be that you have come this time to stand up for him? However, you seem to have found the wrong person. The true inheritor of demonic arts is definitely not one of us. At this time, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden also revealed a faint smile, as if she had seen through Jiang Luoshan's objective. Towards this, Jiang Luoshan did not express any opinion, her expression cold and arrogant as before. Even though she had been taught a lesson by Guchanga for a period of time. Based on her understanding of Guchanga, he had nothing to do with being the inheritor of demonic arts. In her view, the rumors that Guchanga was the inheritor of demonic arts were more like someone was secretly placing the blame on him. The death of Purple Cloud Valley's ancient freak, Jin Yun, had indirectly proved her point. After meeting the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign, this little monk will naturally ask ancient Buddhic Sana to see through everything. At that time, we will naturally know who the true inheritor of demonic arts is. Luoshan princess, could it be that you cannot even wait a few days? Golden Cicada Buddha said, shaking his head slightly. He might as well say this in front of everyone, no longer hiding anything. Ancient Buddhic Sana was powerful and mysterious. There was naturally no need to say more. Since he had appeared, this matter would naturally be resolved. Unless the inheritor of demonic arts was so powerful that even ancient Buddhic Sana could not see through it. Hearing this, the many young supremes in the courtyard were stunned, somewhat unable to react. Ancient Buddhic Sana, on the contrary, Lani Fei's eyes seemed to light up slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something. If ancient Buddhic Sana could really see through Guchanga's true identity, he would naturally be able to see that he had no choice. Unknowingly, there seemed to be a way to survive that was guiding him. Ancient Buddhic Sana? Golden Cicada Buddha, do you think that with his backing, I will fear you? No matter which one of you is the inheritor of demonic arts, I only know that some of you have been adding fuel to the fire previously. Jiang Luoshan did not care much about this. A cold glint flashed in her golden eyes, and her voice was cold. Her great void divine clan had descended upon the divine city this time, and there was naturally no need to fear ancient Buddhic Sana. In her eyes, it was not important who the inheritor of demonic arts was. What was important was that Guchanga had been wronged and slandered previously. And none of the young supremes in front of her was innocent. Jiang Luoshan's cold attitude made many of the young supreme beings in front of her feel slightly awkward. Even Six-Crowned King Junyao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others felt uncomfortable. After all, judging from what happened at the Yin Day, Guchanga had nothing to do with the inheritor of the demonic technique. Although they knew that the rumors were deliberately spread by the orthodoxies, they did not stop them. Instead, they chose to watch silently. Before we catch the true inheritor of the demonic technique, we can't conclude who he is. Tao Immortal Alliance's Taoist Lani Fei stepped forward and shook his head slightly. There was a gentle smile on his elegant and easygoing face. He had a transcendent aura that made it difficult for others to ignore him. It was as if his breathing and actions were integrated into the world. You're right, Taoist. Who knows if Purple Cloud Valley's Jin Yun was killed by the inheritor of the demonic technique. Moreover, there are many secret techniques in this world, not to mention the mysterious and taboo demonic technique. Who can be sure that the person who killed Jin Yun is the true inheritor of the demonic technique? How could these two things be so coincidental? How could they coincidentally wash away the suspicion of young Master Chang'e? After hearing Lani Fei's words, the young alliance master of the 10,000 Treasures Business Alliance, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly spoke. He waved his folding fan lightly and spoke with a hint of playfulness. As the young alliance master of the 10,000 Treasures Business Alliance, he had many powerful subordinates in his hands. Even in this place, he had the right to speak that no one dared to ignore. As soon as he said that, many of the young supreme martial artists' expressions changed. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden narrowed her eyes, and a red light flashed through them. Wang Shun's words were simple, but he was telling everyone that Guchanga was still under suspicion. After all, the timing of these two incidents was too much of a coincidence. However, how could he dare to question Guchanga? One had to know that, not to mention the younger generation, even those who had attained the Tao in the past, were fearful and kept quiet about it. A Taoist from the Endless Fire Nation had his Taoist foundation destroyed by a single palm strike outside the Yin Void Heaven. His thousands of years of cultivation had all vanished overnight. Regarding this matter, the Endless Fire Nation only dared to keep their mouths shut, not daring to take revenge for this supreme being. This matter caused a huge uproar in the upper realm. Guchanga's power and influence had already reached such a terrifying level. Even the imperishable sex could only shut their mouths in the face of such humiliation. How could a mere Wang Shun dare to say such words? What are you talking about? Jiang Luoshan's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at Wang Shun with a dangerous gleam in her eyes. A terrifying aura pervaded the air around her. Dazzling golden light fell like a scorching sun, distorting the void. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many young supreme beings changed slightly, revealing a look of fear. Even Six Crown King's heart sunk. He never expected Jiang Luoshan's strength to already reach this level. Luoshan Princess, why is there a need to act like this? Since young Master Xianxia is not an inheritor of demonic arts, why do you fear the criticism of others? Wang Shun smiled faintly, raising his brows towards Jiang Luoshan in an extremely frivolous manner. His tone was full of interest as he said, Luoshan Princess, your actions will instead lead to others using you. Young Master Xianxia is a righteous person, why would he care about such a small bit of criticism? Your perspective might be too small. He was worthy of being the 10,000 Treasures Business Alliance's young alliance master, his understanding of the human heart extremely deep. With just a few words, he completely shut Jiang Luoshan up, making her beautiful eyes become more and more ice-cold, releasing killing intent. You dare speak to me like this? Her voice was ice-cold. Even though she was facing the 10,000 Treasures Business Alliance's young alliance master, she didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, instead still acting high and mighty. It was as if she could take action and end Wang Shun's life at any moment. When they saw this, the expressions of everyone in the courtyard changed, starting to back up, feeling that a great battle might erupt here. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, and the others all frowned, but they didn't say anything. As the princess of the Great Void God tribe, Jiang Luoshan's status was highly respected, and her talent was terrifying. She even dared to scold Gu Xianxia and go against him in the past. Her own strength was not to be underestimated. To put it bluntly, based on this point alone, she was able to surpass many of the younger generation in the upper realm by a large margin. Why? Does Luoshan Princess want to kill me? Wang Shun was still smiling faintly, as if he wasn't worried at all, as if he was confident. The Business Alliance of 10,000 Dao and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Treasures were currently the top two business alliances in the upper realm. There were many conflicts between them, and they couldn't wait to replace each other. On the other hand, Gu Xianxia himself was inextricably linked to the Business Alliance of 10,000 Dao. Wang Shun had long known that the various orthodoxies were planning to attack Gu Xianxia, and they even intended to ally with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Treasures. Therefore, at this time, he openly displayed his hostility towards Gu Xianxia. After all, the two of them had long been on opposite sides. Jiang Luoshan's blonde hair was dazzling, and she had a slender figure with a slim waist and slender legs. On her beautiful face that was as delicate as marble, there was a cold expression as she said, "Do you dare to say what you just said in front of Gu Xianxia?" Her words were merciless, as if she was saying that Wang Shun only dared to criticize Gu Xianxia behind his back, and did not have the guts to say it in front of him. She was clearly humiliating Wang Shun. Upon hearing this, even Wang Shun's face stiffened, and he looked slightly displeased. However, he quickly recovered and said faintly, "I'm only stating the truth. If Luoshan Princess thinks that there's something wrong, you can point it out. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" The murderous intent in Jiang Luoshan's eyes became more obvious, and she did not bother to hide it. "You're just a despicable person who only knows how to criticize others behind their backs. I don't think you have the guts to appear in front of Gu Xianxia." Right at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice sounded from the other side. A young girl in green appeared. Her features were delicate and flawless, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were faint and sparkling. She had an astonishing celestial aura, and her face was beautiful beyond compare. It was as if she was created by the Creator, and there was not a trace of immortality. She walked in from outside the courtyard. Her figure was slender, and her skin was snow white. On her shoulder was a listless big red bird with drooping eyelids. It was Gu Xian'er. She had also come to the Divine City. This is. It's the little princess of the Changshingu family. She's also here. Could it be that young Master Xianxia is also here? The moment Gu Xian'er appeared, it caused a huge commotion. Many cultivators looked over in shock, as if they did not expect her to appear. Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and the others frowned and looked behind Gu Xian'er, as if to see if Gu Chang'e had appeared. Jiang Luoshan's beautiful eyes landed on Gu Xian'er, but she quickly looked away. She naturally recognized Gu Xian'er. She had seen her in the Great Void Tomb. One of her clan brothers wanted to steal a rare treasure that Gu Xian'er had obtained first, but Gu Chang'e killed him on the spot. Because of that, she became enemies with Gu Chang'e. Later, she was suppressed by him and forced to stay by his side as a servant for a period of time. Even she did not expect Gu Xian'er to appear here. Could it be that Gu Chang'e is also here? Jiang Luoshan turned her head and looked outside the courtyard. However, she did not see Gu Chang'e. She could not help but feel slightly disappointed. Gu Xian'er. Wang Shen naturally recognized Gu Xian'er. Knowing her identity, his expression became very unnatural. He was not afraid of Gu Xian'er, but he was worried that Gu Chang'e was behind her. Today, many heroes had gathered in the Divine City, and many people with strong backgrounds had also appeared. However, Gu Chang'e had not appeared. No one knew what Gu Chang'e was doing now. Don't look. Gu Chang'e is not with me. Since you are so afraid of him, why are you gossiping behind his back? Gu Xian'er's expression was still cold. She seemed to have seen through Wang Shen's thoughts and said calmly. Saying this to Wang Shen in front of all the young supreme cultivators was even more humiliating than what Jiang Luoshan had just said. Especially when she had such a calm expression. She had a celestial aura, but it was hard to refute. It was as if she was stating a small matter. Gu Xian'er, do you think that everyone will be afraid of you because of your relationship with Gu Chang'e? Wang Shen's expression turned ugly. He closed the fan in his hand and asked in a low voice. Gu Xian'er only glanced at him indifferently. She looked like she could not be bothered with him. I want to see what you are capable of. The Divine City is so big. The Divine City is not a place where your longevity Gu clan can control. Coldness flashed across Wang Shen's eyes. As the young alliance leader of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures, who in the younger generation dared to ignore and humiliate him, today, he was humiliated by Jiang Luoshan and Gu Xian'er in front of all the young supreme cultivators. If he continued to keep silent and endure, he would not have the face to see anyone after today. Moreover, Wang Shen did not believe that Gu Chang'e would dare to do anything in the Divine City where all the powerful figures of various clans had appeared. Then you can give it a try. Gu Xian'er raised her eyes and glanced at him. Her expression was as cold as ever. She looked like she was not affected by the outside world. Although Gu Chang'e often bullied her, it did not mean that she would allow outsiders to slander and hurt Gu Chang'e in front of her. Very well. Wang Shen smiled coldly. Boom. In the next moment, rays of reddish-gold light shot up into the sky and covered the entire sky. One could see that there were many artifacts floating in it. There was a small golden cauldron, a black Taoist sword, a red divine furnace, a small purple gold pagoda, pitch-black prayer beads. They all emitted a dazzling brilliance and rippled as if they could destroy everything. Wang Shen lived up to his title as the Little Sky Lord of 10,000 Treasures. The artifacts in his hands were unimaginable. He showed his wealthy side as soon as he made a move. Each of the artifacts was intertwined with Taoist marks. They were so powerful that even a supreme saint cultivator would not dare to touch them lightly. Gu Xian'er's expression did not change. She only shouted softly and the delicate fist under her sleeve suddenly fell forward. Hazy golden radiance filled the air, as if it was forged from some kind of immortal gold. Her movements were grand, completely different from her cold and aloof appearance. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread out. Under Gu Xian'er's fist, all of the artifacts in front of her shattered and exploded. The Taoist marks on them were obliterated. If not for the formation patterns in the Divine City protecting it, this place would have been torn apart. Seeing this, everyone in the courtyard was somewhat shocked and did not expect this. They hurriedly retreated. Originally, they thought that Jiang Luoshan would make a move against Wang Shen, but they did not expect that Gu Xian'er would stand out. Moreover, no one expected that Gu Xian'er's strength would be so shocking. She was even younger than everyone present. However, that kind of power already made Six Crown King and the others frown. They felt that she would be a great enemy. Soon, the two of them began to fight in the courtyard. Runes flashed, exceptionally resplendent. Violent shockwaves surged out like raging waves. Divine weapons were summoned one after another, but they were quickly shattered into pieces by Gu Xian'er and scattered all over the place. Wang Shun's expression was extremely unsightly. He truly did not expect that he would not be this little girl's opponent. If not for the fact that he had so many artifacts, he might not even be able to withstand a single palm. Boom! In the next instant, dazzling runes suddenly condensed behind Gu Xian'er. Purple gold radiance interweaved, turning into a sea of lightning that crackled as it smashed down. She raised her white hand, and the boundless sea of lightning descended. It was as if she controlled heavenly tribulation, containing an aura of destruction. It was truly abnormally terrifying. The expressions of all the young supreme beings present changed. Even Six Crown King and the others narrowed their eyes. This is the long-lost righteous thunder technique. Golden Cicada Buddha Child's expression was grave. 0-inch not good. When he saw this scene, Wang Shun's expression changed greatly, but it was too late to react. He could only activate a set of silver battle clothes in an attempt to defend himself. However, when the sea of lightning descended, shrinking the area around him, the damage and power it brought was terrifying, directly blasting apart his battle clothes. His entire body trembled as he flew out, coughing out blood, his entire body charred black. So powerful. Worthy of being the Gu family's little princess, this style almost has the shadow of young Master Chang'e's shadow. I feel like she is already comparable to Six Crown King and the others. This scene left everyone endlessly shocked, all of them sighing in admiration, completely shocked. Previously, they only knew that Gu Xian'er's identity was extraordinary, that Gu Chang'e doted on her greatly. They had never seen her truly take action before. Lan Yifei, on the other hand, had a pensive expression. He had been paying attention to Gu Xian'er's expression from the very beginning. He didn't know if it was just his misconception, but he always felt like Gu Xian'er looked at him several times, as if she wanted to confirm something. You're too weak, you don't even have the qualifications to enter Gu Chang'e's eyes. Gu Xian'er didn't pay much attention to the fact that she had defeated Wang Shun so easily. Her expression was still very calm as she glanced at him, as if she was stating a simple fact. Don't be complacent. If it was a battle of life and death, I have hundreds of methods to kill you. Wang Shun's expression was ugly as he struggled to get up from the ground. His entire body was charred black, and blood continuously spurted out of his mouth. He still had many forbidden weapons that he had not used because he was worried about accidents. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he still didn't want to become a mortal enemy with Gu Chang'e. However, he had never thought that Gu Xian'er would be so strong. Kill me? Gu Xian'er suddenly raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she wanted to confirm something. Buzz. However, the next moment, the void trembled slightly, and a grey-robed elder suddenly appeared beside Wang Shun. He stared expressionlessly at Gu Xian'er, a murderous intent flashing across his eyes. The aura of a quasi-emperor was unmistakable, as if it was going to crush the void in front of them. The expressions of all the young supreme martial artists changed. They felt as if they were about to suffocate, and their bodies were about to collapse. Although they all had Tao protectors of that level behind them, they would not reveal themselves unless their lives were at stake. They felt that this quasi-emperor's sudden appearance was not a coincidence. Perhaps it was a test by the various orthodoxies in the divine city towards Gu Chang'e's reaction. After all, how could the shockwaves from the battle between Gu Xian'er and Wang Shun be hidden from the many powerful figures in the city? Young master, please calm down. It's not easy to make a big fuss in the divine city now. I hope you can consider the big picture. The grey-robed elder looked at Wang Shun, whose hair was disheveled and who was in an extremely sorry state, and said softly. But Wang Shun knew the identity of this grey-robed elder, but he was still extremely unwilling to accept that he had been humiliated in front of everyone today. How can I take this lying down? He clenched his fists tightly. A little impatience spoils great plans. Young master, you have to understand. The grey-robed elder advised softly, what happened today will be returned in full in the future. Since you can't take this lying down, I'll do it for you. However, at this moment, a calm male voice suddenly sounded from the void outside the courtyard. Then, a large golden hand suddenly pressed down from the sky, causing the void to collapse and the rules to collapse. It directly landed on Wang Shun's body with a poof. This palm strike was like a gigantic hand slapping a tiny ant to death. A vast aura crushed down and surged, causing Wang Shun to explode into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. He did not even have time to react before his life-saving Dharma artifact was reduced to dust in an instant. This sudden turn of events shocked all the Heaven's favorites. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were full of shock as they watched everything unfold in disbelief. Who would be so bold as to kill the young leader of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures in front of everyone in the Divine City? Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures? Moreover, this was in the Divine City where so many people were gathered. The entire courtyard fell into a dead silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Young Master, the Boundary Emperor Grey-Robed Elder stared blankly at this scene. His entire body seemed to have stiffened, and he could not react for a long time. Wang Shun was slapped to death right in front of his eyes? This is too much. At this moment, there seemed to be anger coming from the depths of the Divine City. A terrifying aura surged like a vast ocean, suffocating everyone. The business alliance of 10,000 treasures was not without its own people. However, the one who appeared in the Divine City today was only an accomplished cultivator. Even though he had witnessed everything with his own eyes, he did not have the guts to come and seek justice for their young leader, Wang Shun. Is this a warning to us with such a strong attitude? The supreme experts of the other orthodoxies also looked at this scene with different expressions. They had all seen the battle between Xianxia and Wang Shun. However, they did not say anything to stop it. Instead, they had a tacit approval attitude. After all, Xianxia was the little princess of the Chongqing clan. How could she not have a protector by her side to ensure her safety? Therefore, the appearance of the Boundary Emperor from the business alliance of 10,000 treasures was also within their tacit approval. They were not worried about any accidents. Their purpose was to test Guchunga's reaction and the attitude of the Chongqing clan. In the end, Guchunga showed up. Unfortunately for the business alliance of 10,000 treasures, their young chief had been slapped to death by Guchunga in front of everyone, as if he was an ant. However, the business alliance of 10,000 treasures dared not seek justice from Guchunga, so they could only swallow their anger. Guchunga, he has finally shown himself. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and the other young supreme beings all looked towards the horizon with grave expressions. They were extremely familiar with this tone and knew that it was definitely Guchunga who had appeared in Divine City. Besides, apart from Guchunga, there was probably no one else in the upper realm who had the guts to be so overbearing and unscrupulous. Lani Fei's eyes flickered slightly, but his expression quickly returned to normal. Guchunga is here? Jiang Luoshen and Xianxia also looked at the sky. Their emotions became incomparably complicated. This was especially so for Xianxia. She had wanted to use the token of the Gu clan to order the quasi-emperor in front of her to retreat. However, she did not expect Guchunga to show up at this time and slap the young chief of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures to death. In the past, she would have been extremely touched and happy. However, this was different from the past. After the various things that had happened during this period, as well as witnessing Lani Fei kill Jin Yun in the cave residence and steal his origin, she could not help but suspect Guchunga. If he really is the quasi-emperor, then wouldn't he be walking right into a trap by showing up in Divine City? I think I'm overthinking. Xianxia's expression became very complicated, and she could not help but clench her fists under her sleeves. It's young Chief Chunga. At this time, someone in the courtyard spoke first and broke the silence. Everyone's eyes could not help but look at the sky above Divine City. At the end of the sky, Guchunga's figure appeared. His figure was tall and straight, his face was like jade, and he was incomparably handsome. His black robes were embroidered with the stars of the heavens, and he was filled with a hazy radiance, mysterious and noble. He seemed to be alone, and his speed was very fast. In an instant, he descended from the sky and stepped into the courtyard. Guchunga. My young chief has no enmity with you, why do you want to kill him? The gray-robed elder of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures seemed to have only just reacted at this moment, and looked at Xianxia with incomparable grief and hatred. His whole body was trembling, and because of so much hatred, his eyes were already red. Xianxia casually swept a glance at him and said with a faint smile, "Isn't he unable to take this lying down? I find pleasure in helping others, so what's wrong with helping him?" Seeing Xianxia's casual disdain for his young chief's life and death, the gray-robed elder did not seem to care at all. Instantly, the gray-robed elder's face turned incomparably pale and humiliated. "Xianxia, don't you dare bully others too much. You think you can take the life and death of others just because you're powerful," he said, almost gritting his teeth. No matter what, their young chief was going to inherit the business alliance of 10,000 treasures in the future. His status was respected, and he was highly regarded by many elders of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures. However, in the blink of an eye, he was killed by Xianxia like a cat or a dog. This was no longer as simple as humiliation. This was a ruthless slap to the face of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures, and then he stepped on them. "Don't tell me you want me to pay with my life for him? I'm standing right here today. If you're so capable, come and take my life." Xianxia smiled faintly, and his expression still showed that he did not care. Do you really think the business alliance of 10,000 treasures is a pushover?" Hearing this, the gray-robed elder's face turned extremely pale and turned purple. It was obvious that he was furious and humiliated to the extreme. He had cultivated for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant. Being looked down upon and mocked in front of so many people, no one would be able to tolerate it. "Then, do you want to die?" Hearing this, Xianxia still looked indifferent. She glanced at him and said. The gray-robed elder's expression froze, and his face turned extremely pale. He swallowed the words he wanted to say. He only felt a terrifying murderous intent rushing towards him, which made him feel suffocated. Even his divine soul was trembling. "Since you want to test my attitude, how can you not pay the price?" Xianxia smiled faintly. Many young paragons and cultivators clicked their tongues in astonishment at the sight of this. Even a quasi-emperor, who was about to enter the Nirvana Tao, could only accept all this humiliation and did not dare to act rashly. However, many people were very curious about the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord that Xianxia had mentioned before. Where exactly was he? Could it be that he was already in the divine city but had not shown himself yet, or could it be that what Xianxia said was just a pretense to lure everyone to the divine city? The gray-robed elder's forehead was drenched in cold sweat and his face was pale. He trembled uncontrollably in place, clearly terrified to the extreme. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Xianxia had dared to slap the young leader of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures to death in front of everyone, even in the divine city. Why would Xianxia care about a quasi-emperor expert like him, although quasi-emperors sounded like they stood at the peak of the upper domain and could look down on endless territories? But in today's great era, even those who had attained the Tao were at risk of dying. What did he count as? The gray-robed elder's heart was full of regret. Where did he get the courage to say such things to Xianxia? Everyone in the courtyard looked at the quasi-emperor expert's terrified expression with complex emotions. "Xianxia, how have you been?" At this moment, Jiang Luoshan looked at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes and took the initiative to greet him. Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, then quietly retracted her gaze and returned to her cold and fairy-like appearance in front of others. In front of everyone, she did not want to talk to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Jiang Luoshan and smiled. "Luoshan, long time no see." Seeing that Xianxia was ignoring him, he ignored her as well. This girl was like this in front of others. She always liked to pull a long face and act like a little fairy as cold as ice. Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes at him and said, "We don't seem to be that close to each other, right?" Other than her parents, no one would call her so intimately. Everyone would respectfully call her Princess Luoshan when they saw her. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "What do you think?" Hearing his words, even Jiang Luoshan's face showed a faint blush. Then, she pretended as if nothing had happened and snorted softly. Seeing this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced at Jiang Luoshan, then quickly looked away. She naturally knew Jiang Luoshan's identity. He had seen her before in the Great Void Divine Tomb. However, she didn't know what happened between Jiang Luoshan and Gu Changge. For some reason, the scene in front of her made her feel uncomfortable. In particular, Gu Changge did not speak to her. Instead, he greeted number 10 Jiang Luoshan, which made her feel jealous for no reason. Gu Changge, don't you care about the dirty water being thrown at you by others? Jiang Luoshan was also someone who didn't mind blowing things up. After witnessing Wang Shun being casually slapped to death by Gu Changge, he could not help but set his sights on this quasi-emperor. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous look of interest. Hearing this, the gray-robed elder's body tensed up and his face turned paler. He felt a chill and wanted to curse Jiang Luoshan in his heart. Since it's dirty water, it will naturally be washed clean one day. After all, I am kind to others and don't like to fight. This is understandable. Gu Changge smiled faintly. Unless I really meet someone who wants to die, I will show mercy. Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes at him. These words coming out of your mouth really don't sound like the you I know. However, she had long seen Gu Changge's shamelessness. There was nothing wrong with saying such words. After all, saying it was one thing, but doing it was another. Seeing this, the crowd began to speculate. Many young men were inwardly envious. After all, Jiang Luoshan's choice to stand up for Gu Changge already explained something. If there was no unclear relationship between the two of them, would Jiang Luoshan have done so? Gu Xianxia saw that Gu Changge was still giving him the cold shoulder and could not help but look at him with some dissatisfaction. He really wanted to grab him by the collar and ask him properly. Cough cough, however, at this moment, a soft cough suddenly came from afar. Peace is the most important thing in all things. Be lenient where possible. Young Master Changge, why are you not letting go of this matter? The business alliance of 10,000 treasures has indeed offended many people, but now they have paid the price. A hunchbacked elder appeared. He was all skin and bones and wore a shabby Taoist robe. Half of his eyes were blind, leaving only the whites. He looked like he would be blown away by the wind at any time. However, the identity of the person behind him was not to be underestimated. The expressions of many cultivators changed drastically, as if they did not dare to believe it. The master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. A cultivator exclaimed in a low voice. He was extremely shocked. It was an extremely tall man. His eyes were like magnificent divine stones with a strange light flowing in them. His figure was blurry and hazy. There seemed to be jumping shadows and order interweaving around him, emitting a terrifying aura that made people feel oppressed. Without a doubt, he was not a human. It was just that his appearance was very similar to a human. Even his skin was silvery white. The true master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had an unfathomable cultivation. He controlled the huge Heavenly Emperor Mountain and could make countless mountains and rivers collapse with a single order. Such a figure was actually following behind this elder in a Taoist robe, appearing somewhat respectful. Other than the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, there were other supreme experts here. Their cultivation was unfathomable, like an abyss. They looked at Gu Changge with no expression on their faces, looking very cold. However, there was still a deep fear in the depths of their eyes. This person should be the one-eyed Taoist of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It is said that he is a one-eyed dragon that has attained the Tao many years ago. He is the guardian of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. A cultivator of the older generation noticed this scene and couldn't help but whisper softly, recognizing the one-eyed Taoist's identity. In terms of seniority, the master of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was also a junior. In terms of cultivation, he was far inferior to the one-eyed Taoist. It was actually quite normal for him to choose to follow behind him. Senior One-Eyed, the quasi-emperor expert of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures, revealed a surprised expression when he saw the appearance of the one-eyed Taoist. He couldn't help but speak respectfully. At the same time, he also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, as if he had suddenly found a backer. He suddenly appeared before to stop Gu Xianxia from continuing to attack the young alliance master, Wang Shun. Clearly, someone was guiding him from behind. Since the one-eyed Taoist appeared here, he would definitely be able to save his life. Little friend, you have reached such an unprecedented level at such a young age. I am really envious. The one-eyed Taoist walked over with a smile and took the initiative to speak. It was as if he wanted to shake hands and make peace with Xianxia. Senior, you are right. Peace is indeed the most important thing in all things. Xianxia glanced at the one-eyed Taoist with an easygoing expression and said with a faint smile, I am not being unreasonable. A quasi-emperor existence wouldn't be of much use even if he killed him. Moreover, Xianxia's current target was the people in front of him. The big net that he wanted to set was to capture these people from various clans and orthodoxies. These people's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Tao attainment realm and were only one step away from the immortal realm. They were also commonly known as incomplete immortals. The one-eyed Taoist's appearance caused a huge commotion. Many cultivators turned into divine rainbows and flew in his direction. After all, the people who had appeared in the divine city had yet to show themselves. Many cultivators guessed that they were waiting for the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate to appear. Today, the appearance of the one-eyed Taoist of the heavenly emperor mountain was more like a signal to many people. The upper realm in this generation was definitely worthy of being called a prosperous era. Not only were the sky prides as bright as the stars, but many ancient figures had also appeared one after another. In the past, the Tao attainment realm did not appear. However, now, the Tao attainment realm could no longer control the situation and needed a person with a strong background to appear. I heard that the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerate will appear in the divine city. Is this true? The one-eyed Taoist's attitude was extremely friendly as he asked with a smile. His words were also the doubts in many people's hearts. They really wanted to see that legendary figure. Xianxia smiled when he heard that and said, of course this is true. Master will appear in the divine city tomorrow. When the time comes, seniors can go and see him. After receiving such a definite answer, everyone present revealed excited and happy expressions. They no longer doubted him. The one-eyed Taoist also nodded slightly and said, if you say so, then I am relieved. Then we will wait for the arrival of the ancient heavenly venerate tomorrow. After saying that, he glanced at the quasi-emperor of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures and turned to leave with the people from the heavenly emperor mountain. He did not stay in the courtyard for long. It was as if he only came here to get a definite answer from Xianxia. Watching the one-eyed Taoist and the others leave, Xianxia smiled slightly. There was a strange look in his eyes, but he did not say anything. He could see that the one-eyed Taoist in front of him wanted to test his current strength. However, as a person with a strong background, he represented the face of the heavenly emperor mountain. At this time, bullying the weak as the strong was not justifiable. Moreover, this was not just a test by the heavenly emperor mountain. The other orthodoxies, such as the Purple Cloud Valley and the Endless Fire Nation, were secretly watching. The entire upper realm probably wanted to know what level Xianxia's cultivation strength had reached. The title of the inheritor of demonic arts was no longer stable. Moreover, he now had a master with him. That master was related to solving the disaster of the extinction sky. Xianxia, after the people from the heavenly emperor mountain left. Xianxia, who had been waiting for Xianxia to take the initiative to talk to her, could not help but speak up. If you have anything to say it when there's no one around. Xianxia heard this and glanced at this girl. Seeing the undisguised resentment and dissatisfaction in her eyes, he could not help but smile faintly and reached out to rub her head. Xianxia gritted her teeth. In a fit of anger, she slapped his perverted hand away. There were many things that she wanted to say and ask, but she could only swallow them. She had been looking for an opportunity to confirm the scene that she saw in the rebirth lake. However, after returning to Peach Village, she was worried that asking about those things would destroy the peaceful atmosphere in Peach Village, so she forced herself to hold back. In the end, who would have thought that Xianxia would take the opportunity to leave quietly without telling her? This made Xianxia full of resentment. Later, when she found out that Xianxia had appeared near the extinction sky, she rushed over. Halfway through, Big Red sensed that there was something good hidden in a cave that was about to appear. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Xianxia felt that this matter would not take too much time, so she simply entered that cave. However, who would have thought that she would encounter the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts killing the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley, Jin Yun? Coincidentally, that so-called inheritor of the demonic arts would say many doubtful words. The true inheritor of the demonic arts was actually someone else. All the evidence and appearances pointed to 360. Gu Chang'e seemed to really be the inheritor of the demonic arts in the rumors. This thought made Gu Xian'er very conflicted in her heart. She did not know what to do. If Gu Chang'e really hid this identity, how would she choose when the time came? What should she do? Should she pretend not to know? Or should she pretend not to know? Or should she continue to pretend not to know? On the surface, Gu Xian'er looked as indifferent and cold as an immortal, but in fact, she was very irritated. She wanted nothing more than to pull out her Dao sword and stab a few bloody holes in Gu Chang'e's body. If he really dared to lie to her, subsequently, many young supreme martial artists in the courtyard, including Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha, and other old friends of Gu Chang'e, came forward to greet him. Although they were very unwilling, they still had to put on a good show. Seeing this, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He also patiently chatted with them for a while. The news of his appearance in the Divine City would probably spread today. Of course, this was what he wanted to see. The bigger the matter, the bigger the waves it could cause. This was naturally more beneficial to Gu Chang'e's subsequent plans. Gu Chang'e, don't worry. Our ancestor thinks highly of you. If anything happens in the Divine City, she will stand by your side. Before bidding farewell, Jiang Luoshan's bright eyes landed on Gu Chang'e's face and said these meaningful words. The ancestor she mentioned was not an ordinary ancestor. She was the old woman who had accompanied him into the city with a walking stick. She was also a hidden figure of the Great Void Divine Clan. Her cultivation was unfathomable, comparable to the one-eyed old Taoist who had just appeared. Then I thank the Great Void Divine Clan for their good intentions. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. Soon, in the courtyard, the talented cultivators of the various clans left one after another. Golden Cicada Buddha and the others had already left and did not stay for long. Brother, please wait a moment. Gu Chang'e suddenly spoke with a smile and called out to Lani Fei, who was about to leave. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er, who was full of resentment and kept poking Gu Chang'e in her heart with her small sword, suddenly came back to her senses and looked at him with a serious gaze. Normally speaking, Gu Chang'e did not seem to be familiar with Lani Fei and did not have much interaction. Why did he suddenly call out to him? If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely not think much of it. However, Gu Xian'er had seen with her own eyes how Lani Fei secretly killed the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley. She knew that he was the rumored inheritor of the demonic arts. Moreover, she also knew that Lani Fei was not of his own free will. He was just a pitiful pawn who was being manipulated. There was someone else behind him. Gu Chang'e still doesn't know that I've witnessed Lani Fei killing the ancient freak from Purple Cloud Valley. Gu Xian'er's emotions became extremely complicated as various thoughts flashed through her mind. If what she guessed was true, how was she going to interact with Gu Chang'e? Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. May I know why young Lord Chang'e asked me to stay behind alone? Lan Yifei, who was standing aside, was stunned for a moment before he quickly reacted and returned to his normal self. He had actually guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. However, he still felt a little strange. After all, Gu Xian'er was here. Could it be that Gu Chang'e was not worried that Gu Xian'er would find out the truth? Or could it be that Gu Xian'er already knew about it? Was that why she took a special look at him when she entered the courtyard? Many thoughts flashed through Lani Fei's mind, but his expression did not change. He was humble and indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. No one could tell that anything was wrong. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the Sky Prides have been gathering in the Divine City recently. I'm worried that the inheritor of demonic techniques will wreak havoc, so I thought I'd remind you. After all, your physique is still very attractive to the inheritor of demonic techniques. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Lani Fei's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained normal. Thank you, young Lord Chang'e, for your reminder. I'll be more careful. He knew that Gu Chang'e's words meant that he would continue to make his move in the Divine City. Now that the Sky Prides had gathered in the Divine City, many young supreme beings had rushed here. It was the best time for the inheritor of demonic techniques to make his move. However, the risk was too great. With so many powerful figures in the Divine City, Lani Fei did not have much confidence that he could succeed. Moreover, after what happened to the ancient freak from Purple Cloud Valley, Jin Yun, all the orthodoxies were very careful with their successors, fearing that accidents might happen. Lonnie Fei could not choose the right time to make his move. After that, he cupped his hands and left, and he didn't stay for long. Unlike the other imperishable orthodoxies, Tao Immortal Alliance didn't send anyone to Divine City. Lonnie Fei didn't dare to be as casual as the other young supremes. After Lonnie Fei left, only Gu Xian and Gu Chang'e were left in the courtyard. The faint smile on Gu Chang'e's face also disappeared as she sat down on a stone bench at the side. You seem to be hiding a lot of things from me. What do you want to tell me today? He asked as he picked up the teacup beside him and tasted it. Gu Xian'er didn't expect Gu Chang'e to make the first move. He even started to blame him for hiding something from him. The expression on her small face immediately darkened. She was no longer as cold and adorable as before. Gu Chang'e, shouldn't I be the one saying this to you? She asked, her eyes fixed on Gu Chang'e's face. Before this, she was only 70 to 80% suspicious. But after seeing what Gu Chang'e and Lonnie Fei said today, she was completely convinced. But what made Gu Xian'er extremely angry was that Gu Chang'e actually pretended to know nothing. He even asked if she was the one who came first. Gu Chang'e heard this and raised his eyebrows slightly, then put down the teacup in his hand. He carefully looked at Gu Xian'er and saw that she seemed to be really angry. Her expression was extremely serious, and it didn't seem like she was joking. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so angry? He said with a faint smile on his face. Gu Chang'e actually vaguely guessed something. Just now, he noticed that Gu Xian'er seemed to have some kind of inexplicable meaning when she looked at Lonnie Fei. Until now, you still don't plan to tell me the truth? Gu Chang'e, you really disappoint me. Gu Xian'er looked at him with bright eyes, with undisguised disappointment. The truth? What kind of truth are you referring to? It seems that I've already told you everything that I should tell you. Gu Chang'e was still smiling faintly. Gu Xian'er was completely enraged by his casual and nonchalant tone. Her eyes suddenly became incomparably cold, and her entire person was as cold as ice. Gu Chang'e, don't think that I don't know that you've been hiding your identity all this time. Why do you have to lie to me and hide it from me? Are you afraid that I will act against you? That I will become enemies with other powers because of this? Or do you not believe me at all? Are you afraid that I will expose everything? Her tone was full of ice and disappointment. The matter of the inheritor of the demonic arts was indeed a matter of great importance. If one less person knew, then Gu Chang'e's risk of being exposed would be lower. But to Gu Xian'er, she would rather dig out her own immortal bone and help Gu Chang'e solve the problem of the demonic heart. But Gu Chang'e chose to hide it from her. Even now, he was still unwilling to tell her the truth. This made Gu Xian'er feel that she was not trusted by Gu Chang'e. He was still guarding against her. You're talking about the forbidden demonic arts? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to have finally reacted. He revealed a look of realization and asked. He had indeed guessed that it was related to this matter. But how exactly Gu Xian'er found out, Gu Chang'e did not know. You finally admitted it. Gu Xian'er stared at him with her bright eyes, trying to see any change in Gu Chang'e's expression. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e laughed involuntarily. Then, he shook his head and said, I remember telling you this a long time ago. Back then, you didn't believe me. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned. She had wanted to scold Gu Chang'e, but she swallowed her words. You told me this a long time ago? Then why don't I have any recollection of it? It's impossible that I don't remember such an important matter. She frowned and began to recall. Gu Chang'e's calm and direct attitude, without any explanation or justification, caught Gu Xian'er off guard. What she cared about was not Gu Chang'e's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts, but Gu Chang'e's attitude towards her. But, if Gu Chang'e had told her about this matter, then she definitely remembered it. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, Then, do you remember that there was a suitor called Lord of Heaven Ziyang? Do you remember that he had a senior brother called Qin Wuya? Lord of Heaven Ziyang? Hearing this somewhat familiar name, Gu Xian'er immediately reacted. Her beautiful eyes widened. Many memories of that time suddenly appeared in her mind. Lord of Heaven Ziyang and Qin Wuya claimed to be her senior brothers in her previous life. They even went to fetch water from the lake of reincarnation, hoping that she would drink it and regain her memories. They even told her that Guchanga was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Sooner or later, he would make a move on her and devour her origin and everything else. At that time, Lord of Heaven Ziyang even used his heavenly eye divine ability to see a fragment of the future, saying that it was his destiny and future. After that, Guchanga came to deal with the two of them. When she asked him about this matter, he indeed admitted it very calmly, without any intention of explaining. Indeed, you've already told me about it. Gu Xian'er immediately understood. In that instant, many scenes from that time appeared in Gu Xian'er's mind, causing her to freeze in place. Then, she looked at Guchanga's expression that seemed to be a smile yet not a smile. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. Her gaze also became somewhat erratic, and the small hands that were hidden under her sleeves couldn't help but clench. She was indeed a little embarrassed. It turned out that a long, long time ago, Guchanga had admitted that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. And at that time, Gu Xian'er had even said to Ziyang Sky Monarch and Qin Wuya that if that was the case in the future, she would also be willing. Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er's anger more or less dissipated. Instead, her face seemed to be on fire. Why did she angrily look for Guchanga just now to denounce him, but she still didn't understand. At that time, she had clearly heard Guchanga's words, but why didn't she take it seriously? At that time. I thought you were joking, who knew that you were actually telling the truth? And at that time, you clearly didn't explain yourself. Without any evidence, how could I believe you? Gu Xian'er looked at Guchanga's mocking gaze, and immediately glared at him somewhat angrily, and started to explain herself. Hearing this, Guchanga shrugged and said, then speaking of this, do you still blame me for not explaining clearly to you? Clearly, you are the one who is too stupid. At that time, you clearly didn't explain clearly, I misunderstood, so can you blame me? Gu Xian'er pretended to look at him fiercely. She was very annoyed. She didn't know why, but when it was clearly a matter of being the inheritor of the demonic arts, what she cared about was Guchanga's attitude. And not Guchanga's identity. Hearing this, Guchanga laughed and said, how would I know that you are even more stupid than I thought? 363, why did you suddenly come to ask me today? You are the inheritor of the demonic arts. Why are you doing this? In the future, you will be facing the entire world. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er suddenly fell silent, his mood inexplicably becoming very low. Although she was somewhat resistant to Guchanga's identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts, she was not completely convinced. But more than that, they were worried about Guchanga's safety in the future, as well as the fear of what they had seen at the rebirth lake. She had never thought that the rumor that had been spreading like wildfire during this period of time would actually be true. This was simply too unbelievable. The inheritor of the demonic arts is right next to me? Why did I so easily accept the fact that you are the inheritor of the demonic arts? Clearly, at this time, I should kill you and solve the disaster for the upper realm. Gu Xian'er suddenly looked up at Guchanga, as if she was murmuring a question. Her tone was also very low, as if even she herself did not dare to believe it. After all, she was such an upright person. How could he accept that the person closest to him was the inheritor of the demonic arts? The inheritor of the demonic arts had done all kinds of evil and brought disaster to the upper realm. How many cultivators and prodigies had died tragically at his hands and had their origins stolen? Countless cultivators and living beings wanted to kill the inheritor of the demonic arts and purge the world. However, her mood now was unusually calm. Perhaps because of the scenes of the future she had seen at the rebirth lake, she was mentally prepared in advance. If there really comes a day when the whole world is my enemy, I don't want you to stand next to me. At that time, I actually hope that you will be the one to stab a sharp sword into my heart in the end and end my life. Seeing that Gu Xian'er seemed to be at a loss, Guchanga suddenly sighed and gently shook his head. He reached out his hand and pinched her small and delicate jade nose, his voice becoming unusually gentle. When Gu Xian'er heard this, she was suddenly stunned, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Guchanga. She did not even care that he took the opportunity to pinch her nose. These words reverberated in her mind, as if they contained some kind of magic spell. You. What are you saying? Why did you suddenly say such things? After realizing the meaning of Gu Chang's words, Gu Xian'er could not help but mumble to herself. Inexplicably, many feelings of sadness emerged from the bottom of her heart. From what she had seen at the rebirth lake. If that was really the future, it would definitely be crueler than the present. The entire upper realm trembled in fear under Gu Chang's shadow. Whether it was her, Yu Mingkong, or the rest of the Gu family, no one had a good ending. That day, the dark fog shrouded the upper realm, the living beings were in a terrible situation, and the wailing of the wastelands was everywhere. Gu Chang'e sat on the dark throne, coldly looking down at the upper realm, but there was no one beside him. Because I said a long time ago, if such a day really comes, then I'd rather you kill me with your own hands. Girl, don't tell me you've already forgotten these words? Gu Chang'e's expression was unusually gentle. Gu Xian'er could not stand the look in his eyes. She forcibly moved her eyes away, and said with some disgust, I won't kill you, don't think too much, I just think that your blood is black and will contaminate my hands. But even she did not know why, but at this moment, her words were actually stuttering. Although she said so, she suddenly thought in her heart. Could it be that Gu Chang'e had anticipated all of this a long time ago, so he was prepared and said such words? Gu Chang'e, tell me honestly, does the forbidden devil technique have anything to do with the devil's heart? Gu Xian'er suddenly thought of this, and the expression on her small face suddenly became serious as she opened her mouth to ask. Gu Chang'e heard this and was silent for a while. In that case, it did seem like it had something to do with the devil's heart, but the connection was actually not that big. So he was too lazy to explain anything, and if he did, it would implicate a lot of things. Looks like I guessed right. Seeing Gu Chang'e's silence, Gu Xian'er knew that her guess was right. Other than the explanation of the devil's heart, she could not think of any other possibility. It seemed that from the very beginning, the problem of the devil's heart had not been solved, even if Gu Chang'e said that he could suppress the demonic nature. Don't make wild guesses. Gu Chang'e's expression was natural as he lightly shook his head and said, although the forbidden devil technique is terrifying, the one who controls it is human. So, some of these things were your original intention? Gu Xian'er looked at him and said. Gu Chang'e nodded, and did not deny this point. Except for the fact that when he dug out Gu Xian'er's bone of great Tao as a child, it was not something he wanted to do, and it was not something he could control with his current will. Other than that, many of the other actions were led by him today, and there was no interference from outside factors. Gu Xian'er thought of the scenes she had seen at Rebirth Lake, and suddenly wanted to ask Gu Chang'e. But to her now, those scenes were still too terrifying, and filled with many unknowns. At least in her opinion, the current Gu Chang'e definitely could not do those things. It was more likely that in the future, he would be controlled by the devil's heart, and that was why he would become as cold and inhuman as he had been when he was young. Then right now, do you occasionally feel uncomfortable? Gu Xian'er stared at Gu Chang'e with her bright eyes, and her tone was somewhat worried. Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned, and then he thought that she was probably still worried about the devil's heart. There is no discomfort, girl, don't think too much, he said with a smile. Then if one day you suddenly feel uncomfortable, you must tell me in advance, I don't want you to become like that. Gu Xian'er lowered her eyes, and her expression gradually returned to its previous cold appearance, but her tone was still somewhat dispirited. But at this time, she seemed to realize that Gu Chang'e's palm had been on her face this whole time. She suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed, and let out a snort, and turned to leave the courtyard. What did this girl see? After Gu Xian'er left, the gentle expression on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared. He frowned, and his expression was somewhat thoughtful. In the past, Gu Xian'er would not have said such things to him, but today was extremely abnormal. Moreover, after learning his true identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts, she surprisingly did not make a fuss, and instead was extremely calm, and easily accepted all of this. She did not even ask him not to continue doing those things that she considered to be against reason and nature. This was very different from the greedy, petty, and proud Gu Xian'er that Gu Chang'e knew, but her heart was as upright as it could be. Ada, follow this girl for this period of time. If she does anything abnormal, stop her in time. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e calmly ordered the void behind him. Yes, master. Da's figure appeared, and then quickly disappeared into the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He did not ask how Gu Xian'er found out that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, because Gu Chang'e could also guess. There was definitely something wrong with Lani Fei. When he was dealing with the ancient freak of Purple Cloud Valley, Gu Xian'er might have seen it, but Lani Fei did not notice it. After all, Gu Xian'er's masters were all extraordinary, and it was not strange for them to give her some secret treasures and secret techniques that allowed her to perfectly hide her presence. The one-eyed Taoist from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain appeared in the Divine City and asked Gu Chang'e about the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. Moreover, many cultivators and skyprides witnessed that scene with their own eyes. Therefore, the news quickly spread throughout the Divine City. The young alliance master of the 10,000 Treasures Business Alliance was also an unlucky person. Many people sighed and gloated in their hearts. Of all the people to provoke, he had to provoke Gu Chang'e. Now, he had lost his life. In the end, even the quasi-emperor expert from the Business Alliance of 10,000 Treasures had to be protected by the one-eyed Taoist from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain before he could be safely taken away. Many people had already guessed the fate of the grey-robed old man at that time. It was none other than being killed by Gu Chang'e with a single slap. It was pure luck that he was able to survive. This matter caused an uproar, and almost all the cultivators were discussing it. Of course, everyone was most concerned about the appearance of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. This matter was personally confirmed by Gu Chang'e, so it could not be false. I'm really looking forward to it. If the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord is willing to help, then the disaster of the Yin Day will definitely be resolved. Perhaps the appearance of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord is the beginning of this brilliant era. So many skyprides and powerful figures have gathered in the Divine City. This is a grand occasion that has not been seen in thousands of years. I have no regrets in this life to be able to witness it with my own eyes. This grand event is all because of young Lord Chang'e. Since ancient times, there has never been a young person who could reach his current level and achievements, right? In the restaurants, inns, markets, and palaces, there were cultivators and living beings discussing this matter. When Gu Chang'e was mentioned, everyone had an expression of admiration and fear. After what happened on the Yin Day that day, basically no one suspected that Gu Chang'e had anything to do with the inheritor of the demonic technique. Many of the previous rumors were also dispelled. Of course, the most important reason was that the various imperishable orthodoxies were somewhat wary of the appearance of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord. If they were to slander Gu Chang'e like before, they would have to show enough evidence. Gu Chang'e's strong attitude also proved that if anyone dared to test him, they would pay a heavy price. Calm soon, time passed in the blink of an eye. The next day in the Divine City's Central Hall. The Great Void Divine Tribe, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Endless Fire Nation, Demon Mountain, Buddha Mountain. Many powerful figures from various imperishable orthodoxies were present. Jiang Luoshan seemed to be surrounded by golden light. She was accompanying an old woman with blonde hair who was holding an unknown tree branch. Divine Emperor, Divine Emperor, Divine Lord. Divine Emperor Ancient Heavenly Divine Lady Jade Demon Lord was Divine Heavenly Emperor. The golden-haired old woman was short, her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes were cloudy. However, none of the cultivators in the Central Great Hall dared to underestimate her, even if they were other powerful figures. She was known as the Heavenly Maiden Jin Yang when she was young. She was transformed from a pure-blooded golden crow. She was terrifyingly talented and her beauty overshadowed the world. Countless skyprides and elites fell in love with her. In terms of strength, she was more powerful than any of her peers. However, none of them caught her eye. Even now, there were still people of her generation who could not forget her. Although she looked extremely old now, with her current level, it was only a matter of a thought for her to restore her former peerless appearance. The branch in her hand was said to be a real branch of the Fusang divine tree. It had many magical uses and was comparable to a connate weapon. On the other side of the central hall, the golden cicada Buddha child was also accompanying the ancient Buddha of Buddha Mountain. He had his palms together and his expression was calm. He was not affected by the outside world. The ancient Buddha of Xianxia still had a benevolent expression on his face. His white eyebrows were lowered, and there seemed to be a faint Buddhist light around him. It made people feel pious. In addition, the Demon Mountain's heavenly bull demon king was wearing the ancient clothes of the human race. His eyes were gray and seemed to contain endless vicissitudes of life. There was a pair of black horns on his head that were particularly obvious. He stood on the other side with many demons from the Demon Mountain. He did not say a word and was extremely cold. His terrifying aura was that he exuded a vast chi and blood power. Strands of chaotic chi were exhaled from his mouth and nose. They flowed back, suppressing the void and making it seem like it was going to crack. Ordinary Tao-enlightened cultivators did not dare to stand too close to him. As for the one-eyed Taoist of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he stood on the other side and kept a distance from everyone. He looked calm like an old Taoist who had attained the Tao. His face was like a jade stone that shone brightly. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, Purple Cloud Valley, Reincarnation Tao Lake. The most powerful figures of the imperishable orthodoxies appeared in the main hall and waited quietly. Outside the main hall, there were also many important figures looking over and paying close attention to the situation in the hall. As a figure of the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation from the age of legends, many things about him were like historical biographies that ran through the entire history. Now that he was finally going to appear in front of the world, how could this not make everyone excited? Sorry to keep you waiting. At this moment, a faint laugh suddenly came from outside the hall. Under everyone's waiting eyes, Guchanga's figure finally appeared and walked in. He was tall and straight and his facial features were elegant. He was wearing a black robe that was embroidered with many patterns such as the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers and seas. His smile was gentle and there was a sense of nobility and mystery. At this moment, even the most powerful figures couldn't help but be slightly stunned. They sensed an aura that made them fear Guchanga. Ancestral Patriarch, he's Guchanga that I told you about. Seeing Guchanga appear, Jiang Luoshan's bright eyes overflowed with a smile. She couldn't help but whisper in the ear of the blonde old woman. Although they had already learned about Guchanga and some things about him before, they were still not satisfied. But this was the first time seeing him up close with their own eyes. Everyone had a different feeling in their hearts, and they felt that they were worthy of the many rumors. He is indeed a rare man in the world. Even I can't see through him. The blonde old woman, who was also the heavenly maiden Jin Yang, gently shook her head when she heard this. Her eyes were very similar to Jiang Luoshan's. When she stared at Guchanga, a golden light flowed through her eyes, and it was no longer cloudy like before. In terms of bloodline, she was very similar to Jiang Luoshan. However, Jiang Luoshan had not reached the level of atavism like her and was still many years away. The entire Great Void Divine clan was actually closely related to the ancient Golden Crow clan. The Great Void Divine will itself evolved from the true will of the sun. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. After everyone in the central Great Hall reacted, they also politely cupped their hands and greeted Guchanga. What, on the contrary, the heavenly bull demon king's pair of green eyes stared at Guchanga. His entire body tensed up as if he had seen something unbelievable. Originally, his expression was extremely cold. Even if he saw the group of people here, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. But now, his entire body was trembling slightly, as if he had encountered something shocking, and he couldn't calm down. Demon King, you, the group of demons behind the heavenly bull demon king were all led by him. Now that they felt his abnormality, their expressions changed slightly, and they couldn't help but ask with some concern. The ancient Buddha of Xianxia, the Cyclops demon king, the heavenly maiden Jin Yang, and many other people also felt the abnormality of the heavenly bull demon king immediately and looked over with different expressions. Their divine senses were so powerful that they could naturally sense the shock and turmoil in the heavenly bull demon king's heart at this moment. This made them extremely curious and even somewhat puzzled. Could it be that there was something magical about Guchanga that made him like this? Or could it be that the heavenly bull demon king felt that something was wrong, but in the next moment, this thought in their minds also disappeared in an instant. They felt that the heavenly bull demon king had seen another figure behind him. Behind Guchanga, a medium-sized Taoist also followed in and stepped into the hall. His Taoist robes fluttered in the wind. There was a kind and gentle smile on his face, and there was no lack of vicissitudes, but there was no lack of clarity. It was as if there were fragments of time lingering around him, as if he didn't belong to this world. the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. At this moment, there was almost no need for anyone to introduce him. Everyone in the hall could instantly recognize this figure. It was definitely the existence of the mythological era. That aura and charm was absolutely impossible to fake. Of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was a legendary figure. Almost no one had seen his true appearance since ancient times. But when they saw the Taoist who followed Xianxia into the central Great Hall, they were all shocked. However, everyone was certain that this person was definitely the legendary reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. That kind of Taoist aura seemed to be innate and coexisted with the world. Every move of his contained an unimaginable vast immortal might. In particular, the few people here felt it the most obvious. They even felt a kind of palpitation from the deepest part of their divine souls. Greetings, reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Even the one-eyed Taoist and ancient Buddha instant showed a respectful expression at this moment as they cupped their hands toward the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. The other experts in the central Great Hall also followed them and bowed to the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. The heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddha, six-crowned king, and the other young supremes were also filled with awe as they carefully sized up this legendary figure. On the contrary, the heavenly bull demon king, who had shown a strange expression before, took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked away from Xianxia with difficulty. Everyone thought that he showed such an expression because he saw the appearance of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. In fact, only he knew that was not the case. His ancestor was a terrifying figure of the taboo era. Back then, he was lucky enough to see the true appearance of an unspeakable taboo existence and paid a terrible price to depict a picture scroll. Then, that picture scroll later became the heritage of their clan and had been passed down until now. The heavenly bull demon king had naturally seen that picture scroll before, so the moment he saw Xianxia, a huge wave surged in his heart. If there were two people who were so similar in this world, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. In his opinion, Xianxia's expression and actions were exactly the same as that picture scroll. It was more like the person in the picture scroll was Xianxia. How could this not shock the heavenly bull demon king? Especially recently, there had been a saying in the upper world that Xianxia was actually the reincarnation of a supreme existence. It was impossible for the heavenly bull demon monarch to not be shocked after putting the two matters together. The Xianxia in front of me is definitely closely related to the person in the painting. His origin is unimaginable and unfathomable. It is recorded in the ancient records that the collapse of the Great Era and the discontinuity of the Great Era are actually related to that person. Various thoughts flashed through the heavenly bull demon king's mind, but on the surface, he regained his usual cold and indifferent expression. At his age, his eyelashes were hollow, and he was actually very open-minded about many things. Previously, he was actually quite curious about Xianxia, just like many other people. He was especially curious about how Xianxia could reach such an unprecedented and unimaginable level at such a young age. However, after today's discovery, the monarch didn't dare to be curious anymore. He didn't even dare to speculate. After the samsara ancient heavenly sovereign appeared in the Great Hall, he did not show any impatience or displeasure. Instead, he had a kind and faint smile on his face as he took the initiative to speak. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. It's not easy for cultivators of our generation to reach this point. If we are still bound by the secular world, wouldn't we be bound by the pavilion? Xianxia has already told me about the calamity of the Yin day before. Since this has happened in this life, I will naturally take action to solve this calamity and do my part for the peace and tranquility of the world. He said it very simply and concisely. Before coming to the divine city, he and Xianxia, this pair of master and disciple, had already discussed how to announce this matter to the outside world. The calamity of the Yin day in the upper realm this time was also because of him and Xianxia. Of course, the samsara ancient heavenly sovereign also had his own thoughts. After all, he had just appeared and still needed many methods to accumulate prestige. Xianxia also had secrets that he was interested in. This was a small matter, so naturally, he would do it in passing. It is the honor of all living beings that the heavenly sovereign is willing to take action to solve the calamity of the Yin day. This humble Taoist will first thank the heavenly sovereign on behalf of all living beings. I think the Heavenly Sovereign's great kindness is enough to make all living beings remember forever. Build the statue, build the divine palace, and worship and be grateful forever. Hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist of the Heavenly Sovereign Mountain couldn't help but show a grateful expression. He cupped his hands and thanked him, appearing extremely sincere. The rest of the people also imitated him and were grateful to the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign. Of course, many of them appeared here, not because of the calamity of the day, but because they wanted to know if the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign was still alive in this world. With their current realm, the calamity of the day couldn't hurt them. What they cared about was how to walk the path after this realm, so they wanted to ask the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign for advice. After all, they had been trapped in this realm for many years without any signs of improvement. Now that they suddenly heard that an existence from the mythological era, whose cultivation surpassed the immortal path, was still alive in this world, how could this not make them excited? On the other hand, why did the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign choose to appear in this world? To them, it was worth thinking about and pondering. It had an unusual meaning. The Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign was a shrewd person. How could he not know what the people here were thinking? However, even he couldn't explain the opportunity to become an immortal clearly. He needed to wait for the immortal gate to appear. How could he give everyone a definite answer? After that, everyone either asked or asked, and they learned a lot of information from the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign. Including why the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign was still alive today? Why wasn't he in the legendary immortal realm? The Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign's answer was the same as when he was in the Longevity Gu family. When he was exploring a certain secret realm, he encountered an inexplicable danger and was accidentally trapped inside. When he woke up, countless years had passed in the outside world, and the world had changed. Later on, he used a secret technique to contact the current successor, Xianxia, which helped him escape and see the light of day. He and Xianxia had already discussed this explanation. Even ancient Buddha Xianxia, who had a deep understanding of the Buddhist sect's predestination, couldn't tell whether it was true or not. As for the immortal gate, his answer was the same. There was no definite information or foreshadowing. Everything could only wait. After hearing this, everyone was indeed a little disappointed, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't dare to ask any more questions, for fear of offending the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign. In terms of cultivation, the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign had definitely surpassed the so-called immortal realm when he was at his peak. As for what kind of strength he could unleash now, this was something that no one knew. Even a skinny camel was bigger than a horse, let alone a figure from the mythological era. Greetings, Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign. There is one thing that I don't understand. I hope that the Heavenly Sovereign can answer my doubts. However, at that moment, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded in the central hall. Even the people with deep roots frowned when they heard that, a little displeased. At that moment, they were still talking to the Samsara ancient Heavenly Sovereign. How could a junior interrupt? After all, even the sect leaders of the imperishable sects were waiting silently on the side, not daring to make a sound. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King Junyao, Jiang Luoshan, and the others were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect Golden Cicada to be so bold. They didn't dare to make a sound in this kind of situation. They could only watch from the side. Looks like this guy has a premeditated plan. However, Xianxia narrowed her eyes and suddenly became a little interested. He felt that Golden Cicada's words were directed at him. He seemed to have misunderstood something when he didn't get rid of him in the demon burial abyss. Golden Cicada, what is it that you don't understand that you have to ask the Heavenly Sovereign? Ancient Buddha Xianxia didn't expect Golden Cicada to speak at this time. He raised his white eyebrows slightly and asked calmly. He wasn't angry at all. After all, Golden Cicada was the next Buddha Lord of Buddha Mountain. His status was extraordinary. Even to him, who cultivated the predestination connection, his future was filled with many unknown variables and great opportunities. Thus, he didn't blame Golden Cicada for his lack of manners. Ancient Buddha, what Golden Cicada wants to ask is actually related to the inheritor of demonic arts and the successor of the ancient Heavenly Sovereign of Samsara. Golden Cicada's expression was calm as he put his palms together. Under the gaze of the ancient Heavenly Sovereign of Samsara and everyone in the central Great Hall, he was neither servile nor overbearing. He exuded a Buddhist aura. As he spoke, he glanced at Xianxia, then calmly looked away. Inheritor of demonic arts? The successor of the heavenly sovereign? Upon hearing this, the heavenly maiden Xianxia and the one-eyed Taoist immediately became interested. They also looked at Xianxia. In particular, the heavenly maiden Xianxia was very interested in Xianxia. She felt that this young man was hiding many secrets. Every single one of these secrets could implicate many people and cause a huge commotion. It seems that Golden Cicada still has many doubts about me. Instead of searching for the true inheritor of demonic arts, you're always doubting me. Xianxia smiled faintly. He didn't seem to care at all. He acted as if he didn't see the gazes of the people in the hall and completely ignored them. Golden Cicada chanted the name of Buddha and said, "At this point, young Master Xianxia is still so calm and natural. I truly admire your ability to maintain your composure." "Is that so?" Xianxia smiled but didn't explain anything. There's always a price to pay for everything. Since Golden Cicada is so insistent, I'm sure you've already thought about the consequences? His words were very simple. There was no anger or even killing intent. However, the people in the central Great Hall felt a terrifying killing intent sweep over them. It was suffocating. Many people recalled what had happened the day before. The young leader of the business alliance of 10,000 treasures had been killed by Xianxia because he had tried to test him. Golden Cicada was strong, but compared to the current Xianxia, he was no different from an ant compared to the bright moon. Heavenly Bull Demon King's heart trembled. He didn't know why, but cold sweat was already flowing down his back. At this moment, he was even more certain of his previous guess. Demon Mountain's Master Xianxia, who was also known as the ferocious red-robed demoness in the eyes of the world, was actually related to the forbidden demonic arts. She was even closely related to that one. Heavenly Bull Demon King chose to submit to Xianxia because of this. Back in Kuanwu City, Xianxia had also appeared there and said many things to Xianxia that were unclear. No one knew why, and no one could figure it out. But at this moment, in Heavenly Bull Demon King's eyes, everything made sense. "Golden Cicada, I can help you deduce what you want to ask. There's no need to trouble you." Ancient Buddha Xianxia didn't say much. He only shook his head gently. He naturally knew about the matter of the suspended Buddhist temple in the demon burial abyss many years ago. He knew that Buddha Mountain was schemed against by Xianxia and suffered heavy losses. He also took the blame for letting the red-robed demoness, Xianxia, escape. Then, when they surrounded and killed the red-robed demoness in the divine city, many of the monks that Buddha Mountain had sent had also perished. Basically, no one had survived. Golden Cicada grew up in Buddha Mountain and naturally couldn't tolerate this. No matter how indifferent he usually appeared, there was still resentment and hatred in his heart. Now that he had found an opportunity, he naturally chose to backstab Xianxia. Only Buddha Mountain knew the truth. Therefore, even ancient Buddha Xianxia felt that Xianxia had other motives. It wasn't simply to deal with the loosened restriction runes in the demon burial abyss. Golden Cicada still wants to hear what the Celestial Venerable has to say about this. After all, young Master Xianxia is the successor of the Celestial Venerable. There must be a reason why the Celestial Venerable chose him. Golden Cicada's attitude was still neither servile nor overbearing as he put his palms together. He had investigated a lot of things over the years and finally found a lot of clues. Among them was the source of the inheritance of the ancient Celestial Venerable of Samsara that Xianxia had. He felt that Xianxia wasn't the true successor chosen by the ancient Celestial Venerable of Samsara, but had obtained this part of the inheritance through other means. The true successor of the ancient Celestial Venerable of Samsara might have already been killed by Xianxia. The ancient Celestial Venerable of Samsara didn't know about this and was still in the dark. Therefore, he planned to expose this matter in front of everyone today and expose Xianxia's true colors. As for the inheritance of demonic arts, even if he didn't have much evidence, his intuition still told him that there was a big problem with Xianxia. "Are you doubting this Lord's judgment in choosing my successor?" At this time, the ancient Celestial Venerable of Samsara, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Although he still had a faint smile on his face, everyone could hear the displeasure in his voice. No matter what, Xianxia was now his successor's disciple in name, but he was being reprimanded by a junior in front of everyone. Even though the ancient celestial venerable of Samsara didn't show his joy or anger on his face, he felt humiliated and looked down upon. All the sect masters felt a terrifying aura pervading the hall, as if a terrifying demonic mountain was pressing down on their heads, making them break out in cold sweat. In their hearts, they were cursing Golden Cicada Buddhist master. A mere junior, who gave him the guts to speak so presumptuously? I hope the celestial venerable won't be angry. I don't think the successor of Buddha Mountain deliberately provoked you. This is a small matter. Young Master Xianxia is righteous. Why would he be afraid of these rumors and speculations? The one-eyed Taoist didn't mind blowing things up, so he couldn't help but cup his hands. Although he was trying to persuade Xianxia, his words were full of mockery. He wanted to bring trouble to Xianxia. The one-eyed Taoist was a core member of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Therefore, even though he had met with Xianxia yesterday, it did not stop him from hindering Xianxia at this time. Moreover, he did not think that the Golden Cicada Buddha was a reckless person. He must have some evidence to confront Xianxia at this time. At this time, the one-eyed Taoist definitely wanted to watch the show and see how Xianxia would deal with it. Senior, you are right. Why would young Master Xianxia be afraid of these rumors? Hearing this, the rest of the people in the central Great Hall also showed interested expressions. Especially the sect master of the Endless Fire Nation, who spoke directly with a hint of schadenfreude. He was a handsome man in a red robe. His face was blurry, and there was a heavenly fire rune circling between his eyebrows. The surroundings were filled with a terrifying scorching aura. Some time ago, in front of the terminating sky, a Taoist from the Endless Fire Nation had his Tao foundation destroyed by Xianxia, and his cultivation was reduced to nothing. This caused a huge commotion in the entire upper world, and various orthodoxies were discussing it. The Endless Fire Nation had become the laughingstock of everyone, and their reputation had been ruined. This is a big matter regarding the inheritor of demonic arts. I think it's better to ask the Heavenly Venerable to confirm it again, so as to not leave a big problem for the upper world in the future. Since young Master Xianxia is so confident, he is naturally not afraid of our doubts and speculations. On the other side, the sect master of the Purple Cloud Valley also gently stroked his long beard and spoke with a slightly meaningful and playful tone. He was wearing a Daluo Taoist robe with wide sleeves, and his body seemed to be surrounded by starlight, as if there were stars circulating in the sky. How dare you? What kind of status does young Master Xianxia have now? Aren't you afraid of causing chaos in the upper world and causing a longevity war to break out? An old imperial uncle of the Wushuang immortal dynasty also had a dark expression at this moment, and he scolded the sect masters of the Purple Cloud Valley and the Endless Fire Nation. The Longevity Gu clan and the unparalleled immortal dynasty had a marriage alliance, advancing and retreating together. Honor and disgrace were all connected. He naturally stood on Xianxia's side. Indeed. From what I can see, all of you are provoking young Master Xianxia. Could it be that you want to provoke chaos in the upper realm and cause great suffering and suffering? An old ancestor of the Great Yu celestial dynasty also spoke lightly with a hint of mockery in his voice. In the central Great Hall, there were many powerful figures. The rest of them were big shots who held real power in the upper realm. Perhaps it was the master of a sect, or the master of a long-life family. If he tried to hide, it would trigger tremendous waves and earthquakes. Now that they had spoken, they naturally represented the different wills of the forces behind them. Some people stood on Xianxia's side, while others wanted to drag Xianxia into the abyss and consign him to eternal damnation. At this moment, the heavenly maiden Jin Yang of the Great Void Divine clan frowned slightly. She could sense that the various orthodoxies were trying to make things difficult for Xianxia. She showed some dissatisfaction on her face and said, "In any case, you are all seniors, but now you are making things difficult for such a junior. How can you be so shameless? Don't you feel ashamed? Senior Jin Yang, you are wrong. This is related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. This is a major matter that involves the entire upper realm. How can you generalize?" Hearing this, the Mountain Lord of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain also spoke lightly. His eyes were deep, and a terrifying scene of the destruction of the stars and moon was playing out in his eyes. As a junior, he dared to speak to the heavenly maiden Jin Yang like this because he had the one-eyed Taoist behind him. How dare you speak to me like this? The heavenly maiden Xianxia's cloudy old eyes narrowed instantly. She looked at the mountain lord of the heavenly emperor mountain, and a terrifying aura filled the air. At this moment, the surrounding void suddenly collapsed, causing many people to feel uneasy. They felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who had been watching all this with great interest and did not say a word, suddenly waved his hand. He interrupted the heavenly maiden Xianxiang and smiled faintly. "Senior Xianxiang, please calm down. Senior Xianxiang, please calm down. This matter started because of Xianxia. How can we trouble you? Furthermore, since all of you wish to know what Brother Golden Cicada is asking, why can't I fulfill your wishes?" The last sentence was naturally said to the people in the central Great Hall. When the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign heard Xianxia say this, he looked at him in surprise. Just now, he had shown his displeasure. In fact, in a way, he was protecting Xianxia. This was because he felt that Xianxia was hiding many secrets. He did not know if the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts had anything to do with him. It was better to avoid trouble. If they were accidentally exposed, it would cause unnecessary trouble. However, who would have thought that Xianxia would take the initiative to say this and take over the matter? This made the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign quite puzzled. Young Master Xianxia is a straightforward person. I admire you. The one-eyed Taoist also smiled faintly when he saw this. He wanted to watch the show and see what Xianxia would do. Everyone in the hall also looked at him with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were gloating, and some were confused. Then I would like to ask young Master Xianxia if you know a cultivator named Yiling. The golden cicada Buddha child did not waste any time and simply asked his question. His eyes were bright and spirited, like the clear waters of a lake. Although he was wearing a monk's robe, he exuded a transcendent aura. When he asked this question, there was a brilliant Buddhist light that condensed into the shadow of a Buddha Bodhisattva behind his head. The name Yiling also made everyone in the hall confused. They searched for this name in their minds. The heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, Jiang Luoshan, and many other young paragons were also trying hard to recall if they knew this person. However, many people, including the sect masters of the major sects, and the younger generation, did not know who Yiling was. They had never heard of this name before. At this moment, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign frowned slightly. He was a little surprised by the golden cicada Buddha's words. If he remembered correctly, Xianxia had indeed mentioned to him that the true successor he had chosen was actually a little cultivator named Yiling. Could it be because of this? The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign glanced at Xianxia. He suddenly wanted to know how Xianxia would solve this matter. It seemed that the golden cicada Buddha knew who the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was. This way, the fact that Xianxia was not the true successor he had chosen would be exposed very soon. Young Master Xianxia, please answer my question. Do you know a cultivator named Yiling? The golden cicada Buddha asked again. He stared at Xianxia very seriously. He did have a lot of evidence in his hands. Of course, if Xianxia did not admit it, he had a way to let the ancient Buddha Xianxia see through everything and expose Xianxia's lies. It seems that Yiling's identity is not simple. The one-eyed Taoist smiled meaningfully. He did not seem to mind the matter. I do know a cultivator named Yiling. However, I don't know if the Yiling that golden cicada Buddhist master mentioned is the one that I know. Xianxia had expected the golden cicada Buddha to ask about this. His expression did not change at all as he smiled faintly. The golden cicada Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Xianxia to be so calm. He continued, the Yiling that I speak of and the Yiling that young Master Xianxia spoke of should be the same person. Young Master Xianxia, do you know Yiling's identity? He had gone to the primordial immortal Yi clan to investigate this matter. Yiling was a collateral disciple of the primordial immortal Yi clan. His mother was a servant and his father was the family head of the collateral branch. He was not well liked since childhood. After his mother died of illness, he broke away from the collateral branch and no longer had anything to do with them. This person was the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. His divination would not be wrong. Many signs also showed that the token left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign had fallen into his hands. The golden cicada Buddha had personally found all this evidence and information. It could not be false. Guchanga nodded and said seriously, "Of course I know. Back when I was training in the immortal ancient continent, this person hid his true appearance and entered the immortal ancient continent from the back mountain of the Tao Heaven Palace. He stole the remains of the ancestors of the various clans and devoured their origins to cultivate. Later on, I fought with him and almost killed him. However, his methods were astonishing and he managed to escape from me. Moreover, I suspect that he is not dead yet and is still hiding somewhere in the upper world. Of course, he might be the true successor of the demonic arts." The expressions of everyone in the hall changed when they heard Guchanga's words. What? The true successor of the demonic arts? The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, Jiang Luoshan, and the other young paragons changed drastically. They almost blurted out in shock. They had not expected Guchanga to know the identity of the true successor of the demonic arts. He even knew his name and background. Before this, Guchanga had never revealed this information. How did the golden cicada Bodhisattva know all this? The successor of the demonic arts? The golden cicada Bodhisattva clearly did not expect Guchanga to explain it this way. He frowned and said, "But according to my investigation, this person is not the successor of the demonic arts. He is the successor chosen by the ancient lord of Samsara. He might as well tell the truth." He did not want to continue hiding it. At this time, he wanted to know how Guchanga was going to explain. What? The successor chosen by the ancient lord of Samsara? The golden cicada Bodhisattva's words caused a huge commotion in the hall. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it and could not recover for a while. Guchanga was not the true successor of the ancient lord of Samsara, and the real successor was actually someone else. Then how did Guchanga obtain the ancient lord of Samsara's inheritance? Didn't Guchanga just say that this Yi Ling was the true successor of the demonic arts? The golden cicada Bodhisattva was not stupid. If he dared to ask this at this time, he must have solid evidence and confidence. If that was the case, wouldn't Guchanga's words be contradictory? Confusion flashed through everyone's minds, turning into suspicion and speculation. They felt that this matter was shrouded in a thick fog. Many people shuddered. They found it difficult to accept for a while. They felt that something big might happen today. After the one-eyed Taoist, heavenly maiden Jin Yang, and the others recovered from their shock, they stared at Guchanga with complicated expressions. "I can't believe there is such a thing. If this is the case, this guy seems to be the true successor of the demonic arts." The one-eyed Taoist narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. He became even more interested. The sect leaders of Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and other imperishable orthodoxies also had a profound look in their eyes. They sneered in their hearts. They felt that today's matter could be made into a big issue. Even if Guchanga had an explanation, it would still be difficult for him to get rid of suspicion. At this time, the golden cicada Bodhisattva did not wait for Guchanga's answer. He continued to look at the expressionless reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and said, "I wonder if you know about this, heavenly lord?" He felt that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord might not know that Guchanga was a fake and not the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. 363 At this moment, everyone in the hall felt that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was really angry and displeased. Some people began to gloat in their hearts. They felt that Guchanga was really bold to deceive the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Since he has obtained my inheritance, he is naturally my successor. Before this, Changa had also told me that part of his inheritance was indeed taken from another person. However, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's sudden words made the golden cicada Bodhisattva's expression stiffen. He seemed to be confused. What? The expressions of the gloating people suddenly froze on their faces. They wondered if they had heard wrong. Why did it feel like the situation was completely different from what they had expected? The one-eyed Taoist's cold smile suddenly froze. Then, he quickly frowned. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had known about this long ago. Then, was his anger just now because of the golden cicada Bodhisattva's words? Many people suddenly understood and were extremely shocked. "Heavenly Lord, please enlighten us." The ancient Buddha of Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, had to speak now. His tone was somewhat probing. However, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord ignored him. His expression darkened slightly as if he was extremely displeased. This made everyone feel somewhat uneasy. Brother Golden Cicada, I can understand what you are saying. Back then, part of the master's inheritance did come from that cultivator called Yiling. However, you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. The Yiling back then was not the Yiling of the past. The Yiling who truly inherited the master's inheritance was killed by the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Therefore, part of his inheritance fell into the hands of the true inheritor. After that, the inheritor of the demonic skill disguised himself as Yiling and snuck into the immortal ancient continent. After I fought with him, he escaped with injuries. The token that master left behind was also taken from him at that time. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly smiled faintly. He calmly explained to the Golden Cicada Bodhisattva and the others at the same time. He explained how he obtained the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's inheritance. At the same time, he explained why the Golden Cicada Bodhisattva was so suspicious. As soon as he said this, the hall fell silent for a moment. It was as if the fog that had shrouded them before had been lifted. Everything suddenly became clear to him and made sense to him. The true inheritor of the demonic arts had killed the chosen successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and stole his token to disguise himself. Then, he encountered Xianxia and was seen through. He stole the token of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and escaped with serious injuries. The Golden Cicada Bodhisattva's suspicion that Xianxia was the true inheritor of the demonic arts was baseless. Everyone gathered in the central great hall. The atmosphere was solemn and oppressive. Many sect leaders and elders of the imperishable sects fell silent because of Xianxia's words. All sorts of thoughts flashed through their minds. Although Xianxia's explanation made everything very reasonable, it also made sense. But they felt that it was too natural. There were no twists and turns or accidents. It was as natural as it should be. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, and the other young primes also had complicated expressions. They didn't think that things would turn out this way and that there would be such an explanation. Moreover, they had no evidence to prove that Xianxia was lying. Plus, there were many powerful people here. Buddha Xianxia of Buddha Mountain was one of them. He was proficient in fate. If Xianxia was lying, he would definitely be able to detect it. But now, even Xianxia was silent and didn't speak. Didn't this mean that everything Xianxia explained was actually true? At this moment, they didn't know what they were feeling. Regret, disappointment, or relief. The real Yiling has been killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts? The Golden Cicada Buddha exclaimed, extremely confused. He clearly didn't expect Xianxia to explain it this way. After a moment of shock, he frowned even harder. He had never seen the true inheritor of the demonic arts. But from all the signs, the true inheritor of the reincarnation ancient lord had indeed been killed long ago and was no longer in this world. This was why the Golden Cicada Buddha was so suspicious when he contacted Xianxia about the reincarnation ancient lord's inheritance and token. Before, he had never considered this possibility at all. Xianxia's explanation. Or Xianxia predicted that I would ask this, so he thought of an explanation in advance. The Golden Cicada Buddha still didn't believe it. His expression darkened, no longer as calm as before. He felt like he was about to have a nightmare. His Buddhist heart was covered in dust. He could no longer ignore everything as he had done in the past. If this matter couldn't be resolved, his cultivation would be stuck in the future, let alone reach higher realms. Do you have any doubts about my words, Tao Brother Golden Cicada? Xianxia was still smiling faintly when he heard this. His expression did not change. The rest of the people in the large hall also became silent at this moment. No one spoke again. Even the one-eyed Taoist, the sect master of the Purple Cloud Valley, and the sect master of the Endless Fire Nation did not continue to speak. They were quietly observing the situation. After all, Xianxia had already explained it this way. Moreover, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign had personally said that he already knew about this matter. If they still didn't know what was good for them and continued to question and doubt, they might accidentally offend the samsara ancient heavenly sovereign. In that case, the losses would outweigh the gains. Young Lord Xianxia, what you said is only your own opinion. No one knows the truth of the matter. The golden cicada bodhisattva was neither servile nor overbearing. However, there was still some unwillingness in his voice. Dao brother, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with me. No matter how I explain, you won't believe me. Gu Xianxia smiled, then the smile on his face disappeared. He stared at ancient Buddha Xianxia and said, since Dao brother Golden Cicada doubts my words, why don't you ask ancient Buddha to investigate and see if I was lying? He knew that ancient Buddha Xianxia had a deep understanding of Buddha Mountain's fate and could even see through a person's past and future. It was naturally easy to determine whether a person was lying or not. However, Gu Xianxia was not worried that ancient Buddha Xianxia would be able to see anything from him. Fate was actually covered by clouds and mist. Not to mention ancient Buddha Xianxia, even if someone with a profound cultivation tried to investigate him, they would not be able to see anything and would even suffer a huge backlash. When the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign wanted to investigate his origin, he had almost suffered a terrifying backlash. Although he tried his best to hide it, Gu Xianxia could see that the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's face had turned pale for a moment. Hearing Gu Xianxia's words, the people in the hall couldn't help but feel a little moved. They looked at ancient Buddha a moment. The heavenly maiden Jin Yang was even more interested. Since Gu Xianxia has said so himself, ancient Buddha, are you still worried about something? It was not that she did not believe in ancient Buddha Xianxia's methods. However, since Gu Xianxia dared to say so, he must have the confidence to prove that what he said was true. Ba. Young Master Xianxia's words should not be false. This old monk cannot say for sure whether they are true or false. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, ancient Buddha Xianxia could not continue to remain silent. He put his palms together and answered. Although he cultivated the fate connection and had a deep understanding of it and was said to be a divine skill, he could determine a person's past, present, and future. However, he could not see any trace of fate on Gu Xianxia. If there was anything related, it would be the illusory clouds. However, this layer of clouds was really difficult for him to see clearly and to guess. What? The golden cicada Buddha was completely stunned. He did not expect ancient Buddha Xianxia to say so. Ancient Buddha Xianxia clearly felt that Gu Xianxia was full of doubts and secrets. Why did he suddenly change his mind? He was really puzzled and could not understand. Haha, if even ancient Buddha Xianxia said so, then we naturally have no more doubts. The golden cicada Buddha has such doubts for the sake of all living beings. We can all understand, but this method is still somewhat inappropriate. At this time, the one-eyed Taoist, who saw that the situation had calmed down, also laughed. It was as if the person who had questioned earlier had nothing to do with him. Instead, he began to throw the blame of suspicion on the golden cicada Buddha. The sect leaders of Purple Cloud Valley, Endless Fire Nation, and other orthodoxies also kept quiet. Everyone else in the hall had different expressions and shook their heads and their hearts. They originally thought that there would be a shocking turn of events, but they did not expect that it was only golden cicada Buddha's suspicion. It was not enough to make Gu Xianxia reveal anything. Today's matter ends here. I will not allow you to question my judgment. Seeing that the dust had settled, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's face also showed some anger. He glanced at everyone in front of him and said calmly, as if he was very angry about what happened just now. One had to admit that as an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his acting skills were definitely superb. If Gu Xianxia did not know what he was thinking, he would not have realized that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was just acting. In this respect, he and the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord were somewhat fated to be master and disciple. I dare not, I dare not. I hope the heavenly venerable will not be angry. We were blind. Just now, we thought of questioning young Master Xianxia, not your vision. When everyone in the hall saw that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord seemed to be really angry, they felt a little uneasy. Even the one-eyed Taoist felt a little scared. He felt that the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord seemed to be looking at him deliberately. He could not help but have a serious expression. Although he was very confident in his own strength, in this era. Especially in this era, he was very afraid of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. However, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had existed since the mythological era. No one knew what kind of tricks he had. How strong could he be in this era? Brother Golden Cicada, is there anything else you don't understand? Would you like to ask? Guchanga asked with a faint smile on his face. The Golden Cicada Buddha's face looked a little defeated. He had a lot of evidence in his hands that pointed out that Guchanga was not the true successor of the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. However, it seemed that it was completely useless now. Not only had Guchanga admitted this fact, but the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord had also said that he had known about this for a long time. Today's matter was this little monk's rashness. I hope young Master Changa will not take offense. He sighed inwardly and held back his unwillingness to accept the truth. He cupped his hands and apologized to Guchanga. Guchanga's expression did not change much. He waved his hand and said, I am not an unforgiving person. I can understand your painstaking efforts and naturally will not blame you. At this time, he definitely would not blame the Golden Cicada Buddha, but it did not mean that he would let him off so easily. Seeing that Guchanga was so reasonable and did not even seem to care, the people in the hall were somewhat surprised. They had thought that he would make the Golden Cicada Buddha pay a heavy price like before. Ancient Buddha Xianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. He put his palms together and said, Thank you for your magnanimity, young Master Changa. After today, this old monk will send the Buddha back to Buddha Mountain to reflect on his mistakes. He will not be reappearing in the world for a few years. In fact, he had also noticed Guchanga's intention. He had a premonition of danger. This made it sound like he was blaming the Golden Cicada Buddha. However, the truth was that he wanted the Golden Cicada Buddha to return to Buddha Mountain and protect him in case any accidents happened. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled and did not say anything else. After that, no one in the hall mentioned anything about the inheritor of demonic arts anymore. They continued to ask the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord about some secrets of the mythological era. They wanted to know the truth about why there were no immortals in the later generations. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord also acted like a wise sage and answered everyone's questions one by one. After hearing this, everyone sighed in their hearts. They felt that a shocking event had happened a long time ago that was unknown to the later generations. It could be the secret of the Forbidden Era, but it could also be something else. In the end, the visit finally came to an end. The core figures of the various orthodoxies did not stay for long. They left after expressing their gratitude. Many news about today's incident also spread immediately, causing a huge commotion in the divine city. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was indeed still in the world and had promised to solve the problem of Yin's field. Countless cultivators and living beings were overjoyed and excited when they heard this. Some even shed tears of gratitude toward the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. In an instant, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's reputation was raised to an unimaginable level. Of course, many people could not forget the effort Guchanga had put in for this matter. They had long regarded the master and disciple as the ancestors of the current generation. Orthodoxies such as the Endless Fire Nation, Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and Purple Cloud Valley had extremely ugly expressions. They had to bear the unimaginable infamy. Some cultivators had already planned to record this matter in the history books and pass it down to future generations. Guchanga had done so many good deeds, but he was wrongly accused of being the inheritor of demonic arts. Such behavior not only chilled Guchanga's heart, but it also chilled the hearts of all living beings. The Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, who asked Guchanga 3 times in the central Great Hall, also bore a lot of infamy. Even the highly respected ancient Buddha Xianxia's position in the hearts of the people plummeted because of this matter. At this time, it was even more so for the rest of the people. Walking on the streets, it was already good enough that they were not thrown rotten eggs and rotten spirit fruits. Could this be Guchanga's intention? To bewitch all living beings into his hands? Truly vicious and frightening. The one-eyed Taoist of Heavenly Emperor Mountain had a gloomy expression. Through the recent developments in the upper realm, he vaguely sensed Guchanga's sinister intentions. He did not think that Guchanga was someone who would think for the entire upper realm and uphold justice for all living beings. On the contrary, it was the common people who were being used by Guchanga, being used as tools without knowing it. Such a method was truly frightening. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the entire upper realm is under his control. At that time, he'll truly be able to cover the sky with one hand. For the one-eyed Taoist, the thought of getting rid of Guchanga was unprecedentedly strong at this moment. He quickly calmed himself down and took out a supreme decree, summoning many higher-ups of Heavenly Emperor Mountain to discuss this matter in detail. At this time, on the other side, Guchanga and the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara, this pair of master and disciple, were also discussing the current situation in the upper realm. It seems that things are really developing as you planned, the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara said with some emotion. Reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord lamented. He felt that he had underestimated Guchanga. Not only was his strength so terrifying, but his methods were also so terrifying. Imperceptibly, he had already affected the entire upper realm. At this time, even if Guchanga was really the inheritor of demonic techniques, ordinary cultivators would probably doubt this matter and not be willing to believe it. This was also the brilliance of Guchanga's methods. Master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your cooperation in the main hall today. Guchanga smiled slightly and said humbly. What the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara saw was only the surface. On a deeper level, Guchanga had other plans. The ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara would never have thought that from the beginning, even he was just a chess piece. I was just telling the truth at that time. After all, the two of us can be considered grasshoppers on the same rope. The ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara nodded slightly and smiled. He wanted to know the secrets of Guchanga, so what he had to do now was naturally to gain his trust. Such a small matter was naturally a piece of cake. Guchanga smiled when he heard this and did not say much. However, then he seemed to have thought of something and said with a slightly solemn expression, I'll have to trouble Master about the disaster of Yingde. During this period, I'll try my best to think of a way to expand the situation and influence so that Master's momentum can reach another peak. Don't worry, this is just a small matter to me. It won't take much time at all. The ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara smiled and promised. The reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord didn't disappoint Guchanga. The day after he said that, he resolutely rushed to the Yinan sky. The vast interminating fog blew over from afar, as if it had shrouded every corner of the all-heavens universe. Under the shocked, excited, and horrified gazes of countless cultivators and living beings, a divine rainbow that pierced through the sky seemed to tear apart the universe and directly struck the depths of the Yinan sky. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth were separated, and chaos was born. Countless divine lights and immortal lights were dazzling, illuminating the depths of the heavens of the upper realm. The reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord appeared in the Yinan sky. His Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of a transcendent being. His Dharma body was millions of feet tall, and he stood indomitable. He made his move. He took out a bronze cauldron and landed it in the depths of the Yinan sky. It was heavy and majestic, and countless runes surrounded it as it suppressed down. Boom, the sound of the cauldron was vast and boundless, and terrifying ripples spread out. At that moment, countless cultivators and living beings heard the vast fluctuations. It was as if a huge wave was surging into the sky, wanting to drown the entire universe. In absolute sky was collapsing and splitting apart. Endless fog rushed out from that place. For ordinary cultivators and living beings, this was an unimaginable disaster. Any wisp of the Yinan fog was enough to corrode and engulf space, destroying all life. However, the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord easily extinguished the fog. With a wave of his sleeve, chaotic chi surged out. The cauldron floated and hung in the sky, surrounded by divine light that shot into the sky. There were even ancient ancestors and sacrificial runes that appeared on the four walls. Then, these patterns that appeared seemed to have come to life and charged into the Yinan sky, as if they wanted to completely annihilate the living beings inside and return peace to the world. The energy fluctuations from that place were simply too frightening. Even though they were separated by a great distance, they were still able to sense it. The entire star domain was shaking, and every star was trembling as if they were about to fall. From ordinary cultivators to those who had attained the Tao, they could all feel the vast and terrifying aura, which made their souls shake and tremble endlessly. Is this the strength of the reincarnation ancient Heavenly Lord? It's really terrifying. How did he do it? How can he display such strength in this era? Many who had achieved Tao had solemn expressions on their faces. Their figures appeared in the depths of the sky as they observed the commotion in the universe. Waves of shock surged in their hearts as they gained a clearer understanding of the samsara ancient heavenly venerate's strength. That's great. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign is really going to help us deal with the calamity of the Een and heaven. How many forces have been swallowed up by this calamity? How many lives have been wiped out? Today, we can finally put an end to it. Ancient heavenly sovereign samsara's great kindness is enough for us to remember for the rest of our lives and even pass it down for future generations to remember and be grateful. Countless cultivators and living beings looked on in shock and excitement. They were deeply grateful to the reincarnation ancient celestial from the bottom of their hearts. They knelt on the ground and bowed in that direction. The billowing absolutine fog was suppressed by the bronze cauldron and stopped spreading. Instead, it was continuously shrinking and collapsing. It was as if it was being pushed by a pair of invisible hands, converging towards the depths of the Een sky. This was a scene that made one's heart tremble. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's body was millions of feet tall, as if he could hold up heaven and earth. His large hand descended and stretched across the boundless horizon, sealing the Een sky once again. The bronze cauldron bobbed up and down, surrounded by endless divine light. Finally, with a loud boom, it descended towards the Een sky. He did not choose to erase the absolutine fog. Instead, he used a gentler method to prevent it from spreading. This Een and heaven is truly mysterious and strange. Even I can only stop it for 1,000 years. If there is no other way after 1,000 years, I'm afraid it will spread again. At that time, if I'm still here, I can make a move and seal it again. However, this is not a long-term solution. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign looked at the many cultivators who had rushed here and sighed regretfully as he explained. Hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding people trembled, and their expressions became solemn. They originally thought that they could completely deal with the calamity of the Een and heaven this time, but they did not expect that the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign could only seal it again. Moreover, this seal could only last for 1,000 years. If they still could not find a way to break it after 1,000 years, the Een and heaven would still make a comeback and erupt again. We understand. Thank you for your help, Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign, stop this calamity from spreading again. These 1,000 years are enough for us. We will definitely find a way to break it in these 1,000 years. We will not let your efforts go to waste. Soon, everyone reacted. They knew that the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign might have done his best, so they immediately cupped their hands and thanked him. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's figure returned to its original appearance. His originally thin face was now a little pale and weak. It was as if sealing the Een and heaven in front of him had consumed a lot of his energy. He waved his hand and said, "Fortunately, the upper realm is about to undergo a drastic change, and many opportunities have arrived. No one knows what will happen in these 1,000 years." The Een and fog retreated, and the vast territory in front of them finally appeared in front of the world, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. As far as the eye could see, it was a dilapidated land filled with billowing murderous aura and death aura. Many terrifying rifts lay across it. Stars had fallen, and it was a scene of devastation. It was like an abandoned ancient universe, incomplete and dead. The calamity of the Een and heaven has finally stopped. Although it's only been 1,000 years, it's enough. An older generation cultivator who had rushed over said with a complicated expression. He sighed with emotion and heaved a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Heavenly Sovereign, for helping to resolve this calamity for the common people. Many divine rainbows also rushed over from other places. When they saw the shocking scene in front of them, they cupped their hands and thanked the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's face was slightly weak. He gently waved his hand and said, "It's a pity that it can't be completely resolved." After saying that, he did not stay for long. The void in front of him blurred, and a passage appeared. His figure stepped into it and quickly disappeared. When everyone saw this scene, they felt a strong sense of admiration in their hearts. This was a true virtuous person. He did not ask for anything in return and sought peace for the common people. As expected of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. This great kindness is just like young Master Xianxia's. Many people discussed animatedly and quickly passed the news back to the orthodoxies behind them. What happened today quickly spread, as if it had grown wings, causing a huge earthquake. The calamity of the end heaven that had swept across the upper realm for several years was finally sealed. Countless cultivators were pleasantly surprised and cheered. They even built temples and statues for the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign and worshipped him day and night. Many orthodoxies also sent their people to thank the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign with many gifts. After all, they heard that he had consumed a lot of energy in order to seal the end heaven. They wanted to get acquainted with him and get a good impression of him. Naturally, Xianxia was also the first to hear the news. In his opinion, the so-called sealing for 1,000 years was just a small trick of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. He had a way to completely resolve this calamity of the end heaven. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's statement was not just an excuse. At the end of the day, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was too cunning. He wanted Yi Shiwen to trust him on one hand, but he also wanted Yi Shiwen to lower his guard on the other hand. Still pretending to consume a lot of energy. Isn't this how you always do things? Xianxia smiled faintly, then crushed a jade scroll in his hand, turning it into dust that filled the air. The golden cicada Buddhist child had already left the divine city and was on his way back to Buddha Mountain. Although he was protected by an enlightened one, ancient Buddha Xianxia was not there. He was still in the divine city, as if he wanted to ask the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign about something. Could he still be considered safe without an enlightened one protecting him? After all, Xianxia did not intend to let him off so easily for backstabbing him in the central Great Hall. He also did not intend to send Da or Er to deal with the golden cicada Buddhist child. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, but it was not necessary to use the dragon-slaying sword. It should be enough to deal with the golden cicada Buddhist child and 3 enlightened one puppets. Xianxia quickly passed down the order and sent out 3 enlightened one darkness enlightened one. The dark heavenly court had appeared not long ago, but it already had a dozen or so enlightened one. It was more than enough to kill the sect leader of an imperishable sect, let alone a young supremacy. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party did not carry an immortal artifact. Of course, to ensure that nothing went wrong, Xianxia also gave them a forbidden secret artifact. After sending out the 3 enlightened one darkness enlightened one, Xianxia did not stop there. He sent a message to Lan Yifei, the Taoist of the Immortal Alliance, telling him to find an opportunity to act. There were many young supremacies in the divine city. How could there be no excitement at a time like this? Xianxia did not mind making this situation even more chaotic. But then, an unexpected figure suddenly came to visit, which made Xianxia a little surprised. Who did he choose this time? At the same time, on the other side of the divine city, Lan Yifei received the news very quickly. He looked at the jade scroll in his hand with a complicated expression, then gently crushed it. He did not dare to disobey Xianxia's orders. He had thought that golden cicada Buddhist child would take out some important evidence to reveal the truth that Xianxia was the true inheritor of the demonic arts. Unfortunately, he was one step behind. Xianxia already had a plan. Even ancient Buddha Xianxia could not tell whether Xianxia was telling the truth or not. The heavenly phoenix maiden, 6-crown king. These are not easy to deal with. Looks like I have to start with the other prodigies. Lan Yifei sighed softly, then turned and left the courtyard, quickly disappearing from the divine city. Buddha's child, ancient Buddha said that the journey back to Buddha Mountain will not be smooth. He wants us to go back with you and protect you on the way. Dazzling light shone in the northwest of the divine city, and the aura of space permeated the air. A teleportation array sat there, filled with dense spirit chi. Vast waves of energy came from it, as if it was connected to another boundless starry sky. A group of monks with profound auras followed behind golden cicada Buddhist child, putting their palms together as they explained. Golden cicada Buddhist child nodded. Ancient Buddha told me about this. I will be careful. I will have to trouble you, Uncle Masters. As he spoke, his hand, which was hidden under his monk robe, was holding a relic that was emitting a dense brilliance. This was a forbidden artifact that ancient Buddha Xianxia had given him. It contained a strand of ancient Buddha Xianxia's Dharma body and was extremely powerful. After all, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child was Buddha Mountain's future hope. Ancient Buddha Xianxia had predicted that he would be in great danger this time, so he wanted Golden Cicada Buddhist Child to return to Buddha Mountain and be grounded for several years. The journey back to Buddha Mountain was not safe, and no one knew what would happen. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child felt uneasy. He had a feeling that Guchanga would not let him off so easily. In the central Great Hall, he had questioned Guchanga and even provoked him in public. Based on Guchanga's character in the past, she would never let him off so easily. I hope that Guchanga is not that bold. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child closed his eyes. Wisps of light flashed through them. He was not as calm as he looked. Buzz, soon, the teleportation array was activated. Light flashed, and spatial energy waves spread. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child and the others stepped in. Their figures blurred and disappeared. This large-scale teleportation array could cross many star regions. In an instant, they had crossed hundreds of millions of miles. It was as if they were traveling through a universe tunnel. Boom, however, in the middle of the teleportation, a terrifying wave came from the void. It was as if someone was forcibly tearing the tunnel open. The violent wave caused Golden Cicada Buddhist Child and the others' expressions to change drastically. Oh no! Someone is forcibly destroying the space tunnel, protect the Buddhist Child. A tall and sturdy monk spoke, his expression serious. He was a supreme being realm cultivator. However, before he could finish speaking, the void in front of him suddenly collapsed. Then, cracks spread all over and exploded like a broken mirror. The aura that escaped was terrifying and overwhelming. It swept out in all directions like a wave. The rules were broken, and order was eliminated. Then, a large black hand pierced through the sky and tore through the void. It carried a powerful aura as if it could easily destroy the sun, the moon, and the stars. Poof, the monk who had just spoken did not even have time to react. He was smashed into a bloody mist by the large black hand. His body and soul were destroyed. Oh no, this is the attack of a Tao Enlightened One. The other monks' expressions changed drastically. They activated their Buddhist treasures. Their bodies emitted Buddhist light to resist the attack. However, their cultivation was far from that level. The Buddhist light around them was instantly shattered. Just a wisp of aura swept past them. They coughed up blood and exploded. They were directly buried in the void. Not even their bones were left. Among them, the two with the highest cultivation were barely alive. However, their injuries were serious and they were on the verge of death. I have orders to take your life. The large black hand tore through the void tunnel. The figure behind it descended and spoke coldly. His entire body was shrouded in black mist, making it difficult to see clearly. And there were a total of 3 such figures. They were like majestic and terrifying demonic mountains that stood in this starry sky, giving people a great sense of pressure that was simply suffocating. The killing intent was overwhelming. 3 Tao Enlightened Ones. Golden Cicada Buddhist Child's calm expression was no longer. There was a hint of discomfort. Blue veins popped out on his palms under his robe. He knew that Guchanga would definitely not let him go. However, he did not expect that Guchanga would be so crazy as to send Tao Enlightened Ones to kill him. Moreover, there were 3 Tao Enlightened Ones. How did he do it? How did he have so many subordinates? Facing this scene, even the sect leader of a large sect would feel despair. The 3 black-robed enlightened beings stood in the starry sky. Their aura swept over like angry waves, suppressing the sky to the brink of collapse. This was a despairing scene. Any cultivator would tremble in fear. Who wants to kill the bodhisattva like this? They actually sent out 3 Tao masters. Who else in the current upper realm would have such a terrifying hand? The 2 monks who were lucky enough to survive looked at this scene, their faces full of fear and despair. At this time, even if the leader of Buddha Mountain appeared, he would most likely be dead. The auras of the 3 enlightened beings were enough to suppress any cultivator. You were sent by Guchanga, right? Golden Cicada forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice. At this moment, he felt like his body was about to explode. Every inch of his skin seemed to be cracking and bleeding. His spirit flame flickered and was about to be extinguished. Other than Guchanga, he could not think of anyone else who would do this to him. However, the golden cicada Arhat couldn't figure out how Guchanga was able to send 3 enlightened masters. Judging from their auras, these 3 people did not seem like the patriarchs of the Longevity Gu clan. Instead, they seemed like the people from the dark heavenly court who had caused a commotion a while ago. Hearing this, the 3 black-robed enlightened beings only looked at him coldly. They did not say a word, as if they were looking at a dead man. Boom! One of them did not waste time talking. His aura enveloped the entire sky. A huge hand fell from the sky like a terrifying continent wrapped in rules and order chains, destroying everything. The vast waves made it seem like the sky and earth were about to collapse. The entire world sank into darkness. Bodhisattva, leave quickly. You can't die here. At this moment, a shout came from the void. An ancient monk with dazzling Buddhist light appeared, displaying his quasi-emperor cultivation. A 10,000-foot-tall Buddha shadow appeared behind him. His Buddhist voice spread like ripples, wanting to block the palm for Golden Cicada Bodhisattva. Without a doubt, he was Golden Cicada Bodhisattva's secret protector. After witnessing everything from the beginning to the end, he chose to risk his life and fight for a chance for the Golden Cicada Buddha child to escape. However, in the face of a true Tao, the cultivation of a quasi-emperor was still far from enough. In that instant, he couldn't endure that type of matchless aura, spitting out blood. His entire body broke apart like porcelain, his body exploding. Countless patterns covered his body, dyed red by blood. He's just an ant. How dare he try to save him? The Tao attainment expert who attacked said coldly. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. When this palm descended, it directly covered the ancient monk in front of him. With a pu sound, it caused him to explode, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He followed in the footsteps of the monks from before, his body and soul destroyed. He didn't have the slightest bit of strength to resist. All the rules and orders were being destroyed, splitting into ashes that filled the sky. Although a quasi-emperor and a Tao enlightened cultivator were one step apart, the difference in cultivation was like a heavenly moat. One was on earth and the other was in heaven, there was no comparison. It seems that Guchanga is really capable of treating this little monk like this. He will suffer retribution sooner or later. Seeing this scene in front of him, even the Golden Cicada Buddha, who was usually calm and collected, felt extremely indignant. He gritted his teeth and growled, his heart filled with despair. He was very sure that all this was done by the experts sent by Guchanga. Many of the monks in charge of protecting him had died tragically here. Their corpses were never recovered, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. 3 black-robed Tao attainments experts stood guard in all directions. Even a fly would not be able to escape, let alone the Golden Cicada Buddha. This grudge was absolutely irreconcilable. However, he also knew that it was likely that he would not be able to escape death today, let alone take revenge in the future. Ancient Buddha Xianxia's deduction was correct. He was indeed in great danger and had no chance of survival. Do you have any last words? This is what our master behind us wants to ask you. The black-robed Tao attainment expert looked at the Golden Cicada Buddha and said coldly. There was no trace of emotion in his voice. Haha, what a Guchanga. It seems that everyone in the upper domain has greatly underestimated you, even the dark heavenly court is related to you. As long as you are alive, there will be no peace in the upper domain. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada Buddha laughed bitterly. Now, he knew the truth. Guchanga's true identity was not as simple as being the inheritor of demonic techniques. As he spoke, the relic in his hand instantly exploded. This was the life-saving item that ancient Buddha Xianxia had given him. It contained a strand of his Dharma body. The moment the Sarira exploded, a towering Buddha shadow appeared. The vast Buddha voice reverberated and swept across all directions. How dare you be so presumptuous? In the next moment, an unparalleled ancient Buddha appeared. His white eyebrows reached his shoulders, and his expression was calm and serene. He held a purple gold alms bowl and shouted. It turned into a terrifying purple mountain and suppressed the 3 black-robed Tao attainments experts in front of him. When he saw the scene in front of him, he suddenly shouted angrily. His originally thin figure quickly expanded and turned into an angry Vajra. He wanted to subdue the demons. Although it was not ancient Buddha Xianxia's true body, There was a connection between this strand of Dharma body and his true body. 3 Dao attainments experts. You're really something. Ancient Buddha Xianxia glanced at the 3 black-robed Dao attainments experts in front of him. There was no longer any mercy on his face. He chose to attack directly. As a core figure of Buddha Mountain, his strength was naturally much stronger than ordinary Dao attainments experts. But now, he was only a strand of Dharma body. He was not his true body. Therefore, he could only try his best to take the golden cicada Buddha child away from this place. Master, you expected this. Facing ancient Buddha Xianxia, the 3 black-robed Dao attainments experts were still cold and emotionless. It was as if they had already expected this. One of them even took out an ancient mirror that was mottled with rust. The edges of the mirror were stained with multicolored blood, and wisps of black mist lingered around it. The ancient mirror emitted billions of rays of light that fell into the void. The brilliance was dazzling, and the rules and order intertwined like a vast ocean. Xianxia had expected that ancient Buddha Xianxia would give the golden cicada Buddha child a life-saving item. That was why he gave the 3 of them this forbidden artifact. This was a killing artifact that Xianxia had obtained when he destroyed hell. It was cursed. Some of the bloodstains on it might even have come from real immortals. Buzz, the ancient mirror floated in the sky. Shrouded in black fog, it became crystal clear. Wisps of light fell, as heavy as chaotic chi, crushing the void. In the next instant, terrifying waves of battle erupted. It was as if the world had been turned upside down. The stars in the surrounding star region trembled and collapsed, exploding into dust. The golden cicada Buddha child was in despair. He had thought that by using the secret artifact given by ancient Buddha Xianxia, he would have a chance of survival. But since Xianxia had decided to kill him, he would not give him any chance to escape. At this time, Xianxia, who was far away in the divine city, was drinking wine and talking to an unexpected person. The heavenly bull demon king was tall and had no white beard. He wore ancient human clothes and had a shocking aura. He was like a furnace that walked in the human world. He had brought many demons from the demon mountain to visit. Now, he was talking to Xianxia in the courtyard. This is the message that the Lord of the Demon Mountain asked me to pass to young Lord Xianxia. The heavenly bull demon king cupped his hands and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. As someone who was comparable to the one-eyed Taoist, the heavenly maiden Jin Yang, and ancient Buddha Xianxia, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Xianxia. At this time only he knew how uneasy he was. His back was covered in cold sweat. He just wanted to leave this courtyard as soon as possible. If not for red-robed devil Chan Hong's order, he would not have been able to pass the message to Xianxia. He definitely did not want to be alone with Xianxia. That formless pressure was like an invisible hand that was strangling his throat, causing him to almost suffocate. A supreme figure from the taboo era was right in front of him. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm. I know. Sorry to trouble you, Demon King. Xianxia put down his wine cup and smiled. Then, he said with interest, but, why are you afraid of me? The heavenly bull demon king's expression changed slightly. Small beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In front of others, he was cold and emotionless. He regarded everyone as ants and would not speak easily. But today, he wasn't the only one who noticed it. Even the many great demons behind him noticed his abnormality. He was indeed afraid of Xianxia. Did Chan Hongyi say something to you? Seeing that the heavenly bull demon king did not speak, Xianxia did not mind. He smiled faintly and took out an invitation card that he had prepared long ago. He knew that the heavenly bull demon king's ancestor was related to the Forbidden Era. But he also knew that the heavenly bull demon king's ancestor had seen the true appearance of the demon lord and left behind a painting. That was why Xianxia guessed so. Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to hand this invitation to her, Monster King, he continued. In Xianxia's opinion, this so-called engagement card would be sent to the Demon Mountain sooner or later. But he was a little surprised that Chan Hongyi would take the initiative to send someone to ask for it. From Suqingga, Xianxia learned that Chan Hongyi might make a move on his and Yu Mingkong's wedding day. As for what she would do, Xianxia could not guess now. He only thought of a few countermeasures. Yes, I will not disappoint young Master Xianxia. Then, I will take my leave first. The Heavenly Bull Demon King did not dare to say more. After receiving the invitation card from Xianxia, he planned to get up and leave. He was worried that if he continued to stay here, Xianxia would find out something. His ancestor was too far away from the present day. Some things had long been cut off from the long river of history and became a taboo that could not be talked about. Moreover, if Xianxia found out that he had guessed his identity, what would the consequences be? However, just as the Heavenly Bull Demon King was about to leave the courtyard, boom! A terrifying wave suddenly came from a Buddhist pagoda in the west. All the cultivators and living beings in the divine city felt the suffocating wave and their expressions changed drastically. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. He had expected it. But the smile disappeared quickly. He seemed to be surprised. This direction seems to be where the people of Buddha Mountain are temporarily staying? This is, ancient Buddha Xianxia is angry? The Heavenly Bull Demon King frowned and looked in the direction of the Buddhist pagoda. He saw a white-browed ancient Buddha standing in the void, his body emitting infinite Buddhist light, but his expression was angry, like an angry Vajra. What is going on? Why is ancient Buddha Xianxia acting like this? Did something big happen? Many cultivators reacted and were extremely shocked. They hurriedly flew into the sky and rushed in that direction. The enlightened masters of various orthodoxies also appeared. They were shocked and puzzled as they rushed in that direction. What made ancient Buddha Xianxia so angry? The one-eyed Taoist, the heavenly maiden Xianxia, and other powerful figures who were still in the divine city also appeared in the sky. They looked at ancient Buddha Xianxia with puzzled expressions. They were very fast and rushed to the Buddhist pagoda in an instant, intending to ask about it. Xianxia naturally knew why ancient Buddha Xianxia was angry. But at this time, he still wanted to join in the fun. After all, no one had evidence to prove that he was the one who attacked Golden Cicada Buddha. Seeing Xianxia rush over, the Heavenly Bull Demon King hesitated for a moment before following him. Ancient Buddha Xianxia, why are you angry? There were many pagodas and temples in Buddha Mountain's encampment. Divine rainbows rushed over from all over the sky. They were all important figures from various orthodoxies. Seeing this, they could not help but ask in confusion. Ancient Buddha Xianxia stood in the void. His hair and beard were fluttering, and he no longer looked as benevolent as before. His eyes were filled with rage. Many terrifying scenes appeared, making people tremble. Usually, he was kind and peaceful. But when he was angry, he was like a Vajra that could kill everything. Golden Cicada Buddha was killed on his way back to Buddha Mountain. He said in a deep voice with murderous intent. His voice was cold as if it came from the depths of hell. Especially when the other party completely destroyed a strand of his Dharma law body. No matter how he deduced, he could not deduce who did it. Once the Dharma law body was destroyed, he had no idea what happened. He could only sense that Golden Cicada Buddha's life token was destroyed. Logically speaking, Buddha Mountain had no enemies since it existed. Who would attack Golden Cicada Buddha for no reason? Previously, he had a premonition that Golden Cicada Buddha would most likely die on his way back to Buddha Mountain. However, he did not expect that it would be so dangerous. He had already given him a protective secret treasure, but it was useless. The other monks of Buddha Mountain who were accompanying him also died. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. What? Golden Cicada Buddha was killed? How is that possible? Who would be so bold at this time? Isn't this provoking Buddha Mountain? Hearing this, everyone who rushed over was stunned. The one-eyed Taoist and the heavenly maiden Xianxia also frowned. Jiang Luoshan, the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned king, and the others who came with their elders almost thought that they had heard wrongly. Not long ago, they had seen Golden Cicada Buddha in the central Great Hall. However, in the blink of an eye, he was killed on his way back to Buddha Mountain. All of this happened too quickly. It was like a dream. Who has a grudge against Golden Cicada Buddha? Who would choose to kill him at this time? This doubt appeared in everyone's minds. Then, almost at the same time, they thought of a figure and could not help but shiver. Ancient Buddha Instant's face was also as cold as water. He instantly thought of a certain person and slowly withdrew his killing intent. After all, Golden Cicada Buddha had provoked and questioned the other party in the central Great Hall and formed a grudge. At this moment, a figure quickly descended from a short distance away. He was wearing a black robe. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome and elegant. He was extraordinary. It was Xianxia. "May I know what has alarmed the ancient Buddha and made you so angry?" he asked with a slightly surprised expression, as if he didn't know what was going on. "Because. Why is the ancient Buddha so angry?" Xianxia asked with a look of surprise and confusion. It seemed that she did not know what had happened when she came here. The other overlords who had arrived first also looked at him with different expressions. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were interested. All in all, it was very complicated. Many people thought that no one in the huge divine city had a grudge against Golden Cicada Buddha except for Xianxia. Now that Golden Cicada Buddha had been killed, Xianxia was naturally the most suspicious person. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King and the other young overlords frowned. They thought that Xianxia was hiding a knife behind his smile and was here to watch the show. However, they didn't have any evidence to prove that Xianxia had killed Golden Cicada Buddha. Of course, Xianxia couldn't have done it himself. After all, he was still here and hadn't left the divine city. "Young Master Xianxia, you don't know? Golden Cicada Buddha was killed on his way back to Buddha Mountain." An elder of the imperishable sect sighed and explained to Xianxia. After all, Golden Cicada Buddha was a giant figure of the younger generation and was going to take over Buddha Mountain in the future. He had died without knowing why. Buddha Mountain definitely wouldn't give up. They would find the real murderer. Xianxia was also stunned when he heard that. He was extremely shocked and surprised. Who would be so bold as to kill Golden Cicada Buddha in front of ancient Buddha? He frowned as if he couldn't believe it. The one-eyed Taoist, Heavenly Maiden Jean Yang and the others all looked on coldly. They didn't say anything when they saw Xianxia's expression. They couldn't be sure that Xianxia was the culprit behind all this. According to logic, Moment Ancient Buddha would have given Gold Cicada Buddha a life-saving item. He wanted to kill him while Moment Ancient Buddha could sense him. At the very least, it had to be a person who had attained the Tao, or a terrifying existence whose cultivation was above it. Ancient Buddha Moment looked at Xianxia expressionlessly. "I would like to ask, young Master Xianxia, where were you before and just now?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "I have been in the Divine City during this period of time. I was just talking to Senior Heavenly Bull Demon King. Does ancient Buddha suspect that I am the one who sent someone to kill Golden Cicada Buddha?" While he was explaining, the Heavenly Bull Demon King had also arrived with a large group of great demons. Actually, there was no need for Xianxia to say anything. Many people in the Divine City already knew about this. After all, when the Heavenly Bull Demon King left his temporary residence and went to Xianxia's courtyard, he did not hide his tracks. The one-eyed Taoist, the Heavenly Maiden Jean Yang, and the others all had terrifying senses and were naturally aware of all this. As for what the Heavenly Bull Demon Monarch and Xianxia discussed, it was not something they could find out. It's not that I want to be so suspicious. It's just that other than young Master Xianxia, I can't think of anyone else who would attack Golden Cicada. Ancient Buddha Moment was still expressionless. He was not at all relieved by Xianxia's explanation. Xianxia only smiled faintly. "Since everyone thinks that I am the one who killed Golden Cicada Buddha, have you ever thought that I would be so stupid as to take such a huge risk and be suspected of killing Golden Cicada Buddha? In my opinion, this is nothing more than an evil person trying to frame me." He said it very simply and calmly. His expression was calm and there was nothing strange about it. When he said that, many people's expressions changed for a moment. They felt that it made sense. It was indeed so. From Xianxia's way of doing things, he did not seem like such a stupid person. If he had a grudge against Golden Cicada Buddha, why not wait until the right time to act? Why did he have to do it now? Everyone knew that he had a grudge against Golden Cicada Buddha, but he still attacked at the first opportunity. Wouldn't that make it difficult for him to clear his name? At this time, he would not be able to explain himself no matter what he did. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, and the others who knew Xianxia well also felt that this was not Xianxia's doing. It was more like someone did it on purpose to confuse the public and put the blame on Xianxia. If you put it that way, it does sound like a sinister plot. Even if young Master Xianxia has a grudge against Golden Cicada Buddha, he wouldn't kill him at such a critical time, right? After all, if something happened to Golden Cicada Buddha, many people would suspect young Master Xianxia immediately. Many elders and older generation figures nodded in agreement. They felt that Xianxia's words made sense. Ancient Buddha Xianxia also understood that Xianxia's explanation made sense. However, these words were not enough to clear Xianxia's name. Young Master Xianxia can't prove that you didn't send someone to kill Golden Cicada Buddha. Ancient Buddha Xianxia's expression darkened. Xianxia seemed to have expected him to say this. He just smiled and said, "Then the ancient Buddha naturally has no evidence to prove that I was the one who sent the experts to kill the Golden Cicada Buddha, right?" Ancient Buddha Xianxia fell silent. Although he was proficient in the Tao of Destiny, he could not deduce anything from Xianxia, let alone prove that Xianxia was the one who killed Golden Cicada Buddha. From the looks of it, this matter could only be dropped for now. There was no concrete evidence. Ancient Buddha Xianxia did not dare to make a move against Xianxia. The consequences were not something he could bear. However, if he dropped the matter, he did not know if he could find the real culprit. Ancient Buddha, it seems that you have thought it through. In my opinion, the most important thing now is to go to the place where Golden Cicada Buddha was killed and see if we can find any clues. If you search aimlessly like this, you will only let the real culprit escape, Yao Yao. Of course, if you still think that I am the most suspicious, you can come to me for confirmation if there is anything wrong. Xianxia said with a smile. Ancient Buddha Xianxia remained silent. He did not doubt his words again. He did not linger and turn to leave. The crowd did not know what to say. They were here to find out the real reason for Ancient Buddha Xianxia's anger. As for whether or not Golden Cicada Buddha was killed by Xianxia's people, it was not a problem they cared about. If we don't get rid of him, there will be no more peace in the upper world. The one-eyed Taoist looked at Xianxia's disappearing figure. His eyes darkened. He was at least 70% sure that it was Xianxia who killed Golden Cicada Buddha. Moreover, Xianxia was so calm. He even appeared in front of Ancient Buddha Xianxia. This alone was enough to dispel the doubts in many people's hearts. Who would dare to do that? Soon, the news of Golden Cicada Buddha's death spread like wildfire in the Divine City. At first, many people suspected that it was Xianxia who did it. However, when they thought of his calm appearance, they felt that it was like the rumors about the inheritor of demonic arts. Someone was deliberately framing Xianxia. As a result, many cultivators began to cry out for Xianxia. They wanted to clear his name. The Buddha's body was not yet cold, but there was no trace of him at the place where he died. The entire Buddha mountain was furious. They began to search everywhere for the culprit. During this period of time, another incident happened in the Divine City. It could be considered a major incident, but it could also be considered a major one. A young supreme being was killed by the inheritor of demonic arts. His origin was stolen. His body was only found the next day in the courtyard by his subordinates. When this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked and could not believe it. There were many masters in the Divine City. There were even a few powerful figures in the city. Where did the inheritor of the demonic arts get the courage to kill the young supreme master in front of everyone? Moreover, no one noticed it. Immediately, all kinds of rumors spread. Everyone searched everywhere. They suspected that the inheritor of demonic arts was among the younger generation in the Divine City. They wanted to find the true inheritor of demonic arts. The 4 majestic city gates of the Divine City were immediately sealed. All cultivators were forbidden from going out. It could be said that the slightest sound made them panic. Of course, in the end, they still found nothing. Even a powerful figure was mobilized. He used his powerful divine sense to sweep through the entire Divine City. However, he still did not find anything. Even though the young supreme being who died could not compare to 6-crowned king, heavenly phoenix maiden, and the others, he was still an expert among the younger generation. He had a special constitution. After this happened, many young geniuses were like birds startled by the twang of a bow, feeling even more fear towards the inheritor of demonic arts. In front of so many ancient existences, the other party dared to hunt them down in such an unbridled manner. How could they feel at ease? Gu Chang'e arranged for Lani Fei to make a move again? What is this fella's goal? With his cultivation, he clearly does not need the origin of those geniuses. Gu Xian'er still had not left the divine city. She naturally also received this news. She was even more puzzled. Previously, she wanted to ask Gu Chang'e the reason for doing this. However, she thought that Gu Chang'e should have other plans or goals. However, now that she thought about it, it seemed that he was purely trying to mislead the public and divert the attention of the people in the upper realm from him to the inheritor of demonic arts. These actions gradually matched with the future scene she saw in the rebirth lake, which made Gu Xian'er a little worried. After the matter of the Yinan sky is settled, the upper realm should be peaceful for a while, right? On the other side, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign, who had solved the problem of the Yinan sky, also returned to the divine city. He came to find Gu Chang'e with the intention of taking credit. He wanted to gain more trust from Gu Chang'e. As Gu Chang'e's master, his personality was actually quite similar to Gu Chang'e in some aspects. For example, he would do anything to achieve his goal. Thank you for taking action, master. This is natural. Now, the prestige of the two of us in the upper realm has risen to another level. When the time comes, we can raise the banner of justice high. With a wave of our arms, the 8 wastelands will respond and push the mountains and overturn the seas. Gu Chang'e was leisurely watering the flowers in the courtyard. When he heard this, he smiled and said according to the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's intention. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was wearing a wide robe. He had a sage-like demeanor. He smiled and stroked his beard. I really didn't expect to meet such a satisfactory disciple like you after so many eras. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and showed a gratified and satisfied expression. Then, he shook his head regretfully. Speaking of which, other than leaving behind the token of inheritance, I haven't taught you anything. I haven't even personally imparted Taoist techniques to you. I'm really ashamed to say this. Although we are master and disciple in name, we are not master and disciple. I haven't brought you to my dojo. The many jade slips, immortal insights, and ancient treasures that I obtained back then were actually left in the dojo. I didn't bring them with me. He was rather regretful, as if he was disappointed that he had not fulfilled his duty as a master. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he laughed faintly in his heart. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, he still showed a look of surprise on his face. Master, you still have a dojo? Your disciple thought that you had been sleeping somewhere for so many eras, and not cultivating. He had been interested in the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's secret for a long time, but he was worried that he would alert the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign too early, so he had not asked. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign nodded. For such a long time I would indeed be sleeping, but I would also meditate and cultivate like before in order to pursue a higher realm. The dojo is actually not far from here, but considering that your wedding date is approaching. He deliberately said that he had left a lot of good things in the dojo. This included the jade slips from ancient times, immortal insights, and so on. It was all to arouse Gu Chang'e's interest and lure him over. The longevity Gu family's foundation was too terrifying. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was not completely confident that he could make a move on Gu Chang'e in this universe without being detected by the longevity Gu family. That was why he had gradually gained Gu Chang'e's trust and planned to lure him away to another universe. Given Gu Chang'e's greedy personality, he would definitely be tempted to hear that there were many treasures and immortal inscriptions hidden in the dojo. Master, you're wrong. The wedding date is not urgent. In my opinion, the cultivation of a master and disciple is actually more important. Your disciple can afford to waste such a small amount of time. Gu Chang'e did not disappoint the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Yunyang interrupted him and revealed an interested look. Based on his understanding of Gu Chang'e during this period of time, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign also felt that he was not the kind of person who would place much importance on relationships. In his opinion, this marriage with the peerless immortal dynasty was most likely a choice made by Gu Chang'e to stabilize his power and influence. There were not many personal feelings mixed in. Disciple, I'm really gratified that you have such intentions. However, if you really plan to return to the dojo with me, you should first talk to the peerless immortal dynasty. Thinking of this, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign was gratified and showed a look of concern for Xianxia. In fact, he was worried that Xianxia would inform the peerless immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu family of his whereabouts. At that time, if an accident happened, these two forces would come looking for him. Of course, based on his understanding of Xianxia, it was unlikely that Xianxia would tell others such a thing with great fanfare. After all, this was related to his own dojo and contained many opportunities. Xianxia was so greedy, how could he tolerate this matter being leaked out? There's no need to inform them of such a small matter. In this regard, Xianxia naturally did not disappoint the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. He smiled and waved his hand. He did not intend to tell the peerless immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu family of this matter. Instead, he chose to hide his whereabouts. Indeed, the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara did not disappoint Xianxia. When he mentioned the dojo, Xianxia knew that he was going to lure him there. Therefore, what happened next was very simple. He just had to play dumb and follow the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's words. It just so happened that he was very interested in the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's secret. Attacking the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara in this universe would not only cause a huge commotion, but it might also cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. The ancient heavenly lord of Samsara wanted to find a remote place to deal with Xianxia, but Xianxia also wanted to find a place to get rid of the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara. It could be said that this was exactly what Xianxia wanted. After that, the two of them quickly set off from the divine city. They tore through this universe and rushed to a remote area. The territory of the upper realm was incomparably vast. Many of the imperishable orthodoxies were only established in the center of the upper realm. There were too many unknown dangers and great terrors in the borderlands. Moreover, resources were also extremely scarce. Therefore, the various orthodoxies were not very interested in the surrounding territories. They did not even send powerhouses to occupy them. In those areas, most of the bandits were active. They specialized in doing dark and dirty business. They either intercepted the caravans passing by or specifically targeted the cultivators who came to these areas to train. Of course, in these remote areas, most of the time, there were some spatial rifts that connected to other universes. If one wanted to cross those terrifying spatial rifts, they either had a tyrannical physical body or many protective artifacts that could withstand the spatial turbulence and all kinds of exploding nomological storms. Ordinary cultivators would not dare to do so, and it was even more impossible for those who had attained the Tao to take such a huge risk and rush to other universes. In other universes, they would sometimes encounter some hidden tribes with deep foundations that were not inferior to the imperishable orthodoxies. If a great war broke out in those universes, even those who had attained the Tao would be at risk of dying. Actually, I'm quite curious. Why is the dojo chosen so far away from the upper realm? With Xianxia and the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara's current cultivation, they naturally did not need to worry about the various dangers that they would encounter when tearing through the universe tunnel. Along the way, Xianxia could not help but ask with interest. 10 Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan thought that Xianxia was suspicious. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. The main reason is to avoid the central area of the upper realm. I'm worried that someone will find my training ground while I'm in seclusion and be harmed. There are many unforeseen accidents on the path of cultivation. Just like how I'm not sure if any of my enemies or old friends from the same generation as me are still alive today. If my enemy finds my dojo, won't it be very dangerous when I'm in seclusion? His explanation was reasonable. However, Xianxia obviously did not believe it. Along the way, the route that the two of them were taking was getting more and more remote. They had long deviated from the known territories of the upper realm. It was just like how the two of them were standing at the end of a dried-up universe, and boundless chaotic energy was surging over from the front. Many broken stars collided within, exploding into fine powder that filled the sky. Not much life force could be felt in this place, and there were no traces of life. However, the training ground that reincarnation Gu Tianzuan wanted to go to was still very far away from this place. He did not know how many universes he would have to pass through on the way. Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan definitely has a great conspiracy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen such a remote place. Those universes are probably even older and are completely isolated from the center of the upper realm. There's no possibility of them being connected at all. Guchanga narrowed his eyes as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, he had a bold guess. Could it be that reincarnation Gu Tianzuan used some ancient universes as his own back garden? In this way, apart from himself, no one else would be aware of it, nor would they notice it. In those back gardens, no one could stop reincarnation Gu Tianzuan from doing whatever he wanted. His strength was even more terrifying than that of a remnant immortal. The further a universe was from the center of the upper realm, the more fragmented the laws and order were. It was even more difficult to break through to a higher realm. In those universes, the birth of a Tao enlightened one might consume all the foundation and luck of that lifetime. If I were reincarnation Gu Tianzuan, I would indeed choose to do that. Through those universes, I would accumulate a foundation and luck for myself. Guchanga was suddenly enlightened. She suddenly understood. Although he did not know what method reincarnation Gu Tianzuan used to accumulate his foundation and luck, he could guess a little. In the next few days, reincarnation Gu Tianzuan was still traveling with Guchanga. They tore through various universes and secretly concealed their aura and traces. He was very cautious, worried that Guchanga would leave something behind that could be detected by the powerhouses of the longevity Gu family and come to investigate. In the end, the two of them continued to pass through several tattered and lifeless universes before finally ushering in a universe full of vitality. This universe was very vast and ancient. There were living beings and races in various star zones. However, Guchanga's spiritual force swept across and did not find the aura of a Tao enlightened one. He could not even feel the traces of a Tao enlightened one's existence. It seems that the foundation of these universes is not enough to support the birth of a Tao enlightened one. However, they might have been born before but were harvested by someone. Guchanga was a little thoughtful. He had always wanted to find a suitable ancient universe to plant the epic tree so that he could set a trap to kill the upper realm. He saw an opportunity in these ancient universes. Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan did not disappoint him. He wanted to kill reincarnation Gu Tianzuan more and more and explore the secrets he had been hiding. These universes are too far from the center of the upper realm. The Tao technique inheritance has even been cut off. The heaven and earth spirit chi is scarce, and the laws are broken. It's very difficult to produce a Tao enlightened one. Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan saw Guchanga sizing up this universe and thought that he was puzzled, so he could not help but explain. Of course, reincarnation Gu Tianzuan knew very well why this ancient universe had not produced a Tao enlightened one. After he set up the secret of immortal ascension, he had specially left a Tao La Dharma body behind that immortal door to harvest the Tao enlightened one's Tao fruits that had been born in these ancient universes for a long time. He definitely would not tell Guchanga this secret. This was because this involved the drastic changes in the upper realm's environment. After the path to immortal ascension appeared, he had an opportunity to become an immortal king. In reincarnation Gu Tianzuan's opinion, the origin ancestral artifact runes obtained after killing the 6 ancient ancestors in the terminating sky also involved a shocking secret. What a pity. It's difficult for such an ancient universe to produce a Tao enlightened one. However, if it accumulates for another 10 million years, perhaps 1 or 2 Tao enlightened ones could be born. When Guchanga heard that, he did not seem to notice reincarnation Gu Tianzuan's intention. He gently shook his head and felt that it was a pity. Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan nodded in agreement. That's true. It's just that the foundation can be accumulated to that extent. It doesn't mean that the living beings of this universe can really comprehend that realm. Guchanga said with a smile, I don't think Master will choose to establish the dojo here. Of course. Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan nodded and waved his sleeve. He continued to tear through the universe barrier and rushed to another universe. Along the way, the two of them saw more and more ancient universes. Every universe was full of vitality, but there was no aura of Tao enlightened ones overseeing them. Although there were traces of Tao enlightened ones in some ancient universes, they were about to dissipate. Even the emperor weapons left behind had their divinity dissipated and no longer had the power to alarm the universe. After Guchanga saw this with his own eyes, he became more and more aware of reincarnation Gu Tianzuan's true purpose. Presumably, the true Tao enlightened ones born in these universes had been killed by him, and even their traces had been completely erased. Boom, however, when the two of them passed through a certain universe, there was an earth-shattering and terrifying battle. The entire universe was swept away, and countless stars trembled. A vast army descended in all directions of the starry sky as if they were going to kill their way into a certain area. When reincarnation Gu Tianzuan sensed all this, his expression changed slightly. A hint of annoyance and regret flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. He didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would see this scene in front of him while he was on his way. Before this, he hadn't made any deductions and didn't realize that it was time to harvest this side of the universe. What seems to be happening here? Gu Chang'e came to a realization, but his face revealed a slightly puzzled and surprised expression. He stood at the edge of the universe and stopped to look. Reincarnation Gu Tianzuan shook his head expressionlessly. I'm not sure either. The universe in front of him was collapsing, and the laws and order were broken. Among them, shouts of killing shook the heavens, and battle intent surged into the clouds. Many supreme experts whose chi and blood tore through the sky let out desperate roars as they fought with an indescribable figure in an unknown dimension. Large numbers of figures fell and collapsed, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Kill! Kill this terrifying monster! They roared, releasing boundless light. The aura of Tao enlightened ones was undoubtedly displayed. This battle was too bitter. Under this tattered sky, Yi Zichen could only watch. All the experts and creatures were roaring, their bodies burning and surrounded by light. They illuminated the entire sky as they fought with the figure standing in an unknown dimension. However, that figure was too huge. Its entire body seemed to be forged from immortal gold as it stood at the end of the world. Golden light shone, its face was blurry, and its facial features could not be seen clearly. Only a pair of cold and emotionless eyes could be seen, emitting a coldness that looked down on all living things. It looked very similar to the human race, but it had 3 heads and 6 arms. Each head was different, like a dragon or a phoenix. Its 6 arms were long, and it held all kinds of heavenly weapons. It had long hair of all kinds of colors, making one's heart tremble. With just a single sweep, the entire universe was collapsing, and shattering into pieces. Countless experts roared as they collapsed and exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed, vanishing into thin air. Even so, there were still people who charged forward without a care for their lives. Even if they only caused a little damage to this terrifying monster, they did not hesitate. It was as if they only had the thought of destroying this terrifying monster in their hearts. The Tao enlightened ones at the front charged over with emperor weapons in their hands. However, before they could touch that terrifying monster, their bodies exploded. In terms of cultivation, they were actually only early-stage Tao enlightened ones. They were no match for this monster that was comparable to a ruined immortal. The gap between the two was too big. There was no possibility of resisting at all. So that's how it is. This monster is actually the guardian of the immortal gate. It devours the Tao enlightened ones of this universe as food. When did the secret of immortal ascension begin to circulate in these universes? Is the immortal path behind the immortal gate? 367 It's really a big lie, making everyone risk their lives to pursue the immortal path. Gu Chang'e watched this tragic battle with interest. Then, he scanned with his divine consciousness and instantly understood everything. Seeing this scene, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's expression did not change, as if he did not hear Gu Chang'e's words. He also knew that he could not stop Gu Chang'e from understanding the truth. After all, Gu Chang'e's strength had also reached this realm. As long as he used his divine consciousness to deduce and investigate these things, he would naturally understand everything. At this time, Gu Chang'e had discovered this secret, so there was naturally no need to hide it anymore. Disciple, there are many things that you don't need to know so much about, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign said faintly. Reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign said indifferently, no longer as kind as before, as if he was going to reveal his true intentions. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, Master, are you saying that you don't intend to continue bringing your disciple to the training hall at this time? What a pity. I wanted to see what treasures were hidden in Master's training ground. It seems that what you said before was just a pretense. You really have other plans. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he could hear the mockery in Guchanga's words. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have underestimated Guchanga. He did not realize that he had been scheming for a long time. Guchanga was far from being as greedy as he had thought. Or rather, he was far from being as simple as he had thought. Along the way, if he had not exposed the lie of the immortal sect, he was afraid that he would have been kept in the dark by Guchanga. He would not have known that Guchanga had been playing along with him. Suddenly, the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign felt a chill run down his spine. From the beginning, Guchanga had deliberately cooperated with him when he had sensed that there was a problem with the origin ancestral artifact runes of the Enan sky. Didn't that mean that he had been schemed against by Guchanga since then? Had he been used as a tool by Guchanga all this time? Had he made an appearance in the Divine City to accumulate prestige for Guchanga? Had he helped him solve the calamity of the Enan sky? You are really worthy of being my good disciple. You have been scheming against me from the beginning. The reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's expression was a little ugly. Master, you seem to have realized it too late. However, I am very grateful to you for solving so many things for me and even bringing me all the way here. Guchanga smiled faintly. He had originally planned to wait for the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign to take the initiative to give himself away. In other words, he would only reveal his intentions when he took the initiative to make a move. However, it was not too early now. This place was extremely far from the center of the upper realm, and there were many dry universes in between. The fall of the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign would not cause any waves or suspicion. I'm afraid I'll continue to be kept in the dark by you and be used by you. How dare you? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? After hearing this, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's expression turned incomparably cold. There was no emotion on his face. Many terrifying scenes appeared in the depths of his eyes, causing the surrounding star domain to begin to collapse. He was extremely furious and attacked without mercy. He decided to kill Guchanga in this universe. Rumble, the entire universe trembled, and the entire universe was about to be broken through. Boundless pressure came crashing down like the might of the heavens, enough to destroy everything. The entire universe cracked under this power, and large spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Endless astral winds and chaotic chi blew over from afar, turning into a storm that destroyed the world. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with Guchanga, he no longer hid his intentions at this time. Killing intent was revealed, turning into tangible darkness divine weapons. They released Xingxing sounds, piercing through this cosmos. Master, why do you have to do this? Why do we have to fight each other? Guchanga smiled faintly and stretched out his hand. The void in front of him began to split open, and a terrifying black hole that was like a boundless starry sky appeared, devouring all the light and order in this world. At this time, he naturally wanted to kill the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord and replace him. Moreover, in Guchanga's opinion, this place was just right to bury the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. I want to see what kind of ability you have to be so infatuated and bold as to scheme against me. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's face was as calm as water. His Taoist robe shone, and great Tao runes flew out, transforming into all kinds of heavenly weapons. There was the dark heavenly blade, the golden ancient bell, the purple copper emperor bell. These were all divine weapons that had appeared in the legends. They were not phantoms. Instead, they seemed to have been condensed and summoned. They possessed vast and terrifying power. Every heavenly weapon erupted with endless light like scorching suns. Their power was vast and unfathomable as they constantly bloomed and rushed toward Guchanga. In addition, an incomparably terrifying black and white millstone appeared behind the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. Dense aura of life and death interweaved and pervaded the air. Expanse after expanse of broken time fragments fluttered about in the surroundings, crushing downwards with rumbling sounds, causing the entire universe to continuously explode, unable to endure this type of aura. This was the great millstone of life and death. It possessed the power of reincarnation. Just a strand of its aura contained the power to destroy the world. One had to admit that as a character from the mythological era, Samsara. Ancient heavenly sovereign still had terrifying means even in this era. No one who had achieved the Tao would be able to endure under his current methods. They would be pierced through, their body and soul destroyed. Even a true incomplete immortal would not be a match for him. You severed yourself from the true immortal realm. That is why you are much stronger than a ruined immortal. Xianxia saw through the samsara ancient heavenly venerate's real situation. Black and white colors also circulated in his eyes. He could clearly see the immortal Tao laws appearing around samsara ancient heavenly venerate. Although they weren't complete, they were real. These immortal Tao laws were incomparably condensed. They transformed into blades and heavenly swords that slashed at him from all directions. They were extremely powerful. Those below the immortal Tao were all ants. Even those who had achieved the Tao were only slightly bigger ants. So what if you can see through it? It's just the immortal Tao. So what if I destroy it? You will never be able to come into contact with my pursuit. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign sneered. His attacks became even more fierce, and the great millstone of life and death continued to descend. At the same time, he took out a damaged flag. It instantly expanded with a boom, covering the sky and the sun, enveloping this universe. A vast and ancient aura of iron and blood immediately came from it. The flag was damaged, and there were even holes in some places. It was stained with 5-colored blood. Even now, it hadn't dried up yet. It could be seen that the stars in the heavens were circulating within the flag, forming a world of their own. It was endless and terrifying. The 5-colored blood was terrifying to the extreme, reflecting the universe in the heavens. Just a strand of aura that spread out caused the universe to explode. Chaotic energy rushed to the desolate universe. The Iron Blood War flag was once stained with the blood of an immortal king. You should be honored to use it to destroy you. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's eyes were cold. At this moment, he had already regarded Xianxia as a dead man. He had many treasures on him, although he couldn't unleash their true power. But in his opinion, killing Xianxia was definitely more than enough. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he was only a junior after all. How could his foundation be compared to his? Moreover, in terms of methods, he believed that he was far superior to Xianxia. A war flag stained with the blood of an immortal king. Unfortunately, time has already rotted it. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. His expression didn't change. Black great Tao runes floated up and down like a blazing dark sea. They suddenly swept forward and turned into a dark immortal furnace. Blazing dark divine fire rushed out from it, resisting the pressure of the Iron Blood War flag. Although his cultivation was indeed inferior to Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign, in terms of strength, Xianxia didn't think that there was anyone in the upper realm who could be his match. Although it's rotted, it's enough to kill you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the origin runes that you obtained in the unending sky, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign waved the Iron Blood War flag and the reincarnation millstone above his head as he quickly charged toward Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and raised his palm to meet the attack. Endless rules and order surrounded him like an ocean, directly resisting the Iron Blood War flag and releasing a terrifying aura that shook the long river of time. Boom, the shockwaves from the battle between the two had already broken through this universe and swept through many of the surrounding worlds. Space exploded and the universe collapsed. All the cultivators who had worked together to resist the immortal sect monster couldn't help but tremble in fear. They felt that their souls were about to freeze. This kind of aura was far beyond their imagination. Even the monster in the immortal sect was far from comparable. At this moment, they even felt that a true immortal had descended. What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel that there are supreme beings fighting there? To think that even the legendary river of time has manifested, they trembled and knelt down. Their divine souls trembled in fear. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had already fought outside the universe. Their figures were blurry as if they were fighting in the long river of time. They were surrounded by nothingness and a sea of chaos. Rules and order surged and Tao fragments danced in the air. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Actually, I also want to know what other secrets you have. Apart from raising these cultivators for you to devour, what other plans do you have? Where are the Tao fruits you've been accumulating all this time? Xianxia smiled faintly and then punched out. Golden light surged and filled the space, colliding with Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign. Vast waves of energy bloomed like suns exploding. Endless Taichu divine light spread around him like 3,000 ancient worlds floating. It was blurry and supreme. The silver light was dazzling and shook out a vast power, obliterating all the attacks in front of him. Rumble, it was as if the power of the entire universe was pressing down. It was terrifying and vast to the extreme. Even the chaotic chi exploded. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His arm that collided with Guchanga showed signs of spasms and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Blood splattered and dyed his Taoist robe red. His expression gradually turned ugly. He didn't expect that even the iron-blooded battle flag stained with the blood of an immortal king couldn't do anything to Guchanga. Although the iron-blooded battle flag couldn't display 1/10,000th of its divine power due to the environment, it was still not something that a cultivator could contend against. There seemed to be an invisible field around Guchanga that could devour all the attacks aimed at him. It was as if he was immune to all the laws in the world. "Where did you come from? Are you just testing me?" At this moment, Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign finally sensed that something was wrong and shouted in a low voice. Unless he truly unleashed his immortal Tao techniques, he absolutely couldn't do anything to Guchanga. Their strength in this aspect had completely reached a kind of pinnacle. Moreover, he felt that Guchanga seemed to be testing his methods and didn't reveal his true trump card. That sense of uneasiness suddenly swept over and began to devour his mind. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign couldn't believe it. He had lived since the mythological era and had many schemes and shocking methods. Why couldn't he even deal with Guchanga? The other party was like a bottomless and terrifying black hole. The more he understood, the more fearful he became. How boring. You only realized it now? Since you haven't said anything, I'll have to investigate it myself. Guchanga shook his head, and the faint smile on his face disappeared. He had been testing Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign in order to completely understand his methods. He didn't want to completely eliminate him. After all, he was an excellent puppet for Guchanga. What do you mean? The reincarnation ancient heavenly deity stared fixedly at Guchanga. The great reincarnation millstone above his head released boundless black and white energy, forming a cycle of reincarnation. It grew and multiplied endlessly, able to resist everything, completely enveloping him. That feeling of uneasiness and palpitation struck again. It was as if there was an invisible net slowly closing in on him. The next moment, a terrifying black light struck from the front. It was as if it could shatter eternity and shatter the heavens. It streaked across the universe and the long river of time. All traces and Tao techniques were eliminated by this halberd and turned into fine powder. Poof, Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't even have time to react before he felt a chill between his eyebrows as if something cold had suddenly pierced through his head. What is this? His voice came intermittently. His mind had long been enveloped and swallowed by endless silence and fear. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the halberd light that had streaked across the heavens during the Forbidden Era. It was also vast and terrifying, annihilating and collapsing everything. Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's heart was filled with horror and disbelief. He trembled with fear to the extreme. How was this possible? How? Could Guchanga be that person? Unfortunately, at this time, his vitality was dissipating, and no one answered his question. Even if his divine soul was incomparably sturdy and had been tempered for countless years, it was now densely covered with cracks and began to shatter like porcelain. Guchanga held the 8 Desolation demonic halberd and pointed diagonally to the south. He slowly walked over and crossed the entire universe in an instant. The expression on his face didn't change, but he looked at Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign with some pity. Speaking of which, you're considered lucky to be able to die under the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. After all, it's the first time I truly used the 8 Desolation demonic halberd like this. In the central region of the upper realm, Guchanga had never truly used the 8 Desolation demonic halberd, let alone unleash its monstrous demonic power. This was a world-destroying weapon. If a wisp of its true aura leaked out, it would be an unimaginable catastrophe for the entire upper realm. Of course, even Guchanga couldn't unleash its true aura now. Thanks to the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign, he had brought him to such a remote area. That was why Xianxia dared to use the 8 desolation demonic halberd so brazenly. No matter how far the battle here spread, it couldn't possibly reach the central region of the upper realm and alarm the orthodoxies there. All of this had been predestined from the beginning, but the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign was completely unaware and thought that victory was already in his grasp. What a pitiful fellow. In that case, I'll gladly accept everything you have. To Xianxia, these divine souls were not only nutrients, but also many secrets left behind by the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign. In addition, the divine soul's soul palace contained the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's accumulation and foundation. Tao classics, immortal scriptures, connate weapons, incomplete immortal weapons, immortal medicinal seeds, the longevity root, there were too many good things. This was where the so-called Tao sanctum was. After his death, these foundations naturally became Xianxia's. As for the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's body, Xianxia casually accepted it and planned to refine it when he had the time. What he was most concerned about now was the Tao fruits that the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had accumulated over countless years. In the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign's plan, these Tao fruits were the key to breaking through to the immortal king realm. Back then, the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had cultivated the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign and delved into the time-great Tao. Unfortunately, he hadn't made any progress toward the end. It was so difficult that there was no hope for him to cultivate to the immortal king realm. That was why the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had severed his own immortal realm with great perseverance and fell down, beginning to seek the immortal king Tao fruits with another method. The fruits of Tao that he has accumulated are contained in each of his Tao Law celestial bodies. These Tao Law celestial bodies are spread throughout the vast ancient universe. There are many of them. It seems like there are quite a lot of such Tao fruits. To me, this is a shortcut to quickly improve after breaking through to the immortal realm. It saves me a lot of trouble. Xianxia thought about it and looked at the ancient universes that he and the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign had passed through. Speaking of which, the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign was really his benefactor. He had given him such a great gift. Xianxia looked over and a great Tao treasure bottle appeared in his hand. Boundless black light descended and engulfed the dissipating spirit of the Samsara ancient heavenly sovereign. End of chapter 746. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.